Invited to teach at Hogwarts, Uncle Gio and his young apprentice Li Xian had just arrived when they were immediately inundated with complaints from the other faculty and students. Principal, Professor Lin has allowed first-year student Li Xian to bring a zombie to school, claiming it is a pet exclusive to their Mao Shan sect. This poses a grave threat to the safety of our school. Chapter 1. Uncle Gio and Hogwarts are vying for me. How difficult it is to choose. With a bowl of clear water reflecting the cosmos, and a talisman commanding spirits, I tread the yin-yang bagua steps, wielding a wooden sword to vanquish malevolent souls. Tears fall as I pour wine for the spirits. May the essence of righteousness endure through heaven, earth, and humanity. The red string and glutinous rice still remain, yet the ghost hunters are nowhere to be seen. Upon reciting the poem, the 11-year-old boy, handsome like the distinguished readers of old, slowly stretched and turned over, preparing to continue his slumber. However, the sweltering heat of the July Bay area was unbearable. Surrounded by buzzing flies that disturb his dreams, his irritation was compounded by more pressing matters. He turned to look at a 17 or 18-year-old girl tidying up at the pharmacy counter, her beauty captivating and her figure graceful. His name was Li Xian, hers was Lin Ag.1, was a potential apprentice taken in by Lin Jingying, but trained in medicine rather than the mystical arts, while the other was Lin Jingying's daughter, raised single-handedly by him. Currently, Lin Ag was troubled over her plans to study abroad. I understand. I will give you an answer in the next few days, after ending the call from the school. Lin Ag looked despondently at Li Xian at the entrance, although she had clearly heard the harsh disconnection on the other end. She feigned indifference and angrily ascended the stairs. Li Xian couldn't help but admire. Li Xian was quite handsome in his youth. No, this should be Lin Ag indeed. As for this place, based on the boy's judgment, it seemed to be set in a modern Bay Area. The owner here was none other than the renowned Uncle Gio, Lin Jingying. Besides his daughter Lin Ag, Uncle Gio also had several disciples, including Wen Kai and Xiaoshang, as well as his childhood friend Xia Yurun, who had long pursued Ag. Vain familiar faces from classic Hong Kong films as for him. Before arriving here, he was a good young man. After arriving, he became a fine youth. Though he had no idea what kind of power had transported him here in the blink of an eye to become an apprentice in Uncle Gio's pharmacy, he felt no fear, even in the most terrifying cinematic worlds, with Uncle Gio, the safest man in the supernatural realm, by his side. Yet, matters were not as simple as Li Xian had anticipated. On his very first day in this world, an owl had flown to him, clutching a letter. Then came the second, the third. Dear Mr. Li Xian, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the WTF. Memories long buried resurfaced, reminding him of the book The Woman Just Below God and the two men who pulled her down, also known as Hermione and her two useless friends, or the overachieving Minister of Magic and his two slacker teammates. Harry Potter, on one hand, was Uncle Gio, his childhood idol who provided him with a sense of security. On the other was the magical world he had always yearned for, filled with flying broomsticks and Quidditch. How could he choose? Missing either option felt profoundly disheartening. But whichever path he chose would decisively shape his future. Li Xian harbored no grand ambitions. He was content with a life of ease, languishing without care, which he saw no fault in. However, the prerequisite for such a leisurely existence was self-preservation. This thought ignited his ancestral fear of insufficient power. Since this was a world where Taoism and magic coexisted, one could not specialize in merely one, for each possessed its vulnerabilities. Mastery of both was essential to ensure survival. Moreover, the most critical lifeline was the source of economic sustenance, of course. If circumstances permitted, perhaps the unresolved issues from the stories could also be addressed. The young man rested his chin on his hand, torn with indecision as he gazed at the bustling old street before him. At tea that moment, Lin Ag emerged from the shop, carrying a large stack of books. Sister, where are you going? To throw away the trash. Lin Ag reminded him. You are not yet initiated, so you cannot call me sister. Then may I trouble the beautiful Ag to enlighten me. Why does master take in apprentices yet not take you in? My father says you are exceptionally intelligent and possess an excellent memory, yet you are inherently rebellious. After taking you in, who knows how much trouble you may cause him later. After Lin Ag finished speaking, she prepared to throw away the trash, and Li Xian noticed that these books were precisely the first-year textbooks that had arrived with the fifth acceptance letter from Hogwarts. He had been astonished at the time the original Harry Potter had not mentioned Hogwarts providing textbooks. Students had to purchase them in a magical place called Diagon Alley. Even the protagonist Harry Potter was no exception. How could he receive a complete set of textbooks for free from the school? Wait, Li Xian hurriedly called out to Lin Ag. Beautiful sister, what are you doing? My father said these are heretical teachings that would be detrimental to your cultivation. Lin Ag explained, He asked me to throw them away. Haha. This was not merely disposing of books. It was clearly an attempt to sever my aspirations of attending Hogwarts. Suddenly, Li Xian seemed to understand. Doesn't this indirectly imply that he is willing to accept me as a disciple? That is not for me to decide. You should ask him yourself. Alas, truly, Uncle Gio has such a proud temperament. If he wishes to take me as a disciple, why not just say so? Why go about cutting off my financial and future avenues? Li Xian sighed again, lost in contemplation. Should he choose Uncle Gio or Hogwarts? At that moment, yet another owl flew before him. The 7th acceptance letter had arrived. Presumably, it bore little difference from the previous ones. Yet Li Xian still politely opened it. Dear Mr. Li Xian, as we have not received your response, our school will send representatives to communicate with you in person. Please explain your reasons for declining our school. In no way. I am not even a top student from Tsinghua or Peking University. I am merely a small-town answer book. Is it necessary for the school leaders to come personally for recruitment? There must be something amiss. Thus, during dinner, only Li Xian and Lin Xian remained. The pharmacy was a 2-story establishment. The bottom floor served as the shop, while the upper floor was where Uncle Gio's family lived. A simple meal of egg fried rice accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables sufficed. However, thinking of the phone call from school earlier, Lin Xian appeared sullen and could hardly eat a few bites. Sister Xian, please eat a bit more. The school's matters cannot be resolved overnight. Li Xian consoled her. As for the money issue, hasn't Master already been considering solutions? I'm just a bit unwilling. Lin Xian pouted. I score the highest, yet those with lower scores but family backgrounds got admitted, while I doubt upon reflecting on the toil of her father, who labors tirelessly. For her tuition, Lin Xian found herself increasingly unable to eat. If only a professor could pen a letter of recommendation for me, then my father would not have to scrounge for money everywhere. Is a letter of recommendation from a professor truly sufficient? Li Xian inquired with curiosity. Indeed. However, it must be from a professor at a prestigious university. Many foreign institutions highly regard such letters. After Lin Xian spoke, Li Xian fell into contemplation. It is astonishing that even the formidable 9th uncle must worry about making ends meet for his daughter's education. Alas, if only the foreigners could comprehend the prowess of my 9th uncle, would they dare to treat him with such disdain? But how can we make these foreigners aware of my family's esteemed 9th uncle? Li Xian casually glanced around and fortuitously spotted the acceptance letter from Hogwarts resting on the table. I might have a solution, but senior sister, you must cooperate with me. Lin Xian looked at the young boy before her, who was both clever and mischievous, now deliberately addressing her as senior sister, with a puzzled expression. What plan do you have? Chapter 2. Here are my reasons for rejecting Hogwarts. The morning air in the small street was filled with the enticing aroma of steamed buns and deep-fried dough sticks. However, just as he arrived at the apothecary's door, 2 gentlemen clad in long robes were already waiting for him. Lin Xian, who was attending to them, hurried over to Li Xian's side, took the buns from him, and murmured softly, "You little rascal, where did you find these foreign friends? This is the person I mentioned last night, who can assist you with studying abroad." Yet at that moment, Li Xian's words and the sudden appearance of the 2 foreigners plunged Lin Xian back into contemplation. I apologize. We only have stools available. Please make do. After fetching 3 stools from within the shop, Lin Xian took a step back, allowing Li Xian to converse privately with the 2 gentlemen. I'm Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, and this is Professor McGonagall, our esteemed colleague. You must be Li Xian. The elderly gentleman with a flowing silver beard introduced himself and the tall, dark-haired witch in emerald robes beside him. His voice was slightly hoarse and weathered, and his face was one that Li Xian, a devoted fan, recognized all too well. He never expected that Dumbledore himself would come to personally recruit him, accompanied by Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. Li Xian instinctively scrutinized Professor McGonagall, the kind, serious, endearing, and courageous woman who adored the stoning charm. What truly astonished Li Xian and left the deepest impression was that she was the only one who had steadfastly insisted on hanging Snape's portrait in the headmaster's office against all opposition. Am I truly that remarkable? How did I not realize it? Could it be that I, like Harry Potter, am a prophesied child? The 3 of them seated themselves in front of the apothecary, which felt rather peculiar. The morning street was bustling with passers-by, yet it seemed as if an invisible barrier shielded them, for no one cast even a glance in their direction, let alone notice Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Surely some form of concealment or repelling charm was at work here. I assume you are aware of our purpose in coming here, considering we have sent you 7 letters, Dumbledore remarked, indicating that Li Xian had been waiting for them because he was aware of their arrival. However, Li Xian smiled slightly and replied, My future mentor foretold my fortune before leaving, stating that distinguished guests would come to seek me today, which is why I have been waiting here. Your mentor? It means teacher. Having been a top student in his past life and possessing a score of 9 on the IELTS, Li Xian found such casual exchanges quite effortless. He then retrieved several crumpled letters from his pocket. Here are the letters you sent me. They're all right here. And the books. I have read them all and memorized their contents. They're inside, and I will fetch them for you shortly. You've read them? And memorized them all? Professor McGonagall displayed an expression of disbelief. There were only a few words in total, Li Xian replied with an air of ease. For us, the scholars of the small towns in the Daxia region, it takes no more than a couple of months to memorize all this information, not an entire year. I have heard that students on the East Coast endure a rather arduous learning process. Perhaps this curriculum indeed feels rather effortless to you. Might Mr. Li Xian elaborate on his reasons for declining our offer from Hogwarts? Simply put, I find no necessity to attend your school. All the subjects you offer, I can learn right here. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall have already speculated on the potential reasons for Mr. Li Xian's refusal to enroll. Could it be due to financial hardships? Parental disapproval? He is an orphan, so any of these possibilities could arise, all of which can be resolved. Furthermore, he might suspect this to be a fraudulent letter or simply lack interest. Thus, I included several issues of the Daily Prophet, featuring special editions with Dumbledore's photograph. However, these are no longer the focal point, for they could never have anticipated that the young man claimed he could learn the Hogwarts curriculum right here. How could that be possible? Professor McGonagall skeptically remarked, I do not recall any internationally recognized wizarding school registered in this region. Could it be a dubious institution? It is said that numerous dark wizards, unable to gain admission to legitimate magical schools, resort to such places to study unsanctioned practices. I regret to inform you, Professor McGonagall, that we currently have no magical school here, and the place where I can learn your esteemed school's courses is right here. Li Xian gestured towards the nearby Lin family apothecary and continued, the proprietor is a Taoist priest from Maoshan. A Maoshan priest can be likened to your wizards of the West Coast. A significant portion of the courses is indeed similar. However, after examining your school's curriculum, I found that the courses offered here at Maoshan align more favorably with my future development. Oh, might you elaborate on the Maoshan curriculum? Dumbledore and McGonagall inquired with keen curiosity. For instance, in your herbology class, we have traditional Chinese medicine, which boasts a rich history spanning thousands of years, profound and extensive. Li Xian responded. In contrast to the limitations of your herbology class, traditional Chinese medicine not only treats ordinary individuals, but also serves wizards, priests, and even certain secret formulas can remedy mythical beings. But we also offer potions class. Professor McGonagall retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Pray tell, what is the practical significance of potions class? She assumed Li Xian was suggesting that herbology lacked allure, thus immediately countering with potions. Li Xian promptly retorted, for example, the elixir of youth that transforms frogs back into tadpoles? Or the polyjuice potion that allows one to become another person? But what is the true significance of these to a wizard? On the East Coast, a substantial number of people recognize the value of traditional Chinese medicine. So even if I were to study only this discipline, my livelihood would be secure. Can a wizard sustain himself through potions? Even if someone were to purchase his potions, how many customers could he possibly have? After all, muggles would never purchase potions, and this alone has resulted in a significant loss of clientele for the potion industry. This is evidently a rather perplexing question, one that even Dumbledore found himself pondering momentarily. Yet, Li Xian persisted. I have perused your textbooks, many of which are rather dull and offer little substantial assistance to wizards. When I refer to substantial assistance, I mean how much of what they learn here is truly applicable after graduating from your institution? Or to pose another inquiry, have you investigated the employment conditions of Hogwarts graduates each year, excluding a portion of students from noble backgrounds? What about the vast majority of wizards from middle and lower class origins? Do they merely end up working menial jobs after graduation? For what I gleaned from the prophet, there is a significant demand for jobs within the wizarding community, coupled with intense competition. Even if one is fortunate enough to secure a position as a formal employee at the Ministry of Magic, the monthly salary, though seemingly higher than what we earn here, is offset by the higher cost of living there. Therefore, in a certain sense, the remuneration you offer may not even surpass my apprentice wages here. Are you suggesting that I squander 7 or 8 years of my youth there only to face a life of destitution? The reality of this situation is evident from numerous examples in the original texts. If wizards could truly earn a living, there wouldn't have been so many ruffians during the Hogwarts battle. Even the Weasley family, despite being the protagonists, crammed into a dilapidated dwelling, relying on hand-me-down textbooks, robes, and even wands. Their living conditions are indeed dire. Although Li Xian harbored no grand ambitions, he still held a standard for a minimum quality of life. Each of his statements underscored one truth. Indeed, I'm a lover of wealth. Ignoring Professor McGonagall's increasingly uncomfortable expression, the avaricious Li Xian continued to highlight the issues he had discerned. Courses such as transfiguration, divination, and astronomy are already covered by the Maoshan School on our East Coast. Not to mention the Chuanjin sect, Wudong, and Longhu Mountain. If I can learn them here, why should I trek all the way to the west? Additionally, I must mention that your divination and astronomy courses lack substantial relevance. In contrast, the arts of fortune-telling and feng shui here are entirely different. Mastering either of these will ensure one's success on the East Coast. Thus, I commend both professors for their long journey. I will not jest with my future and the precious years ahead. I am a pragmatic individual, and life dictates that my first priority is to ensure I am well fed. How aptly the term pragmatic is employed. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. No worries. We will stay here a few more days, and I hope you will contemplate your decision further. At a loss for a response, McGonagall could only retreat alongside him. Oh, by the way, do you know how to return letters sent by owls? Just as the two were preparing to depart, Li Xian called them back, retrieving a hefty stack of letters from within the room. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall casually perused the correspondence, only to find themselves wide-eyed in astonishment. Among them were admission letters from Durmstrang Institute, Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and 8 other esteemed magical schools. This child had astonishingly received offers from all 11 registered schools of the International Confederation of Wizards. Clearly, the news had leaked. In that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. They must secure this child. Upon returning to the hotel, Professor McGonagall could not suppress her fervent critique of Li Xian. This student is far too sharp-tongued, so arrogant. If he were to join my college, I would certainly discipline him. Dumbledore, however, merely smiled, discerning the underlying message in McGonagall's words. Did you truly believe he was merely nitpicking? Was it not evident that he was making a compelling case? What? As the child asserted, despite our years of cultivating exceptional wizards, we have neglected their employment prospects as they enter society. In truth, the root of the issue within the West Coast wizarding community lies in an oversaturated job market, yet there remains an abundance of underutilized talent. Many of these individuals, facing prolonged struggles in life, may become psychologically distorted, ultimately aligning themselves with dark forces. Hence, to address this matter, one must first resolve their employment challenges, necessitating an expansion of the market. With this thought, Dumbledore let out a resigned sigh. The true core of interests within the wizarding world has long been firmly held by the aristocracy, leaving mid to lower-tier wizards in a precarious existence, devoid of opportunities to partake. This was a reality Dumbledore could not alter, prompting him to seek the counsel of the most formidable divination professor at Hogwarts, Sybil Trelawney. According to her prophecy, the key to resolving this dilemma lay not in the West, but in the East. After all, she was the woman who had once foretold the downfall of the Dark Lord. Thus, Dumbledore placed his faith in her, subsequently broadening the recruitment scope to the East Coast. It was likely that other schools had also received this information, thus setting their sights on Li Xian, attempting to infiltrate the talent pool through students, gradually expanding the market in this region to see if the issue could be ameliorated. Regrettably, the first hurdle was presented by this young man named Li Xian, who was merely a microcosm of the youth on the East Coast. Here, there exists a plethora of individuals with magical potential. Yet, for reasons unknown, the vast majority hold a dismissive attitude towards magic. Regardless of age, adults and children alike immediately associate schools with post-graduation employment prospects. Will there be job placement? Will there not be? If not, why should we attend this school? Will it facilitate job hunting? If not, our children will not attend this school. Perhaps this encapsulates the mindset of the East Coast populace. Aside from these reasons, after thorough investigation, it has come to light that very few students from the East Coast have entered Hogwarts over the years due to the presence of local wizards, referred to as Taoists by the community. These Taoists evidently enjoy greater favor among the local populace, fostering a harmonious relationship, particularly welcomed by the parents and elders of these children. This stands in stark contrast to the West Coast, where Muggles shun wizards and wizards look down upon Muggles, resulting in a hostile dynamic. Initially, Dumbledore, too, doubted the veracity of the prophecy until he encountered Li Xian and was impressed by the child's profound analyses. This further solidified his belief in the prophecy. Perhaps only those from the East can reform the current state of the Western wizarding world. An idea struck Dumbledore suddenly, and he excitedly turned to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, has it not been a considerable time since our school last recruited new faculty? Not long ago. We did hire a defense against the dark arts teacher, did we not? No. I am referring to a new discipline, a novel field chapter 3. Hogwarts welcomes Professor Lin. The world has changed. Standing at the roadside waiting for the late bus, Lin Zhengying gazed at the bustling traffic and towering skyscrapers. The Bay Area, illuminated by the night, is one of the most prosperous locales on the East Coast. Prosperity often signifies a thriving populace, which in turn deters malevolent forces. Consequently, Lin's mastery of Maoshan techniques seemed rendered obsolete. Not only that, but his financial situation was also exceedingly strained. He barely managed to sustain himself through his apothecary business. But now, with his daughter aspiring to study abroad, the exorbitant tuition fees compelled him to relent. Through the introductions of several old friends, he assisted a few wealthy patrons by performing feng shui consultations for several days, finally amassing enough funds for his daughter Lin Aji's overseas education. His friends suggested he change professions, yet Lin Zhengying remained steadfast in upholding the traditions of Maoshan. Wealth that comes too easily invites misfortune just as swiftly. Thus, once he had gathered the necessary funds, Lin decisively parted ways with those unscrupulous businessmen. This was the first, and hopefully the last time, Lin Zhengying resolutely raised his chin. As a disciple of Maoshan, he would never bow to the sordid world of money. He had anticipated their joy upon his securing the tuition, yet their faces remained long and drawn. Had the tuition increased yet again? These wretched foreigners truly pushed their luck. Just as Lin Zhengying was about to voice his frustrations, Li Xian exacerbated the situation by saying, "Master, when will you officially accept me as your apprentice? If you delay any longer, I might just go attend that foreign school." Lin Zhengying looked at the ungrateful child. "Am I, Lin Zhengying, so easily persuaded to take on apprentice? You must express your sincerity tenfold before I can consider it. Besides, is my current attitude not indicative of one toward a disciple? Why can't you comprehend that? Your legs are your own. You may go wherever you wish." "Very well. I had intended to accompany you, but it seems I shall have to go alone now. Do I, Lin Zhengying, need to learn their foreign ways? They are not worthy even to carry my shoes. I did not suggest that you become a student. Rather, I propose that you embrace the role of a teacher, a title they refer to as professor." "Professor?" Upon hearing this designation, a contemplative expression immediately flickered in Lin Zhengying's eyes. "Father, being a professor is wonderful." Observing Li Xian's knowing glance, Lin Aji hastily chimed in today's society, anyone bearing the title of professor enjoys a particularly high status. Wherever they go, they are met with respect, especially those professors from foreign institutions. The wealthy hold them in the highest regard. "That's more like it," Lin Zhengying replied, a hint of pride in his demeanor. "However, the Maoshan technique is a practice of our huaxia. It should not be disseminated to foreigners. As the saying goes, there are no distinctions in teaching." Li Xian countered, "In this modern era, everything emphasizes internationalization. Have you not seen Wudong and Shaolin? They are major sects and have accepted numerous foreign students." This statement held merit. Thus, if our Maoshan sect wishes to flourish, we too should adopt an international approach. After all, fine wine fears not the depth of the alley. Look, even foreign wizards have come to our land to preach. Why should we not reciprocate and gather disciples in their territories? This argument was sound. Furthermore, I have heard that the children of professors enjoy preferential admission benefits. Not only do they receive scholarships for good grades, but they may even be exempt from tuition fees. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhengying's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. This could resolve his daughter Lin Azi's study abroad issue, while also earning her the esteemed title of professor. How splendid. Truly splendid. However, the typically proud Lin Zhengying would never outwardly express such delight. While this is indeed an option, he mused, puffing himself up a bit, I am not someone who could be easily invited. Absolutely. Li Xian further flattered Lin Zhengying. After all, I have already prostrated myself before my master 8 times. And you have yet to accept me. How could they so easily entice you away? Ah, so you have not formally become a disciple yet. A deep voice suddenly resonated from below, its power seemingly capable of penetrating walls and floors alike. Who dares eavesdrop beneath another's roof? Lin Zhengying exclaimed, leaping out of the second-floor window. Li Xian and Lin Aji acted promptly, arming Lin Zhengying with his peachwood sword, bagua mirror, and other equipment, preparing for a fierce confrontation. To their surprise, the figure confronting Lin Zhengying in the street below was none other than Dumbledore, the foreign wizard who had visited previously. "Master, he is the foreign wizard I mentioned who has come to preach in our community." Though Lin Zhengying had only glimpsed the old foreigner, he sensed a formidable presence. Indicating profound mastery, a contest between them would be uncertain. Fortunately, the other party bore no malice, prompting Lin Zhengying to ease his tone. "What brings you here at this late hour?" "To recruit students." Dumbledore gestured towards Li Xian. "I have taken a liking to this child. He is my apprentice." "I just heard, he is not yet," Lin Zhengying interjected. "Xianzi, in Maoshan, One must bow to the master 9 times to be accepted. How many more do you have left? Li Xian instantly grasped Lin Zhengying's intention and promptly bowed deeply, addressing him as master. I beseech you, my esteemed teacher, to accept this 9th bow. Lin Zhengying then turned with a hint of pride towards Dumbledore, exclaiming, "It is now." Dumbledore, bemused by this somewhat mischievous behavior, could only smile in resignation. "Very well, I shall attend to the second matter." He extended an invitation to Lin Zhengying to teach at Hogwarts, accompanied by generous terms. To be candid, even Li Xian, a little money enthusiast, found the offer quite substantial. Yet, Lin Zhengying remained hesitant. Li Xian assumed that Lin Zhengying was merely being proud, but to his surprise, Lin Zhengying inquired, "Will my children enjoy certain benefits upon becoming a professor at your esteemed institution?" "What benefits do you refer to?" Dumbledore asked. "For instance, if my daughter wishes to study at your local academy, can I, as her father, secure some discounts for her?" "Ha ha." Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "Hogwarts is a legitimate institution in the wizarding world. The children of our faculty members will undoubtedly receive exceptional privileges. Even in the Muggle world, we have unique means of communication." "Excellent. When shall I commence my duties?" Observing Lin Zhengying's swift agreement for his daughter's educational opportunities, Dumbledore cast a meaningful glance at Lin Zhengying's daughter, Lin Aji. The lengths a parent will go for their child is indeed profound. This surely reflects the deep-rooted parental virtues cherished in Chinese culture. Finally, Dumbledore turned his attention to Li Xian, asking, "Now that your master is joining our school, what do you intend to do?" At that moment, Li Xian seemed to channel Lin Zhengying's pride, responding, "I am an orphan, unable to afford tuition. At Hogwarts, we do not discriminate by gender, background, or lineage, and we do not charge tuition fees. If you perform excellently during your studies, you will also receive an additional scholarship each year." Hearing the term scholarship, Li Xian recalled only Tom Riddle receiving such an honor. "I fear I may not find employment after graduation. Then I shall reluctantly agree." Lin Zhengying playfully tapped Li Xian on the forehead. Meanwhile, Dumbledore approached Lin Zhengying. Extending his hand, Hogwarts warmly welcomes Professor Lin. Chapter 4. An initial experience in the magical world. Is this chaotic place truly the domain of the Western practitioners? It is rather renowned. Diagon Alley. Located in London, most individuals enter Diagon Alley for the first time through the Leaky Cauldron. However, for Li Xian and the Lin family trio, Dumbledore made an exception. With a flick of his wand, a disapparition spell was cast, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 of them found themselves near the illustrious Diagon Alley of the Western magical realm. Upon landing, Lin Aji, who was experiencing disapparition for the first time, was overwhelmed and doubled over, retching by the roadside. Dumbledore looked on in astonishment at Lin Zhengying and Li Xian, their resilience exceeding his expectations once again. "You must have seen the information here in books, right?" Dumbledore gazed at Li Xian, who was helping Lin Aji by patting her back, and nodded. "Well then, the 3 of us will reconvene here in 3 hours. I must attend to some matters. My apologies for taking my leave." With that, he vanished into thin air through apparition. Li Xian observed Lin Aji, who was experiencing apparition for the first time and was left breathless, and said with a hint of sympathy, "Had I known, I wouldn't have brought you along. There will be plenty of opportunities to come here in the future. After all, you will have to endure it once more. The sooner you experience it, the sooner you will grow accustomed to it." Lin Aji responded and continued to be sick. However, Li Xian shook his head. Not everyone can apparate right from the start. What if someone cannot? They could always take a trip to the Leaky Cauldron or use flu powder to reach Diagon Alley. It seems we ought to purchase some flu powder to keep on hand. As Li Xian spoke, he glanced toward Lin Zhengying, only to find that he too was doubled over by the roadside, having expelled a considerable mess. "You rascal, everyone is left. Why are you still pretending? If you need to vomit, just do it." Lin Zhengying assumed that Li Xian was also putting on a brave face. The reality, however, lay in the individual's innate physical aptitude, akin to a pilot's assessment of turning in circles. After several minutes of recovery, the Lin father and daughter felt significantly better. "First, to facilitate our transactions in the magical realm, we must visit Gringotts to exchange for some wizarding currency. As the sole bank operated by goblins in the magical world, it offers services for deposits and vault rentals and is considered the safest place in the world, except for Hogwarts. Some vaults can only be accessed by the goblins of Gringotts. Should one attempt to infiltrate and steal what does not belong to them, they must tread carefully, as such possessions could bring misfortune." As Lin Zhengying gazed at the crooked and worn establishment that was Gringotts, he could not help but scoff. Is this the extent of the wizarding world? Just a single bank, and it looks so dilapidated. This is the consequence of their rigid traditions, Li Xian elucidated. Western wizards possess an inherent sense of superiority. believing their status as wizards is more esteemed than that of muggles, oblivious to the fact that muggles have long been relegated to Antarctica in their minds. Lin Aji chimed in, "No wonder it's claimed to be the safest bank. It's the only one. Has no one ever considered opening another?" Regarding this latter question, Li Xian too was at a loss as to why no one had established another bank. However, the security issues were certainly disconcerting. After all, during Harry Potter's first year, the bank had been robbed, and later, the trio known as the Golden Trio had blown a hole in the bank's ceiling, which Voldemort nearly obliterated entirely. As the Lin family shared their quiet grievances about the wizard's conservatism, their conversation went unnoticed due to the language barrier. Yet, Li Xian was proficient in English, and the academically gifted Lin Aji could easily comprehend the exchanges around her. Lin Jingying observed as the two individuals curiously gazed at the two wizards passing by. "Could you translate this for the elderly gentleman?" They lamented about the overwhelming presence of muggles on the streets today. Furthermore, they expressed disdain for these muggles, deeming them arrogant, rude, and foolishly self-important, believing that having read a few books granted them entry into the magical society, yet they were of inferior bloodline. Lin Jingying instinctively glanced at Li Xian, asking, "Are they referring to us?" Li Xian shook his head, remarking, "I hardly think these foreign wizards can comprehend our Chinese language." Furrowing his brow, Lin Jingying exclaimed, "I truly cannot endure this chaotic atmosphere." Urged by Lin Jingying, Li Xian and Lin Aji hurried toward Gringotts. For this inaugural experience in the magical world, Lin Aji had taken the liberty of dressing her father, Lin Jingying, in a splendid manner. Dapper tailcoat, top hat, and a gentleman's cane made him appear, at first glance, like a retro British gentleman attending a soiree. In response, Li Xian could only comment, "Isn't this precisely the outfit Lin Jingying wore to meet his first love in the second installment of Mr. Vampire?" Under normal circumstances, Lin Jingying would have declined. However, considering his daughter's future, he acquiesced, albeit unable to suppress his critique regarding the lack of pockets in the formal attire for carrying equipment. "What equipment are you bringing?" "We are going shopping, not hunting zombies," Lin Aji responded. "If only there were a foreign zombie for me to catch, I would gladly showcase our Mao Shan Taoist skills," Lin Jingying retorted. Consequently, due to the impracticality of the formal wear, the responsibility for carrying their gear fell to Li Xian, who was clad in suspenders and a newsboy cap. Before entering Gringotts, Lin Aji quietly inquired of Li Xian, "There 1 TB security checks here, will there?" "Everyone here is exceedingly arrogant. Even if you were to bring in a blue flame Gatling gun, they wouldn't bat an eye," Li Xian assured her. Listening to Li Xian's words, Lin Aji glanced at the wizards, each wielding their respective wands. Li Xian had informed her that these wands are the most formidable weapons of these wizards. Without a wand, the majority of them were akin to useless beings. Since they could bring their most powerful weapons into the bank, how could it be any different for them? However, as was to be expected, complications arose. An unattractive, elderly figure resembling a goblin guard obstructed the queue, scrutinizing each customer preparing to enter the bank. From a distance, Li Xian overheard the goblins referring to the individuals in line as muggles. They even lamented, "This year's Hogwarts enrollment criteria have undeniably shattered previous standards. They have admitted so many students of Muggle descent. Not only Hogwarts, but Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and other institutions were also enrolling a significant number of Muggle-born students." Upon hearing the conversation, Li Xian surveyed the crowd and indeed noticed a considerable number of parents in ordinary Muggle attire accompanying their children to exchange for magical currency. "Excuse me, could you let us through?" A fairy shouted at the crowd waiting in line, but immediately followed by an arrogant voice. "What is there to be embarrassed about? The fact that we nobles have not forced this group of muggles to kneel and pay their respects is already a sign of our mercy." Chapter 5. Acquiring the first pot of gold from the braggart. "Oh dear, whose voice is that, so excessively proud?" With a mere glance, Li Xian instantly recognized the identity of the youth. Ah, it is none other than the boastful Draco Malfoy. Watching the young Draco Malfoy, who was preening his hair and strutting in with an air of superiority, Lin Aji, noticing Li Xian's unusual expression, curiously inquired, "Do you know him?" "I do not," Li Xian replied nonchalantly. "I merely observe that he possesses a face that embodies neither pure goodness nor pure malice, akin to a twilight that refuses to darken or a dawn that fails to brighten." Lin Aji playfully patted Li Xian on the head. "Why are you such a sentimental child? You should read less Dream of the Red Chamber." Meanwhile, the wizarding aristocrat Draco Malfoy and his father, Lucius Malfoy, swaggered through the VIP entrance. Lin Jingying scoffed, a bunch of toxic remnants from the old social order. When it was their family's turn, the fairy guard responsible for security repeatedly verified their identification, still dragging his feet. "Can't you read? This is Hogwarts, and this identification was issued by Professor Dumbledore." It was not until Li Xian glared at the fairy guard with the intensity of scrutinizing an illegal immigrant that he coldly remarked, "Do you need me to call him over to verify his identity personally? Go on in." The fairy guard returned the identification to Li Xian, who accepted it with a disdainful hum. Lin Zhengying remained silent, while Lin Aji sighed, "Indeed, they only pick on the softest persimmons." Turning to glance at the family behind them, who were being persistently scrutinized by the fairy guard due to their muggle status, Lin Aji remarked, "Thankfully, Xian is here. Otherwise, Dad, with your prideful nature, you would clearly prefer to avoid squabbling with such beings. He certainly has a face that invites trouble." Lin Zhengying replied sternly, "How could I ever take him as my apprentice?" At that moment, Li Xian, who was leading the way, had already entered the bank's grand hall, where various customers were orderly queued, preparing to conduct their business. Given the large crowd, Li Xian and Lin Zhengying chose to wait patiently at the side for a moment. This was the first time the Lin family had seen the interior of the magical bank, and naturally, they could not help but gaze in wonder at their surroundings. Curiosity in such a novel place was only natural. Soon, after exchanging a small stack of notes at the counter, Lin Aji carefully counted them again, murmuring, "I wonder how much magical currency this little amount can be exchanged for? Is it enough to buy school supplies for little Xian?" Financial hardship was the greatest challenge facing this family, reinforcing Li Xian's determination to earn money and help them lead a better life. With this thought, he glanced again at the ostentatious Draco Malfoy, who had been flaunting his wealth. "Apologies for the inconvenience. Recently, I have found myself in a rather tight financial situation." Li Xian, with a swift motion, reached into his pocket and produced a blank yellow talisman, from which he quickly tore out a small paper figure. Just 2 days prior to this journey, Li Xian had formally established a master-disciple relationship with Lin Zhengying, who had subjected him to an intensive 2-day training session to ensure he would not embarrass himself upon arrival. Fortunately, Lin Zhengying discovered that despite Li Xian's innate rebelliousness, he possessed exceptional potential for cultivation. His ability to grasp concepts quickly and apply them effectively would classify him as a prodigy even among renowned sections. However, it required considerable effort to guide him, particularly in matters of virtue. As Lin Zhengying and his daughter, Lin Aji, were momentarily lost in thought while surveying their surroundings, Li Xian seized the opportunity to employ the paper figure technique he had just mastered. The small paper figure darted swiftly between the feet of the crowd, soon finding its way beneath Draco Malfoy's robes. Upon witnessing a sprite attendant escorting the Malfoy father and son towards the vault, it became evident that one paper figure would not suffice. Consequently, Li Xian tore 3 more small figures. His current limit was 4. A remarkable feat achieved in just a few days of practice, showcasing his innate ability to multitask. Generally, a genius might struggle to manage 2 tasks simultaneously. Yet this young man could handle 4, if not more, an indication of his inherently strong spirit. Lin Zhengying was quite astonished by this. Unbeknownst to him, the root of Li Xian's extraordinary talent stemmed from his experiences in 2 lives. While Lin Zhengying was impressed by his disciple's aptitude, his pride prevented him from offering overt praise. He merely remarked, "It's passable, but still far from my own capabilities." Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. What talent does this lad possess? I only managed to control 2 paper figures after half a month of effort, and he has mastered 4 in just a few days? I must keep a close watch on him to prevent arrogance from leading him astray. Rebellious youths are the most susceptible to wandering off the path. Just as he turned around, he noticed Li Xian, with a mischievous expression, fixated on a particular direction, evidently scheming something. What trouble is that little rascal plotting now? Lin Zhengying mused. Clearing his throat, he spotted Li Xian hastily withdrawing his focus after having stuffed 4 small paper figures beneath Draco Malfoy's robes. Li Xian scratched his head and grinned, saying, "I was just checking to see if anyone dropped any money, so I could pick it up." How naive. Lin Zhengying retorted with a cold laugh. "Our Maoshan lineage has always been poor in fortune. Picking up money has never been our affair." "That may not be the case," Li Xian replied, casting a sly smile in the direction the Malfoys had departed. At that moment, a window became available for Lin Aji to exchange for magical currency. In the magical realm, currency is divided into 3 types. The most valuable gold galleons, followed by silver sickles and bronze nuts. Based on current purchasing power, 1 galleon is approximately equivalent to 255 Daisha coins, 1 sickle to about 15 Daisha coins, and 1 canute to around 0.5 Daisha coins. 1 gallon of gold coins is equivalent to 17 sickle silver coins, and 1 sickle silver coin equals 29 natterbronze coins. Each wizarding coin bears a series of numbers along its edge, signifying the currency number inscribed by the goblin coinage experts at Gringotts. The wizards, perceiving their coins as exceedingly precious, have long indulged in a state of self-importance regarding their value. Lin Aji's conversion of the xia currency was drawn from the meager living expenses that Lin Jingying had previously allocated for his educational fees. This thought stirred a mixture of emotions within Li Xian. Although Lin Jingying appeared stern on the surface, once the master-disciple relationship was established, he truly cared for his apprentice. After all, being protective is one of Lin Jingying's most noble qualities. Lin Aji meticulously recalculated the necessary supplies for the upcoming term. 3 sets of plain black work robes, a black pointed hat for daytime, wear a pair of dragon hide or similar protective gloves, a winter cloak in black or silver, a wand, and a cauldron. The funds seemed sufficient, except for the matter of a pet. According to regulations, first-year students are permitted to bring either an owl, a cat, or a toad. However, after a special inquiry with Dumbledore, he expressed no objection to Li Xian bringing a pet that reflected their East Coast heritage, ideally one befitting the characteristics of Mao Shan. Lin Jingying had promptly assured him, "Rest assured, your master will prepare the most adorable pet with Mao Shan attributes." Chapter 6. I must admit, it is somewhat unfair to have my master take on 3 of you. All right, let us procure the new supplies for young Xian. Lin Aji cautiously accepted the magical coins, and Lin Jingying immediately reminded Li Xian, "Kid, make sure to strive diligently and secure that scholarship here, and then repay your sister's money." "Dad," Lin Aji hurriedly interjected, "I've already said I can manage working part-time." "That's out of the question," Lin Jingying replied sternly. "A man should not borrow money without repaying it. You must not coddle him. He needs to learn independence early." With a resigned sigh, Lin Aji turned to signal Li Xian to follow her in acquiring the new supplies. Yet, Li Xian discreetly slipped 8 galleons into Lin Aji's hand. "Where did this come from?" Lin Aji inquired, astonished by the 8 galleons. Li Xian gestured for her to keep her voice down. "I found them. Do you believe me?" Lin Aji was deeply skeptical, but had no time to probe further. Suddenly, Lin Jingying furrowed his brow. Something's amiss. There's dark magic afoot. As soon as he spoke, the doors of Gringotts were shattered in an explosive blast, sending shards of glass and metal flying in all directions. Lin Jingying instinctively shielded Li Xian and Lin Aji, and the trio quickly retreated to a corner. At that moment, 3 masked wizards in black robes stormed into the bank's hall. Before the bank guards could react, the leading masked dark wizard waved his wand and uttered, "Avada Kedavra." The first elf guard was instantly deprived of life, following the fall of several elven guards. The masked dark wizard at the forefront barked, "Behave yourselves. We are merely here to retrieve some items from Vault 713. I implore all gentlemen and ladies to cooperate. Otherwise, these elven guards will be your fate." The masked dark wizard surveyed the surroundings, observing how the bank patrons instantly complied. "Excellent. I trust none of you wish to be harmed, if only slightly, over a vault that bears no relation to you." Li Xian, sheltered behind Lin Jingying, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding chaos. The Vault 713 heist. But wait, wasn't he the original plot supposed to depict this as a theft? Moreover, hadn't Harry Potter already taken the items a day prior to the robbery? How had it suddenly transformed into a heist? Could it be that his presence had precipitated some unforeseen change? This was, after all, the most secure bank in the magical realm. Observing this dire situation, Lin Aji sighed in resignation, his tone laced with sarcasm. Just then, Li Xian caught sight of Draco Malfoy, cornered against the wall, trembling behind his father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucius, however, wore an expression of calm. After all, this vault heist was orchestrated by the very followers of Voldemort to whom he belonged, making his composure rather unsurprising. At this moment, Li Xian was uncertain whether the contents of Vault 713 had already been retrieved. If not, the outcome was all too predictable. "Master, there's no need to rush. I shall intervene," Lin Jingying assured him. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this was Uncle Jiao, a man who despised evil would never stand idly by while such malevolence unfolded. "Bagua mirror, money sword, yellow talisman," Lin Jingying whispered to Li Xian, who discreetly handed the items to him. "Please be compliant," the masked dark wizard warned. Had they been discovered prematurely? When Li Xian turned to look, he saw the dark wizardess finger pointing not at them, but rather at an elderly lady and what appeared to be her chubby grandson nearby. The little portly boy bore a striking resemblance to Neville Longbottom. Therefore, the lady beside him must be his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. "My apologies. I'm merely old and my legs are not what they used to be. I tremble if I stand too long," Augusta Longbottom explained in a flustered manner. "No, Mrs. Longbottom," the leading masked dark wizard sneered, gazing at the elderly woman clad in a green wizarding robe. "You and your son, Frank Longbottom, appear harmless but are, in fact, quite cunning. Before the masked dark wizard could finish his sentence, Augusta the Longbottom decisively struck, stupefied. Alas, she had underestimated the masked dark wizard, who not only evaded her spell, but swiftly countered with Expelliarmus. Ah, just like the old days, the masked dark wizard sneered, your son, before succumbing to madness under our heart-piercing curse, uttered this very incantation as his final spell. I knew it was you wretches. I shall never forget the scent of your vile presence, even if I turn to ashes. Without her wand, Augusta Longbottom instinctively shielded Neville Longbottom behind her. In that moment, though fear coursed through her veins, she stood resolutely upright. Yet, the fate that awaited her without her wand was all too predictable. Avada Kedavra! With a whoosh, a peculiar mirror soared to the point where the green curse was aimed, successfully intercepting the deadly spell that had instilled terror throughout the wizarding world. It narrowly missed, striking the leading masked dark wizard. TSK. Both Li Xian and Lin Xian, who were spectating, clicked their tongues in disappointment. Then, Lin Jingying stepped protectively in front of Augusta Longbottom, while Li Xian seized the opportunity to grasp her hand. Dear lady, please step aside with your grandson to avoid the blood of these murderers staining your robes. Children, who are you? Augusta Longbottom gazed in astonishment at the three unfamiliar Easterners before her. The youth introduced, this is Mr. Lin Jingying, the newly appointed professor of Eastern descent at Hogwarts. At that moment, the masked dark wizard brandished his wand menacingly at Lin Jingying, threatening, outsider, I advise you to mind your own business. Upholding justice is the principle of my Maoshan sect, Lin Jingying declared with righteous fervor. If I were to let you leave unscathed, who knows how much merit I would lose? What nonsense are you babbling? Another dark wizard, unable to comprehend Lin Jingying's eloquent Mandarin, retorted coldly, who are you? Do you really think three of us cannot vanquish you? Apologies. Li Xian, acting as the temporary translator for Master Jiao, sighed and stepped forward to translate for the language-challenged master. What my master means is that it would indeed be unfair for him to face three of you alone. Why not call a few more to join? He could handle 10 at once. Chapter 7. The front page of the prophet observing the shock reflected in the eyes of the three masked dark wizards, Lin Jingying nodded in satisfaction, oblivious to what Li Xian had just said, and patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Excellent translation. However, he failed to notice his daughter, Lin Xian, wiping sweat from her brow, as Li Xian discreetly gestured for her to remain silent. Li Xian then retreated to Lin Xian's side and quickly explained, look outside. Peering through the shattered entrance of Gringotts, Lin Xian noticed an individual resembling a journalist frantically filming amidst the crowd. Are you suggesting? Lin Xian glanced at Li Xian, puzzled. Trusting her father, and in my masteress prowess, Li Xian urged, as Lin Xian finally nodded in understanding. Albeit with lingering concern. Fame is indeed a valuable asset, and opportunities for instant recognition are scant. As Li Xian concluded his statement, Lin Jingying and the three masked black wizards engaged in a standoff for several seconds before launching their assaults simultaneously, piercing the heart and rending the soul. Avada Kedavra. The confrontation commenced with a trio of unforgivable curses, the heart-piercing spell, the soul-seizing spell, and the life-claiming spell, striking with relentless ferocity. The hearts of the onlookers, including Madame Longbatten and other clients, tightened in apprehension, fearing that this middle-aged man was destined for calamity. However, to everyone's astonishment, the middle-aged Taoist swiftly unleashed three peculiar yellow talismans that soared through the air. With a commanding incantation, he proclaimed, hasten forth, as the decree commands. Break. The talismans collided with the unforgivable curses, igniting a colossal clash of magical energies that sent sparks flying. Just as the three masked black wizards prepared to mount a second offensive, the middle-aged Taoist, exhibiting a spellcasting speed that far surpassed theirs, declared, upper fire of divinity, middle fire of essence, lower fire of mortals, true fire of the three realms, hasten forth, as the decree commands. Assuming a sword-pointing gesture with a talisman nestled between his fingers, he infused it with his magical essence, igniting it instantaneously. Following this, he unleashed a torrent of flames that surged forth like a dragon, hurtling towards the three masked black wizards. They were compelled to retreat hastily from the grand hall of the Gilling Bank. Quick, cast the water spell, extinguish the flames. As the trio frantically cast the water spell upon one another to douse the flames, they were taken aback to find that the true fire of the three realms clung to them, impervious to their efforts, transforming the water they conjured into vapor. Lucius Malfoy, observing from a distance, was agape with astonishment. What formidable fire magic! At this moment, the middle-aged Taoist had pursued them outside. You think mere water can extinguish my true fire? He bit his middle finger, swiftly inscribing the characters for a command in the palm of his other hand. Maoshan binding spell. As the incantation resonated, the three wizards, still preoccupied with their futile attempts to extinguish the flames, found themselves paralyzed in place. Witnessing this spectacle, Draco Malfoy asked in astonishment, "Father, is this the full petrification spell?" Lucius Malfoy shook his head. "No, it is a spell far more potent than mere petrification." The middle-aged Taoist approached the three masked black wizards, observing their faces contorted in agony from the searing flames, yet unable to move. "In this world, there are laws and principles. You have committed misdeeds, and the law shall come to address you. To kill you would only sully my hands and tarnish my merits." Such a magnificent spell. Lucius Malfoy interjected, "Greetings, I am Lucius Malfoy, the current head of the pure-blood Malfoy family." Just as Lucius Malfoy's expression began to harden, an elderly man with silver hair approached briskly. "Greetings, Mr. Malfoy. My apologies. Allow me to introduce this esteemed guest from the East. Hello, Professor Dumbledore. I appreciate your assistance." Lucius Malfoy maintained his noble demeanor, albeit with a hint of reluctance towards the sudden appearance of Albus Dumbledore. Upon hearing Dumbledore's succinct explanation of the middle-aged man's identity, revealing that he was a mysterious wizard recently summoned from the East Coast to Hogwarts, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face, though it quickly subsided, for he placed greater faith in the tangible prowess he had just witnessed. As a mere novice, he was about to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, and he humbly requested Professor Lin's guidance. Lucius Malfoy once again attempted to engage Professor Lin in conversation, but noticing the lack of communication, Dumbledore appeared to have an epiphany. "How forgetful of me. Professor Lin does not speak our language." Lucius then comprehended the situation, observing Dumbledore retrieving a peculiar herb from his pocket, which he explained to Lin Zhengying. "This is the translation herb. Once ingested, it allows one to transcend linguistic barriers, translating one language into another." This, indeed, was the reason for his earlier departure. After Lin Zhengying had resolved the language obstacle, a team of Aurors from the Ministry of Magic arrived at last, who attacked Gringotts. The onlookers pointed at the three individuals. The Aurors scrutinized the immobilized trio. "What is this peculiar spell?" "This is my master's immobilization spell." Li Xian and Lin Xian finally emerged from Gringotts, first explaining to Lin Zhengying that these Aurors served as the law enforcement of the magical world. They could handle these wrongdoers appropriately. However, the Aurors hoped Lin Zhengying would accompany them to take a statement. Yet, Lin Zhengying was preoccupied with acquiring items for Li Xian and was reluctant. Fortunately, Dumbledore volunteered to accompany him, and Madame Longbottom also stepped forward to provide some leads. Thus, Lin Zhengying acquiesced. Dumbledore advised Li Xian, "I have reserved a room at the Leaky Cauldron. After you complete your shopping, you may wait for us there." Subsequently, Lin Zhengying, Dumbledore, and Madame Longbottom, with concern, took her grandson and followed the Aurors as they departed. As the elder sister, Lin Xian naturally assumed responsibility for Li Xian's forthcoming journey. However, just as she intended to usher Li Xian along, he grasped her arm, halting her in her tracks. She looked at him quizzically, sensing an air of mystery about him. "What is it?" Li Xian leaned closer and whispered in her ear. "Ah." He then produced a pouch of coins, gently shaking it to reveal the clinking sound of galleons. "I inadvertently stumbled upon a bag of money." Chapter 8. Everything here is so expensive. "Father, I've lost my money." "You already mentioned it. It was merely 8 galleons." Lucius Malfoy, growing impatient, rummaged through his coat pocket for his own pouch. As a nobleman, he consistently maintained an air of aristocratic elegance, often seen with his cane or a vintage coin pouch, despite his wife's repeated reminders that a wallet would be more practical. However, it seemed that his pouch had vanished. "How could it be lost?" he exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't jest, father. We are wizards. How could our pouch possibly go missing?" "Do you not know, young lad, that a wizard's money possesses a life of its own?" After Lucius searched in vain multiple times, he reluctantly chose to abandon the endeavor, while he did not particularly care about the 100 galleons within. The sudden loss of the pouch that had accompanied him for so long left him with an unsettling feeling. Meanwhile, with the money they had found, Li Xian and Lin Xian swiftly gathered all the necessary supplies for the first-year students. All that remained was the wand. They still had 10 galleons left. Lin Xian inquired of Li Xian, "Is it enough?" "It should suffice." Li Xian distinctly remembered that when Harry Potter prepared for his first-year supplies, the wand he purchased cost 7 galleons. Later, during their second year, when Ron's wand broke, he needed to buy a new one that cost just over 1 galleon. Thus, one could reasonably deduce that the price range for ordinary wands versus superior wands likely hovered between 1 and 7 galleons. Of course, the compatibility of the wand was paramount. Initially, Lin Zhengying was quite opposed to Li Xian using a wand, as he believed that wands could not compare to Peach with swords, golden swords, or talismans in efficacy. However, after his daughter's persuasion, he patiently accepted the idea, albeit with the stipulation that the wizarding robe must be altered according to his instructions. Soon, with the remaining 10 galleons in hand, Li Xian and Lin Xian made their way to Ollivander's wand shop, located on the southern side of Diagon Alley. It is said that Ollivander is one of the 3 foremost wand makers in Europe. According to the evaluations from the citizens of the Mi country, Mr. Ollivander is heralded as the finest wand maker in the world, though the veracity of this claim remains to be substantiated. Nevertheless, Mr. Ollivander's eccentric character and meticulous pursuit of perfection were precisely what Li Xian required for the creation of a new wand, particularly a special model comprehensible only to those of Eastern descent. Easterners? More specifically, people from the Great Xian nation. As Li Xian and Lin Xian stepped into the shop, still surveying the cabinets filled with various wand gift boxes, an elderly gentleman with white hair emerged from beneath the counter. It has been quite a while since we last had visitors from the East, he remarked, though. To be fair, just a few days ago, a student of Eastern appearance came here to purchase a new wand. I recall she selected a wand made of you with a core of unicorn hair, quite flexible. However, she was merely a local with Eastern features, not quite like you. Lin Xian, observing the peculiar old man who seemed to be conversing with himself, could not help but whisper to Li Xian, "This gentleman is rather odd, but his craftsmanship is exceptional." Li Xian approached politely. "Good day, Mr. Ollivander. Might you assist this Eastern gentleman in selecting a suitable wand?" "Certainly, young sir. May I inquire your name?" Ollivander asked, turning to select wands from the shelf. "Li Xian," he replied. Subsequently, Ollivander produced several wands in succession. This one is made of beech wood, 9 inches long, with a dragon heartstring core, quite flexible. And this one, crafted from maple, measures 7 inches with a phoenix feather core, remarkably pliable. Ebony, 8.5 inches, unicorn hair, and possessing remarkable elasticity. Yet, the outcome appears rather unsatisfactory. Ollivander observed Li Xian's reactions as he held the wand with meticulous attention. Wizards often claim they are the ones selecting the wand, but in truth, the wands are also discerning their rightful owners. Patience is key. Eventually, there will be a wand that suits you. Thus, 5 hours elapsed. This place is filled with peculiarities. I unwittingly sampled a bean that tasted of mucus, nearly causing me to regurgitate last night's dinner, leaving me unable to consume anything further. Having voiced her complaints, Lin Xian glanced at the weary Li Xian and then at the ever-dedicated Ollivander, who was preparing a new wand for him. "Have you yet to find a suitable one?" Li Xian nodded in resignation. At that moment, Ollivander returned with 10 more wands, but the results remained unresponsive. As expected, an Eastern guest requires my utmost patience. Just as Ollivander turned to fetch yet another wand for Li Xian, he called out, "Mr. Ollivander, please hold on. Does your esteemed shop offer custom services?" "Certainly, though typically I can find a suitable wand for you." Ollivander, undeterred, prepared to seek the next wand he deemed fitting. "If the next 10 wands do not suit me, may I request a custom wand?" Upon hearing Li Xian's request, Ollivander readily agreed, exuding confidence in his wand selection prowess. However, after trying another 10 wands, Ollivander awkwardly regarded Li Xian. "What kind of custom wand would you like, Mr. Li Xian from the East? You mentioned that wizards choose wands, and wands likewise select their masters," Li Xian replied. "Thus, it stands to reason that the materials should also be compatible with the owner. Are you suggesting we begin with the materials, then?" "Indeed. Very well. I possess various materials for wand making. You may select from them, if any prove suitable." Before Ollivander could present the materials, Li Xian interjected, "And if none of these materials suit me, then you must seek materials that resonate with you," Ollivander replied. "I shall only assist with the crafting, charging a processing fee of 10 sickles." "Agreed. It's a deal." Observing Li Xian's gleeful expression, Lin Xian marveled at the unexpected savings. Pondering the intricacies of it all. Chapter 9. The Treasures of the Owl Emporium. After acquiring the spell for testing materials from Ollivander, Li Xian and Lin Xian departed from the wand shop. They traversed the bustling Diagon Alley, their figures halting before the entrance of the magical creature store. Initially, they feared their funds would be insufficient, but now, as Lin Xian contemplated the moment when Li Xian had persuaded Ollivander to craft a wand, she found herself eagerly anticipating the remaining 9 galleons and 7 sickles. Although her father had promised to procure a pet unique to Mao Shan, her heart longed for an owl to grace their home. "Me too," Li Xian chuckled, adding that with a little negotiation, they could secure a splendid owl. However, what awaited them was a mute shopkeeper. Nestled within Diagon Alley, the Elop's Owl Emporium served as a crucial conduit for communication in the magical realm, showcasing a plethora of owls, from the gray owl and the barn owl to the tawny owl and the snowy owl. The shop's interior was shrouded in darkness to accommodate the nocturnal habits of its feathered inhabitants. In the original tale, Hagrid had purchased Hedwig from this very shop as a birthday gift for Harry. Yet, as Lin Aji and Li Xian beheld the exorbitant price of a stunning snowy owl, they were momentarily taken aback. 15 galleons? Moreover, the least expensive owl in the store was tagged at 10 galleons. Shall I exchange some money at Gringotts? Lin Aji suggested. No, we're merely 10 sickles short of the cheapest owl. We must haggle. Without bargaining. Where's the charm in our venture? Just then, a fellow customer interjected, cautioning them about the shopkeeper. A few days ago, this gentleman accidentally ingested a mute-inducing poison. Although he has received treatment, it will take several days for him to fully recover. The revelation that they would be negotiating with a mute was evidently impractical and rather inappropriate. Li Xian surveyed the shop and soon noticed a lethargic owl nestled on a branch in the corner, gasping for breath, with a price tag of merely 1 galleon dangling beneath it. Good sir, though you may be mute, you cannot allow your conscience to be clouded. This owl is on the brink of death, and you dare ask 1 galleon? Even for materials, that price is absurd. The shopkeeper seemed to be struck by the harsh truth, instinctively lowering his head. Li Xian observed the owl, a member of the bubo species, with its impressive stature, robust chest, and uniquely elongated ear tufts. Its once vibrant orange eyes now appeared dull, hinting that, but for its ailments, it would exude an air of nobility and grandeur. Yet, it was clear that without intervention, it would not survive the night. Seeing the sorrow in the shopkeeper's eyes, which revealed his deep affection for the owl, Li Xian proposed. How about this? You give him to me, and I know an excellent veterinarian who might be able to save him. The prospect of the owl's salvation ignited a spark of hope in the shopkeeper's gaze, yet he remained mindful of the principles of commerce. Ultimately, the shopkeeper reluctantly parted with the half-dead owl for the price of 10 silver coins, inscribing a note to Li Xian, revealing that this owl had previously been their prized possession. A prized possession? What makes it so special? Regardless of its status, the grim reality it faced was undeniable. Even Lin Aji could discern its plight. Could it be suffering from some infectious disease? Witnessing this, Li Xian began to entertain some rather dubious notions. We don't know any veterinarians. Your father can treat even zombies. So how difficult can it be to save an owl? Li Xian asserted confidently. Rest assured, we'll claim we found this owl by the roadside, with its pleading eyes fixed upon us. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Didn't the Buddha once sacrifice flesh to feed an eagle? As Taoists, how do we allow someone to speak ill of us? Who would dare to speak ill of our Taoist sect? At that moment, the hotel door swung open. While Li Xian was still brooding, Lin Aji suddenly dashed to her father, Lin Jiushu, tears streaming down her face. Dad, please save this poor little creature. We encountered a thief on the road, and thanks to it, we were alerted just in time. Then we noticed it lying by the roadside, seemingly on the brink of death. Didn't you always teach me to do good deeds? This owl is a life too. We cannot stand idly by. Such acting. Had she not been one of the conspirators in this deception, Li Xian might have almost believed her. Lin Jiushu, unable to withstand his daughter's incessant pleas, responded, If you keep pulling at me, this little one will truly breathe its last. Watching Lin Jiushu rush to the owl's side to examine it, Lin Aji discreetly winked at Li Xian, reveling in their cunning success. This little creature has been afflicted by a powerful malevolent force. It may not survive the night. Lin Jing diagnosed, promptly preparing a bowl of talismanic water to administer to the owl. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Lin Aji breathed a sigh of relief, as it clearly indicated a 90% chance of survival for the little owl. The remaining 10% depended on Uncle Gio's disposition. After enduring a rather unpalatable dinner, Li Xian was coerced by Uncle Gio into attending evening study sessions to continue his studies. I have but one demand. When you arrive at that Hogwarts place, you must teach in my stead. What? Li Xian looked at Lin Jiushu in disbelief. Uncle Gio explained, This is our tradition. When I ascended the mountain to learn the craft, half of my time was spent training under your grandmaster alongside your uncles. Although you are not the eldest disciple of our sect, you will serve as a junior mentor to the students of Hogwarts. So the responsibility of teaching will fall to you. Li Xian nodded helplessly, but then queried, Can I receive a share of your salary? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the anger rising in Uncle Gio's brow, prompting him to immediately fall silent and exit the room to review the evening's lessons. As the esteemed Master Gio contemplated the prospect of leisurely days ahead at work, he remained blissfully unaware that his disciple had clandestinely orchestrated a sensational news piece in the Daily Prophet, which was swiftly ascending the ranks of trending headlines. Chapter 10. Congratulations, Master. You made the headlines. Mr. Lin, what distinctions do you perceive between Eastern sorcery and Western magic? What are the specific differences? I have heard that you are soon to enter Hogwarts, Mr. Lin. What subjects will you be imparting to the students? From my understanding, it appears you have yet to prepare any teaching materials. Should arrangements be made for the students to acquire their textbooks in advance? By the way, were the peculiar spells you employed against the dark wizard yesterday skills you intend to teach your students at Hogwarts? Confronted by the sudden influx of cameras and reporters encircling him, Lin Jingying stood momentarily stunned at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Although he was accustomed to grand spectacles, they were typically related to his endeavors in vanquishing malevolent beings, such as battling zombies or confronting formidable foes. This particular scenario, however, was evidently beyond his expertise. His curiosity piqued. He wondered about the nature of the unfolding events. Master Jiao accepted the daily prophet from Li Xian, and to his astonishment, the headline showcased a dynamic image of himself confronting 3 dark wizards. Previously, he had heard Li Xian elucidate the nature of photographs in this magical realm. These images were not mere static portrayals. The subjects within could move freely, even evading capture from view. Thus, while he felt no particular intrigue, the absurdity of the headline indeed caught him off guard. Make way! Make way! We are searching for Professor Lin. 2 figures emerged from the throng of reporters and photographers, revealing themselves to be Aurors who had come to investigate the Gringotts heist the previous day. Greetings, Professor Lin. I am Auror Delirious, and we met yesterday. Upon hearing the name, Li Xian instinctively widened his eyes. The name rang a bell. Oh, I recall now. Are you not the Delirious who was bested by Dumbledore in a 1-on-4 confrontation? The same Delirious who failed to apprehend Hagrid? The one who was hospitalized by Grandma Neville? Reflecting on the illustrious record of this Auror, it was hardly surprising that he would later recount his failure to detain the 3 criminals who escaped his grasp. The Ministry of Magic, as ever, retained its haughty demeanor. Those masked dark wizards who dared to assault Gringotts were evidently not ordinary adversaries, yet they dispatched such an individual to address the matter. The reporters, upon grasping this revelation, sensed yet another headline brewing. Earlier, I encountered Dumbledore, and he suggested you might have a means to assist us in locating the escaped criminals, Auror Delirious stated. Thus, my assistant and I hasten here to seek your cooperation, Professor Lin. Gazing at the imposing figure of Delirious, with a short, rigid gray-white hair and stern expression, Master Jiao did not hesitate. In matters of punishing evil and delivering justice, hesitation was never in his nature. After all, apprehending a few criminals is hardly a laborious task, especially since these offenders were originally captured by him. He signaled for Li Xian and Lin Aji to follow closely and advised Li Xian to manage the equipment bag diligently. In such a perilous location, it was undoubtedly safer for his child to remain by his side, while also providing an opportunity for practical instruction for Li Xian. As they made their way to the temporary holding site where the criminals had escaped, Li Xian glanced at the proud Auror Delirious, who had yet to achieve a significant victory. He vaguely recalled that this individual was exceptionally competent and brimmed with confidence. Upon graduating from Hogwarts, he had excelled in all his Newt's examinations. Yet, how could his practical performance be so lacking? He was likely one of those individuals whose prowess was merely theoretical. On the journey, Auror Delirious informed Uncle Jiao, just in case, we placed a tracking spell on the criminals, but it was countered by a more powerful incantation. This suggested the possibility of an even more formidable wizard at play. To this, Lin Aji suddenly inquired, "Why do I have the feeling that Dumbledore intentionally recommended this person to seek out my father?" Li Xian chuckled softly. Indeed, she was the daughter of Uncle Jiao. Her lineage had not faltered. Li Xian speculated. After all, introducing a professor from the East along with a new course would require explanations from the board and the Ministry of Magic. The best justification would be to demonstrate the effectiveness of the Maoshan techniques that Master has mastered. Clearly, this was an opportunity to showcase the prowess of Uncle Jiao's Maoshan techniques to the local magical community. Soon, they arrived at the temporary holding site for Auror Delirious, which was also a workstation for the Ministry of Magic located in Diagon Alley. Here, 2 or 3 junior Aurors were stationed, akin to local police officers. The holding room from which the 3 robbers had escaped was severely damaged, with a sizable hole blasted into the wall. It was evident that the criminals had fled through this very opening. Uncle Jiao surveyed the holding room and coldly inquired, "So, do you Western wizards also resort to forceful interrogations?" Auror Delirious, noticing Uncle Jiao examining the bloodstains, replied expressionlessly, "We occasionally do employ some methods of muggle interrogation with a measure of mercy." Uncle Jiao scoffed softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He slowly crouched down, reaching out to touch a trace of blood with his fingertip. At that moment, Auror Delirious suggested, "I propose we utilize the tracking spell once more." To him, Dumbledore's recommendation for assistance from Lin Jiao was indicative of his formidable abilities. However, Uncle Gio coldly retorted, "Your methods are inadequate. We shall employ mine." Or Deli's. Unfamiliar with Uncle Gio, wore a puzzled expression. Uncle Gio held the dried bloodstain between his slender fingers and approached Li Xian. "You have studied the Maoshan text for several days now. Let me test you. If you were to track the criminals, what method would you employ? If it is within 24 hours, I would use that. If beyond 24 hours, I would resort to another." Uncle Gio nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It seems that the intensive study over the past few days has borne fruit. Now, let's prepare the necessary items." However, Aurelius appeared perplexed. "Which items? Which one are you referring to?" Li Xian turned and began rummaging through his backpack, retrieving several seemingly ordinary objects: a glass cup, scented candles, an incense burner, red string, yellow talismans, vermilion, a brush, and a heap of ash. At this moment, Lin Aji, standing nearby, whispered, "First it was Brother Qiusheng, then Brother Wenkai, and now it's your turn to serve as a mobile equipment repository for my father. Are we all set? We're still missing a medium." "What kind of medium? A chicken medium? A duck medium?" Aurelius inquired, confused. "Neither a chicken nor a duck. It's a medium," Li Xian remarked with a mischievous smile, assessing Aurelius. "You seem quite robust. Your yang energy is abundant. I think you would be quite suitable as a medium. There shouldn't be any adverse effects." Uncle Gio and his daughter Lin Aji nodded in agreement. "I believe it will work." Chapter 11. The Talismanic Medium Tracking Method. "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Aurelius." Li Xian gestured invitingly. Although Aurelius was uncertain of what these peculiar individuals intended to do, he hoped that their bizarre methods would indeed prove effective in tracking the perpetrator. Meanwhile, Aurelius's assistant stood by disdainfully, seemingly anticipating Uncle Gio's embarrassment. Li Xian sighed internally, recalling the last time someone had harbored such skepticism. Having agreed to act as the medium, Aurelius lifted a tray, which Li Xian had borrowed from a constable at the Auror station in Diagon Alley. Uncle Gio poured half of the incense ash, which Li Xian had filled, onto the tray and swiftly spread it over the sandy surface, smoothing it out. He took 3 sticks of incense, placing 2 in the burner and holding 1 in hand. Next, he extracted a sample of desiccated blood from the ground with his fingers and gently placed it on Aurelius's fingertip. Uncle Gio then took a brush, dipped it in vermilion, and quickly inscribed the characters for command on a blank talisman. With remarkable speed, he ignited the completed talisman using his magical energy and tossed it into the glass cup. Aiming the pointed end of the incense stick at the blood on Aurelius's fingertip, he pierced it into Aurelius's flesh. A chill accompanied the sharp pain that penetrated his fingertip. Uncle Gio swiftly wrapped red string around Aurelius's fingertip, ignited another talisman, and promptly tossed it into the glass cup. Before Aurelius could process the situation, the burning cup along with the talisman was thrust towards his mouth, releasing a cloud of smoke and ash that enveloped him. As he instinctively inhaled, he unexpectedly drew the smoke into his nostrils. Soon after, Aurelius felt his vision blur, his body grow weak, and he began to sway, on the verge of collapsing. With a swift motion, Master Gio extended his foot towards the back of his knee, causing the arrogant Auror Delisi to kneel in compliance, maintaining the posture of holding a tray while bowing his head. Master Gio then inserted the last incense stick into Delisi's mouth, the other end resting upon the ashes in the tray. At the moment the incense was placed, the once unconscious Delisi began drawing something on the tray with the incense held at his mouth. The assistant, previously taken aback by Master Gio's actions, could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What is this strange operation?" "It's a tracking spell," replied Li Xian, who had taken out a pen and paper to record and explain. "It's a form of tracking magic for my esteemed Maoshan sect." At this juncture, Master Gio stepped back, allowing his newly acquired apprentice to practice. On the paper, Li Xian drew a circle resembling a coordinate diagram. Yet the movement traced by the incense in Delisi's mouth matched precisely with the patterns on the tray. However, the circle was annotated with the 8 directional symbols: Qian, Kanjin, Zhen, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, only comprehensible to those from the east. At that moment, the assistant gazed in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. What was this operation? Completely incomprehensible? As they conversed, the incense in Delisi's mouth ceased its movement. Li Xian also halted his writing, approaching Master Gio. "Master, the location has been confirmed." Master Gio nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. In terms of learning speed, you surpass your previous senior brothers by a considerable margin, but do not allow pride to take hold." "Understood." "Master." As Li Xian began to tidy up, Master Gio addressed the assistant. "The perpetrator has been located. Let us proceed." Master Gio tucked away the route map he had recorded and was about to advance when the assistant, glancing at the still-dazed Delisi, asked, "What about my superior?" "Remove the incense to dispel the air." The assistant's face was filled with confusion. Observing this, Li Xian first covered his nose and then decisively pulled the incense from Delisi's mouth. With a release of foul air, a putrid stench filled the vicinity, overwhelming all within 3 zhang. Reporters hastily covered their noses, some retching uncontrollably. Particularly in the poorly ventilated holding room, the sudden eruption of gas from Delisi's body was an unbearable torment. What happened? How we located the perpetrator? Delisi, now regaining consciousness, urgently inquired, clearly oblivious to the preceding events. Subsequently, guided by Master Gio's coordinates, Delisi and his assistant swiftly made their way to the adjacent upside-down alley. As they approached the entrance of the alley, Master Gio halted Li Xian and Lin Xian, instructing them to remain behind. The malevolence here is overwhelming. It is best if you do not enter. Li Xian nodded, and as Master Gio and Delisi proceeded inside, Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings of upside-down alley, remarking, "It appears to be a slum. This is a notorious black market in the area. In this place, Li Xian's understanding is rather limited. After all, the occurrences in the original text are quite scarce. However, from Li Xian's perspective, this chaotic and corrupt gathering of villains, though seemingly terrifying, often yields an abundance of unexpectedly valuable information. Moreover, engaging in illicit transactions here is notably secure. The magic of the East is truly wondrous. Dear lady, that Professor Lin mentioned it is called Maoshan technique. We should pay due respect to their unique nomenclature. Indeed, I believe tomorrow's newspaper will undoubtedly see a surge in sales." Although he did not catch the specifics of their conversation, the information that surfaced was decidedly positive. How is Master faring? Let us proceed. The ensuing matters should not be handled by outsiders like us. Encountering such circumstances upon arrival, my instinct suggests that this journey to Hogwarts will likely not be tranquil. Chapter 12. Dumbledore's Schemes. If Father harbors concerns, then we shall not proceed. As a daughter, Lin Xian instinctively worries for her father. After all, they have just arrived, and the safest bank in the local magical community has encountered trouble. Anyone would perceive this as an ill omen. Simultaneously, since Gringotts is regarded as one of the safest places, it is evident that its defenses are formidable. Thus, one can infer that the 3 dark wizards who breached its defenses must possess extraordinary power. This elucidates why Lin Gio's effortless triumph over 3 dark wizards earned such headlines. Clearly, those 3 dark wizards were formidable, and Lin Gio's capability to vanquish them with ease justifies the attention. One cannot easily renege on promises made. Furthermore, the latter half of Gio's sentence, though unspoken, likely alluded to Lin Xian's studies abroad. Upon returning to the inn, Dumbledore awaited their arrival. It appears Professor Lin has assisted the Aurors in resolving the matter. Thanks to your efforts, our reputation remains intact. Yet, I must express some skepticism regarding the security of the local magical community. We indeed have numerous shortcomings. Naturally, Gio welcomed Dumbledore's indirect flattery. Even at this moment, he discerned that the headmaster's invitation for him to teach at their school was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-considered plan. By the way, I have prepared other gifts for you. Dumbledore produced a small pouch containing what appeared to Gio as ash, introducing it. This is Flu Powder. I have arranged for your home to have access to an intercontinental flu network. Next time you visit Diagon Alley, you need only use the Flu Powder. As for the specifics, I suspect this student Li Xian is already aware. Li Xian nodded. I have read about it in books. The procedure is not cumbersome. Yet, in Gio's eyes, this substance bore little distinction from the ash he frequently employed. Lin Xian proactively stepped forward to assist in catching the Flu Powder, yet unexpectedly, at the very moment of contact, she suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze, followed by an uncontrollable series of sneezes. "Oh, my dear child, it appears you are allergic to Flu Powder," Dumbledore remarked with a hint of regret. "It seems this substance will not resolve your intercontinental travel dilemma." Li Xian was somewhat aware of the issue concerning Flu Powder allergies. According to entries related to PM, the establishment of the Hogwarts Express was a solution proposed by then Minister of Magic, Otterline Gamble, inspired by Muggle technology, aimed at providing a safe method for transporting young witches and wizards to school without attracting Muggle attention. The original phrasing described it as bold yet controversial. The train was not only comfortable but also safer. The railway of the Hogwarts Express was laid by Muggles, who underwent special memory modifications, while the Ministry of Magic publicly declared in Muggle newspapers that the railway had been misplaced. The train itself was modified by the Ministry, and the entire express railway system was cloaked in numerous spells for secrecy, marking it as one of the most significant covert operations in the history of the Ministry of Magic in the British Isles. Prior to the advent of the Hogwarts Express, students relied on broomsticks, apparition, port keys, and Flu Powder to reach the vicinity of the school. However, Some witches and wizards faced unfortunate physiological issues with modes of transportation like night bus, apparition, and portkeys, commonly referred to by muggles as motion sickness. Additionally, many wizards were allergic to flu powder, while some, plagued by a natural fear of heights, could not ride broomsticks. The construction of the railway was, therefore, warmly welcomed by them. Nonetheless, it also drew opposition from certain pure-blood families, who deemed it unsanitary, unsafe, and an affront to dignity. Ultimately, the Ministry of Magic declared that children must either take the express to school or forego attendance altogether, which silenced their dissent. At that moment, Lin Xian was clearly exhibiting symptoms of a flu powder allergy, prompting Dumbledore to devise a means to request another portkey for Li Xian and the others. Although the incantation for creating a portkey was relatively simple, the Ministry of Magic enforced stringent regulations regarding its use. Prior to crafting a portkey, one must submit an application for registration with the ministry. The consequences of utilizing an unapproved portkey could be dire, potentially costing one their life. However, Dumbledore was an exception, as he had directly crafted a portkey in the presence of numerous ministry officials and utilized it to travel to Hogwarts without incurring any objections. Due to the simplicity of the incantation, portkeys were often misused, necessitating their return to the ministry after use. Uncle Gio and Lin Xian, lacking any understanding of this protocol, appeared indifferent. Li Xian merely perceived Dumbledore's eagerness to have Uncle Gio join Hogwarts, thus offering numerous privileges. After all, with Uncle Gio's presence, Hogwarts would no longer be a solitary bastion against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Motivated by Uncle Gio's encouragement, Li Xian continued to accelerate his studies in the mystical arts. There was an almost palpable eagerness in his demeanor, as if he yearned to impart half of his own knowledge of the mystical arts directly into Li Xian's mind, so that when he arrived at Hogwarts, he could indulge in leisure every day. Li Xian, seeing through his intentions, chose not to expose his little schemes. However, he suddenly had a thought. The paper figures created by the paper man technique communicate with my thoughts. If I were to create 4 paper figures to practice simultaneously, would that not enhance my speed of learning? Were your master here, he would undoubtedly chastise you severely for this cunning trickery. After a moment's hesitation, however, Uncle Gio conceded, acknowledging that times have changed, and this method might indeed be viable. With Uncle Gio's tacit approval, Li Xian promptly executed the paperman technique. With his already rapid learning speed multiplied fourfold, the results were nothing short of astonishing. Upon turning away, Uncle Gio wore a face of regret, lamenting, "Curse it! Why didn't I think of this sooner? Otherwise, would I have lost to my own senior apprentice, Shi Jian, during every sect assessment?" Yet, the paperman technique demands a significant level of talent. His senior apprentice, Shi Jian, could barely manage 3 figures when he first began. Now this young lad, having practiced for only a few days, could effortlessly control 4 paper figures, his proficiency far exceeding that of Shi Jian. It is worth noting that he himself could only manage 2 at that time. Regardless of other considerations, this young man's future accomplishments in this domain are bound to be remarkable. However, those with high aptitude in the paperman technique are often prone to straying from the right path. Thus, Uncle Gio resolved to remind himself constantly of the need to guide Li Xian sternly. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, that sculpture. Hearing this, Li Xian's expression shifted dramatically, for he had spent nearly 10 silver sickles to acquire it. Chapter 13. The exclusive material for the wand of the Maoshan clan. When Uncle Gio and Li Xian rushed to the 2nd floor, they found Lin Xian tenderly feeding a severely injured owl with a bowl of ginseng soup. Strangely, after consuming it, the owl seemed revitalized, displaying an increasing vigor with each sip. "This ginseng, do you have any idea how much it costs?" Uncle Gio remarked, his face contorted with anguish. "Did you not claim that the restorative properties of this medicine could help dispel its malevolence? I tried it, and it truly seems effective." Lin Xian continued to feed the owl ginseng soup, adding, "Look how spirited it has become. I also included some angelica and red ginseng supplements. I believe that with 10 days to half a month of this treatment, it should recover fully." Upon hearing his extravagant daughter's words, Uncle Gio nearly fainted on the spot. For several days afterward, he wore a look of diminished appetite. Each time he observed the owl growing increasingly healthy, he felt an overwhelming impulse to gag it, forcing it to regurgitate the supplement broth. But when Uncle Gio learned that this owl was the prized possession of the Yule Owl shop, while the other owls were worth at most 15 galleons, this particular creature was valued at an astonishing 100 galleons. The value of 100 gallons of gold coins is approximately 25,000 Daosha currency. Upon realizing the worth of this item, Uncle Gio felt a significant sense of equilibrium within. However, he pondered, what makes this owl statue so extraordinary that it commands such a high price? He inquired of Lin Xian, who was curiously perusing Li Xian's textbook nearby. Lin Aji understood that her father would not take the initiative to delve into the matters of the Western magical realm, so she took it upon herself to enlighten him, all the while reading and imparting essential knowledge about Western magic. After all, her father was soon to become a professor in that realm, and lacking fundamental knowledge would surely lead to embarrassment. Typically, high prices are justified by valid reasons, and it could be considered fortunate that we stumbled upon such a fortunate find. Yet, one cannot help but criticize the poor medical standards over there. A mere ginseng soup could easily remedy ailments, yet they failed to treat even minor illnesses effectively. Quite disappointing. Uncle Gio took a deep breath and exclaimed, "My dear girl, do you truly believe that a simple bowl of ginseng soup suffices? You have spent nearly 2,005 on medicinal materials, far exceeding the cost of acquiring it. However, its original value far surpassed our expectations. Perhaps, once it has healed, we should sell it? I believe we may not encounter such a fortunate opportunity again." Upon hearing his daughter's suggestion, Uncle Gio sighed once more. "It is indeed a fortuitous blessing presented to us. There is no need to reject it outright. I shall go see how this young lad, Li Xian, is progressing in his studies." Before descending the stairs, Uncle Gio gave the owl statue a firm tap on the head. "You reckless creature." Upon reaching the ground floor, Uncle Gio observed Li Xian diligently balancing the shop's operations while engrossed in his studies of scriptures. This earnest demeanor brought a modicum of comfort to Uncle Gio's heart. Beneath the counter, for small paper figures were also engaged in practicing spells, incantations, and various disciplines. In recent days, the young lad's mastery of the paper figure technique had reached new heights. He had even begun to explore the advanced versions of creating and controlling paper clones. Young rascal, do not be overly ambitious. It is vital to remain grounded and proceed step by step. Yes, master. Then why did you lose focus for 2 seconds just now? That is indeed correct. Uncle Gio nodded in agreement. Whether in the East or the West, all laws of operation in this world reside within the Tao. They merely manifest in different forms. Indeed, that must be why I could not find a suitable wand at Ollivander's wand shop, Li Xian remarked. Perhaps it relates to my attributes. Most of the materials in that shop are from the Western magical realm, and I have already obtained the identity of a disciple from Mao Shan, thus making it incompatible. Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu suddenly smiled. What aligns with our Mao Shan sect should naturally be peachwood, not that Western walnut. With that, he went to the back warehouse and retrieved a long box measuring approximately 1 meter in length and 30 centimeters in width. Placing it on the table, he opened it to reveal a piece of peach wood about 90 centimeters long, wrapped in yellow cloth. This century-old peach wood was a gift from your four-eyed master, acquired during his travels, intended as a reserve material for a peachwood sword. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Joe decisively sawed off a 30-centimeter piece and handed it to Li Xian, saying, "This wand, crafted from century-old peach wood and infused with the attributes of Mao Shan, serves as your initiation gift for me." "Thank you, Master," Li Xian replied eagerly, accepting the precious gift with a smile, and instinctively added, "It would be even better if I had a piece of wood struck by lightning." "What are you thinking? You want lightning-struck wood, while I don't even possess any," Uncle Joe retorted as he turned to ascend the stairs to rest. Li Xian called out again, "I also need a core for the wand that aligns with the essence of Mao Shan, perhaps something akin to animal hair or nerves." From a staircase, Uncle Joe's voice echoed back in the back warehouse. "There is a pangolin claw soaked in black dog blood and rooster blood for 10 years. Take one, it should suffice." With Uncle Joe's permission, Li Xian dashed toward the warehouse. Meanwhile, Lin Aji, who was upstairs curiously perusing Li Xian's spell book, overheard their conversation. When Uncle Gio returned upstairs, she chuckled. "Every time you take on a disciple, it's quite the financial strain. However, this gift seems far more valuable than what you gave to Wenkai and Xiaosheng." Wenkai and Xiaosheng were unlikely to cause much trouble, but Li Xian, with his rebellious nature, would inevitably stir significant chaos. Yet, the bond between master and disciple was already sealed. Lin Aji sighed, smiling. The master's affection for his disciple is indeed profound. Just then, hurried footsteps ascended the stairs, revealing Li Xian, clutching a piece of peach wood and a pangolin claw stained a vivid red from the blood. "Do we have a fireplace at home?" "No, a stove will do. This is Daxia Country's Greater Bay Area, the real world. As those Western wizards would say, we reside in a muggle world dominated by technology," Lin Aji reminded him. "Only gas stoves here," she added. "A gas stove?" Li Xian paused momentarily, then suddenly had an epiphany. That could work. He hurriedly grabbed a handful of flue powder and made his way to the kitchen's gas stove. Uncle Gio and Lin Aji, seated at the table, watched curiously as Li Xian hesitated before the stove, then sprinkled the flue powder on top and shouted in English, "Diagon Alley." In an instant, A burst of green flames erupted, and as swiftly as it appeared, the fire extinguished, leaving Li Xian vanished from sight. Uncle Jiao immediately rose to investigate the peculiar ash known as flue powder, while Lin Aji rested her chin on her hand, gazing enviously at the empty gas stove and lamented, "If only I weren't allergic to flue powder." Chapter 14. You know how to make money. A most unique potion. The proprietor of the Elops Owl Emporium was astonished to discover that his snow owl, afflicted by dark energies akin to the evil that had possessed the sculpture owl, appeared revitalized after consuming a sip of the special potion Li Xian had brought. Unable to contain his joy, the owl revealed a smile and said, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself last time due to the effects of the mute potion. I am Jack Konar. Hello, I am Li Xian." Czech Korna pointed to the name tag affixed to Li Xian's wizard robe and said, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Li Xian. My son, Michael Korna, is also set to enroll at Hogwarts this year. I hope you will become good friends. This is the medical fee for the recent treatment. To be honest, it is rather expensive. Zakurna anda Li Xian agol galleon." It is worth noting that he had sold that owl to Li Xian for merely 10 sickles. Consequently, within just a few days, he had unwittingly incurred a loss of 7 sickles. However, upon reflection, he realized that the critically ill owl had likely been healed, which meant he had ultimately parted with 100 galleons and 7 sickles. A pang of regret caused Czech Korna to involuntarily tremble slightly. "Well then, Mr. Korna, I must go fetch my wand." After bidding farewell to Czech Korna, Li Xian made his way toward Ollivander's wand shop. Upon entering the shop, Ollivander, brimming with anticipation, presented the wand he had crafted. "You have finally arrived. Do try it and see how it feels." As Li Xian grasped the custom wand, Ollivander remarked, "I have a premonition that this wand will resonate perfectly with you." In that moment, as Li Xian tightened his grip on the wand, he distinctly sensed a strange power emanating from it, harmonizing impeccably with his own magical essence. How marvelous! I find myself witnessing a moment of history, the fusion of Western wands with the Eastern magical energies of Maoshan. Having observed Li Xian's previous wandless state, Ollivander had been diligently researching this phenomenon. It was only when he saw a newspaper article about Uncle Jiao confronting 3 dark wizards that he recognized Li Xian in the background, carrying equipment for Uncle Jiao, and suddenly understood the reason behind it. Now that the matter was resolved, Ollivander exhaled slowly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features, and informed Li Xian, "Since you provided ample materials, I crafted 3 wands in total." Ollivander revealed the other 2 custom wands, each distinctly different in design. The wand in Li Xian's hand resembled a miniature peach with sword, albeit slightly rounder. The other 2 wands bore more localized characteristics. Thus, I must request an additional payment of 20 sickles. Li Xian gazed at the 2 wands and replied, Ollivander displayed a rare glimmer of the cunning typical of a merchant. Li Xian reached into his pocket, producing his solitary galleon, which equated to only 17 sickles, leaving him 3 sickles short. Observing Ollivander's resolute expression against haggling, Li Xian hesitated momentarily before retrieving a vial of peculiar potion. "Oh, dear Mr. Li Xian, you should be aware that my magic cannot ascertain the value of this Eastern elixir." Before Ollivander could finish, a sly smile graced Li Xian's lips. "But your body can. May I take your pulse?" "Take my pulse?" Ollivander gazed at Li Xian in confusion. "Indeed, you are correct. One should gently touch rather than press firmly at the onset, for the pulse is deep and subtle, indicating a deficiency of kidney yang." "Ah," Li Xian observed Ollivander with a cheerful demeanor. "Have you recently experienced a decline in memory, lack of energy, or difficulty concentrating? Moreover, have you noticed a significant reduction in your sexual vitality? The most distressing of all is the frequent and urgent need to urinate, particularly during the night." As Li Xian spoke, the expression on Ollivander's face shifted from curiosity to astonishment. "I am indifferent to issues concerning sexual vitality. However, the nocturnal urgency and frequency of urination truly torment my aging body. Then you must try these 2 potions of mine. They're the secret formula developed personally by Professor Lin Zhengying." Li Xian promptly pushed 2 vials of potion toward Ollivander, 1 gallon each. Upon learning that these remedies were crafted by Professor Lin, a flicker of surprise crossed Ollivander's eyes. "Professor Lin is indeed a potion master? Allow me to clarify, he is an Eastern potion master." Observing the Easter elixirs and Li Xian's cunning grin, Ollivander chuckled resignedly. "You possess the makings of a shrewd merchant." He then produced 14 silver sickles and, along with 2 remaining wands, presented them to Li Xian. After accepting the coins and wands, as Li Xian bid farewell to Ollivander, he said, "Should you exhaust the potions and wish to restore your sexual vitality, do not hesitate to write to me. My owl has also benefited from this remedy. Watching Li Xian's departing figure, Ollivander shook his head with a wry smile. What an amusing little rascal. Hogwarts has certainly welcomed an intriguing student this year. And not just one. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Li Xian did not hurry to depart from Diagon Alley. With a swift turn, he entered an alleyway. Upon exiting, a young figure had joined him, and together they made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Although there were other clothing stores for wizards, Madame Malkin's appeared to be the finest, as it is the preferred destination for most Hogwarts students. Madame Malkin, a friendly and plump witch, was pleasantly surprised to see Li Xian again, who had ordered a new school uniform just days prior. What brings you back, dear? Is there an issue with the fit? Or does something need mending? Not at all, Madame Malkin, Li Xian replied, gesturing to the mysterious young man beside him. I have a friend who has long wished for a magical robe, and I told him that Madame Malkin's shop offers the finest in the entire magical realm. So I brought him here to purchase one. Flattered by the compliment, Madame Malkin sized up the striking young man, who bore resemblance to the esteemed readers. She inquired curiously, May I ask this gentleman's name? Li Xian. Very well, Mr. Li Xian, please come this way. I shall take your measurements. Madame Malkin gestured. Additionally, I must inform you that while our garments are not the least expensive, we guarantee the utmost quality in all of Diagon Alley. Upon hearing the mention of prices, Li Xian suddenly chuckled. Madame M.O. Jean, your dark circles are quite pronounced. Have you been struggling with sleep lately? I possess a modicum of understanding regarding the Eastern medical practices of Professor Lin Zhengying. Would you permit me to take your pulse? Chapter 15. I have a friend. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Through trading, speculation, and bartering, bit by bit, Lin Aji gazed at her junior disciple in disbelief. She watched as he poured ginseng soup into an empty medicinal bottle. That is meant to nourish our owl, she cautioned. I am aware, Li Xian replied with a smile. Thus, I only took a small portion of the broth to sell. The rest remains for our household. This statement seemed to awaken Lin Azi's understanding. She counted the nearly 5,000 yuan and then leaned down to sniff. Why is there a scent reminiscent of the fairies of the leaky cauldron? Sure. Li Xian hastily motioned for silence. Master insists on my maintaining a heart free from desires. If he discovers my clandestine dealings, I shall face his wrath. Are you still daring to proceed? Lin Aji pointed to the money. This is no trifling amount. If my father finds out, how many lashes will you receive? Enduring a beating is a small price to pay, Li Xian asserted earnestly. Do you not think it enough to suffer loss? Times have changed, senior sister. Our master belongs to an older generation, unable to adapt his thinking. We need not impose such expectations upon him. However, as the new generation, we must recognize the significance of money as an external entity. I shall not permit situations where a lack of funds forces our master to humiliate himself by borrowing money, leaving you to wear a perpetual frown like Lin Daiyu. Even if he discovers my actions and punishes me severely, my resolve remains unshaken. Observing her junior disciple's genuine concern for both herself and their father, Lin Aji found no reason to object further. Filled with gratitude, she affectionately ruffled his hair. I shall keep your secret. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Currently, the only assistance I need from you is to, Li Xian said with a grin, to diligently save for our household expenses. According to our sex customs, all income and expenditures should be overseen by the master before a disciple ventures into the world. However, given the peculiar circumstances, I must rely on you to manage it for now. Lin Aji carefully accepted the money, watching as Li Xian gathered several bottles of ginseng soup and a handful of flue powder, preparing to head towards Diagon Alley. This afternoon, Uncle Si Mu will be visiting. Father instructed you not to wander about, and to pay your respects to him. Lin Aji added, seize the opportunity to extract a little from him. As a new disciple, he must make his presence known. I believe Master intends to take the chance to showcase his pride in having taken on a commendable apprentice. Li Xian chuckled, and with a flicker of green flames, vanished from sight. Indeed, a few days later, you have managed to control 10 paper figures, even able to produce paper clones. He certainly has reason to boast. Lin Aji gazed enviously at the direction of the kitchen's gas range. This flue powder makes intercontinental travel remarkably convenient. Upon returning to Diagon Alley, Li Xian, accompanied by a new batch of potions, visited Ollivander's wand shop, the Elop's Owl Emporium, and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Do you know, dear? Those Eastern potions are truly remarkable, he exclaimed. I, too, have been consuming these potions recently and feel invigorated. After emerging from the public fireplace of Diagon Alley, Li Xian strolled down the street, overhearing merchants discussing the efficacy of those Easter elixirs. A proud smile crept across his lips at the sound of their admiration. Soon, he completed his deliveries, and Ollivander remarked, with your potion business thriving, you could easily set up a stall or even open a shop of your own. I've inquired about the store prices. Li Xian replied, I cannot afford it just yet. However, I appreciate the suggestion regarding stall. As Li Xian departed after making his deliveries, Ollivander cautioned, setting up a stall requires permission from the Diagon Alley Commerce Association. With the school year approaching, I suggest you find a relative or friend to assist you with this venture. After concluding his deliveries, Li Xian, with a bag of coins in hand, made his way directly to Gringotts. Despite harboring grave doubts about the bank's security, it was the only one available. Here again to deposit money, the goblin, Rahan, scrutinized the young lad before him, noticing that he had been visiting daily to make deposits. From the initial few galleons to dozens, and at times exceeding 100 galleons, Rahan was astonished by the consistent and substantial income this boy seemed to generate each day. Rahan personally escorted Li Xian to the underground vault for his deposits. Upon opening the vault, Rahan exclaimed, in just a few days, you've earned 1,000 galleons. To be frank, in my years at Gringotts, you are the fastest earner I have encountered, surpassing even the likes of the pure-blood Malfoy family. He emphasized, I refer to speed, specifically efficiency, rather than sheer quantity. After all, the income of ancient wizarding families like the Malfoys is beyond the imagination of us common folk. After depositing the bulk of his earnings and retaining only a small portion, Li Xian exited Gringotts. As he made his way to the public fireplace of Diagon Alley, a figure emerged from the adjacent Nocturne Alley. Clad in a shabby cloak over a pristine magical robe, the figure brushed past Li Xian, discreetly placing an unremarkable parcel into his hand, while simultaneously slipping Li Xian's coin pouch into his own. The moment was so fleeting that no one would have noticed. As Li Xian concealed the parcel and swiftly activated the flue powder, he vanished into the fireplace amidst a swirl of green flames. Meanwhile, the figure turned and retraced their steps back towards Nocturne Alley. The chilling winds of Nocturne Alley stirred the hood that obscured his face, revealing the young man beneath, the very same Li Xian who had previously accompanied Li Xian. He was, in fact, Li Xian's paper effigy. Had Lin Zhengying seen that his apprentice, Li Xian, had crafted a paper doppelganger, he would undoubtedly be astounded once more by his disciple's prodigious talent. After their last visit to Diagon Alley to purchase a magical robe, this paper effigy had remained behind, tasked with scavenging in both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley. It must be said that there were indeed numerous treasures to be found here. For instance, stones that even the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley regarded as worthless were. In truth, gems from the Muggle world. Selling them would certainly yield a considerable profit. However, one must exercise caution. Should the unscrupulous merchants realize that someone was acquiring these in large quantities, they would undoubtedly raise the prices maliciously. Thus, Li Xian currently adopted a nonchalant demeanor, discreetly collecting these inconspicuous gems to later pass on to his corporeal counterpart, Li Xian. Yet, after taking a few steps, he instinctively halted before a filthy, disheveled notice board at the entrance of Nocturne Alley, which was plastered with various hastily scrawled advertisements, some even stained with mysterious fluids mixed with blood. Haunted house sale. Fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. A haunted house? After tearing down the real estate advertisement, Li Xian muttered coldly to himself. This truly aligns with the spirit of our Grand Mao Shan. Chapter 16, The Four-Eyed Taoist. Although this house belonged to Nocturne Alley, it was actually closer to Diagon Alley. Just look at the back door of the expansive garden. From there, one could set off along a path, cross a bridge, traverse the woods, and reach Diagon Alley directly. The seller of this haunted house was a scruffy, short, stout wizard, with stubby bow legs and long, unkempt ginger hair his swollen, bloodshot eyes giving him a rather ghastly appearance. He puffed on a foul-smelling cigar, exuding a potent stench of smoke and alcohol that rendered him as repugnant as a filthy rag. I am Montongus Fleech, and may I inquire your name? Li Xian. Li Xian? Montongus's eyes flickered with a spark of recognition, and with keen interest, he inquired, recently, there has been a little fellow in Diagon Alley peddling a nourishing soup. He is related to you? He is my brother. Ha ha ha, you are too modest. It is evident that you possess great charm and talent. While Montongus pondered how to flatter his counterpart, the young man named Li Xian surveyed the room and coldly remarked, the natural light is severely lacking. There are clear signs of leaks in the roof, and various other damages that would require a substantial sum to repair. Most importantly, this is a haunted house. Therefore, the price you mentioned must be lowered. Sir, that is quite unreasonable. Just moments ago, someone offered 100 galleons for this place. Upon hearing the demand for a price reduction, Montongus's earlier disposition to be amicable vanished without a trace. Yet before he could finish, Li Xian cast another glance at the advertisement listing the price as 50 galleons and interjected, his voice chillingly cold, but it is a haunted house. Even if it is a haunted house, it remains a coveted property. The number of potential buyers has surged. If you do not believe me, just observe how new guests arrive immediately after you leave. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. I have stated that it is indeed in high demand. Then, the day after tomorrow, witnessing Li Xian actually turn to leave, Montons, realizing the rarity of such an opportunity, hastened to catch up. Please wait a moment, sir. If the price is not suitable, we can negotiate further. 40 galleons. What? Have you lowered the price? That is impossible. You were the one who raised it first. Therefore, my offer is 30 galleons. No. Listen to me. That price is absolutely unacceptable. 20. Just as Li Xian was about to further reduce his offer, Montons swiftly interjected. 35 galleons. It cannot be any lower. Deal. Li Xian replied coldly. It is a pleasure to finalize this transaction with you, Mr. Montons. At that moment, Montons wore a face akin to one who had consumed bitter herbs, expressing a silent agony. After completing the resale, Montons hurriedly departed from Nocturne Alley with the galleons. Li Xian recalled this character's storyline. During the mission when protagonist Harry Potter turned 17, Montons had impersonated a fake Potter, but fled in cowardice, indirectly leading to the demise of Mad-Eye Moody. It was not surprising for Montons, who had long mingled among the lower strata of society, to appear in Nocturne Alley. Yet, why was this individual so eager to sell such a fine property at a loss? Meanwhile, the Taoist Simu, invited by Uncle Gio, had arrived at the Lin family pharmacy. The current Simu had long since abandoned the business of corpse transportation, turning to operate a funeral home alongside his old friend Master Li Xian. Uncle Gio often teased them, as one handled the collection of corpses while the other performed rites. As Simu approached, clad in a traditional Tang suit, Uncle Gio provocatively remarked, "Have you come dressed in your burial attire? This is a Tang suit." Simu promptly corrected him. Those in our line of work either wear suits or Tang suits to project professionalism. Just look at your mismatched attire. How can you instill confidence in your clients? No need for that. I'm perfectly fine as I am. The two began their customary banter, exchanging jests for 10 minutes before finally recalling the matter at hand. I hear you are to become a professor at that Western magic school. I invited you here to introduce you to my new apprentice. Seeing Simu's eager expression, Uncle Gio momentarily flashed a look of pride. It is nothing extraordinary. The principal, having heard of my esteemed name, traveled a great distance to invite me to teach. The effort was sincere, and considering the principal's advanced age, I reluctantly agreed to serve as a professor at their school. Simu, observing Uncle Gio's smug demeanor, felt a twinge of jealousy but restrained himself, though his tone inevitably carried a hint of acidity. Unfortunately, when you go there, you too will endure the long journey, so in that sense, it is a loss for you. It is not necessary to complicate matters. Master Gio pointed towards his kitchen, a specially crafted ash, and in the blink of an eye, it was there. What does this mean? The four-eyed Taoist looked bewildered, to which Master Gio promptly exclaimed, Xinzi, showcase it for your master uncle. It's master. Please come this way, four-eyed uncle. Li Xian turned towards the kitchen, with the four-eyed Taoist curiously following suit. There, Li Xian grasped a handful of what resembled ash, and shouted towards the gas stove, diagonal alley. As he scattered the ash, a burst of green flame erupted, and he vanished from sight. The four-eyed Taoist, coming to his senses, scoffed, Master, this mere illusion is something I can easily see through. However, Master Gio remained composed, wearing a mysterious smile. Why don't you give it a try? At that moment, Lin Xian, who had come over to join the excitement, but was allergic to the flying powder and could not get too close, hurriedly reminded from a distance. Master Uncle, make sure to say the name clearly. It's Diagonal Alley. Lin Xian repeated it once more, and the four-eyed Taoist, still puzzled, took a handful of ash and imitated Li Xian's earlier action, promptly disappearing as well. Master Gio could no longer contain his delight. Now, let this young lad truly open his eyes. Father, aren't you coming along? Lin Xian inquired, to which Master Gio waved his hand. What for? To argue in front of the foreigners? Wouldn't that be a disgrace abroad? Let Xinzi entertain his master uncle for a while. Once he cheered up, your master uncle's gifts will surely be abundant. Lin Xian noticed a sly smile flicker across her father's face and thought, you criticize your disciple for being rebellious. Yet you, as a master, have set no exemplary standard yourself. Chapter 17. Requesting four-eyed Uncle S help to exorcise ghosts. Is this the magical realm of the foreigners? Indeed. Moreover, it is several tens of thousands of miles away from us. Just like that, we have arrived. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xian invited, since we are here. Master Uncle, would you like to stroll with your nephew and perhaps visit my elder brother's newly purchased house? The four-eyed Taoist exclaimed in surprise. Your brother has bought a house here? Li Xian chuckled, My elder brother is a businessman who enjoys seizing opportunities. However, when the four-eyed Taoist laid eyes on the brother Li Xian spoke of, he remarked, "You've only been in the door a few days, and you've already mastered the art of Paperman doppelgangers?" Li Xian, realizing his identity had been seen through, awkwardly chuckled. "Your disciple lacks skill. It was too easy for you to see through." "Umph. You little rascal, do you think my glasses are mere decoration?" The four-eyed Taoist adjusted his glasses, which signified his status, and continued, "This was a parting gift from your master, enabling me to see through yin and yang, to discern right from wrong. This ability, not even your master possesses. Your skill in creating Paperman doppelgangers is commendable. Even your master could not discern at a glance, let alone those foreign sorcerers." The four-eyed Taoist then turned to gaze at the house adjacent to the overturned alley and patted Li Xian on the shoulder, saying, "This place is fraught with danger. Using a Paperman doppelganger is indeed a wise choice for safety." Upon entering the desolate room, I remarked, "My friend, this place seems rather unsettled." After listening to Li Xian's explanation, Master Simu chuckled, "Haunting? Can this foreign sorcerer not even dispel ghosts? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure." After purchasing, my paper avatar inspected the premises and found nothing amiss, Li Xian elucidated. Understanding the implication of Master Simu's words, he hurriedly added, "The realm of foreign sorcery, much like our own world, upholds the sanctity of private property. Thus, once a contract is established, it is safeguarded by local enchantments, precluding any deception." Reassured, Master Simu surveyed the surroundings. "Since I am here, allow me to assist in banishing any spirits. You may observe closely and learn." "Certainly, Master." This was precisely why Li Xian had brought Master Simu here. Coincidentally, as Master Simu was visiting, Jioshu had intentionally showcased this location, facilitating the current venture. Master Simu retrieved a compass from his pocket and began his examination in every corner of the house. Li Xian followed closely, curiously inquiring, "Can our Maoshan compass detect foreign spirits?" After hearing Master Simu's explanation, Li Xian's face lit up with delight. "Master, your insight is impressive. You even understand the notion of cultural attributes. Not everyone is as rigid as your master." Master Simu retorted, "You've purchased this house, but do not mention to your master his unwavering adherence to old traditions, living modestly while enriching his path. In this modern age, without some form of asset, how can one establish a foothold in society?" After sharing his thoughts, Master Simu quickly added, "Should another haunted house arise in the future, call upon me, and I shall gladly seize the opportunity." "Absolutely, I promise to assist you," Li Xian replied with a grin. By this time, the two had ascended to the second floor, where Master Simu's compass finally began to exhibit signs of activity. The needle spun wildly, indicating it's right here. They both directed their gaze upwards towards the ceiling. "Do you mind if I cause a bit of destruction?" Master Simu executed a swift kick, creating a hole in the ceiling. He then promptly leaped through, ensuring to pull Li Xian along with him. Once inside the ceiling, they discovered a surprisingly spacious attic concealed within. Various miscellaneous items lay piled atop one another, draped in white cloth. Upon unveiling them, they revealed an array of furniture and household goods. Observing the antique-like furnishings, Master Simu exclaimed, "Now, this is truly a fortunate find. Just look at the quality of these pieces." Yet, Li Xian remained composed rather than excited by the unexpected discovery of antique furniture. Such valuable antiquities, how could they be left here unnoticed? He pondered. Indeed, finding treasures often uncovers problems as well, Master Simu replied. The four-eyed Taoist signaled to Li Xian to cover the items. Then they descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the ground floor, they set up an incense burner and lit the incense candles. Entering the temple to pay homage to the Buddha, they burned incense at the entrance. Given the supernatural disturbances, it was evident that the area lacked vitality. Thus, offerings of incense and candles were made on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month to invigorate the yang energy. The four-eyed Taoist instructed, "If harmony brings wealth, then we must refrain from violence, for they have inhabited this place far longer than you." Understood. Li Xian reflected on the four-eyed master's guidance, contemplating how Uncle Gio would have likely eradicated all malevolent spirits in one fell swoop. Only the four-eyed Taoist, having transitioned to a funeral business and spent considerable time among spirits, could empathize with their plight, forever restless in death. However, the low prices here suggested something amiss, and he could not discern the truth at this moment. He decided to proceed with caution. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist abruptly turned and grasped the air. "Do you truly think this four-eyed Taoist is merely a name? Attempting to be cunning before me?" Li Xian looked on in bewilderment as the Taoist exerted force upon an unseen entity. "Bold demon, reveal yourself immediately." With urgency, a yellow talisman was thrust into the void, hovering there. As the talisman's power intensified, the entity caught in the four-eyed Taoist's grasp gradually revealed its true form. A monkey? Chapter 18. A mysterious creature possibly left by Newton. Wait. Upon seeing the white-furred humanoid ape, Li Xian quickly intervened. This appears to be an invisible beast. What is an invisible beast? The four-eyed Taoist inquired, puzzled. Li Xian elaborated. This creature is rare in our far eastern region, known for its ability to become invisible when threatened. It is a gentle, herbivorous animal that enjoys tranquility. The four-eyed Taoist remained perplexed. An animal that can turn invisible? According to local lore, it is considered a magical creature, one endowed with innate magical properties. This distinguishes it from the spirits our sect typically studies. If you take a moment to inhale its scent, you will discern the difference. Upon Li Xian's insistence, the four-eyed Taoist examined the aroma, confirming its peculiarity. It was not the scent of a malevolent spirit, which prompted his earlier deliberation. As they conversed, Li Xian took the invisible beast from the four-eyed Taoist. Its appearance aligned with descriptions found in literature, resembling an elegant primate, with large, dark eyes often obscured by its hair, exuding a faint sorrow. Its entire body was cloaked in long, silken fur that shimmered like silver. The invisible beast appeared to sense Li Xian's gentle presence, its intense reactions gradually calming. However, it was perplexing how such a creature could be found here. This creature bears an injury. The four-eyed Taoist pointed to a patch of skin on its back where the fur had been forcibly removed, revealing a wound. No wonder, Li Xian remarked. The fur of this invisible beast is highly valuable, as it can be used to weave cloaks of invisibility. In this chaotic alley, where melons of beings coexist and dark sorcerers lurk, it is likely that the creature was forcibly brought here for the purpose of crafting an invisibility cloak, and it inadvertently escaped to this location. The so-called haunted house incidents were probably orchestrated by you as well. Li Xian gently stroked its head to offer some comfort. After confirming that the monkey bore no ill intentions, the four-eyed Taoist finally felt at ease. Indeed, your fortune is quite remarkable, the four-eyed Taoist remarked to the invisible creature. You've stumbled upon a house, and now you've also acquired what material for clothing? Invisibility cloak, Li Xian replied, but the four-eyed Taoist cautioned. This little one has likely undergone stress in this regard, so if you wish to obtain its fur for the cloak, do not force it. Stress could harm it. Yes. Master Uncle, this should be considered the black market of the magical world, correct? The four-eyed Taoist inquired. Li Xian nodded. Establishing oneself in the black market is no simple feat. Therefore, one must exercise caution. Pardon me, may I pass? However, a burly wizard once again obstructed their path, accompanied by a few others. After surveying the four-eyed Taoist and Li Xian, their gazes finally settled on Li Xian. You, the Eastern lad, have been selling potions quite vigorously lately, encroaching on our business. The four-eyed Taoist shook his head in exasperation. What era are we in? And yet they still dare. Just as he finished speaking, the four-eyed Taoist decisively cast a binding spell, swiftly striking the opponent's head. Now you can't speak, can you foreign fiend? Just then, another wizard quickly drew their wand, clearly having prepared to attack Li Xian from the outset. However, they did not anticipate that someone would act with even greater speed, and that the assault would be so peculiar. In mere moments, the battle was concluded. Those in the alley, who had been poised to profit from the chaos, suddenly ceased their movements. After the four-eyed Taoist finished the skirmish, Li Xian proclaimed loudly, "This gentleman is the disciple of Master Lin, Zhengying of Maoshan. I advise you all to behave. If he loses his temper, it will not be a trivial matter." When Li Xian escorted the four-eyed Taoist to the public fireplace in the opposite alley, he reiterated the importance of clearly stating their destination. The Lin family apothecary in the Greater Bay Area of the Daxia Kingdom. I should have the opportunity to return, right? The four-eyed Taoist asked with a smile. Li Xian nodded. My new home is always open for you, Master Uncle. Though there were still onlookers assessing him, none dared to step closer. Today, I am pleased. My home's restorative potions are available at a 30% discount. Limited supply. First come, first served. Having said that, he departed from the most crowded part of the alley, and shortly after his exit, several figures followed towards Li Xian's newly purchased house. Master Uncle came over with a swagger, inquiring, so what do you think? Have you broadened your horizons? The four-eyed Taoist did not refute, nodding solemnly, seemingly appeased by his senior brother's exuberance. Indeed, today was quite the eye-opener. Uncle Gio continued, it is all thanks to my disciple. I am not one to take advantage of others. At the moment he uttered these words, a flicker of something unusual passed through the eyes of Li Xian, Lin Aji, and the four-eyed Taoist. So, should you not show your appreciation, dear uncle? Upon hearing Uncle Gio's remark, the four-eyed Taoist turned to Li Xian, saying, you little rascal. What you shared with me earlier was quite insightful. Do well, and do not be as rigid and antiquated as your master. Although the content of their private conversation remained a mystery, Uncle Gio instinctively let out a sound of disapproval. At that moment, the four-eyed Taoist produced a tome from his robes, declaring, "When it comes to spells and talismans, I cannot compare to your master, but among these brothers, I excel in one technique, the art of invoking spirits." Chapter 19, The Hogwarts Express. I find it perplexing. Why is there such a stark contrast between this side of the wall and the other? After traversing platform 9 3/4, Uncle Gio surveyed the scene before him, noting that the technological atmosphere seemed to be a century behind. According to texts, the buildings here had remained unchanged for centuries, preserving their antiquated charm and prejudices, which only widened the chasm between them and the Muggle world. Li Xian explained, take the United States, for instance. 50 years ago, their magical community was hesitant to engage in conflict with the Muggle world. Now, after half a century, with Muggle weaponry surpassing their wildest imaginations, what do you think? Uncle Gio did not nod, but merely sighed as he sat within the carriage. Hogwarts commenced its academic year on September 1st. On August 20th, Lin Xian entrusted the apothecary business to his disciple, Wentai. Although Wentai did not possess the same aptitude for spellcraft as Qiusheng, he was quite proficient in pharmacology, which reassured Lin Xian. Due to Lin Aji's allergy to flu powder, Lin Xian, Lin Aji, and Li Xian opted for conventional travel, laden with their substantial baggage. And after much toil, they finally arrived on the streets of London. "Master, you haven't emptied the entire storeroom, have you? Why is the trunk so heavy?" In a state of forced servitude, Li Xian lamented, "It feels as if it contains a person. It's dreadfully heavy." Uncle Gio merely flashed a knowing smile, offering no explanation. Thanks to the translating herb, Uncle Gio now spoke English with remarkable fluency, earning praise from locals for his authentic London accent, which filled him with pride. After arranging for Lin Aji's enrollment, the trio wandered about London for several days. Before long, September 1st arrived. While bidding farewell to Lin Aji, Li Xian secretly gifted her a snowy owl, an object of her desire. "I've recently made some earnings from selling restorative potions." As for the small trades, it had become a cherished secret between the two. However, in the future, if Li Xian wishes to procure more medicinal herbs, he will need to contact Wenkai. Fortunately, Lin Aji will act as an intermediary. The herbs will first be transferred to Lin Aji, who will then prepare them before delivering them to Li Xian's paper avatar in Diagon Alley, London, for sale. The aim is to gradually expand and strengthen the traditional Chinese medicine business. Indeed, it has been observed that the wizards there seem to prefer the methods of traditional Chinese medicine over the technologically advanced practices of Western medicine. Perhaps because they regard traditional Chinese medicine as a heritage of thousands of years, more befitting their noble status. The business of nourishing soups is thriving, and it won't be long before a pharmacy can be open for operations. After arranging all of this, Li Xian and Lin Xian arrived at platform 9 3/4, the very place where every Harry Potter fan's dream begins. Just before the Hogwarts Express departed, he instinctively glanced towards the entrance where several red-haired children were being admonished by a short, stout woman not to cause trouble at school. Meanwhile, Lin Xian lay back in the compartment, taking a brief rest, covering his face with his robe to shield himself from the light. Li Xian took out the Maoshan Talisman Manual and continued his studies. Mastering these skills is essential for self-preservation. This notion was constantly reinforced in his mind by his fear of being underpowered. After all, not everyone possesses the numerous auras that surround Harry Potter. As he diligently worked to enhance his capabilities, a voice from outside the compartment interrupted. "Excuse me, is there any available seat here?" No. He knew that Uncle Gio did not appreciate being disturbed. Yet, the voice did not relent. "Are you for the great Xia?" "Yes." "Hello, my name is Qiu Zhang, and I am of Chinese descent." She introduced herself. "Pleased to meet you." Li Xian maintained a calm demeanor. Qiu Zhang hesitated and instinctively glanced at the masked Lin Xian, her curiosity evident on her face. Li Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he is Professor Lin, a Maoshan practitioner specially invited from the East to teach at Hogwarts this year. Excitement instantly illuminated Qiu Zhang's face, though she quickly suppressed the urge to scream, whispering with enthusiasm and restraint. "Do you know? When my family learned that Hogwarts hired a Maoshan expert, we were all overjoyed." Li Xian silently observed the little girl as she continued, "My parents are both wizards, and our family moved to the United States a long time ago. I truly miss the flavors of my homeland. To meet someone from home at Hogwarts and learn our native spells is beyond delightful. Professor Lin is also eager to bring you new types of knowledge. Then I won't disturb you further. Please convey my regards to Professor Lin." After nodding and watching Qiu Zhang leave, Li Xian took a quick glance at the still motionless Lin Zhengying and remarked intentionally, "Look at how inexperienced they appear. I wonder if their jaws will drop when they witness the magic of our great Mao Shan." Cough, cough, came a prompt reminder from Lin Zhengying, "Beware of arrogance. One must always maintain a humble and eager disposition for learning. The Western magic is not devoid of merit. For instance, the flu powder proves to be exceptionally practical. Therefore, one should never elevate oneself by belittling others. A good master, I shall remember this." Unbeknownst to him, the train had already departed from London, hurtling across fields dotted with grazing cattle and sheep. The tome in Li Xian's hands had transformed from a manual of Mao Shan's secrets to the divination text bestowed upon him by the four-eyed Taoist. As he continued his immersive reading, the pastoral landscapes of fields, meadows, and mountains whizzed past the window. Around 12:30, a cacophony of sounds echoed down the aisle. "Would you like something, children?" "No, thank you, I brought my own. We'll take everything." "Oh." Hearing this commotion, Li Xian poked his head out from the compartment, kindly reminding the neighboring cabin, "Save some room for dessert. There will be a plethora of delicacies awaiting you at school." "Good day, madam. I would like some chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, and Mars bars. Would you care for some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?" The jovial lady pushing the cart, her cheeks dimpled with a warm smile, enthusiastically promoted her wares. "Apologies, but I am rather unfortunate. Who knows what ghastly flavors I might encounter." After paying and collecting his treats, Li Xian glanced at the two boys across the window, nodding politely. Were these not the two ineffectual companions of Hermione, Harry and Ron? "He, on the newspaper?" Harry inquired, perplexed. Following was an explanation laden with dramatic flair about how that little fellow, accompanied by his two sidekicks, attempted to cozy up only to be ignored and subsequently bitten by a rat, fleeing in a panic. Meanwhile, Li Xian opened a chocolate frog, only to find that his luck was indeed as poor as he had claimed. The frog, which was supposed to leap once, ended up bounding 3 times before escaping through the window. Yet, such trivialities were not the focus of Li Xian's attention. He observed the card behind the chocolate frog and chuckled, "The efficiency of the Western magical world is truly remarkable. Your card has emerged with such swiftness." "What?" Lin Zhengying, beneath his robe, revealed a perplexed half-face. "What card?" Chapter 20. You call this a pet? Li Xian handed the card to Lin Zhengying, who regarded it with a puzzled expression. "Where is it? Why did it vanish the moment I touched it?" "I forgot. These Western wizard photographs are animated." Li Xian prompted Lin Zhengying to examine the back of the card, which read, "Lin Zhengying, the enigmatic Eastern Taoist, current professor of Mao Shan at Hogwarts. In the Gringotts heist, he single-handedly defeated 3 Death Eaters, Rabastan Lestrange, Anton Dolihov, and Amicus Caro, rising to fame in a single battle. Dumbledore has proclaimed that his arrival will herald a new transformation for the magical community, and thanks to him, Hogwarts has gained an additional layer of security." Upon reading his own introduction, a flicker of pride danced in the corner of Uncle Gio's eyes, quickly replaced by calm demeanor. How flattering. Dumbledore certainly has a knack for theatrics. What theatrics? Li Xian, feigning ignorance, was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Although he remained oblivious to the exact turmoil plaguing the Western magical realm, the audacious assault on their singular, and what they deemed the most secure bank, revealed the existence of a formidable malevolent force engaged in conflict with the more righteous factions of their magical society. His master was ostensibly summoned as a professor, likely with the ulterior motive of dragging him into their internal strife. Lin Zhengying's analysis compelled Li Xian to almost divulge the intricate plot he was privy to. However, the unforeseen developments stemming from the Gringotts heist hinted at inevitable repercussions. A narrative that had already become uncertain seemed to lose its significance when articulated. Nonetheless, one could not help but admire Jiu Shu, who, from mere fragments, discerned the overarching narrative of the Harry Potter saga. Furthermore, he remarked on the splendid quality of the photograph, far superior to that of the nearby photography studio. Li Xian added, "Indeed, after all, he is a photographer for a major newspaper." At that moment, a piercing scream resonated through the corridor, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. "There's a monster! A monster!" Panic swiftly spread from one carriage to another. An elderly student alerted everyone to evacuate towards the front, claiming that a mysterious magical creature had appeared in the rear carriage, rendering the luggage-checking conductor, Thomas, unconscious. Upon hearing this, both Li Xian and Jiu Shu shook their heads in disbelief. What a thick skull he must have. Speaking of Hogwarts, beyond the existing cadre of teachers, there were, of course, several support staff, including Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, Filch, the caretaker, Madame Pants, the librarian, Madame Pomfrey, the matron, and a host of house elves. Adopting an attitude of detached indifference, Li Xian and the seemingly slumbering Jiushu remained motionless. It was not until the prefects from various compartments congregated, discussing the incident as they made their way to the scene, that they stirred. What on earth could it be that knocked out the conductor? He is the most formidable wizard on this train. Don't mention it. That creature seems utterly impervious to magic. All the conductor's spells failed against it. What did it look like? Has it appeared in any books? I assure you, it has never been mentioned in any literature. It appeared to be a child of about 7 or 8 years, with a yellow paper covering half of its face, inscribed with incomprehensible symbols. Upon overhearing this conversation, Li Xian noticed Jiushu's countenance shift dramatically, causing him to sit up abruptly. This is bad. Has a Hong been discovered? Did you bring a Hong along? Li Xian gazed incredulously at Jiushu, who hastily donned his robes, declaring, I promised to bring you a pet unique to our Maoshan tradition. Yet you shouldn't tea. Before Li Xian could finish, Jiushu had already dashed toward the rear carriage with great urgency. At this moment, a steady stream of students surged toward the rear compartment, blocking the entire passageway. No matter how fervently Uncle Joe called for them to make way, his voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony. This way, master. Uncle Joe glanced out the window to see Li Xian's head tumbling down, promptly opening the window and nimbly climbing atop the train's roof. As the duo hastily made their way across the roof toward the back compartment, the little head caught sight of the approaching Uncle Joe and Li Xian, and immediately began to wail, reminiscent of an infant crying for its mother. The piercing sound struck the entire train like a strange sonic wave, prompting students to cover their ears. Only the bolder and more experienced prefects managed to quickly block out the noise. Why does that sound resemble the cries of a mandrake? If it truly is, we might be in grave danger. The noise abruptly ceased, leaving them momentarily stunned. Why had the sound stopped? Upon pushing open the train door, they found a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, and a first-year student had arrived ahead of them. You must be Professor Lin, a red-haired prefect introduced himself. I am Percy Weasley, the prefect of Gryffindor. Did you manage to deal with that creature? You are indeed as formidable as the legends suggest. As the foremost official in Hogwarts, he could confidently claim the title without fear of contradiction. He relished the honor that came with being a prefect, even having read the book How Prefects Gain Power, which led to mockery from his peers. Ron had once sarcastically remarked that only a fool would aspire to be a prefect. However, compared to Ron's later lackadaisical approach to management, Percy was committed to his role. He diligently fulfilled his duties as a prefect in hopes of one day becoming the head boy, thereby surpassing his brother Ron in this regard. At this moment, the official Percy Weasley understood the art of ingratiating himself with professors, beginning with a well-placed compliment. No one would refuse such flattery. Even if they wanted to, they would not humiliate someone singing their praises. That is not a creature. It is a pet brought by my apprentice. At that moment in the rear compartment, after Li Xian had firmly pinched the driver Thomas awake, he pointed incredulously at what lay behind Uncle Gio and asked, You called it a pet? Chapter 21. You will see how well-behaved and adorable it is. As night fell, nearly every student on the train, except for those visiting the restroom, dared not venture away from their compartments or seats. Even trips to the restroom were made in pairs, the only distinction being that boys felt too shy to hold hands like the girls. The root of this caution stemmed from the impending appointment of Professor Maoshan, who had informed the prefects that this little creature particularly enjoys nocturnal activities and thrives in the absence of sunlight. The prefects quickly relayed this information to every compartment, until the Hogwarts Express came to a halt near a station outside the majestic Hogwarts Castle. Students disembarked with an almost instantaneous fervor. The unfamiliar surroundings seemed far more secure than the confines of the train. This commotion rendered Hagrid, who was tasked with welcoming the first-year students, exceedingly busy. First years have arrived here. Yes, do not run amok. It is safest here. Hey you, the arrogant little one, don't follow the older students. His exasperated tone softened somewhat upon the appearance of Harry Potter, as Li Xian prepared to adhere to the customary protocol of following the first years and departing with Hagrid. The conductor, Thomas, suddenly emerged to halt Li Xian and his mentor, Uncle Gio. Apologies, gentlemen, but before your enrollment, Professor McGonagall wishes to meet with you to discuss your pet. Upon glancing at the peculiar creature following closely behind Li Xian, Thomas couldn't suppress a shiver. Soon, the duo arrived at the carriages designated for the older students. Li Xian observed the carriage, which moved without horses, aware that it was the work of the Thestrals. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio instinctively remarked, That horse is quite ugly. Taken aback, Li Xian looked at Uncle Gio just as the driver, Thomas, who was overseeing their journey to Hogwarts, inquired with confusion, What horse? Just as Uncle Gio was about to point, Li Xian discreetly intervened, whispering, That creature is called a Thestral, a magical being visible only to those who have witnessed death. The driver and I cannot see it, but you can, which is quite natural considering your extensive encounters with mortality. Indeed, Uncle Gio had witnessed more than one death, a number so great that even Dumbledore would shudder upon learning. It is noteworthy that Harry, until his 5th year, had only glimpsed such creatures at the Hogwarts station, gaining this ability after witnessing Cedric's murder during the Triwizard Tournament. Prior to that, he had assumed the carriages were self-propelled. In the 5th year care of Magical Creatures class, only Harry, Neville, and a frail Slytherin boy could perceive these beings. Neville's ability stemmed from witnessing his grandfather's death, not, as rumored, from witnessing his parents perish at the hands of Bellatrix and her cohorts. His parents, now residing in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies, no longer recognized family or friends. Additionally, Luna Lovegood from Ravenclaw could also see them. After learning about the origins of the peculiar horse, Uncle June nodded appreciatively. Though it may appear unattractive, I sense its temperament is quite gentle. Shortly after boarding the carriage, the trio arrived at Hogwarts. They passed through the grand entrance and halted at a side door. Do you have any idea how busy I am tonight? The first-year students are still awaiting my presence for the sorting ceremony. Therefore, I anticipate a reasonable explanation from you regarding this matter. Within the open doorway, Professor McGonagall approached briskly, her expression one of indignation, as if she were prepared to hold someone accountable. She first cast a glance at the indifferently poised Uncle Gio, his hands clasped behind his back, before her gaze settled upon the first-year student, Li Xian. Mr. Li Xian, she began. The admission letter clearly stipulates that first-year students may bring one cat, one owl, or one toad as a pet. You have acknowledged that it is permissible to bring one cat, one owl, or one toad, yet it does not explicitly forbid the possession of other pets. The only item strictly prohibited seems to be a flying broomstick. Furthermore, on my way here, I observed a first-year student with red hair carrying a mouse. So my bringing this should pose no issue, correct? Professor McGonagall regarded this young lad who had begun to engage her in a verbal spar. Fully aware of Li Xian's knack for eloquence after having been outmaneuvered by him once before. Pray tell, what exactly is this pet of yours that appears childlike? I sense an overwhelming aura of death emanating from it. It is a zombie, Professor McGonagall. Li Xian explained with a smile. In other words, it is an Eastern vampire, only far more formidable. Oh dear, is this truly a vampiric zombie? McGonagall's voice escalated sharply. You dare to keep such a terrifying creature as a pet? It was approved by Dumbledore. Li Xian retorted. I shall inquire of Dumbledore why first-year students are permitted to bring such a perilous pet to school. With that, Professor McGonagall turned and briskly made her way towards the castle. Uncle Gio, who had remained silent throughout the exchange, turned to Li Xian. If you have any malicious intentions, reveal them swiftly. I have no desire to squander time here. Even the little zombie, Ah Hong, gazed with a look of grievance towards the departing Professor McGonagall, seemingly at a loss. At that moment, Li Xian, wearing a mischievous grin, leaned down and whispered into the ear of little zombie Ah Hong, cry. Ah Hong looked at Li Xian with confusion, prompting Li Xian to gesture again. If you wish not to part from your master, you must weep. Upon hearing the mention of leaving his master, little zombie Ah Hong instantly burst into tears, wailing profoundly. In this world, apart from his master Uncle Gio, his senior sister, and a few elder brothers, he had no other kin, for one with an intellect equivalent to that of a child. The notion of separation was undoubtedly a source of great anguish. Enough, do not cry. Ah Hong, please. Li Xian consoled. The professor does not wish to send you away. She merely lacks familiarity with you, finding you somewhat strange. Be good, do not weep. Professor McGonagall, taken aback by the sounds of distress, turned to see little zombie Ah Hong sobbing pitifully, while Li Xian anxiously attempted to soothe him. She reluctantly acknowledged a certain instinct inherent to her femininity, which compelled her to reconsider her stance. If you can assure me of his safety, at least that he will not pose a threat to others, I shall make an exception and allow you to bring him inside. Upon hearing these words, Li Xian exchanged a knowing glance with the little zombie Ah Hong. No problem, Professor McGonagall. You will witness firsthand just how well-behaved and adorable our Ah Hong truly is. Chapter 22. The Sorting Ceremony. This is not merely in my presence, but before your roommate and classmates. Professor McGonagall emphasized, after all, it is not I who resides with you and your pet. All right, Professor McGonagall, Li Xian replied with a smile and a nod. Additionally, Professor Lin. McGonagall's gaze fell upon the deliberately silent Uncle Lin Zhengying. Professor Dumbledore, let me reiterate that the ghosts within Hogwarts coexist with us, aside from a few mischievous ones. They harbor no ill intentions, so I kindly ask you to treat them with respect. I have perused your school's history. Uncle Lin nodded. Although he found it challenging to accept the notion of coexisting with spirits, he chose to embrace it after being encouraged by his daughter, Lin's eye. However, it would be prudent to inform those ghosts that our Maoshan lineage is somewhat incompatible with them. Therefore, I shall ensure they maintain their distance. Thank you. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged skeptical glances. Indeed, Dumbledore was correct. Certain beliefs are not easily altered. Professor McGonagall merely smiled gently, compelled to admire Dumbledore's foresight. Subsequently, the two followed Professor McGonagall to the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, which also served as the dining area. It was a place of wondrous beauty and magnificence, hosting various banquets. 4 long tables represented the 4 houses, with an additional long table at the head, designated for the esteemed faculty. Countless candles floated in midair within the Grand Hall. The ceiling had been enchanted to resemble the sky outside. At that moment, it mirrored the starry night sky almost perfectly. Students, this is Professor Lin, specially appointed from the East to teach you the art of Maoshan. Uncle Lin composed, made his way to an empty seat at the faculty table as introduced by Professor McGonagall. His position was to the left of Dumbledore, separated by 2 individuals. While the seating arrangements were not overly formal, Uncle Lin found this placement apt, as it conveyed respect without excessive familiarity. As Uncle Lin took his seat, all eyes in the hall were drawn to him. After all, the news of his renown from a past battle still lingered with considerable intrigue, and the Maoshan curriculum he represented was a hot topic of discussion. In some respects, it even overshadowed the aura of the protagonist, Harry Potter. With Uncle Lin settled, Professor McGonagall resumed her role in presiding over the sorting ceremony. The first-year students stood in anticipation, their expressions a blend of excitement and anxiety as they gazed at the sorting hat in McGonagall's hands. Trailing closely behind Uncle Lin, Li Xian discreetly positioned himself at the back of the crowd, unnoticed by many. Hello, Li Xian. It's good to see you again. Hello there. How is your grandmother doing lately? Neville? Quite well, actually. I didn't get a chance to thank you all last time. My grandmother asked me to bring you a gift, which I will present to you after the sorting ceremony. Thank you. I shall graciously accept it. After the sorting hat concluded its song, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. The hat bowed to each of the 4 house tables before settling down on a stool. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. When I call your name, you shall place the hat upon your head and take a seat upon the stool to await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. One by one, the new students approached the sorting hat and were assigned to their respective houses. Zuzan Bones, Terry Boot, Mendy Brocklehorst, Hemi Oneganga. As each new student was sorted, cheers and applause erupted from the respective house tables. With the mention of Harry Potter, the second figure of great interest made his entrance. The dining hall buzzed with excitement as everyone craned their necks to catch a glimpse of him. After a brief pause, the sorting hat called out Gryffindor. Naturally, no one paid attention to Li Xian, who followed closely behind for his sorting, nor did they hear the name Ravenclaw. Just as Li Xian believed he could walk discreetly to the Ravenclaw table, Professor McGonagall called out to him. Upon hearing Ravenclaw, Professor McGonagall released a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This fellow has not been sorted into Gryffindor. If he had been assigned to our house, who knows how much trouble he would cause? She instinctively glanced at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the other new students in her house, nodding in satisfaction, as they appear to be quite obedient. Wait a moment, Mr. Li Xian. At this moment, the entire hall finally took notice of the strikingly handsome youth with distinctly Eastern features. Even Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, was focused on Harry Potter and had overlooked the new student just sorted into his own house. Is there a problem, Professor McGonagall? Li Xian inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied, turning to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, regarding the matter of Mr. Li Xian bringing a zombie into the school, I have some concerns I need to clarify for the sake of student safety. A zombie? What sort of zombie? Is it a hopping vampire? Isn't that a product of dark magic? How could he bring a hopping vampire here? The great hall immediately buzzed with chatter. Li Xian explained Iapolugiza. But the zombies from my school of Maoshan are quite different from your understanding of hopping vampires. Oh, Professor McGonagall replied. Then we must consult our defense against the dark arts professor. Soon, the gaze of the audience fell upon Professor Quirrell, the instructor of defense against the dark arts. He had boasted on multiple occasions that his hat was a reward obtained after vanquishing a revenant zombie. However, many of his students harbored doubts, for the hat emitted a pungent aroma of garlic, traditionally used as a deterrent against vampires. When questioned about the manner in which he had defeated the revenant zombie, Professor Quirrell promptly diverted the conversation. At that moment, as Professor McGonagall inquired whether revenant zombies were indeed products of dark magic, Quirrell began to falter in his speech, stuttering and struggling to articulate even half a sentence. This prompted a cold, disdainful glance from Professor Snape, who then rose to clarify. Revenant zombies are notorious creations of dark magic, conjured by practitioners of Vodou from West African indigenous religions. Essentially, they are animated corpses, entities that resemble humans yet are devoid of life and soul. They feel no pain and harbor no fear, frequently wielded as instruments by dark wizards. Although there is no concrete evidence to confirm the existence of such zombies, where Vodou is practiced, tales of them persist. Our Professor Quirrell claims to have not only encountered a revenant zombie, but to have triumphed over one. Surely, he can discern truth from fiction. Chapter 23. How could such a cute little zombie be dangerous? When his name was unexpectedly called, Professor Quirrell shuddered, displaying an expression of intense reluctance. It was evident that his talents would be better suited to the stage than to teaching, as Li Xian privately mused, fully aware of Quirrell's true nature. At that moment, Professor McGonagall instructed Li Xian to bring forth his little zombie for Professor Quirrell's inspection. Upon hearing this, Quirrell feigned a fainting spell, eliciting laughter from the audience. Especially when Li Xian arrived in the Great Hall with the so-called zombie. The collective astonishment was palpable. Is this truly a zombie? How adorable. Can such a charming creature really cause harm? As they beheld the small, child-sized zombie, Ahong, bouncing along merrily, doubts arose regarding the terror previously depicted by Snape. Simultaneously, the laughter directed at the theatrically unconscious Professor Quirrell intensified. Yet, the professors maintained their vigilance, sensing an aura of death emanating from the little zombie, Ahong. Following closely behind Li Xian and the small zombie was the train conductor, Thomas. As he recounted his experience, he revealed that upon discovering Ahong, he had mistakenly believed it to be a creature of dark magic and had launched an attack, casting no fewer than 10 spells such as Stupefy and Blasting Curse. However, to his astonishment, these incantations had no effect whatsoever on the diminutive zombie. In the presence of only the first-year students, no one questioned the prowess of Driver Thomas. Given his level of magical ability, serving as an associate professor in a dark magic defense class would pose no challenge for him. This is precisely why Dumbledore entrusted the Hogwarts Express to his capable hands. If even such a formidable wizard could not launch any effective attack against the small zombie, and was even knocked unconscious by it, one can only imagine the terrifying strength of this little creature. The students who had previously praised the small zombie now fell silent, their eyes reflecting a deepening fear. As a tense and fearful atmosphere thickened throughout the Great Hall, a steady voice suddenly emanated from the faculty table. Zombies, born of the resentment of heaven and earth, are neither aging, nor dying, nor extinguishable. Cast aside by the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, they wander aimlessly, lost and forsaken. Their bodies are as hard as iron, drawing strength from grievances and feeding on blood, using the fresh blood of living beings to vent their endless solitude. Emerging from the faculty table, the newly appointed professor from the Maoshan school, Lin Jingying, began to explain while slowly approaching Li Xian and the small zombie, Ahong. He beckoned to Ahong, who promptly hopped over to him. Zombies are one of the arch-enemies of my Maoshan sect. Many skilled practitioners I know have succumbed to their hands. Therefore, it is imperative for us at Maoshan to learn how to exorcise evil and uphold righteousness. I have brought Ahong here as a pet, so that the students of your esteemed institution may gain some understanding of Eastern zombies, lest they find themselves at a loss when encountering one like this. After Lin Jingying finished speaking, he cast a glance at Driver Thomas, who awkwardly exited the Great Hall. Following Lin Jingying's elucidation, Severus Snape observed the other silent professors and was the first to rise with a question. Professor Lin mentioned that Easter zombies also feed on blood, which aligns with the characteristics of vampires here. Indeed, for them, the consumption of human blood is instinctual. As soon as Snape opened his mouth, Lin Jingying anticipated his inquiry and promptly clarified. However, rest assured, under my careful cultivation, this little zombie has learned to control its desire for blood. Oh, such matters must be tested, Professor Snape declared, descending from the faculty table. Li Xian retrieved a small satchel from beneath his robe and handed it to the small zombie. Ahong. After securing it on his back, Snape approached Ahong, decisively slicing open his palm. In that instant, as blood flowed forth, Ahong revealed 2 sharp fangs. Witnessing the small zombie's ability to control its bloodlust, Snape ceased his doubts. After all, overcoming such a powerful instinct suggested that other concerns would be trivial by comparison. I have no further issues, Professor McGonagall remarked, observing how Ahong managed to curb his primal urges, akin to a child enjoying a tomato. Lin Jingying, satisfied, patted the head of the well-performing little zombie Ahong, then turned to the other professors. I trust there are no objections? At this moment, even Professors Snape and McGonagall had no dissent, and the others naturally had nothing to say. Only Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, posed a final question. Is there any spell to deal with zombies? That is your inquiry, Lin Jingying replied with a smile. but for us practitioners of Mao Shan, there are indeed numerous methods to confront zombies. As for the particulars, I shall impart them to my students in class. If any of the professors are interested, you are welcome to audit. Once Lin Xian finished speaking, Li Xian led the little zombie Ahong, who had finally passed the review, to the Ravenclaw table. Unlike the other new students, he did not hear applause or cheers. When faced with the little zombie Ahong, they instinctively parted slightly, as if a dividing line had been drawn, separating Li Xian, the Ravenclaw newcomer, from the other Ravenclaw students. Li Xian appeared indifferent to this. At the very least, his situation was far better than that of Malfoy, who was seated beside the Bloodman Barrow, constantly on edge due to the latter's presence. Judging by Malfoy's expression, he seemed to be aware of Barrow's status as the underworld boss among the Hogwarts ghosts. At that moment, Professor Albus Dumbledore, the final speaker of the opening ceremony, rose. He looked at the students with a beaming smile, extending his arms as if nothing delighted him more than seeing the students gathered together. Welcome. Welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. Fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Thank you all. What on earth do these words mean? Faced with this question, even the academically gifted Ravenclaws found themselves perplexed. Meanwhile, Li Xian, while arranging cutlery for his pet little zombie Ahong, seemed to be explaining to the little zombie. The meanings of these 4 phrases are as follows. In the eyes of Ravenclaw, the other houses are fools. In the eyes of Gryffindor, the other houses are crybabies. In the eyes of Slytherin, the other houses are rubbish. In the eyes of Hufflepuff, the other houses are twists. Do you understand? The little zombie obediently nodded, even though he had no idea what Li Xian was saying. He simply offered his support. Only one gaze was particularly unique, as it came from behind Li Xian. Just as everyone was applauding and cheering, and Dumbledore was about to sit down, he suddenly stood up again, smiling as he spoke. Apologies, I wish to add one more thing. This year, Hogwarts has introduced a new elective course in Mao Shan, and I hope each student will endeavor to experience it. Thank you all. The feast begins. Chapter 24. Complimenting each other. I am half and half. My father is a muggle, and my mother only told my father she was a witch after they were married, which quite startled him. And you, Neville? Oh, I was raised by my grandmother, a sorceress. However, for many years, our family believed I was merely a muggle. Laughter erupted among the crowd. In stark contrast to the jovial sounds emanating from the neighboring Gryffindor table, Li Xian found himself seated beside the little zombie, Ahong. As the apprentices of the esteemed Master Gio, the 2 young lads naturally inherited his penchant for hearty feasting. With a table laden with delectable fare, they were certainly not shy in indulging themselves. Roasted beef, roasted chicken, pork ribs, chicken legs, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and the one treat that Harry Potter had not tasted, mint candies. Following the main course, a delightful array of desserts awaited them. There were ice creams in various flavors, apple pies, syrup pies, chocolate muffins, jam-filled donuts, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding, and Li Xian's favorite, the English trifle featured in Friends, which was equally adored by little zombie Ahong. Would you care for more? After they savored the English trifle before them, Li Xian's gaze drifted towards another portion at the table of other students not far away. He glanced at the equally eager-eyed little zombie Ahong, and with a mere flick of his hand, an entire English trifle soared from in front of a 3rd-year Ravenclaw student and landed effortlessly in Li Xian's grasp. The summoning charm? The Ravenclaw students gazed in astonishment at this audacious lad who dared to cast a spell in such a setting, only to be further astonished to discover that he had performed the charm without a wand. As one might glean from their studies, a wand is not an indispensable tool for spellcasting. It merely renders the process safer and more convenient. The essence of magic lies within the wizard's own power. With sufficient skill, a wizard can wield magic using nearly any object. The wand, a tool invented to enhance the efficacy and safety of spellcasting, has become an integral part of a wizard's life to the point of excessive reliance. Just as Harry Potter found himself unable to apparate without his wand during their 7th-year escape. When everyone becomes accustomed to a certain convenience, they tend to forget that the true essence of magic springs from their own inherent abilities. It is also essential to note that a wand indeed amplifies the efficiency and potency of spells. Yet at this moment, what Li Xian demonstrated was not wandless magic. He offered a slice of the trifle to little zombie Ahong, who promptly devoured it with gusto. The Ravenclaw students observed the adorable yet ravenous demeanor of Ahong, once again questioning the potential dangers he posed. The summoning charm can indeed be performed without a wand. I believe our professor is capable of such feats. A voice from behind Li Xian caught his attention, and upon turning, he was surprised to see Hermione Granger, a 1st-year student from the neighboring Gryffindor house. Their positions were fortuitously arranged back-to-back. Wands merely enhance our efficiency, he remarked, observing the Hermione Granger who had yet to encounter the troll incident. It was difficult to envision a once conscientious student suddenly discovering the thrill of mischief after such an event, leading her to embrace her newfound freedom. Hermione, feeling somewhat uneasy under Li Xian's scrutinizing gaze, sensed as though he could pierce through her very essence. Pray tell, Miss Granger, at what age do you believe you might cast the levitation charm without a wand? Li Xian's inquiry rendered Hermione momentarily speechless, prompting her to instinctively seek assistance from Percy Weasley, the fifth-year prefect, who was seated not far away. At that moment, Ron Weasley, also of the Weasley clan, interjected. Don't be ridiculous. My brothers Charlie and Bill graduated, and they still can't perform the levitation charm without a wand. Hermione cast a disdainful glance at Ron, whose mouth was stuffed with meat and jelly. Li Xian continued, thus, we face a significant shortcoming as wizards. Let us consider a scenario where you find yourself confronting a dark wizard, only to have your weapon taken from you first. Before he could finish, Hermione interjected, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Miss Granger. At this juncture, Penelope Clearwater, a fourth-year student from Ravenclaw, interjected, Li Xian is merely positing a hypothetical situation. He is not speaking about you. Please do not interrupt. It is quite rude. The chastened Hermione promptly closed her mouth. Clearly, the intelligent and insatiably curious Ravenclaw students delighted in such hypothetical discussions. Li Xian proceeded, assuming we are disarmed, you would face two possible scenarios. The first would be wandless magic, which is evidently quite challenging. Given our prolonged reliance on wands, one might become complacent. In such a critical moment, can you truly ensure you could successfully perform wandless magic? The answer is clearly no. As Li Xian presented his hypothesis, the boundary he had previously established with Ravenclaw dissolved, and all the students, including several from Gryffindor, listened intently. Is it difficult to summon objects from a distance? Fred Weasley, one of the twin brothers from the neighboring Gryffindor table, posed the question, clearly intrigued by the skill. Their presence brought an abundance of laughter to the academy. Upon seeing them again, Li Xian couldn't help but smile gently. They had never appeared alone, and even in their final farewell, he remained by their side. Clearly, the question posed by the Weasley twins was of utmost interest to the gathering. Li Xian instinctively glanced at his hands and remarked, I have only practiced for about a month, roughly half a summer. Only a month? Upon hearing this, the students of Ravenclaw were filled with excitement. This seems exceedingly simple. In an instant, anticipation for the upcoming courses at Maoshan surged among the crowd, especially among the Ravenclaw students. Hello, I'm Terry Boot. Greetings. I am David. From the Quidditch team, Sherlock Holmes. Hi, I am Daniel, the seeker for the team. Hello, I am Michael Corner. My father is Chet Corner, the proprietor of the Elops Owl Emporium. He mentioned that he knows you quite well. Greetings. I am Padma Patil. My twin sister and I hail from India. At that moment, the once wary Ravenclaw students lowered their guard, eagerly extending their hands to Li Xian for introductions. Observing this scene from the teacher's table, Uncle Lin, Zhengying wore a proud expression. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, felt a sense of joy at having such a student in his house. Professor McGonagall briefly exhibited a look of bewilderment, but soon consoled herself, thinking, well, this fellow seems rather prone to causing trouble. It would be best for Gryffindor to remain stable this year. We mustn't allow a few mischievous students to drag us to the bottom of the rankings. Her gaze bypassed Harry, Ron, and Hermione, landing instead on the source of her greatest headache, the Weasley twins. At that moment, no one noticed that Dumbledore was observing the Sorting Hat with a look of skepticism. Why was it not placed in Gryffindor? Chapter 25. He refused to join Gryffindor. Including Li Xian, this year's freshman cohort comprised 55 students. Of these, 15 were sorted into Gryffindor, 20 into Hufflepuff, 12 into Slytherin, and only 8 into Ravenclaw. Li Xian had always believed that the houses were distributed evenly, but various indicators suggested that some houses were rather selective. Ravenclaw's preference for intelligence was evident. Yet, if that were the case, how did the Sorting Hat assign the most intelligent student of this year, Hermione Granger, to Gryffindor? Li Xian had long harbored suspicions regarding this matter. However, lacking concrete evidence, he wondered if perhaps Hermione Granger had chosen willingly, much like Harry Potter's refusal to join Slytherin, or his own rejection of Gryffindor. Indeed, initially, the Sorting Hat had deemed him suitable for Gryffindor. However, upon considering Hermione and her two ineffectual companions, Li Xian promptly withdrew his desire. He did not wish to interfere with Harry's development and overshadow the native charm, for that could lead to a scandalous legacy. Moreover, he detested the feeling of being controlled. Apart from Uncle Lin, no one else had the right to influence his decisions. Thus, when faced with the Sorting Hat's choice, He prioritized Hufflepuff, a clear haven for the laid-back. Yet, to his astonishment, the Sorting Hat rejected him, declaring he was not qualified for Hufflepuff. The prerequisites for entering Hufflepuff are as follows: integrity, loyalty, honesty, and an unwavering spirit in the face of adversity. One must possess the virtues of diligence and fidelity, treating all with equal respect. However, in the eyes of the Sorting Hat, Li Xian did not embody these admirable qualities, or at least not in their purest form. The hat even suggested that Li Xian would be better suited for Slytherin, as it resonated more closely with his inner essence. Li Xian, however, declined this proposition, despite Professor Snape being a figure of great admiration for him, one of his most respected characters from the Harry Potter series. Thus, the only remaining option was Ravenclaw, a haven filled with scholars. We hail from the lakeside. We are wise and erudite, passionate about inquiry, distinct from the ordinary and visionary. We are Ravenclaw. We are scholars cloaked in darkness, yet possessing the ability to pierce through it. We are the crows soaring high, yet never forgetting to gaze upon the earth. I express my gratitude to the ancient Ravenclaw for granting me the eyes to perceive the world and the agility of thought. Welcome to the ranks of the Seekers. After the banquet concluded, the students were escorted to their respective houses by the prefects of each year. During the journey, Percy, serving as a prefect, introduced the new Gryffindors to their accommodations. Due to the larger number of Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs this year, you will be assigned to dormitories shared by 4 or 5. In contrast, Slytherin and Ravenclaw will have 2 or 3 per room. Aside from Li Xian, the common room of Ravenclaw is situated at the summit of a long, winding staircase, devoid of handrails, and features a magical bronze door knocker shaped like a raven. This unique entrance obviates the need for hidden entrances like those of other houses. A question arose: which came first, the fire or the phoenix? To this, Qiu Zhang, second-year student inexplicably mingling among the first years, calmly replied, "Haha, clever girl." Jack Sparrow grinned mischievously. "It's fine. I'm no stranger to being locked out, so I've grown accustomed to sleeping in the corridor." Upon hearing this, the first years fell silent in disbelief. "No way. Are we really going to sleep in the corridor on our first day?" "I refuse. It'll be freezing." Does anyone know the answer to this question? As the first years debated, a voice emerged from the back. The chicken lays the egg, and the egg hatches the chicken. It is a cycle, eternal and without beginning. With a couple of clicks, the magical door knocker slowly opened. The crowd turned to Li Xian with grateful eyes. Yet this did not alter the fact that Li Xian would have a room to himself. Originally, Ravenclaw's dormitory comprised shared rooms, as their year included only 4 boys and 4 girls, quite balanced. However, upon learning that Li Xian intended to bring a little zombie into the dormitory, they promptly requested the headmaster to separate them into different accommodations. Consequently, first-year Li Xian enjoyed the privilege of a single room, a luxury typically reserved for house prefects, albeit without a private washroom. His belongings had already been magically transported to the dormitory, and Li Xian stood by the window. The space bears a striking resemblance to the circular common room of Ravenclaw, featuring arched windows that provide a panoramic view of the Hogwarts grounds, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses, even extending to Hagrid's hut in the distance. This is a privilege denied to other houses. Ravenclaw is indeed an admirable choice. Yet, Gryffindor remains his finest option. At this moment, Dumbledore, situated in the headmaster's office, glanced at the sorting hat delivered by Professor McGonagall and instinctively uttered this thought. Professor McGonagall, wearing a puzzled expression, responded, "I concede that Li Xian is a remarkably intelligent child, but intelligence can also bring complications. McGonagall, please trust that upon Harry's arrival at this school, no one will encounter more trouble than he will." Dumbledore cast a complex gaze toward the sorting hat. Thus, I took the liberty of conversing with the sorting hat beforehand, hoping it might, during the sorting, endeavor to place Li Xian in Gryffindor. The sorting hat agreed to lend its assistance. "So, you wish for Li Xian to enter Hogwarts for Harry's sake?" Professor McGonagall's confusion deepened. "Then how'd he end up in Ravenclaw?" "What? Control? How did he know he was being controlled?" Professor McGonagall suddenly recalled something. Could it be that Professor Lin had conducted a divination for Li Xian prior to this? I remember Li Xian mentioning that they practiced divination at Maoshan as well. Chapter 26, the first lesson of the semester. September 2nd. The inaugural day for the new students at Hogwarts had officially commenced. During breakfast, Li Xian received his class schedule, which he had glimpsed while peering at Neville Longbottom's timetable. Li Xian had always presumed that Professor McGonagall was the sole transfiguration instructor in the entire school, yet the course schedule evidently suggested otherwise. There were, of course, unique classes, such as the history of magic taught exclusively by the school's only ghostly professor, Professor Binns, and the defense against the dark arts class, which also had a singular instructor. Particularly, The teacher of defense against the dark arts seemed to be cursed, a fact Li Xian was acutely aware of. As a most unfortunate profession in the Harry Potter series, the position changed hands with each passing year, making it exceedingly rare to find a counterpart in the wizarding world. Due to the curse cast by young Tom Riddle, each teacher struggled to remain in post for more than a year. The initial Professor Quirrell, upon obtaining his teaching credentials, encountered the ailing Voldemort during a holiday trip and was successfully brainwashed into becoming a member of the Dark Forces, ultimately transforming into a temporary Horcrux. The following year, Gilderoy Lockhart, a notorious fraud, appropriated the adventures of others as his own, yet his luck was not particularly favorable either, culminating in a dramatic self-forgetting, leading to the erasure of all his memories and a life spent in madness. The third year brought Professor Lupin, a formidable and well-liked instructor who had hoped to conclude his nomadic existence and settle at Hogwarts, only to have his identity as a werewolf exposed following a series of events triggered by Sirius Black's escape, forcing him to resign under immense pressure. Ultimately, he and his wife, Tonks, perished in the climactic battle at Hogwarts, a tragic tale that resonates deeply with fans and remains a source of unresolved sentiment. In the fourth year, the mad-eyed Moody, although impersonated by the Death Eater Barty Crouch Jr., bore the weight of two tragic fates. One succumbed to Voldemort, while the other received the kiss from a Dementor. The fifth year brought the detestable Umbridge, who was despised by Li Xian, after the climactic battle at Hogwarts. She was imprisoned in Azkaban for her collusion with Voldemort. By the sixth year, Professor Snape's presence was a source of sorrow, evoking tears at the thought of the unyielding Hogwarts, yet the ever-changing defense against the dark arts professors. "Oh, how unfortunate that we cannot attend Transfiguration class together," lamented Neville Longbottom, his expression clouded as he examined the class schedule. "I have to share the class with those Slytherin fellows. My grandmother always warned me that Slytherins are all wicked wizards, advising me to keep my distance from them. Fear not, Neville. You are a fortunate soul. Even should you encounter them, misfortune shall not befall you," Li Xian reassured him, adding, "This is what my master taught me." "Is that so?" questioned Neville, to which Li Xian affirmed, "Indeed." His exact words were that fools have their own fortune. As Neville pondered the meaning of this phrase, Li Xian had already finished his breakfast and was preparing to head to the Transfiguration classroom when Neville called out, "Wait, Li Xian, look, the schedule has changed." "Can a schedule really change?" Li Xian mused, momentarily forgetting that in this enchanted school, such occurrences were hardly surprising. However, when he glanced at his schedule, he was taken aback to find that the instructor for his Transfiguration class had suddenly become Professor McGonagall. Moreover, the class that was originally to be attended by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, as well as Gryffindor and Slytherin, had now been altered to include all four houses. The previous arrangement had likely been made with consideration for student numbers, as Ravenclaw only had 8 members, making a joint class with the largest house, Hufflepuff, perfectly suitable. Yet now, the situation seemed eerily ominous. Since the Sorting Hat had guided him into Gryffindor multiple times, Li Xian had certainly taken note, though he kept these thoughts to himself, considering them mere speculation. "Fortuitously, we can now attend Transfiguration class together," Li Xian maintained a smile, adding, "And we can also share herbology, history of magic, charms, and fly classes." Neville beamed with anticipation. "I'm particularly delighted as well." In the eyes of this innocent child, he had long regarded Li Xian as a friend since his initial days at school. Yet, Li Xian mused that it should also be noted that the first-year youngsters had shorter legs and thus ran more slowly. This was something he had confirmed through Neville's efforts to keep pace with him. "Brother, you ought to exercise more," Li Xian jested. "It is not that I need to work out. You are simply walking too quickly." Neville gasped, catching his breath. From the Great Hall to here, most would not even require half of your speed. As Li Xian surveyed the empty Transfiguration classroom, it was clear they had arrived a bit too early. The class was scheduled to commence at 9 o'clock. From the school-mandated wake-up time of 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, there is a precious hour for personal grooming, followed by breakfast. At this moment, 2 individuals arrive at the classroom at 8:45, which indeed seemed rather early, though not the earliest. In the sparsely populated classroom, a petite figure sat in the second row, near the aisle, incessantly waving her hand. Only her hand devoid of a wand. It was as if she were attempting to summon the blackboard eraser from the podium with sheer willpower, her little mouth repeatedly chanting, "Blackboard eraser, come flying." Just as beads of perspiration began to form on her forehead from exertion, she suddenly noticed a slight movement from the blackboard eraser. Her spirits lifted, she concentrated intently, and then the eraser arced gracefully over her head, landing in the hands of a student clad in the Ravenclaw colors of blue and bronze behind her. "I've told you, wandless magic is a troublesome and intricate endeavor. I shall prove it to you in due time. I hope I won't have to wait too long." Observing Hermione's face reddening with frustration, Li Xian could only shake his head in resignation. She is still but a child. As a steady stream of students gathered, Professor McGonagall made her timely entrance at 9 o'clock. Before she could finish her sentence, Hermione had already raised her hand high. Have you attempted to practice it? I'm sorry, Professor, all my attempts ended in failure. It's quite all right, dear child. Transfiguration is inherently complex and difficult to master. You have done your best. Now, Li Xian, have you prepared for Transfiguration class? After your review, do you perceive any differences between our Transfiguration and the spells practiced at Maoshan? Professor McGonagall seamlessly redirected the conversation towards Li Xian, the disciple from Maoshan. All the new students turned their gazes in his direction, except for Harry and Ron, who were still en route to the classroom due to their late arrival. Indeed, there are distinctions, and they are quite significant. Oh, could you elaborate on that? Chapter 27. When Harry accidentally became Harry. Li Xian rose from his seat and stated, although mastering it requires considerable time, it is undeniable that the preparatory gestures for casting transfiguration spells are comparatively simpler than those in Maoshan techniques. McGonagall nodded with satisfaction at the rare praise for Western magic from this articulate young man. Her curiosity piqued. It seems you are familiar with the transfiguration spells from Maoshan. Only a superficial understanding. It works sporadically. Then, please demonstrate for everyone. In truth, Professor McGonagall was eager to glean some new insights from the Maoshan transfiguration techniques to enhance her own skills. However, due to her pride and the intimidating demeanor of Uncle Gio, she hesitated to seek direct counsel. Instead, she thought to extract some knowledge from Li Xian, which would turn out to be her second regrettable decision of the year, the first of which she had yet to realize. Very well. Since I possess only a rudimentary grasp, I ask for your understanding. Professor, should I err? Li Xian rose from his seat, deftly stowing away his wand. With remarkable skill, he removed his wizarding robe and flipped it inside out, much to the astonishment of everyone, especially Professor McGonagall. The robe had been modified by Lin Azai at the behest of Uncle Gio. One side was a wizard's robe, while the other transformed into a Taoist robe. Notably, he also carried a Taoist cap with him. After changing into this new attire, Li Xian pulled out a large red cloth from the pocket of his Taoist robe and approached the podium, clearing the desk. With a series of peculiar gestures, he began to chant in a near-rap manner. Mausoleum technique, connecting the heavens. The Tao's profundity, saving all beings. Capturing the demons, sweeping away the myriad of spirits. Only our teachings, revered by heaven and earth. At this point, the students could no longer contain their laughter, and although Professor McGonagall attempted to intervene, she too was unable to stifle a chuckle at his comical antics. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, old lord, urgent as a decree, transform. As Li Xian unveiled the red cloth on the desk, a solitary egg appeared where there had been emptiness moments before. Professor McGonagall was momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the egg, and the students leaned in with curiosity. Transmutation out of thin air? This lad had already mastered the ability to conjure objects from nothing, yet he humbly claimed his skills were ordinary. A wave of indignation washed over Professor McGonagall as she inquired, "Is there more?" Li Xian spread the red cloth once more, and as it was lifted again, the eggshell shattered, revealing a chirping chick. Impressive. Witnessing this display of transmutation, Professor McGonagall was increasingly astonished. If her memory served her, it had only been a month or two since he began formally studying mausoleum techniques under Lin Xian during their recruitment trip with Dumbledore. And yet he had reached such a remarkable level in this short time. It seemed he possessed a remarkable talent for transfiguration. With further cultivation, he might very well become a master of the art. Reflecting on this, Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of regret that Li Xian had not been placed in her house. Though he appeared mischievous, it was not entirely unacceptable. After concluding this interlude, Professor McGonagall officially commenced her transfiguration class. Once she finished her lecture and instructed the students to take notes, she demonstrated her own ability to transform into a cat. The students gasped in awe, with one even curiously asking, why can't transfiguration directly turn one person into another? The individual in question was Malfoy, and who knew what his motives were in asking such a question? Hermione instinctively muttered, if we could directly use the transfiguration spell to become another person, what would be the purpose of the polyjuice potion? Malfoy immediately turned to glare at Hermione, who remained unfazed and added, do you not know what an animagus is? An animagus is a wizard capable of transforming into an animal, a rare gift that demands exceptional talent. Malfoy, enraged beyond words, let out an expletive, prompting Professor McGonagall to instantly revert to her human form and wave her wand. During class, any derogatory remarks towards classmates are strictly prohibited. Slytherin loses 5 points. Meanwhile, the tardy Ron and Harry, having witnessed Professor McGonagall's transformation from human to cat, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It seems necessary for me to transform one of you into a watch, so you may learn the importance of punctuality. Professor, we got lost, they replied. Hearing that Harry and Ron had also incurred point deductions, Malfoy's mood shifted to one of delight. Regarding your earlier inquiries, Professor McGonagall continued, when you reach intermediate and advanced transfiguration, I will elucidate each aspect in detail. But here, I wish to pose a question to Mr. Li Xian. Oh no, not again. Li Xian expressed a resigned demeanor as he rose slowly. Anticipating Professor McGonagall's question, he preemptively stated, I can see that mastering transfiguration spells is quite convenient. However, concerning transformations involving the human body, the spells from Li Xian can achieve that. Yet, my current magical prowess is insufficient for anything more than partial transformations. Is there any danger? Professor McGonagall inquired. No danger whatsoever, but it could result in social embarrassment. Li Xian replied. As soon as he spoke, Professor McGonagall instructed Harry and Ron, who had just settled into their seats, to stand. You may choose either Harry or Ron to assist you with your demonstration. Li Xian instinctively glanced at the alarmed Harry and the bewildered Ron, confirming, Are you sure? Professor McGonagall nodded. It's merely social embarrassment. I have faith in Harry and Ron's resilience. As Harry and Ron looked on curiously while Li Xian approached them with a piece of red cloth, they were oblivious to the impending spectacle. When the cloth was draped over Harry's head, Li Xian's mind was consumed by one thought. If Harry truly became Hallie, the saga of Harry Potter might just transform into Harry Potter and the severing of Voldemort by Snape. Heavenly Lord, heed my command. Transform. Chapter 28. An early start to potions class. Since leaving the Transfiguration classroom, Harry had been incessantly pestering Li Xian, with his companion Ron in tow. As the trio traversed the corridors of the school and the castle, they attracted numerous astonished glances. Hey Ron, who is that beautiful younger student beside you? It's Harry. Though now, it should be called Hallie. Harry continued to shield his face with his robe, declaring, No matter what you say, I will not remove my hands. And I will stick with you until my face returns to normal. Li Xian, exasperated, raised his hands in surrender and turned to search for his master, Uncle Gio. According to the schedule, the first-year Li Xian classes were slated for Wednesday afternoons. He needed to communicate with Uncle Gio in advance regarding the issue of teaching on behalf of his master. However, after searching high and low, he could not find any trace of Uncle Gio. Suddenly, a feeling of abandonment washed over Li Xian, as if he had been forsaken by his master. At the very least, he could have been a letter for 13 to inform me. He recalled his carved owl, which had ultimately been named by Uncle Gio, calling it 13. He had heard that the number 13 was considered unlucky among foreigners, so he deliberately named it 13 to provoke those fellows. From that moment on, 13 became almost like Uncle Gio's personal pet, especially after it had been nursed back to health. Uncle Gio, who had previously been quite resistant to owls, began to dote upon this creature, lovingly cradling its head. 13 seemed to understand perfectly who the true master of the household was and promptly abandoned Li Xian, who had saved him from peril, to nestle in Uncle Gio's embrace. After fruitless attempts to locate Uncle Gio and 13, lunchtime had arrived. Li Xian, along with the ever-persistent Harry and Ron, made their way to the Great Hall for their meal. Here, aside from dinner, which was somewhat buffet-style, breakfast and lunch consisted of fixed meals from which students could choose. After selecting some steak and pasta, Li Xian casually inquired of the house elf serving them, Do you have any raw garlic? The house elf, puzzled, handed him a clove of raw garlic. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were dining nearby, were equally perplexed, especially as they watched Li Xian peel the garlic and consume it raw, nearly causing their eyes to bulge in disbelief. You can't have pasta without garlic. It loses half its flavor, he declared, eliciting incredulous expressions from nearly everyone. What baffled them even more was Li Xian's suggestion that they should give it a try. As he savored a bite of garlic along with his pasta and steak, Neville suddenly exclaimed, What has happened to the schedule? It's changed again. Changed again? Li Xian immediately pulled out the schedule and saw that the herbology class slated for Monday afternoon at 3 had been unexpectedly replaced by potions class. Now starting at 2 o'clock. Is the herbology teacher sick too? Ron inquired, glancing at Harry, who, now transformed into a girl, merely shook his head, wishing to avoid any comments that might reveal his identity. Sitting across from him, Hermione offered words of comfort, to be honest. I think you look much cuter now than before. Even Professor McGonagall remarked that you look just like your mother did at 11. What? The Harry who had just been resolutely silent suddenly asked in astonishment. Professor McGonagall said I look like my mother? Yes. She was particularly surprised, saying you originally resembled your father, but after transforming into a girl, you look just like your mother. Regaining his composure, Hermione observed Harry's astonished expression with curiosity. Did you not know that your mother and father were also students of Professor McGonagall? Especially your mother, who was one of her favorites. Upon hearing this, Harry's previous embarrassment and irritation regarding his transformation vanished in an instant. At that moment, he found himself wishing to borrow a mirror from a girl to catch a glimpse of his current appearance, and to firmly imprint the image of his mother at the age of 11 in his memory. However, after a lengthy pause, he hesitated to voice his request. Just then, a small mirror was presented before Harry. Why does a boy carry a mirror? Ron questioned, casting a curious glance at Li Xian, the one who offered the mirror. This is a Bagua mirror, a magical artifact from my esteemed Mao Shan. Upon hearing this, Harry overcame his shyness, grasped the mirror dubbed the Bagua by Li Xian, and earnestly stared at the reflection of the little girl within. To be honest, your mother was truly beautiful at 11. Hermione couldn't help but exclaim. Although I've seen photos of my mother as a child, it would be wonderful to witness her at that age in person. Ron chimed in, me too. I haven't even seen pictures of my mother as a child. I bet she was a chubby little girl at 11. As they passed by the Weasley twins, one of them warned, we'll write to Mum shortly, and you'll be in for a scolding. This sent Ron into a flurry of anxiety. Hearing this, Neville instinctively lowered his head, discreetly wiping away tears as Li Xian offered him a handkerchief. Neville accepted it and quickly dabbed his tears, too timid to look up. Thank you, he murmured. Meanwhile, since acquiring the mirror, Harry's gaze had remained fixed upon it, softly murmuring, me too. Observing this scene, Li Xian stifled a chuckle before glancing at the class schedule, noting that the potions class had been moved up from Thursday morning to 2 o'clock that afternoon. You are not alone in wishing to see that face again. Before long, the clock struck 2, and as Li Xian and Neville arrived at the classroom, they found not only the ever-competitive Hermione waiting eagerly, but also the notoriously temperamental Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Hermione whispered to Neville. The professor arrived unusually early. He was already here when I got in at 1:30. He probably waited here since the morning class ended, she added. He stood silently facing the blackboard, with his back to the students. No one could discern his exact emotions at that moment, but Li Xian was certain he was tense, especially when he heard the sounds of Harry and Ron playfully entering the classroom. Almost instantaneously, Snape's body turned sharply towards the source of that voice, his cold eyes momentarily glistening as they fell upon Harry's familiar face. Chapter 29. She is the only madness that has kept his reason intact. What would happen if I added daffodil root powder to mugwort infusion? Where'd you go to find a piece of bezoar? What is the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Daffodil root powder combined with mugwort creates a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life and death. Bezoar, also referred to as cow bezoar, is found in the stomach of cattle. Aconite and wolfsbane are indistinguishable. They are both types of aconite. Evidently, these three-pointed inquiries were meticulously crafted by Snape to taunt Harry Potter while simultaneously mocking James's offspring. The air seemed to be thickened with a scent more pungent than that of potions, an aroma unknown to anyone present. Yet they could not help but notice Professor Snape's unwavering gaze fixated upon Harry's countenance. Harry, in a hushed tone, elucidated Professor. It was during the Transfiguration class this morning when Li Xian inadvertently transformed me into this state. He has yet to master the reversal, so I am left waiting until my magical energy is depleted. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. As the revelation of this unexpected accolade stunned the onlookers, Professor Snape cast a frosty glance at Li Xian, feigning an explanation. First-year students casting transfiguration spells on others without disfiguring their faces deserve this 5 points. How could the teacher of potions award points based on performance in transfiguration? The incredulity of the students directed towards Li Xian was palpable. Although it was merely the first day of classes, they had heard tales from upperclassmen regarding Snape's notorious bias, as he seldom granted points to students outside of Slytherin and often seized opportunities to deduct their scores, ensuring that Slytherin would triumph in the annual House Cup. Thus, it was no surprise that the shocking act of Snape awarding points to Ravenclaw's Li Xian left everyone astounded. In response, Li Xian offered a knowing chuckle, recognizing that he was the only professor in the entire school who utilized PowerPoint presentations. Had he not harbored feelings for Lily, his accomplishments would have surpassed mere mediocrity. Had he not loved Lily, his achievements would have culminated in that fateful day of judgment. Do not tell anyone, but I still love her. Once a Death Eater, infamous for his disdain, he dared to insult Harry's deceased father to his face and had personally brought about Dumbledore's demise. Yet, when the truth of Professor Snape's undercover identity became known, he was hailed as the solitary valiant figure traversing the dark forest. Abandoned by his father and unloved by his mother, clad in his mother's tattered maternity clothes, he often found himself ridiculed by Harry's father, James, who called him a sniveling coward. During his childhood, the Hogwarts robes were the first clean garments he had ever worn. He was neither wholly good nor entirely bad, embodying a complexity that left him ensnared in a lifetime of contradictions. One constant, however, remained unwavering throughout his rational existence. His last glimpse at Hogwarts was spent searching for Harry's green eyes, just as his first moment at Hogwarts had been dedicated to seeking out Lily's emerald gaze. Harry's final words regarding Snape were, "He is the bravest man I have ever known. Who dares to claim that only those standing in the light are heroes?" He met his end just before the dawn. That fateful night, he was merely an hour away from the light. Yet, the lesson at hand felt fleeting and ephemeral to him, aside from those eyes reminiscent of Lily's. The rest of his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the very James Potter he wished to denounce. Consequently, when class concluded, he departed with swift strides, leaving no trace of sentimentality behind. "I believe you are mistaken. This face of mine?" Harry gazed at Li Xian with increasing perplexity. Li Xian tu fui remarca. By age estimation, Professor Snape was likely a classmate of your mother, and they may have shared a cordial relationship. However, Harry interjected, "But Snape is from Slytherin, while my mother belonged to Gryffindor." Li Xian promptly countered, "I am from Ravenclaw. I believe our relationship should be quite amicable." Meanwhile, Ron pondered, "Surely, you do not have a misguided perception of what constitutes a good relationship. I am, after all, Harry's closest friend." Just as Li Xian was about to turn away, he suddenly recalled something and earnestly corrected Harry. "Moreover, you should address him as Professor Snape." After uttering this, Li Xian strode away with purpose. Today, the question posed by the bronze knocker was, "What color is a little unicorn?" "Golden." Without waiting for the bronze knocker to finish its antics, Li Xian had already pushed the door open. As he passed through the common room, he noticed senior Ravenclaw students, including Qiu Zhang and first-year newcomer Mike Connor, engaged in conversation while reviewing the day's lessons. Observing this scene, Li Xian instinctively thought of the Gryffindors next door, likely engaged in a competition to see whose Bertie Bott's every flavor beans tasted the most revolting. The dormitory door was accessible only to Li Xian, ensuring a sense of safety and privacy. At that moment, within the dormitory, the little zombie lay languidly in a suitcase, appearing listless. Li Xian, upon seeing it, contemplated crafting a small coffin for it, believing it might provide a more comfortable slumber. Meanwhile, several little paper figures were engrossed in various magical tomes, including 2 volumes of the Maoshan Secrets, one of which was the spirit summoning technique gifted to him by Master Four-Eyed. To his astonishment, the spirit summoning technique was incredibly intricate. Observing the little paper figures struggling with the complexities of the spell, Li Xian approached and gently patted one on the head, reassuringly saying, "No need to rush. There's no urgency in utilizing the spell at the moment." Chapter 30. Peeves has been captured. Professor McGonagall. Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore regarded Professor McGonagall, who had visited his office twice in a single day, and inquired, "May I ask which student has prompted this visit?" "I have come to apologize to you and the Sorting Hat," McGonagall replied, her hands clasped in front of her, a look of turmoil on her face. "I have just realized that your decision to allow Li Xian into Gryffindor was indeed a sound one." "Oh, what has transpired?" Dumbledore asked, his curiosity piqued. McGonagall recounted the incident in which Li Xian had corrected Harry Potter on how to address Snape in the corridor. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile spread across Dumbledore's face. "So, your initial opposition to Harry's association with a child like Li Xian stemmed from concerns he might lead him astray. Yet it appears that Li Xian has proven himself to be quite commendable. Although I still harbor reservations about certain aspects of Li Xian's character, he undeniably serves as an exemplary model in matters of learning and respect for authority figures." Every word conveyed her concern for that boy, who, in the eyes of others, was the boy who lived. However, in the eyes of Professor McGonagall, he was merely the orphan of her 2 beloved pupils, James and Lily. On the night when Harry first vanquished Voldemort, while everyone else celebrated the Dark Lord's downfall, she transformed into a cat and spent the entire day observing the Dursleys. Crouched in a position that left her body stiff and weary, when she next encountered the boy, he could only sense her sternness, for she was, after all, the one who had deducted the most points from Gryffindor, second only to Professor Snape. Yet, when Harry soared through the skies on his broomstick, a fervent Quidditch enthusiast like herself not only refrained from penalizing him, but also gifted him a Firebolt 2000 to encourage his efforts. Upon learning of Harry's demise at the hands of Voldemort, she let out a lament that Harry could never have fathomed, not even in his wildest dreams. Her affection for Harry ran deep, deeper than he himself might have realized. Just as Li Su, who left an impression of eloquence and cunning upon their first meeting, failed to earn Professor McGonagall's favor, even as Dumbledore insisted that Li Xian would provide Harry with significant assistance. Her opinion began to shift only when she discerned certain admirable qualities within him. While the two conversed, another disheveled figure entered the headmaster's office. It was none other than Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker. "Headmaster, you must swiftly intervene. That wretched Eastern fellow intends to chop down the Whomping Willow." "What?" Professor McGonagall immediately grasped that the Eastern fellow Filch referred to was either Li Xian or Lin Xian. Filch continued, "He claims that the branches of the willow can exorcise spirits, and he intends to take some for his lessons tomorrow. Moreover, he has captured Peeves in a jar." "Why on earth would he capture Peeves?" "No, how did he manage to do so?" Professor McGonagall inquired incredulously. Knowing that only the headmaster and the Bloody Baron could effectively contain that mischievous poltergeist. "I don't know. Professor McGonagall, I have already informed Professor Lin about our ghost situation, and he assured me he would not harm them." Dumbledore spoke calmly. "Filch has also mentioned that Professor Lin borrowed Peeves merely for demonstration purposes in class." "That may be true," Professor McGonagall mused, "but I'm still quite curious about how Professor Lin managed to capture Peeves in that jar. Did anyone witness the entire process?" "The Weasley twins," Filch exclaimed. "They are currently taking the jar to the third-floor restroom to practice with Moaning Myrtle. I must hurry to stop them," Professor McGonagall declared, quickly following Filch. Professor Lin's magic is not easily controlled. His apprentice, Li Xian, mishandled it, turning Harry into a girl. And it took hours for him to revert. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Curiosity etched on his face as he asked, "He turned Harry into a girl?" Unfortunately, Professor McGonagall had yet to share this amusing tale before she departed. At this very moment within the castle, the Weasley twins, George and Fred, clutching a ceramic jar of uncertain origin, hurried towards the third-floor lavatory, pursued by a throng of students from various houses eager to witness the spectacle. "George, I wager," Fred exclaimed. "All right, Fred. Whoever captures it first wins. The stakes had a right to Mum and ask her to send her photo from when she was 11. It's settled." As the duo led the eager crowd up to the lavatory, they unexpectedly collided with Professor McGonagall, who had come specifically to rein them in. Scattered, the ceramic jar in George and Fred's hands shattered into countless fragments. Professor McGonagall, her expression stern, declared, "It is forbidden to test spells with ghosts in the school. You are hereby assigned to clean the third-floor lavatory until Madame Pomfrey is satisfied." After addressing the situation, Professor McGonagall hastily made her way to the Whomping Willow. However, upon her arrival at the tree, nightfall descended without a sign of Professor Lin. She glared at Filch and demanded, "Where's Professor Lin?" Filch, visibly flustered and anxious, was acutely aware of the disdain Professor McGonagall held for him. He knew that if she suspected he had deceived her, he would not escape unscathed. His mind raced, and he finally concocted a plausible explanation. Surely, Professor Lin, being new here, has become lost. Lost? Professor McGonagall scoffed. "Mr. Filch, I hope that next time a student inadvertently wanders into the Forbidden Forest, you will be as inclined to believe them when they claim to be lost." Just as Professor McGonagall was about to turn away, a statue owl swooped down, landing at her feet, a note tied to its talon. She untied the note, and, upon reading it, exclaimed in disbelief, "He truly has gotten lost." Chapter 31, The Waterloo of Peeves. If one were to categorize the ghosts of Hogwarts, they would undoubtedly fall into two categories, Peeves and the rest. As the sole poltergeist capable of interacting with the physical realm, Peeves had not hesitated to create chaos throughout Hogwarts using his unique abilities. However, after years of revelry, he could never have anticipated that one day he would fall victim to the hands of a wretched exorcist. What further humiliated Peeves was the prior warning issued by Dumbledore to the spirits. The soon-to-be Professor Lin was an expert in ghost hunting, and they were urged to avoid provoking him, lest he prove difficult to handle. Yet, there existed those with inexplicable confidence, firmly believing that apart from Dumbledore, they had no reason to fear anyone else. Thus, they deemed Dumbledore's warning to be mere trickery. Some even boasted that upon the arrival of the ghost-hunting professor, they would assert their dominance, making it clear who held authority within the castle. Yet on the very first night of the professor's arrival, he apprehended a ghost and inquired, "Who among the spirits is the troublemaker?" Thus, it has always been the case that the other spirits, without hesitation, divulged the name of the mischievous poltergeist. Consequently, before the poltergeist could take any action, the professor, after wandering through a substantial portion of the castle, effortlessly contained him within a jar. Strangely enough, the jar seemed to possess an unusual power. No matter how much the poltergeist struggled, he could not break free from within. Due to your herbalism professor's unwavering refusal to accommodate a change in class schedule, we were left with no choice but to attend the afternoon session. This was the first statement made by Professor Lin Xian as he entered the classroom. Professor Lin, what is the difference between morning and afternoon classes? Inquired the inquisitive Hermione. There's indeed a distinction, replied Lin Xian, gazing at the clever young girl before him. As stated in the Huangdi Neijing, one must practice in accordance with nature. To resist, it leads to death. To follow, it brings healing, while defiance results in chaos. All things should align with the natural order and adapt to the seasons. The vital energy of both nature and the human body begins to flourish in the morning, when one's spirit and vitality are at their peak, providing the strongest defense against maladies. At 5 o'clock in the morning, during the time of the awakening of insects, the body's yang energy begins to surge. Thus, rising at this hour for cultivation allows for the optimal elevation of yang energy, making it the finest moment for practicing spells. If you do not comprehend, take notes. A poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Casting a glance around the room at the curious students drawn to the study of Mao Shan, aside from Hermione, Li Xian, Neville, and a few Ravenclaw students who promptly began to take notes, the rest appeared bewildered, staring blankly. However, those obscure concepts had evidently slipped their minds entirely. They could only recall that studying Mao Shan's skills necessitated rising at 5 in the morning. At this thought, they could not help but express gratitude to Professor Sprout for denying Professor Lin's request to alter the class schedule. In the midst of his discourse, Lin Xian placed a jar sealed with a yellow talisman upon the desk. Contained within is the most troublesome poltergeist in the school. Can anyone tell me what this fellow fears the most? Dumbledore and the Blood Baron, came the response. Now we must add another to the list, Hermione interjected. Did you not notice that Professor Lin has already sealed him within the jar? A few days ago, while teaching the other grades, I heard them recount numerous tales of the mischief caused by this poltergeist. Perhaps some of you have experienced it as well, Lin Xian stated. So, would you like to learn a few techniques to deal with such a creature? Yes, they exclaimed. They never anticipated that one day a throng of students would come to pluck their branches, nearly stripping several willow trees bare. Fortunately, Professor Sprout intervened in time, and the school swiftly issued a new regulation. Students are prohibited from breaking branches of willows, both on and off campus. Furthermore, striking ghosts with willow branches is strictly forbidden. Yet, on that very day, the poltergeist faced unprecedented adversity. Those with grievances sought justice, and those with grudges sought vengeance. The upperclassmen even took it upon themselves to lead a charge to settle old scores with the poltergeist for all the mischief it had caused over the years. After enduring several ambushes, the diminutive Peeves, following numerous lashings from willow branches, was reduced to half his original size. Professor Lin was indeed correct. The more a ghost is struck by willow branches, the smaller it becomes. Fortunately, with the cover of the Weasley twins, George and Fred, he was able to catch his breath, albeit momentarily. Although Peeves would often tease the twins, he seemed to genuinely enjoy their company, for they were both enthusiasts of mischief. This is what one might call birds of a feather flocking together. Curse that Lin Xian. I shall eventually sever his neck. Just as Peeves silently vowed revenge against Lin Xian, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Then you must first let your neck grow back. Upon hearing this, Peeves jolted. This was a potion for healing ethereal injuries. Once consumed, your body would be restored by the following day. What does that mean? Peeves glared at Li Xian, muttering a smack for a sweet. Teaching skills is a duty. Saving lives is an instinct. After Li Xian spoke, he turned and left. How peculiar. Just like his master, Lin Xian. I don't believe they would be so benevolent. Peeves, though claiming disbelief, turned away and secretly stashed the vial of potion, stealing a shy glance at Fred and George before hastily fleeing. I advise you to hide for the next few days. Come back for revenge once you've healed. George and Fred shouted towards the direction Peeves had vanished. September 4th, 1991, would later be dubbed Peeves Waterloo by subsequent students. According to historical records, from the inception of Hogwarts, the mischievous Peeves had caused countless headaches for the administrators, but on this day, he finally encountered his lifelong nemesis, the mysterious Taoist Lin Xian from the east, and his disciple, Li Xian. Chapter 32, The Anticipated Flying Class. The first week for the new students swiftly reached Thursday. Just the day before, Uncle Gio, who had been as lost in the castle as the first-year students, seemed to have been equipped with an automatic navigation system upon acquiring a compass. Uncle Gio, how do I get to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom? Turn northwest. Huh, then go north. Thank you, Uncle Gio. How do these little ones know to call me Uncle Gio? It must be that mischievous Li Xian at play. The day after the willow branches had dealt a blow to Peeves, Uncle Gio's name spread throughout the school. His practicality became the hallmark of the Mao Shan school. especially after he solved a problem that had perplexed generations of administrators with the simple technique of using willow branches to strike ghosts. Uncle Gio's reputation soared among the students. Take 3 new willow branches, each 3 feet and 7 inches long, braid them into a thick stick, and dip it in the morning due to prepare the talisman water for optimal effect. This brief statement brought nightmares to all the ghosts at Hogwarts. Consequently, Dumbledore sought a private audience with Lin Xian. Lin expressed his confusion, but reluctantly accepted the situation. In response, the students found themselves increasingly perplexed. Fortunately, rumors circulated that Uncle Gio possessed a myriad of ghost-catching methods beyond those previously disclosed. Consequently, the students who had just concluded their courses in Mao Shan's studies eagerly anticipated the upcoming week's lessons, albeit with a level of excitement that paled in comparison to their enthusiasm for the flying class. For the first-year newcomers, the allure of flying lessons was undeniably irresistible. Even Li Xian was unable to escape this allure, as it represented one of the primary reasons for his aspiration to attend Hogwarts. While the prospect of soaring on a sword would forever remain beyond his reach, riding a broomstick would suffice to fulfill a cherished desire. As the clock struck 3:30, Li Xian and 7 fellow Ravenclaw students exited their Transfiguration class alongside Harry, Ron, and other Gryffindor students, hastily departing the Professor of Transfiguration. They made their way to a sloping patch of grass outside the castle, heading toward a flat meadow below. To the east of the meadow lay the Forbidden Forest, where dark trees swayed ominously in the wind. One couldn't help but worry about someone like Neville inadvertently wandering into the depths of the forest, especially given that most viewed him as somewhat peculiar. Even his grandmother had gifted him a memory orb, a device intended to remind him of forgotten tasks. Yet, upon seeing the orb glow red as a reminder, Neville could not recall what he had indeed forgotten. It wasn't until Li Xian prompted him that he realized, "You forgot to wear your wizarding robes." Taken aback, Neville turned to see that he was the sole individual in the Great Hall who had neglected to don his robes. Li Xian had initially contemplated reminding him of another matter, but decided it was best to let Neville discover it on his own. After all, the red memory orb was rather aesthetically pleasing. The group erupted in laughter at Neville's forgetfulness, not because they were aware of what he had forgotten. Most had not even noticed, including the astute Hermione, who only became aware of it after Li Xian's mention. She silently noted Li Xian's remarkable observational skills. Subsequently, Draco Malfoy attempted to snatch the memory orb to tease Neville, but Harry and Ron swiftly intervened, leading to a rivalry that would escalate during the flying lesson. Nevertheless, Li Xian understood Neville's situation. The boy was neither foolish nor naive. In fact, Neville had exhibited extraordinary magical talent shortly after his birth. He instinctively employed magic to wrap himself snugly in a blanket, ensuring his comfort. The midwife initially attributed this feat to Neville's father, yet Mr. Longbottom insisted otherwise. One could only ponder how high Neville's innate talent might have soared had he not been influenced by the challenges of his childhood. Perhaps the presence of Li Xian and Uncle Gio had slightly altered the course of the original narrative. With an overwhelming number of 50 children to oversee during the flying lesson, Madame Hooch, responsible for the class, appeared somewhat overwhelmed. Her short, gray hair framed her face, while her eagle-like yellow eyes bore a stern expression. "All right, what are you all waiting for? Each of you, stand next to a broomstick. Hurry up. Time is of the essence." 50 individuals embarked on a flying lesson together. Yet how could 30 minutes suffice? The atmosphere was laden with complaints. Yet she earnestly guided each participant. "Extend your right hand, resting it above the broom handle, and shout." She caught a glimpse of Li Xian, who instinctively raised his left hand, and added, "Left-handed individuals should operate in reverse." "Up!" everyone exclaimed. The exceptionally talented Harry managed to comply immediately, but such obedient brooms were scarce, with only 4 available. Fortunately, the left-handed Li Xian was among them. Even he was surprised. Could it be that the innate talent for sword flight inherent in the people of the Great Xia had now transferred to the flying broom? As for the others, even Malfoy, who had boasted about his flying prowess before the lesson, struggled until being reprimanded by Madame Hooch before he succeeded. This brought quiet satisfaction to Harry and Ron. "Is there something wrong with the broom?" Hermione muttered under her breath, her words clearly audible to Madame Hooch, who responded, "There is nothing wrong with the broom, Miss Granger. It is your lack of diligence." However, Hermione couldn't refrain from lamenting the ineffectiveness of the flying instructions found in the book The Wonderful Quidditch Ball. Standing beside her, Li Xian patiently reminded, "The flying lesson is merely to help you master the basic operations of the broom. It will not be included in the OWLS examination, or to put it plainly, it is not examined at all." As the two conversed, Li Xian casually tossed a small paper figure. which evaded everyone's gaze and nestled beneath Neville's robe as he lost control on the flying broom. Longbottom, come down! Madame Hooch shouted, but the more she yelled, the more flustered Neville became. Watching the uncontrollable Neville careen through the air, Li Xian sighed. A memorable scene is about to unfold. Chapter 33. While others fly brooms, you command the sword. The out of control, Neville plummeted from the sky. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione swiftly brandished her wand, skillfully casting a levitation charm. As an academic overachiever who had previewed the lesson and relied on her own understanding, Li Xian had never doubted Hermione's capability. Fool! How can the teacher call you clever? The levitation charm cannot be used on people. Didn't you know that? Draco Malfoy sneered from the side. He wasn't entirely foolish. At least recognizing that the levitation charm was insufficient to support a person's weight, even that of an 11-year-old child. Li Xian shot him a glance and replied coolly. She didn't use it on a person, but on the clothing. However, the magic of the levitation charm was indeed limited. It could only provide minimal cushioning. Ultimately, Neville still fell and lost consciousness. Fortunately, well done, child. Without your spell, this boy could have been gravely injured. Gryffindor gains 3 points. After Madame Hooch checked on Neville and discovered that he had merely fainted with no other issues, she breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, however, her attention was drawn elsewhere. Strange, even Professor Flitwick's levitation charm shouldn't achieve such an effect. Once Ms. Huichi and Neville departed, Hermione, still basking in the glow of Ms. Huichi's praise, noticed Li Xian approaching the spot where Neville had dropped something. He swiftly picked up the object from the ground and concealed it. Before she could ascertain the situation, Malfoy, that insufferable wretch, began his antics again. Look at that foolish expression of his, Malfoy exclaimed as he picked up Neville's fallen memory ball. If the chubby one remembers to squeeze this memory ball, he should recall landing on his backside. The Slytherin students erupted in laughter. Give me the ball, Malfoy. Harry, unable to stand by as his roommate was ridiculed, stepped in to intervene. As Harry and Malfoy exchanged heated words, Li Xian quietly murmured from the outskirts of the crowd. Looks like I'll have to bother you again. Immediately, the crumpled paper figure, which he had just tucked away, smoothed its little head and stealthily made its way towards the unsuspecting Malfoy. No, I shall hide it and let Longbottom, that fool, search for it. With a dashing glide, Malfoy took off, soaring into the air. The onlookers observed his somewhat competent flying skills, suggesting that his earlier claims were not mere bravado, compared to those with no experience. He indeed possessed some ability. As for the broom's earlier disobedience, Malfoy blamed it on the inferior quality of the brooms not being worthy of obeying his command. How's the view from up there? Can't reach it, Potter? Provoked Malfoy, igniting Harry's determination to disregard the constraints. He mounted his broom and took off, with Hermione attempting to stop him in vain, watching helplessly as he wobbled into the sky. However, he soon acclimated to the sensation of flight, and when Malfoy tossed the memory ball, he showcased his inherited flying talent, catching the eye of an enthusiastic Quidditch fan who subsequently called him away. In midair, Malfoy, frustrated, banged his head in exasperation, particularly as Professor McGonagall paid him little mind. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back, as if a large insect were crawling there, soon followed by it scuttling down into his trousers. In an instant, a panicked Malfoy lost control of his broom and plummeted heavily to the ground. Fortunately, compared to Neville's earlier fall, he landed within a safe range. Nonetheless, he cried out in pain for an extended period, declaring, "It's all these wretched brooms' fault. I shall file a complaint and burn them." Amidst the synchronized laughter of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, Malfoy ultimately chose to retreat. Yet, as he took a few steps away, a voice rang out, "Oh, whose money has fallen? 8 galleons." Li Xian's voice caught Ron's attention first. It must belong to Neville. How could that fool have so much money? Without giving anyone a chance to react, he seized the 8 galleons and fled. You can't take it without finding out whose it is. Ron attempted to pursue him, but was halted by Li Xian. Neville once mentioned that his grandmother seldom gave him pocket money to prevent him from frivolously spending, resulting in his meager savings of merely a handful of sickles. Did he truly say that? Ron asked, his face etched with confusion, to which Li Xian nodded with unwavering certainty. He did. Well, even so, that money may not necessarily belong to Malfoy. However, as Ron glanced around, realizing Malfoy had vanished without a trace, he resigned to acceptance. At that moment, Li Xian exhaled slowly. Cause and effect? Hermione looked at Li Xian curiously. What is cause and effect? Li Xian, holding his broom, replied, "No need to rush. Uncle's lessons will elucidate this for you in due time." As he spoke, he tossed the flying broom to the ground and stepped onto it with both feet. Hermione and Ron, bewildered, observed Li Xian's seemingly deliberate act of stepping on the broom, prompting Hermione to exclaim, "What are you doing?" "This is the school's broom." You cannot maliciously damage it. I want to see if I can fly using this thing. Ron stared at Li Xian's peculiar movements, his expression seemingly questioning what flying with a sword meant. Flying with a sword is... Oh my! Suddenly, the broom beneath Li Xian responded, soaring into the air, taking him along with it. The broom could be played with this way? At least I have not seen anyone use it like this in the history of magic. Ron, Hermione, and everyone else on the lawn gazed incredulously at Li Xian, who was now airborne on the broom. At that moment, feeling the broom accelerate, Li Xian slightly bent his knees. Why does this sensation evoke memories of skiing? This sudden thought in his mind made Li Xian realize something. In the heights, he shouted, "Who said a flying broom must be ridden? The books suggest riding to enhance directional control. Isn't that akin to skiing while sitting on a snowboard?" With that, Li Xian bent his knees, kept his back straight, lifted his head, and relaxed his arms. Push forward on the board. Push back on the board. Carve turns. This fellow is actually maneuvering the flying broom as if using a snowboard? Hermione watched in disbelief, while Ron beside her looked on, his expression a mix of confusion and admiration at Li Xian's increasingly adept movements. Though I don't know what a snowboard is, this technique looks incredibly cool. At that moment in the sky, Li Xian, a former skiing enthusiast, envisioned the vast expanse of sky as a snowy slope, with the broom beneath him reminiscent of his countless falls on the snowboard. As Li Xian blended the two sensations together, he couldn't resist attempting a more challenging maneuver. Let us start with an inward drive spin 720 followed by a rodeo flip 540. With the completion of this complex trick, Li Xian could hardly contain his excitement, his heart racing with elation. Could this be considered a form of indirect compensation for the regret of flying with a sword? Just then, Ms. Hooch's furious shout pierced through the clouds. Li Xian, come down immediately. Chapter 34. The spiritual mentor Li Xian has emerged. Mrs. Huichi, I assure you that Li Xian did not intentionally defy the heavens. He merely placed the broom on the ground inadvertently and stepped on it, causing it to go haywire and whisk him away. Witnessing the impending punishment for Li Xian, Ron hurriedly intervened on his behalf. However, Mrs. Huichi's expression was stern. Mr. Weasley, do you realize that your hair turns red when you speak falsehoods? Ron scratched his head, but my hair is naturally red. Li Xian interjected. She's insinuating that you, like your twin brother, are always causing trouble. Observing Li Xian's calm demeanor, Mrs. Huichi promptly commanded, regardless, Li Xian, you have breached the regulations, and you must accompany me to see the headmaster. Just when everyone believed that Li Xian was truly doomed, no one anticipated that Hermione would step forward. Mrs. Huichi, Li Xian did not violate any rules. You mentioned that riding a broom in the air is prohibited, but Li Xian was merely standing on the broom. Miss Granger, I do not appreciate such verbal gymnastics, but the truth is you stated riding, not standing. Mrs. Huichi glanced at Hermione, then at the other students, hesitating for a moment. Did I say riding? The fellow Ravenclaw students, alongside the kind Hufflepuff students, nodded in agreement. Yes, ma'am. Seeing this, Mrs. Huichi's expression darkened. Then let us address the second matter. You may go and have your meal. I will seek you out shortly. Once Mrs. Huichi departed with the broom, Li Xian turned to Hermione Granger, who was preparing to leave, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Granger. I merely wish to defeat you in our grades before you plummet from the sky. Do not overthink it. With that, Hermione left, her demeanor a touch haughty. Li Xian watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation. That was far too close. He nearly faced expulsion. Ron rushed over, exhaling in relief. Thank you as well, Mr. Weasley. For what? We are friends. Indeed friends. I am off to see Neville. Would you like to join? I prefer to check on Harry first. I am quite concerned about his situation. With this thought, Ron's worry deepened. Do not fret. Harry is a person of great fortune. There is no way he will be expelled. After bidding farewell to Ron, Li Xian turned and made his way to the infirmary. Inside, Neville, who had briefly lost consciousness, had awakened, yet Madame Pomfrey insisted he rest for another half-hour for observation. Upon seeing Li Xian come to visit, Neville looked astonished. What brings you here, Li Xian? Clearly, he did not expect anyone to come and check on him. Li Xian pulled up a chair and sat beside the bed. I came to see a friend. Is that not what friends do? Are we friends? Oh, it seems you never regarded me as a friend before. TSK, I must admit, I feel a tad disappointed. No, I'm simply overwhelmed with surprise. They all deem me foolish and are rather reluctant to befriend me. Neville spoke, his head bowed, his expression a blend of clumsiness and insecurity. Observing his demeanor, Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder, within their dormitory of 5, Harry and Ron are the best of friends, while Seamus and Dean form another close pair. Consequently, Neville left out naturally experiences neglect from both groups. After all, when individuals make choices, they tend to prioritize their closest companions before considering others. Thus, in any group, Neville exists like a substitute, and over time, this sense of inferiority only deepens. In fact, by the fourth year, Neville often spoke to himself, prompting Harry, who was also feeling isolated during the Triwizard Tournament, to forcibly team up with him for leisure, reminding him to correct this detrimental habit. However, now, with Li Xian as his guiding mentor, there was no need to wait until the fourth year. Have they explicitly stated you are foolish, or is it solely your own belief? Li Xian inquired gently. They have never said so. It is merely my perception that they would find me foolish. Thus, this is merely your assumption. And one cannot claim they are unwilling to befriend you, Li Xian advised in a calm and patient tone. Before arriving here, each individual carries unique experiences, both good and bad. Yet upon entering this new environment, it represents a fresh beginning. We all stand on equal footing as students of Hogwarts, so there is no need to belittle yourself due to your past. Just then, several boisterous voices erupted into the infirmary, only to be promptly reprimanded by Madame Pomfrey. Silencing them, Ron, with his vibrant red hair, rushed to the front. Neville, are you all right? I'm fine. Madame Pomfrey said I just need to rest a bit longer. Neville replied, you are truly fortunate to fall from such a height. I too find it strange. When I fell, it felt as if something cushioned my landing. So it didn't hurt too much. I was merely frightened and fainted from the shock. Ha ha! As Neville laughed, he looked in astonishment at his roommates Ron, Harry, Seamus, and Dean, who had come to visit him. After confirming Neville was well, the trio couldn't contain their excitement in sharing that Harry had been selected as the Seeker. This marks the first time a first-year student has joined the Quidditch team, taking on such a pivotal role. Neville could see the genuine thrill radiating from Ron and the others, eager to share this joy with him. This warmth enveloped him amidst the coldness of the infirmary. Just as the conversation flowed merrily, Harry was the first to notice Li Xian's absence. Where is Li Xian? He must be concerned about the flying lesson. I wonder if... Ron's words caught Neville's attention. What happened? Ron then recounted the incident of Li's astonishing flight on a broomstick, which left Neville utterly incredulous. Harry, who had not witnessed the event, was equally astonished. He actually flew in the air, circling several times. Indeed, what a fortunate fellow, Ron exclaimed. Yet Harry shook his head. Having flown myself, I do not consider landing safely while standing on a broomstick quite so simple a matter of luck. Meanwhile, Li, having departed from the infirmary, was rubbing his growling stomach as he headed straight for the Great Hall. Along the way, he overheard numerous conversations about Harry Potter becoming Gryffindor's Seeker. Ah, the unmistakable aura of a protagonist. Just as Li approached the Great Hall, an arm unexpectedly emerged from the side, wrapping around his neck and ensnaring him. Hey there, little one. I've been searching for you. The strength of the grip alerted Li to a hint of danger. Thus, before the stranger could finish speaking, Li instinctively elbowed backward and followed up with a swift kick aimed at the intruder's face. Chapter 35. The secret of the martial arts proficiency of the people from Daxia cannot be hidden. Have you heard? A first-year student knocked out Ravenclaw's prefect, Jax Paolo, with a single kick. What? How is that possible? Indeed, I witnessed it myself in the infirmary. Jax is still unconscious. Before long, a rumor regarding the martial arts prowess of the people from Daxia spread like wildfire through every corner of Hogwarts Castle. While few believed that a first year could defeat a prefect, the notion that a martial arts trained first year could do so lent the story a certain credibility. Many students, being of mixed blood or Muggle descent and having lived in the Muggle world, were familiar with the term martial arts. However, they never anticipated encountering a student skilled in such arts within the walls of Hogwarts, making the phenomenon all the more remarkable. In no time, this news became a hot topic among students, second only to Harry Potter's record as the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. Among those discussing the matter were students of East Asian descent, like Xiao Zhang, who had long settled in the area and could not escape inquiries from classmates about their own martial arts abilities. At that moment, the first-year student at the center of this discussion made his way to the infirmary after classes on Friday morning. Upon seeing Li arrive once more, Madame Pomfrey expressed her impatience. I've already stated numerous times that he is perfectly fine. He woke up last night. He simply seeks an excuse to linger here instead of attending classes. After saying this, Madame Pomfrey cast a disdainful glance at Jax Paolo, who lay in the ward. This isn't his first time. We are quite accustomed to it. With that, Madame Pomfrey departed. Hogwarts possesses but a single infirmary, yet it is sufficiently spacious, with a limited number of beds that can be augmented as necessity dictates. At this moment, Jack Sparrow lay upon the innermost bed, appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness from afar, and upon closer inspection, he remained in that same stupor, albeit with a straw protruding from his mouth. The other end leading to a concealed flask of butterbeer nestled within his blankets. Now that you have recovered, I am relieved of any moral reproach, he mused. As Li Xian prepared to take his leave, Jack ceased his pretense of illness, hastily leaping from his bed to intercept him. Do not be in such a rush. I merely wish to stir your conscience, hoping to entice you into joining our Quidditch team. With your remarkable skills, you would be an invaluable asset to Ravenclaw's Quidditch squad. Consider the honor of having become a Seeker in your very first year. I apologize, but I have no interest in being a Seeker, Li Xian replied. No, Jack exclaimed, vigorously shaking his head. Only the unrefined would deem the Seeker as the core of the team, the most significant presence. In my view, a Seeker merely determines the duration of the match, heavily reliant on luck. Jack's words piqued Li Xian's interest slightly. Noticing this, Jack promptly arranged to meet Li Xian an hour later on the flying practice pitch. Observing Jack's anxious departure, Li Xian surmised that the second matter misses Hooch had mentioned was indeed related to the situation. After lunch, Li Xian dutifully arrived at the flat lawn northwest of the castle, designated for flying practice, adjacent to the Quidditch pitch, with the broom shed to the west. Typically, Mrs. Hooch would hold the keys, and borrowing brooms or Quidditch equipment required her consent or the approval of the head of the house. However, upon their arrival, it was evident that someone had beaten them to it. Standing there were none other than Harry Potter, a first-year student admitted to Gryffindor as a Seeker under exceptional circumstances, and the tall and sturdy fifth-year captain of Gryffindor, Oliver Wood. Jack and Li Xian discreetly positioned themselves nearby, listening as would explain the basic rules of Quidditch to Harry. So, you brought me here to eavesdrop on their lesson? He seems more reliable than I, Jack candidly remarked, causing Li Xian to question how this fellow had managed to become the captain of Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. Quidditch is, in fact, quite comprehensible. Each team comprises 7 members, 3 chasers, 2 beaters, 1 keeper, and 1 seeker. That being you, would produce a bright red ball, roughly the size of soccer ball. To elucidate its purpose to Harry, this ball is known as the quaffle. The chasers pass the quaffle amongst themselves, striving to send it through one of the 3 iron hoops to score 10 points. I'm a keeper, tasked with defending the hoops. For Harry, who understood the rules of football, these concepts were not difficult to grasp. What are those 2 black balls? He inquired, eyeing the nearly identical, chillingly black spheres, slightly smaller than the quaffle. This is the bludger, a ball that flies chaotically across the pitch, attempting to knock players off their flying broomsticks. Consequently, each team is equipped with 2 beaters. The Weasley twins serve as our beaters, tasked with safeguarding our players from the bludger's onslaught while directing it towards the opposing team. Wood then handed Harry a small wooden club, reminiscent of a baseball bat. Hold this and stand back, he instructed. Observing the ferocity of the bludger, Harry couldn't help but ask, has the bludger ever killed anyone? Not at Hogwarts, at least. At most, a couple of jaws have been broken, leaving some in a brief stupor. You need not worry. Leave it to the Weasley brothers. In the distance, Lee Jordan noticed Harry gulping nervously. Finally, Wood introduced the most crucial element, the golden snitch. This is the golden snitch. It flies at incredible speeds, and your objective is to capture it before your opponents do. Whichever team secures it will emerge victorious. Once you catch it, Potter, the match concludes. At this point, Jack, who had been eavesdropping with Lee, interjected, don't believe Wood. That foolish oaf. He relies too heavily on the Seekers. During one match against Slytherin, they trailed by 200 points. Even after catching the golden snitch for 150 points, they still lost by 50. Curious, Lee scrutinized Jack and asked, which position do you envision for me on the team? Jack grinned slyly. With your skills, you must be placed in the most prestigious position. The most vital one. Chapter 36. The study of Mao Shan is indeed an elective course. The first weekend of the new semester has finally arrived. Monday, 9 to 9:30 Transfiguration, 3 to 3:30 Herbology. Tuesday, 11:15 to 11:45 Herbology, 2 to 2:30 Charms, 3 to 3:30 History of Magic. Wednesday, 9 to 9:30 Herbology, 11:15 to 11:45 Charms. Afternoon, no classes. Thursday, 11:15 to 11:45 Defense against the Dark Arts, 2 to 2:30 Transfiguration, 3:30 to 4 o'clock Flying. Friday, 9 to 9:30 Potions. Afternoon, no classes. As for the elective course in Mao Shan Studies, after several assessments, it has been made available solely to students in their first to third years. Scheduled to take place daily from 5 to 6 in the morning, exclusively on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. This timing coincides with Uncle Nine's early morning practices. The students were perplexed by this, yet hesitant to voice their concerns, for Mao Shan studies are merely an elective introduced to Hogwarts. However, the primary issue with the Mao Shan course lies not in its timing, but rather in the student roster. The so-called student list was curated by Professor Lin Xian of the Mao Shan class after a week of careful evaluation. He selected a group of students whom he deemed qualified to attend his course, considering the circumstances of each grade and department. Upon hearing this news, Malfoy, a member of the aristocracy, initially reacted with disdain, thinking to himself, "Who does he think he is to deem us unworthy?" However, when his minion informed him that his name was indeed on the list, Malfoy quickly changed his tune, exclaiming, "Professor Lin Xian certainly has an eye for talent." Yet, his demeanor soured upon discovering that Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and even Neville Longbottom were also included. In contrast, the head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, remained silent on the matter. Professor McGonagall, who always had the students' best interests at heart, strongly disagreed, especially when considering the implications for these students' rest periods. Consequently, she summoned Professor Lin Xian to the headmaster's office to express her concerns directly. "Our teachers should respect the students' preferences. They should be able to choose their courses, which is precisely why elective courses are labeled as such." In response, Lin Xian countered, "An elective course means that the teacher selects the students to attend. If the students wish not to come, they are not compelled to do so. Am I wrong, Professor Dumbledore?" Professor McGonagall continued her rebuttal, asserting, "What I mean by elective courses is that students should have the freedom to choose." Lin Xian replied, "Am I unclear in my expression? My point is that some students may wish to attend your Mao Shan class, yet they do not appear on your list." Dumbledore, seeing McGonagall's frustration mounting, stepped in to clarify, "Isn't this the same approach you employ?" "Us." Both Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged puzzled glances with Lin Xian, who elaborated, "Do you not also notify the students you favor to learn magic? Should you cater to those who do not meet your standards by offering them remedial classes? Our Mao Shan course has stringent requirements. It is not designed for everyone. If I were to teach them, and they became bewildered, it would not only waste their time, but also tarnish my reputation. It is better to nip such potential issues in the bud from the outset." "Is there anything wrong with that?" Dumbledore smiled slightly, recognizing the validity of Lin Xian's argument, while McGonagall found herself unable to counter his reasoning. After all, the threshold for entry is something only those within the field truly understand. As a professor of Transfiguration, she had no standing to interfere. "I hope the students you select genuinely meet your standards," she remarked, casting another glance at the names of several Slytherin students on the list, her gaze revealing a mix of complexity. However, as a teacher, she could not bring such perceived unfairness into the open. Thus, she resolved to be even stricter with her own students, hoping that no one would discern the underlying tensions. Yet, that was a matter for another time. The first weekend for Harry, Ron, and their companions as newcomers was undeniably exhilarating. They relished the luxury of sleeping in while indulging in carefree explorations of the castle's myriad corners without the constraints of time. To them, this experience felt akin to an adventure. It soon became apparent that Hogwarts was vast, so expansive, in fact, that even upon graduation, Harry Potter remained uncertain whether he had traversed all its nooks and crannies. It was evident that numerous secret passages eluded his knowledge. In stark contrast, the Weasley twins had already thoroughly familiarized themselves with every facet of the castle by the end of their first semester. On Saturday, Harry and Ron slumbered until noon, only roused when their bladders reached their limits. Upon their arrival in the Great Hall, they found their dormitory companions, Simon, Dean, and Neville, already engaged in their meal. Harry observed that Simon was missing half of an eyebrow, likely the result of a spell gone awry. Not far away, Hermione remained engrossed in a book while eating, with Lee Jordan kindly cautioning her, "My grandmother always said that reading while eating means the book goes into your stomach, not your mind." Hermione, however, was determined to read for just a few minutes longer, believing that this would grant her a greater accumulation of knowledge. Unbeknownst to them, within Lee's dormitory, for small paper figures were tirelessly wandering through a vast sea of mixed knowledge encompassing magical theory, practical spells, and even Muggle studies. Just as Harry and Ron settled down, owls, as per usual, flocked into the hall, their attention captivated by a slender package carried by 6 long-eared owls. Except for Hermione, who was still absorbed in her reading, and Lee, who was simultaneously consuming garlic and noodles, Harry shared the collective curiosity about the contents of the package. This intrigue intensified when it landed before him, almost causing his savory ham to tumble to the floor. Accompanying the parcel was a letter. "Do not open the package on the table. It contains your new Firebolt 2000 broomstick. I wish to keep it a secret that you have acquired a new broom, lest others become envious. Professor McGonagall. Harry could hardly contain his elation as he passed the letter to Ron. Equally thrilled, nearly shouted in excitement. Fortunately, Lee quickly raised a hand to hush him. Keep it down. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger is reading. She does not appreciate interruptions. Meanwhile, the scheming Draco Malfoy and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, were equally intrigued. That must be a broomstick. I can guarantee it, Malfoy declared. First years are not permitted to bring broomsticks without permission. Let us go tell teacher. However, before the trio could venture far, they encountered Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Malfoy hurriedly exclaimed, Someone has sent Harry Potter a broomstick, Professor. I am aware, Flitwick replied, smiling at Harry. Professor McGonagall has informed me of the situation's uniqueness. What model is it? The Firebolt 2000, Professor, Harry responded. As the conversation unfolded, Malfoy's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable. Flitwick turned to glance at Li Xian, who was simultaneously enjoying a meal and provoking Hermione to study. The Nimbus 2000, is it? It seems rather pricey, he mused. Chapter 37, The Cursed Broomstick. A Nimbus 2000 indeed costs a staggering 600 galleons, a sum that is decidedly extravagant. Li Xian's paper avatar had previously inquired about the price in Diagon Alley during moments of idle curiosity. However, upon realizing that this exorbitant price could deplete nearly half of his savings, Li Xian found himself hesitating. Professor Flitwick, equally troubled by the situation, noticed that Li Xian had finished his meal and was approaching him. In a hurry, Flitwick attempted to sidestep, only to be pursued by Li Xian. Jack had already received Flitwick's consent to invite Li Xian to join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, trusting his captain's judgment. Flitwick initially worried that it might be inappropriate for a first year to join the team, but with Professor McGonagall having already made an exception, he felt no further concerns. However, the fact that Professor McGonagall had gifted Harry Potter a Nimbus 2000 complicated matters for Flitwick. To give a gift of such value felt excessive. Yet to refrain from gifting would be rather embarrassing, given that the headmaster had already presented one. At that moment, one could only imagine the internal conflict of this kind-hearted professor who wished to assist Li Xian, yet felt utterly powerless. While Flitwick stumbled over the notion of crafting an excuse about being financially constrained, Li Xian presented him with an application. Professor, this is my request. I hope you will allow my family to send me a broomstick for participating in the Quidditch matches, as Jack mentioned that our school's spare brooms seem to be somewhat unreliable. Flitwick's mind was filled with excuses, but Li Xian merely smiled knowingly. After all, Professor McGonagall had generously gifted Harry Potter a Nimbus 2000, a gesture befitting the boy's protagonist status. Not to mention, McGonagall was an ardent Quidditch fan, and Harry's parents were among her beloved students. Naturally, such affection would elicit magnanimity. In contrast, Flitwick had no familial ties with Li Xian. For him to approve Li Xian's request to bring his own broom would already be a significant concession. Moreover, Flitwick was not a Quidditch enthusiast. Standing at a mere 107 centimeters, his passions lay in music and libations. Li Xian speculated that a considerable portion of Flitwick's finances was likely devoted to his drinking habits. As for his attitude toward Quidditch, it had always been rather indifferent. Simultaneously, Li Xian, engaged in business on the other side of Knockturn Alley, received news from Hogwarts. Since Li Xian's enrollment, Li Xian had continued to manage his potion business, particularly after the impactful encounter with the Four-Eyed Monk, which had enabled him to openly establish his shop. Initially, one could manage a busy schedule alone, but soon, Li Xian found himself overwhelmed. Fortunately, there was a remarkable invisible creature at home, a gentle monkey of exceptional intelligence, although it still instinctively concealed itself in the presence of strangers for self-protection. It had begun to assist Li Xian with cleaning and organizing the shop. At first, Li Xian worried it might escape, but after several days of observation, he realized this invisible beast was undeniably reliant on its surroundings. Even when Li Xian urged it to leave, it would wander nearby, prompting him to ponder whether there might be a connection to Newt. After all, Li Xian theorized that this creature might have been left behind by Newt. Though this remained merely a conjecture, it was entirely possible there were others in this magical realm studying such creatures. For now, based on what Li Xian understood, he had drawn a preliminary conclusion. I am off to browse the Quidditch boutique. You stay here and behave. Li Xian gently patted the little creature's head before closing the shop door and making his way down the path to Diagon Alley. The Quidditch boutique was Harry's favorite shop in Diagon Alley. During the summer before his third year, Harry often visited to admire the newly released Firebolt broomsticks. Presently, the shop still showcased the popular Nimbus 2000, which remained a bestseller even before the debut of the Nimbus 2001. Greetings, Mr. Li Xian. What brings you to our humble establishment today? The shopkeeper, Adam Butter, preferred to be called simply Mr. Adam to distinguish himself from others with the same surname. It was rumored that he had a nephew who had also entered Hogwarts this year, and he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. Hello, Mr. Adam. Indeed. I wrote to Madame Hutch, requesting a new batch. Yet, she continually chastises me, claiming I want to profit from Hogwarts. With a hint of agitation, Adam replied, Upon my honor, I am selling at the lowest price. She shows no appreciation whatsoever. Li Xian smiled politely and glanced around at the brooms on display, particularly taken aback by the prices. Goodness, they are quite expensive. Just as Adam was about to recommend a higher-end broom to him, Li Xian quickly interjected, No, Mr. Adam. Just be straightforward. I cannot afford that. I am merely searching for something more affordable. What is your budget? Adam inquired, noticing Li Xian raise a single finger. 1,000, perhaps? Yes, certainly. I can find you a suitable one, Adam responded. No, Mr. Adam. Li Xian interrupted again. I meant 100. Adam was momentarily taken aback. You're not jesting, are you? Not at all. Li Xian replied earnestly. I truly cannot afford such an expensive broom. But the lowest I have here is 200. Adam exclaimed. Moreover, you must prepare your younger brother for the Quidditch match, and the flying broomstick cannot be of mediocre quality, at the very least. It should not resemble a domestic broomstick. Such an inferior model would be far too slow for the Quidditch competition. Adam expressed his inner turmoil. Li Xian sighed resignedly. Well then, I shall look elsewhere. Just as he was about to leave, adhering to the principle that a thief should not depart empty-handed, and a shopkeeper must not dismiss a customer, Adam called out to him. I do have a reasonably priced flying broom here, whose performance is almost indistinguishable from the popular Nimbus 2000. If you're interested, I can show it to you, but I must clarify. The low price indicates that the broom has some peculiar issues. Li Xian hurriedly inquired, What kind of issues? Are the bristles too sparse? Or is it damaged? Not a single bristle is missing, and indeed, it is even more aesthetically pleasing than the Nimbus 2000 displayed on the counter. However, Adam's words piqued Li Xian's curiosity. This broom is cursed. Cursed? Li Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Adam continued. Any owner of this broom has met an unfortunate fate. If you have the courage to take it, I shall sell it to you for a mere 50 galleons, and I will also include a set of broom maintenance tools. If the price is too good to be true, there must be a catch. At this point, Li Xian chuckled. But what I fear most in my Grand Mao Shan is precisely the supernatural. Chapter 38, Mao Shan Class. The weekend always passes too swiftly. Even Hermione lamented. Why does time fly so quickly? I have only just read 2 books, and the weekend is already over. Her incessant chatter caused her fellow Gryffindors to instinctively distance themselves from her. Ron cast a disdainful glance, muttering, This girl is truly annoying. However, Hermione's vexations paled in comparison to Ron's true source of irritation, Uncle Lin Zhengying. Upon learning that the Mao Shan class was rescheduled to the early morning hours between 5 and 6, lasting a full hour, and that his name was conspicuously listed among the selected students, Ron could not muster any joy. Upon discovering that her son was accepted into the Mao Shan course, Mrs. Weasley even wrote to Ron, reminding him to study diligently. Yet, waking up at 5 o'clock was an insurmountable challenge. Ron glanced at Harry, who appeared weary but seemed considerably less burdened than himself. Aren't you tired? Harry rubbed his eyes. I am, but when I stayed with my aunt, I used to wake up even earlier. You truly are unfortunate. Ron's expression softened with sympathy upon hearing this. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the Black Lake. Although the Mao Shan class had a designated classroom, Li Xian had revealed to them that, barring inclement weather, they would likely spend most of their time outdoors for lessons. At the edge of the Black Lake, still shrouded in the dim light of dawn, Harry and Ron noticed that others had already arrived there ahead of them. These individuals were truly peculiar, arriving so early. Ron gazed at Hermione, Neville, and Li Xian, who had arrived here first. Li Xian was seated on a cushion, appearing to be in a meditative state. Before him lay a total of 21 cushions, arranged in a 5x4 formation, with the exception of the foremost one. Li Xian occupied the central position in the front row, while Hermione, determined not to be outdone, settled into the first position on the right of the front row. What was happening? Harry and Ron imitated Li Xian and Hermione, sitting cross-legged on the cushions, while Neville, also meditating, shook his head in confusion. I have no idea. They were already like this when I arrived. Who knows when they got here? Harry instinctively glanced at the remaining cushions. 20? This meant that only 20 out of 50 first-year students at Hogwarts were deemed worthy of studying the Mao Shan course. The acceptance rate was less than 50%. How stringent the requirements were. With this thought, a sense of pride welled up within Harry. Those who have arrived, recite with me. At this moment, Li Xian, seated in the front row, suddenly spoke, "From one comes two, from two comes three, and from three comes all things. All things embrace yin while holding on to yang, harmonizing their energies to achieve unity. What people detest are solitude, scarcity, and lack, yet rulers and nobles consider them as virtues. Hence, some things may diminish yet benefit, while others may enhance yet harm. What people are taught, I also teach others." Harry, Ron, and Neville looked at Li Xian in puzzlement as he quietly recited the scripture with closed eyes. Without hesitation, Hermione began to memorize each line as Li Xian recited it. Consequently, the students who arrived later sat down bewilderedly, adopting the cross-legged position and unwittingly joining in the recitation. This is the phenomenon of collective influence. When a group engages in an activity, newcomers instinctively follow suit, even if they are oblivious to its purpose. After a solid 30 minutes of recitation, the languid figure of Master Lin, Zhengying, finally approached. Li Xian promptly stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master." The other students hesitated about whether to stand when Master Lin spoke. "You have not officially become my disciples yet, so you cannot call me Master. Please continue to refer to me as Uncle Gio or Professor. How is your recitation coming along?" Just as Hermione eagerly prepared to declare her proficiency, Malfoy, seated at the back, scoffed. "Is this it? We got up early for this nonsensical drivel?" Naturally, he did not wish to interfere with Master Gio's choice of whom to teach. Rather, he questioned how Master Gio had come to select Malfoy. To this, Master Gio replied, "A thought can elevate one to nobility or plunge one into villainy. Yet many in this world dwell between these two thoughts, neither truly noble nor wholly base." In a mere sentence, he seemed to encapsulate the essence of Malfoy's character. Li Xian couldn't help but admire Uncle Gio's keen insight into character. Just as Uncle Gio remarked, this fellow, Chuan Gu, is a paradoxical embodiment of personality, much like the hawthorn wand he wields. The leaves and flowers of the hawthorn tree possess healing properties, yet its broken branches emit a scent reminiscent of death. This duality renders the hawthorn wand exceptionally suited for healing magic, while simultaneously being apt for curses. Such complexity makes it challenging to control, akin to Malfoy, who treads the fine line between good and evil. Turning his gaze to Malfoy, Li Xian noticed the boy's disdainful expression as he tilted his chin upward. However, upon catching a glimpse of the mischievous smile that flickered across Li Xian's face, Malfoy felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He soon became aware of a penetrating gaze fixed upon him. When he turned to look, he nearly jumped out of his skin. His horrified scream sent the other students scattering in fright. The source of Malfoy's terror was none other than Li Xian's pet zombie, Ahong. At that moment, Ahong had temporarily earned a reputation as one of the most terrifying entities at Hogwarts. "Ahong, come here." Uncle Gio beckoned, and the little zombie happily hopped over to his side. Uncle Gio then introduced, "The efficacy of all spells from our Mao Mountain School relies on one's magical power, which is contingent upon the mastery of the Heart Sutra. The Tao Te Ching that your senior brother just had you memorize is one of the fundamental texts of Taoist practice. If you dedicate half an hour each day to reciting the Tao Te Ching, your magical prowess will surely advance." Senior brother? The group looked at Li Xian in confusion, prompting Uncle Gio to elaborate. "At Mao Mountain, we believe that the master opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual, unless in special circumstances. After I have taught you once, the rest of your training will be guided by your senior brother, Li Xian." Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this senior brother implied a role akin to an assistant instructor, and a wave of jealousy washed over them. Li Xian's heart was filled with resistance. "Do you think this is a good position? Professor Lin, is there a method for this advancement that can be visually perceived?" Hermione inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, there is." Uncle Gio promptly produced a talisman and handed it to Hermione. "Try sticking this talisman onto your clothing." As Hermione turned to ask her classmates for glue, Uncle Gio interjected, "Just stick it on." Perplexed, Hermione complied, only to discover that the talisman, without any adhesive assistance, clung firmly to her robe, refusing to budge. "This is called Qi," Uncle Gio explained. "To elaborate, this talisman bears my magical power, enabling it to adhere without the aid of any external substances." Hermione nodded in understanding, while Uncle Gio observed the young girl with keen interest, contemplating her exceptional intelligence and wondering about her character, pondering if she could be nurtured further. Chapter 39, After Mao Mountain Class. Despite Lin Zhengying's extensive efforts to convey his teachings in a manner digestible to the young ones, aside from the naturally gifted Li Xian, only Hermione seemed capable of grasping the gist of it. "Not a problem." Lin Zhengying waved his hand and declared, "Reciting scriptures and honing magical powers require persistent effort to yield results. In the remaining 30 minutes, I shall impart to you some immediate skills. Now, please welcome Professor Flitwick." The students, filled with curiosity, turned to see Professor Flitwick, adorned in wizard robes, stepping forward. Before my arrival, I had heard from Principal Dumbledore that Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, is an expert in dueling. At this juncture in Lin Xian's introduction, all students, with the exception of Li Xian, gazed in astonishment at the diminutive Professor Flitwick. An expert in dueling? This seemed utterly implausible. Yet, to Li Xian, this seemingly unassuming professor, lacking any outward signs of combat prowess, possessed the courage of a Gryffindor, while the Sorting Hat deemed his wisdom to be of greater merit, thus placing him in Ravenclaw. He was a formidable yet humble educator, one who empathized with his students and consoled the heartbroken, encouraging them to retrieve sweets from their drawers. Moreover, he always devised ways for each of his students to succeed in their examinations. He represented the wisdom of Ravenclaw, but never flaunted academic achievements to define his students. One incident that left a profound impression on Li Xian was when the Weasley twins unleashed some mischief, and Professor Flitwick, in less than a minute, managed to clear the chaos, leaving behind a small remnant, as he deemed that magic worthy of remembrance. It is likely that within the entire Hogwarts, few could match his blend of adherence to rules and understanding of the heart. Thus, upon witnessing the pink toad measuring his height, many fans of Harry Potter found themselves more incensed than the professor himself. Confronting Professor Flitwick, even Lin Xian had initially misjudged him. Particularly, in an effort to subtly display his own prowess before the students, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Xian, both stepping back a few paces. Suddenly, Lin Xian unleashed a palm lightning spell, while Professor Flitwick countered with a disarming charm. The resulting clash of spells produced a dazzling spark, illuminating the dimly lit night sky as if it were day. Though merely a test, it was a match of equal standing. This display revealed to the students the true strength concealed beneath Professor Flitwick's humble exterior, earning a slight nod of respect from Lin Xian. Previously, he had only heard his disciples speak highly of the professor, but witnessing the duel confirmed those praises. "Children, now you grasp the caliber of your professor," Lin Xian remarked, as Professor Flitwick smiled and nodded at the students once more. Close combat. The words of Lin Xian left both the students and Professor Flitwick momentarily astonished. "We are wizards. While we learn close combat. Behold, this is a handgun." As Lin Xian produced a revolver, some were bewildered, while others instinctively recoiled. For instance, Malfoy wore an expression of utter confusion. Lin Xian chuckled as he explained, while Li Xian involuntarily recalled the phrase exorcist police. "I recall this to be a weapon of muggles." Professor Flitwick inquired with curiosity, to which Lin Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as the saying goes, a gun is faster than a wand beyond 3 paces. Shall we conduct an experiment to determine whether the gun or the wand holds the advantage? Professor Flitwick was taken aback by this notion, as such discussions had never graced Hogwarts before. How shall we test it, then? Thus, the two retreated to a distance of 6 paces, each drawing a circle beside them, agreeing that whoever struck first would claim victory. As the gunshot rang out, Professor Flitwick had not uttered a single syllable of his incantation. The students were so startled that they covered their ears and retreated a considerable distance. Except for Li Xian, who remained utterly unfazed. "Let us try within 3 paces again," a gunshot echoed, and this time Professor Flitwick didn't even have the chance to wave his wand. Beyond 3 paces, the gun was swift. Within 3 paces, it was both swift and precise. Lin Xian observed the frozen expression on Professor Flitwick's face and smiled slightly. "Children, times have changed. The world is undergoing monumental transformations, and we, as practitioners of Taoism, must confront these changes as must the magical realm." These reflections had emerged in Lin Xian's mind at the story's onset when he pondered how to gather funds for his daughter's tuition, and Li Xian lamented the unchanged architecture of Diagon Alley for centuries. Thus, our focus must not be limited solely to the threats posed by dark magic in the future. Only by broadening our horizons can we better recognize our deficiencies. "Cool, mate. Professor Flitwick, fire the gun, if you will. Aim at my head." Flitwick hastily shook his head. Not only did he lack proficiency with firearms, but he also would not dare to point such a fearsome object at another's head. At that moment, as the disciple, Li Xian naturally stepped forward. "For safety's sake, let us remove the bullets first." Li Xian stepped forth, took the handgun, and promptly unloaded the bullets. Everyone, including Professor Flitwick, stepped back a few paces, watching this peculiar duo. As Li Xian raised the gun, Lin Xian's hand simultaneously shot out, deftly pinning Li Xian's hand, preventing him from pulling the trigger. "You little rascal. You overestimate your speed." No sooner had he spoken than a forceful surge erupted from the finger pressed against the revolver, sending the magazine flying. "Wing Chun? Ip Man? Witnessing the magazine being flicked away by his master's finger, Li Xian's mind instantly conjured an image. Truly, a comprehensive version of Master Geo. It seems that elements from the prodigal son have also been incorporated. The scene before them left the students and Professor Flitwick utterly astonished. Professor Flitwick led the applause, while Lin Zhengying smiled faintly. Would you like to learn? Indeed, as Li Xian picked up the magazine that had been flicked away and returned it to his master. He whispered, "Will you not teach me the Maoshan arts?" "Fool! The Maoshan arts cannot simply be taught through words. If I were to teach ineffectively, would that not tarnish my reputation?" Uncle Gio's gaze swept over the group of students, their expressions transforming from initial terror to palpable anticipation. Their qualification assessment was just beginning. Chapter 40. The Vengeful Spirit Within a Broom. Since that day, the Maoshan class commenced with 30 minutes of recitation, followed by 30 minutes of physical training. As for the arrangement of the curriculum and the content of the lessons, Dumbledore refrained from intervening, trusting that Uncle Gio, Lin Zhengying, had his own plans. In the second week after the school term began, another flying broomstick arrived from outside. However, this time it was not delivered by 6 long-eared owls. Li Xian's owl, 13, single-handedly managed to handle the tasks meant for all 6 owls. This marked the first occasion when this creature showcased one of its remarkable traits as a prized possession of the owl shop, its extraordinary strength. Upon receiving the broomstick, Li Xian wasted no time in unwrapping the package. To his astonishment, it was a Nimbus 2000, along with a broomstick maintenance kit. Ron, sitting at the adjacent table, gazed at Li Xian's new broomstick in awe. As a model from a Nimbus series introduced by the Nimbus Broom Company, the Nimbus 2000 specifications were comparable to the currently popular Firebolt 2000, with sales figures nearly on par. Upon hearing the name of the broom, Harry could not help but remark, "Our captain, Oliver Wood, suggested I purchase either a Firebolt 2000 or a Nimbus 2000. In Li Xian's recollection, the Nimbus series included various models ranging from Nimbus 1 star to Nimbus 7 stars. Most of the Weasley family rode Nimbus brooms, and Ron Weasley had once received a brand new Nimbus 11 as a gift, which cost a considerable amount of money and left Mrs. Weasley quite distressed. 2 years later, during the 1993 to 1994 academic year, as new broom models were released, the price of the Nimbus 2000 finally dropped, enabling most members of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team to acquire it. The fact that Li Xian managed to obtain a Nimbus 2000 at the outset was indeed commendable. However, he did not express much astonishment upon seeing the broom, as his paper doppelganger, Li Xian, had already researched it for several days prior. The Quidditch boutique manager, Adam, had warned that it housed a cursed, vengeful spirit. Known for its ferocity, any owner of the broom faced misfortune. Adam's incredulity was evident when he saw Li Xian's intent to purchase it. If there were insurance in the magical realm, he would likely have suggested Li Xian acquire accidental insurance in advance. Even after testing it outdoors without incident, caution remained paramount. As Li Xian tucked away the Nimbus 2000, he intended to seek Uncle Gio's assistance in examining it. Before leaving, he noticed Harry curiously inspecting the broomstick maintenance kit and deliberately asked Harry to watch it for him, providing him with an excuse to explore it further. Just as Li Xian departed, the scheming Malfoy promptly approached Professor McGonagall. "Professor, I report that Li Xian has brought a flying broomstick to school without permission." "I'm already aware of it." Professor McGonagall spoke with a grave demeanor, stating, "Professor Flitwick has informed me that Li Xian is now the seeker for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Thus, an exception has been made to allow his family to send him a broom." "A seeker?" Malfoy questioned incredulously. "Indeed," McGonagall replied. "I am genuinely concerned for his slight frame. Will he be able to withstand the impact when playing as a seeker? Moreover, Mr. Malfoy, reporting others from behind is not an admirable habit. I hope you come to realize this." With his pride bruised, Malfoy slinked away in defeat. Meanwhile, Li Xian arrived at Uncle Gio's office bearing the broom. The office, prepared by Dumbledore for Uncle Gio, was reminiscent of the one utilized by Lupin during his tenure as the defense against the dark arts professor, though this particular room was evidently twice the size. After undergoing renovations, the classroom was adorned with talismans, bagua mirrors, peachwood swords, and an array of equipment associated with the teachings of the Maoshan school. The classroom faced south, with windows on either side, separated by walls. The central wall on the northern side featured an incense burner, upon which a red paper inscribed with the character sin was placed, serving as a simple altar. At that moment, Uncle Gio was seated on a mat before the altar, meditating. "Where did you acquire this cursed object?" he inquired. "Cursed object? Indeed there are." Uncle Gio replied coldly. "A fire would suffice to dispose of it." Upon hearing this straightforward and brutal solution, Li Xian felt a sudden tremor emanating from the broom. Since entering the classroom, the broom, which had previously maintained its composure, now exhibited signs of distress. Clearly, it was frightened. This only confirmed they were in the right place. Burning it was certainly not an option. What a wasteful item. Lin Jingying's face twitched with irritation, but Li Xian quickly added, however, the original price was around 500 to 600 galleons. The shopkeeper discounted it because it was tainted with malevolent energy. Whoever uses it will be unfortunate, which is why it is sold so cheaply. Upon hearing the original price, Lin Jingying's anger subsided somewhat, and he gestured for Li Xian to present the broom. Once Li Xian placed the broom before Uncle Gio, he silently uttered an incantation. While I am still in good spirits, reveal yourself swiftly. Otherwise, I shall incinerate you with my true fire, sending your soul into oblivion. For reasons unknown, the broom seemed to emanate an ancestral fear in the presence of this man. Moments later, a wisp of white smoke began to emerge, and as a blurry figure gradually took shape, Uncle Gio turned his face away and bellowed. Li Xian was equally astonished to discover that the broom indeed contained a vengeful spirit, a female spirit, no less, and one that was unclothed. I believe it would be more appropriate to keep this with my master, as you have a ready-made altar here. Just as Li Xian prepared to depart with the broom, Uncle Gio cautioned him once more. Chapter 41, The Eve of Halloween. Greetings, Brother Wenkai. Please take this money to the paper crafting shop next door, known as the Old Home, and purchase a few female garments suitable for the afterlife to send back. The remaining funds can be regarded as a token of respect for the elder brother's smoking allowance. This is respectfully submitted by the junior apprentice, Li Xian. After fastening the letter to Sher-san, he soared into the night sky and soon vanished among the stars. Indeed, there is a cost to reaping benefits. The altar was arranged by Li Xian, taking inspiration from Uncle Gio's setup, and the yellow talismans were borrowed from him as well. After all, the talismans drawn by Uncle Gio are evidently more potent than Li Xian's own magical abilities. To be on the safe side, Li Xian affixed another talisman to his flying broom, lest the vengeful spirit of a woman emerge at midnight to cause harm. Even if it does not threaten him directly, any disturbances could prove quite troublesome. This thought of the vengeful spirit naturally led him to ponder the matter of clothing. He could not help but wonder why she was not clad in garments. This was the first time Li Xian had encountered a spirit devoid of clothing since arriving in the Western magical realm. Unlike the headless knight, the bloodied barrow, or the mischievous Pippi ghost, all of whom were attired, perhaps this was one reason she chose to inhabit the flying broom. After all, even as a ghost, one must maintain a semblance of dignity, and wandering about unclothed is evidently inappropriate. As for methods to procure her attire, Li Xian was not lacking in knowledge. Of course, if he could find her garments from her lifetime, he might be able to burn them for her. However, that would require communication with her. Given the current circumstances, Li Xian felt it prudent to maintain a safe distance for the time being. In the days that followed, particularly for Harry, he had to attend Quidditch practice every Wednesday evening. The choice of night was made by Wood to keep Harry's training as a seeker concealed, allowing them to catch their opponents unawares during the official matches. In contrast, Ravenclaw's captain, Jack, was more ostentatious, deliberately scheduling practice for Wednesday afternoons. Well done, Li Xian, Jack exclaimed as he watched Li Xian score 10 consecutive goals. You are the finest chaser I have seen in years. Jack, should we perhaps temper our enthusiasm? Look at Wood, reminded David Holmes, a teammate. Don't worry, David. Those fools consider the seeker to be the key to victory. They hardly pay attention to our training of new chasers. Jack scoffed confidently. One day, they will deeply regret this. Meanwhile, Wood stealthily brought Harry to observe a few times, cautioning him, don't trust Jack. That guy is mad. As long as you can catch the golden snitch, victory will be ours. Harry nodded, then glanced up at Li Xian, practicing his throws in the air. At that moment, he had only one concern. His homework was likely still unfinished. After all, with so much work to do, only someone like Hermione could possibly complete it so swiftly and diligently. Regardless of the circumstances, the castle increasingly felt like home to Harry, a sensation he had never experienced while at Privet Drive. In today's charms class, after 2 months of foundational instruction, Professor Flitwick finally began to teach the students the levitation charm. Hermione had mastered this spell 2 months prior, which filled Draco Malfoy with jealousy as he glared at her. Showcasing his own accomplishments proudly before Professor Flitwick and successfully earning 5 points for Gryffindor. This only deepened Malfoy's discontent. Unbeknownst to him, his rival Ron shared a similar sentiment. And Hermione's showiness pushed Ron to his breaking point, prompting him to murmur, no wonder everyone can't stand her. Honestly, she is like a nightmare. Hermione, unfortunately, overheard this. Nearby, Li Xian, who had been silently observing the scene, chuckled softly, The trio is about to reunite. According to the original narrative, after Ron's verbal assault, Hermione showcased one of her most embarrassing moments from the Seven Tales, a dark chapter in her history where she wept in the restroom for an entire afternoon due to a foul man. It aptly illustrated the adage that a triangle that doesn't contravene school rules isn't a good triangle. Before heading to the Great Hall, Li Xian called for Jiu. Particularly, it was difficult for him to comprehend their ghostly disguises, even if Jiu were present. The chaotic atmosphere would make it hard to discern who was a genuine ghost, and he feared he might be compelled to intervene. Ron appeared increasingly uncomfortable upon hearing this. How does one instill a lifelong sense of guilt in another? Li Xian evidently excelled in this. Jiu remarked that the skies over Hogwarts were ominous, suggesting calamity was imminent. Ron and Harry exchanged puzzled glances with Li Xian, who earnestly advised, "It might be a bloodbath. I suggest you hold hands with one another. And absolutely do not wander off alone. Otherwise, if anything goes awry, you may find no one to call for help." He then lamented, "I just hope that little Hermione doesn't encounter any trouble on her own. I wonder which wretched boy has upset her so." This only amplified Ron's discomfort, and Harry found himself inexplicably uneasy as well. Observing all of this, Li Xian deemed it a fateful bond. At that moment, a fellow Ravenclaw, Kona, emerged from the Great Hall and called out to Li Xian, "Li Xian, your owl has delivered a package." At last it had arrived. Li Xian hurried over to collect the parcel. Inside the Great Hall, 1,000 bats flitted chaotically against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swarmed above the dining tables, causing the flames in the pumpkin lanterns to flicker wildly. As Li Xian gazed at the new package delivered by 13, he silently prayed before unsealing it. "May the ancestors bless me. I hope Brother Wenkai can be dependable this time." Chapter 42. Dear Esteemed One, your Halloween gift has arrived. Please check for it. Li Xian, what is this? The curiosity of the onlookers stemmed from Li Xian's unexpected prayer before unwrapping the parcel, which inevitably piqued their interest. After all, Li Xian was a notable presence among the freshman cohort, garnering attention akin to that of Hermione Granger, the academic prodigy, alongside Harry Potter. Without any intention of concealing the contents of the package, Li Xian boldly unveiled it in front of the Ravenclaw students and the neighboring Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students who had gathered out of curiosity. As the parcel was opened, exclamations of "how beautiful" erupted from several girls, including Qiu, who gazed in astonishment at the exquisite dress contained within. Their praises flowed incessantly as they admired the stunning garment. However, curiosity soon turned to bewilderment. Why on earth had Li Xian received a dress? Was he perhaps harboring a penchant for cross-dressing? Terry Butt, the nephew of Adam Butt, the owner of the Quidditch boutique, wore an expression of disdain. Yet, Li Xian remained unfazed, urging them, "Open your eyes wide. This dress is crafted from paper." Just as Kona instinctively reached out to touch it, Li Xian promptly smacked his hand away, admonishing, "Don't touch it, or you'll ruin it." "What kind of dress is made of paper?" asked Qiu and her friends, their curiosity unabated. "This is a garment for the netherworld, intended for the souls of the deceased." Li Xian explained, "I've recently been haunted by a female vengeful spirit, so I decided to offer her some gifts in hopes of fostering a friendly relationship. After sending her several outfits that did not meet her approval, I resorted to crafting a custom design myself, inspired by the flowing sleeves of the celestial gown, a favorite attire of an ancient princess from my homeland, the Great Xia." As he cautiously opened the package, he revealed 3 ethereal dresses in shades of aquamarine, sky blue, and crimson, all designed for the spirit. After thoroughly inspecting the contents and confirming their integrity, he nodded in satisfaction. As his uncle Gio had rightly said, the craftsmanship of this paper crafting shop was truly remarkable. Had he known bespoke designs were an option, he would have refrained from allowing his senior brother Wenkai to experiment in the first place. Recalling the shorts and tank tops that Wenkai had initially sent, which he had incinerated in an attempt to appease the female spirit, nearly resulting in a catastrophic breach of the sealing charms, Li Xian had taken into account the spirit's likely advanced age and the outdated aesthetic sensibilities of the wizarding community. Thus, he had written to Wenkai, requesting something slightly more vintage. How vintage is vintage? So vintage, it might as well belong to the era of cavemen. Uncle Gio, upon learning of this, reprimanded Li Xian. "Do you understand why I had your brother Wenkai manage the apothecary? It's because he hasn't achieved much in life. But at least he possesses a skill that allows him to sustain himself. If he had even half the talent of Qiu, I would have sent him out into the world long ago." From Uncle Gio's words, Li Xian sensed his mentor's frustration and sincere concern for his pupil. Consequently, Li Xian felt compelled to draft the design himself for a custom order. "These heartless little rascals," he mused. Li Xian shook his head in resignation. Regardless of the circumstances, they would inevitably recall it later. Before pushing the door open, he cautiously listened for any sounds inside. Upon confirming that all was momentarily well, he stealthily opened the door and stepped inside. Just as Li Xian was about to grab a brazier to burn some clothes, a sudden chill swept past him, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he found that a cold visage was nearly pressed against his face, prompting him to hastily retreat to the side. Instinctively, he glanced at the flying broom, noticing that the talisman had been removed. Immediately, he directed his gaze towards the small zombie, Ahong, who was hiding in a suitcase, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Ahong, are you trying to get me killed? Just as the bear specter was about to pounce, Li Xian raised a new garment in front of him. This new outfit, I assure you, will leave you utterly satisfied. Watching as the female specter ceased her advance, her curiosity piqued by the 3 dresses of the same style but different colors, Li Xian continued. So, let's take a moment to try on the dresses. If they wrinkle, I do not possess a readily available iron to smooth them out for you. Observing the specter take a few cautious steps back, he carefully approached the brazier with the 3 dresses, mindful not to crease them. As wisps of ash danced from the flames, an odd mist enveloped the specter, and it was evident that her expression reflected satisfaction with the gradually materializing garments. However, Li Xian's mind inexplicably wandered back to his days in university dormitories. Burning clothes? You burn them faster than the dormitory matron collects them. Snapping back to the present, Li Xian admired the specter adorned in the flowing sleeves of her dress. Ah, the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress suits you quite well, he exclaimed. At this moment, the specter gazed at him in bewilderment. What did you say? This marked the first occasion she spoke, excluding the terrifying sounds previously emitted to frighten him. This dress is called the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Favored by a princess of ancient Daxia, Li Xian explained. I have prepared 3 colors for you, allowing you to change according to your mood at any time. Upon hearing his description, the specter instinctively touched the fabric of her dress. It was here, through this young man, that she discovered the possibility of changing garments even after death. Yet, few were aware of such things. However, according to the youth, this method was known even to the aunties at the entrance of their village in the east. The rarity of such knowledge in this region was simply due to geographical differences. The specter tried on all 3 dresses, and this time, she truly found no fault with them. You can ride me to participate in the Quidditch match, but it must be you alone. Anyone else who dares to touch me will not be treated kindly. Upon hearing these words, Li Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the sentiment felt somewhat peculiar, at least the issue regarding the flying broom for the Quidditch match had been resolved. Indeed, the old adage held true. Li Xian observed the female specter, who was incessantly changing between 3 dresses. There is no problem that a dress cannot solve. If there is, then 3 will suffice, he remarked. In the midst of his words, he seized the clothing of the little zombie, Ahong, exclaiming, "You little rascal. It's time to settle the score for your treachery against your senior brother." Chapter 43. The Dangers Unexperienced by the Natives. You claim you won't assist me, yet you nearly brought me to harm. The little zombie babbled in response. What? You share her kind? So you intend to aid her? Yet here I am, your senior brother. Where was your assistance for me? The little zombie continued to chatter. Spare me the nonsense of racial theory. Tell me, who is going to take you to indulge in delicious treats? Her? Of course, it is I, your senior brother. And who will craft a new coffin for you to rest in comfort? Her? No, it shall be I again. You ungrateful wretch. Just thinking about it incenses me. Li Xian strode ahead in a huff, while little zombie Ahong bounced along behind him, entirely unfazed by Li Xian's earlier fierceness, eagerly anticipating the delectable cream cakes to come. It was a mystery what Uncle Gio had done to him, enabling him to reach a state where he could consume grains. If he were to cultivate further, would he not then fear even the sunlight? As Li Xian casually spoke, for some unknown reason, little zombie Ahong abruptly halted, staring ahead with a fierce countenance. In the next moment, he pointed forward, exclaiming, "Danger?" Li Xian immediately followed his gaze, and the entire corridor trembled slightly. Could it be a troll? Did trolls not only appear during the banquet? Why was there a disruption now? Li Xian's mind conjured the events of that time when Quirrell had released a troll into the castle, feigning terror and collapsing in the great hall to alert everyone. It was Quirrell who had brought the troll into the castle, hoping to divert the teachers to subdue it, thus buying time to aid Voldemort in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had arrived at the girls' restroom, noticing Severus Snape heading towards the 3rd-floor corridor, unaware that he was following Quirrell. Harry and Ron soon encountered the troll and managed to confine it to a room, only to realize that it was the very restroom where Hermione was present. They rushed into the restroom, with Ron throwing objects at the troll to distract it. Harry climbed onto the troll's back and plunged his wand into its nose, while Ron used the levitation spell he had just learned to lift the troll's club high, knocking it unconscious. The fate of the troll remained unknown after the other teachers arrived. Following this incident, Hermione took all the blame upon herself, which solidified the friendship among Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. However, at this moment, Quirrell, who appeared weak and inept before others, coldly led a mountain troll into the castle. The mountain giant, regarded as the most perilous of all giants, was remarkably subdued by the sheer luck of the three small ones, combined with the protagonist's aura. Under his direction, the mountain giant began its descent underground. Just as Li Xian and the little zombie Ahong, who were hiding nearby, thought that Chilo was about to depart, unexpectedly, another mountain giant emerged from behind. Such a pivotal plot could not afford any twists. Moreover, it seemed increasingly absurd. It was indeed an armored mountain giant. Do you take this for a Hogwarts relic? Suppressing the urge to curse, Li Xian observed as Chilo dramatically adjusted his facial expressions after witnessing the entrance of the two giants into the castle. The timid and ineffectual Professor Chilo, who rarely evoked sympathy from Harry, was back in action. Oh no, this is a serious predicament. Subsequently, Chilo gasped in astonishment and dashed towards the Great Hall. Truly a master of theatrics, particularly adept at deceiving Harry, who remained utterly oblivious to any doubts, even worrying that Chilo might be bullied by Snape. Thus, every time Harry saw Chilo, he offered him an encouraging smile. Poor Snape was left misled. Once Chilo departed, the focus shifted to Li Xian. With the emergence of a new variable, one giant could be easily managed with the combined brilliance of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. However, the sudden appearance of an additional giant, one that appeared even more formidable, altered the situation significantly. Gurgle, gurgle, uttered the little zombie Ahong. Suddenly, Li Xian chuckled. All right, at last. I have a reason to intervene. Lend me a hand, and we shall split the spoils. The little zombie shook his head and extended 3 fingers. Li Xian feigned reluctance. Fine, 3/10 it is. Gurgle, gurgle. The coffin doesn't count. That is a gift from your senior to you, not for trade. After their negotiations, the duo proceeded towards the armored mountain giant. In order to ensure the safety of the locals, they intended to lure away the more powerful armored giant. Seizing the opportunity around the corner, Li Xian executed a simple distraction with a thrown stone. The armored giant, with its consistently low intelligence, curiously followed the sound, spotting a peculiar creature bouncing away. Without further thought, the mountain giant lumbered after the leaping little thing. A successful start. As Li Xian observed Ahong leading the armored giant away, he hurriedly followed in that direction. As for the other giant, it could fulfill its narrative duty on its own. By the time Li Xian caught up with the armored giant and little zombie Ahong, they had already exited the castle and arrived at a grassy expanse. The clever little creature understood that engaging in close combat with such a behemoth would be unwise, so it opted for a more strategic approach, seeking to attack from a distance. Would it be capable of ranged attacks? As Li Xian lifted his gaze ahead, he beheld the mountain giant, having seized the little zombie Ahong, pinching him delicately between 2 fingers, bringing him closer to his nose. A chilling scent of death enveloped the air. The giant attempted to bite down on the small zombie's head, only to have his fist-sized front teeth shattered upon impact. Foolish. How could such a robust creature be digested by your feeble stomach? Li Xian swiftly drew his wand, exclaiming, by the laws of urgency, petrify them all. Chapter 44. Application of Knowledge. As the petrification spell struck the armored mountain giant, it merely caused a brief delay of half a second before the creature, evidently provoked, discarded little Ahong and lunged towards Li Xian. Observing the escape of Ahong, who showed no inclination to assist, Li Xian cursed, lack of loyalty. As the armored mountain giant swung its massive club towards him, Li Xian waved his wand once more, commanding, transform into a needle. Utilizing the transformation spell learned from Professor McGonagall, he successfully converted the giant's wooden staff into a mere embroidery needle. One could only wonder how many points Professor McGonagall would award Ravenclaw upon witnessing such a display. Not lingering, Li Xian hastened toward the direction of little zombie Ahong. Though their encounter was fleeting, it made clear that this giant was far from the easily vanquished foes of cinematic tales. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. After all, the very fact that it had made his teachers anxious from the onset indicated its formidable nature. Glimpsing the knight's sword lying nearby, Li Xian cast a summoning spell. The knight's sword soared into his grasp. Summoning spell. A simple yet practical incantation, learned since 2nd year. But it was not until 4th year that Harry Potter would employ it. Even in 5th year, students continue to study this spell. This was not merely due to the necessity of continual practice to enhance proficiency, but also because more advanced silent summoning spells would be introduced later on. Thus, it is understandable why the spell remained a part of the curriculum in 5th year. However, for Li Xian, who had the assistance of a multitude of paper figures in his studies, first-year lessons were entirely mastered, and he had already begun to seek out more advanced spells in the library. Thus, the simple and practical summoning spell was not overlooked. As Li Xian grasped the summoned knight's sword, the mountain giant, mistaking this for a declaration of war, surged towards him with reckless abandon. Yet this charge led him directly into the trap Li Xian had recently set. Wingardium Leviosa, with the final incantation soaring into the air. 100 yellow talismans now floated before Li Xian, forming a dense web of enchanted traps. To prevent the mountain giant from noticing these, Li Xian concealed his wand and, sword in hand, charged directly at the mountain giant. As the mountain giant's attention was entirely fixated on Li Xian, he exclaimed, "Behold my sliding sword technique." With a deft maneuver, Li Xian executed a slide and deftly slipped through the giant's legs, simultaneously guiding his knight's sword past the creature's most private area. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the mountain giant, struck by the deadly technique, completely overlooked the presence of the yellow talismans, clutching its groin as it stumbled headlong into them. By the time it noticed the peculiar yellow charms sticking to its body, impossible to remove, it was too late. With a swift gesture, Taishang Laojun commanded, and the talismans affixed to the giant detonated in a brilliant explosion. The radiance expelled all shadows from the vicinity. Not a single spell was spared. Transformation, charms, potions, and Maoshan techniques were all employed, rendering the instructors unable to contest the fairness of Li Xian's approach. As the brilliance and smoke dissipated, the giant, reduced to a mass resembling a beehive, lay lifeless in its own pool of blood. Seize the moment, Li Xian thought, pondering how to collect the giant's mucus. Displaying admirable foresight, he seized the helmet and wasted no time in gathering the creature's mucus, a decidedly unpleasant task that left even the little zombie, a Hong, feeling nauseated. Yet, Li Xian remained composed, for in his eyes, these substances represented golden galleons, rendering the process far from repulsive. His studies in potions had bestowed upon him a profound appreciation for the value of such ingredients. Once he had filled the helmet with the giant's mucus, a satisfied smile graced his face. He then prepared to hand the helmet to little zombie Ahong, who declined the offer. "You keep it. I still need to retrieve its skull." Before Li Xian could devise a plan, little zombie Ahong had already leaped to the giant's corpse, seizing its cranium with both hands and brutally wrenching it free. "I now suspect you are merely timid. Yet, timidity does not equate to weakness," Li Xian mused. Observing the headless giant, the materials on its body should fetch a handsome price, but alas, he could not carry them. He had no choice but to summon 13 to hasten and transport the giant's head to the alley of overturned carts. During this time, Jack keenly observed the sticky substance on Li Xian's robe. Was it not the giant's mucus? Li Xian feigned ignorance, replying, "Perhaps that rascal Ron flung his mucus onto my robe." Speaking of Ron, let me tell you, that lad has become quite infamous tonight. He and that Harry Potter went to rescue a female classmate and managed to topple a giant. Can you believe 2 first-year students bested a mountain giant? This is surely a first in the history of Hogwarts, Jack chuckled. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, a broomstick repair box suddenly burst open, and a small paper figure sprang forth. It quickly surveyed the room, finding no one present. Upon exiting the dormitory, the common room was abuzz with lively chatter. Considering that there were certainly students at the banquet who had not had their fill, a considerable amount of the food from the feast was sent to the common room. Everyone indulged in the delivered delicacies, engaging in lively conversations. Only Hermione stood alone at the door, as if awaiting something, until Harry and Ron arrived, leading to a moment of shared, albeit awkward, glances among the three. Subsequently, they averted their gazes, simultaneously uttering a hasty thank you, before rushing towards their respective plates of food. As the text suggests, from that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. When one endures a shared experience, an undeniable bond forms, and vanquishing a 12-foot troll is indeed such an experience. Chapter 45. Regrettably, I am dull-witted. Shortly thereafter, the carcass of the troll, reduced to a Swiss cheese-like state, was discovered by the castle's caretaker, Filch, and his cat, Mrs. Norris. The news swiftly reached the ears of Headmaster Dumbledore, prompting the arrival of Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, the 3 heads of houses. Although Professor Quirrell was also summoned, he excused himself, claiming illness, and did not appear. Professor Snape gazed upon the headless troll and remarked, The troll's mucus can be used to brew potions. Its beard can serve as a core for wands. And the entire head possesses certain collectible value. The individual who dispatched this troll is quite knowledgeable. Professor McGonagall, however, wore a look of incredulity. Who could have slain a troll outside the castle? Her initial suspicion fell upon the professors, as only they possessed the capability to obliterate a troll in such a manner. Yet, the expressions of those present indicated otherwise. Even the tardy Uncle Lin Xian appeared puzzled, exclaiming, "What is this hideous creature?" "This is a troll, and specifically, the most formidable type, the mountain troll," Professor McGonagall explained, subsequently informing Lin Xian of the previous night's incursion of a troll into the castle. One had been defeated by Harry and Ron, and now a second had been discovered, though the identity of the assailant remained a mystery. Observing as Uncle Lin Xian approached the troll's remains, he circled the body before locating a trace of magical residue at the wound. It was unlikely that a third individual within the castle would possess such knowledge. Uncle Lin Xian then placed a finger to his lips, and with a sharp whistle, the owl named 13, circling nearby, soared towards Ravenclaw Tower. "Are you certain it is him? Unless you can find a third person in this castle who wields such spells." Yet, Professor McGonagall found it difficult to fathom that a first-year student could single-handedly slay a troll, if Harry and Ron were merely fortunate. The brutal condition of the troll indicated that this had indeed been a fierce battle. "What sort of creature is this mountain troll?" Uncle Lin Xian remarked dismissively. "Hands in pockets, I have faith in my apprentice." Shortly after receiving the urgent summons from the 13, Li Xian hastily arrived outside the castle. He was acutely aware that the massive corpse of the mountain troll would eventually be discovered, and, consequently, his involvement would also come to light. Professor McGonagall expressed her skepticism, while Professor Flitwick elucidated, indeed, during the banquet. Specifically, when Professor Quirrell warned us of the troll's intrusion into the castle, I did not observe Li Xian's presence. "McGonagall, please trust my eyesight." After all, our immediate reaction was to ensure the safety of the first-year students. There were only 8 first-year students in Ravenclaw, making it quite easy to ascertain their presence at a glance. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she too had not noticed Li Xian at the time. The typically conspicuous individual had indeed been absent from the banquet. At this juncture, Professor Snape interjected. "Then perhaps Li Xian could recount how he vanquished the mountain troll, as that seems to be our primary concern at this moment." "Indeed," Li Xian replied. "I initially instructed the little zombie, a Hong, to lure the troll away from the castle, thereby avoiding any unintended harm to my fellow students. This allowed me some time to devise a strategy. When I charged forward, I attempted to cast a petrification spell from our textbooks. However, my magical power was insufficient, and my self-taught efforts only resulted in a mere 0.5 seconds of delay." Upon hearing this, Professor Flitwick nodded, acknowledging having practiced for merely 2 months and being self-taught. Achieving a 0.5-second delay against a troll is quite impressive. Li Xian continued. "I soon realized that engaging in a direct confrontation would be futile, as I would undoubtedly be no match for the troll. Thus, I employed the transformation spell that Professor McGonagall taught us in class, turning the troll's club into a needle. Regrettably, I consider myself rather dull-witted, as after 2 months of practice, this is all I could accomplish. Transforming a troll's weapon into a needle after just 2 months of practice? Is that truly a mark of dullness?" In class, Professor McGonagall typically only required them to turn a matchstick into a needle. "Li Xian, do not be overly self-deprecating," she admonished. I then began to flee, and the troll pursued me. When I found myself cornered against the castle wall, I noticed a knight's sword held by the suit of armor in the corridor. I used a summoning charm to call the sword to me. Li Xian's revelation left Professor Flitwick astounded. "But that is a second-year spell." Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "Although my progress in magical training is slow, I'm a quick reader. During the summer, I perused the first-year textbooks, a fact known to both Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore. I then borrowed some second-year spellbooks from the library, a record that Madame Pants can confirm. Alas, despite acquiring the second-year texts, my limited aptitude only allowed me to master the relatively simple summoning charm." Hearing the phrase limited aptitude once again provoked an exasperated eye roll from Professor McGonagall, directed at the overly self-effacing Li Xian. While the summoning charm is not particularly difficult to grasp, achieving its desired effect proves to be quite challenging. Then I summoned the knight's sword to my hand with the levitation charm. Li Xian continued, stating, "Next, I took out the talismans I always carry with me and used the levitation charm to make them float, creating a trap net of talismans. However, to prevent the giant from noticing, I first executed a sliding strike with the knight's sword, successfully inflicting a wound on the giant's lower body, which distracted it. I learned this technique from my master. Upon hearing Li Xian finally speak of himself, Uncle Nine, Lin Zhengying, wore an expression of pride, especially when Li Xian revealed that he had ultimately used these talismans to obliterate the giant, his face glowing with a smug smile. Just as Li Xian had narrated the entire sequence of events seemingly flawlessly, Professor Snape interjected, "So, you learned that the giant snot, whiskers, and skull could be sold for my potions class?" Li Xian nodded, "Yes, Professor Snape. Thanks to your potions class. Even someone as dim-witted as I am could recognize so many valuable materials." At that moment, Professor McGonagall nearly loathed the term dim-witted. Chapter 46. The three young ones officially become apprentices. After hearing Li Xian's defense, Professor Snape remarked coldly, "If you omitted the term dim-witted, I would have greatly appreciated your answer." At that moment, Professor McGonagall was almost eager to raise her hands in agreement with Snape's statement. This child had become exceedingly pretentious. On the other hand, Professor Flitwick, with a cheerful demeanor, stepped forward and said, "Both professors, we must concede one point. This child is quite clever. His explanation not only clarifies his own actions, but also informs us of many things. I recall a book dedicated to tackling giants, particularly mountain trolls. Yet now Li Xian has demonstrated through practical action that combating giants should not be confined to a single method. The levitation charm, transfiguration charm, and the summoning charm, which seem unrelated to dealing with giants, when rearranged, became crucial in this endeavor. Of course, the most significant aspect remains Professor Lin's talismans and the techniques he imparts. Over the past 2 months, Lin Zhengying's martial arts lessons had drawn considerable opposition from other professors, with even complaints from parents reaching the school. Although Dumbledore had managed to deflect this pressure, Lin Zhengying still needed a practical demonstration to prove that what he taught was genuinely beneficial to the students. Clearly, Li Xian had now evidenced this through action. Lin Zhengying was quite satisfied with this, but sternly questioned Li Xian, "Why didn't you use the binding charm?" "I forgot." Li Xian immediately adopted a humble demeanor, lowering his head. This is the consequence of lacking diligence in practice. If you had ingrained the binding charm into your very bones, deeply embedded in your instinctual responses, you would have instinctively cast it at the first opportunity. Why make things so troublesome and end up in such a predicament? "Yes, master." This behavior left Professor McGonagall taken aback. Was this not too harsh? It surpassed even Snape's severity. After bidding farewell to Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, as well as to Professor Snape and Dumbledore, Li Xian took his leave. It seemed that an explanation was still required. Dumbledore, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "But that is of little importance now. Professors, you may return to your duties. By the way, let us award 10 points to Ravenclaw. After all, students who can apply their learning in such a manner deserve this reward." Furthermore, Li Xian's actions can serve as an exemplary case to share with the students. Soon after, Hagrid, the caretaker of the Forbidden Forest, arrived to attend to the corpse of the troll. Little zombie Ahong was also present, babbling to Uncle Gio about how he had contributed significantly to the effort. This little rascal certainly had a knack for claiming credit. Upon noticing Li Xian's arrival, Uncle Gio's previous feigned anger was quickly replaced by a radiant smile. "You little scamp, you have not brought shame upon your master." Li Xian chuckled in response, "Of course. However, I truly forgot the body bind curse." Uncle Gio laughed heartily. "That is why I insisted you practice the body bind curse 1,000 times. I was quite serious about it." Li Xian sighed in resignation. The next day, when he arrived at Uncle Gio's classroom to showcase the results of his 1,000 practice attempts at the body bind curse, he happened to encounter Hermione at the door. "What are you doing here?" Hermione inquired. Li Xian retorted, "I am a disciple of Uncle Gio. I must come to pay my respects every day." "And you, Miss Granger?" "Uncle Gio summoned me," she replied. As they entered the classroom, they found Uncle Gio at the altar, burning incense, and notably, wearing his Taoist robe. It was rare for him to don such formal attire, as he usually taught in casual clothing, much to the dismay of several professors who advised him to at least dress appropriately for class. However, Uncle Gio did not concern himself with such matters. This was only the second time he had dressed so formally since the sorting ceremony. Hermione, intrigued by what was to unfold, stubbornly refrained from inquiring about it from Li Xian. Once Uncle Gio finished with the incense, he turned to face Hermione and Li Xian, instructing Li Xian to bring a chair for the esteemed guest, positioning it with its back to the altar. Uncle Gio then asked Hermione, "Have you been reciting the scriptures daily for the past 2 months?" "I rise early each day to recite for half an hour, and I have not missed even on weekends," she replied. Uncle Gio, fully aware of Hermione's diligent nature, had no reason to doubt her words. "I have noticed that your magical powers are beginning to manifest." You possess great talent, the most gifted among this year's first-year students, he praised, causing Hermione to lift her chin with pride. Following this, Uncle Gio inquired, I heard you sought a troll for a one-on-one confrontation yesterday. But did not go as planned? Hermione, unable to disclose the truth, simply lowered her head in silence. Uncle Gio then offered, I possess a technique for the body bind curse. If mastered, it will make dealing with trolls a breeze. Would you be interested in learning it? I would certainly like to, she exclaimed. However, such teachings are reserved for my formal disciples. So, if you wish to learn, you must officially become my apprentice. As Uncle Gio spoke, Li Xian had already approached Hermione with a tray bearing a cup of tea, reminding her, serve the tea to master, then kneel and bow 9 times. Henceforth, you shall be a formal disciple of Uncle Gio. Had this been at the commencement of the school year, Hermione might have hesitated. But having heard of the 2 trolls that had appeared in the castle the previous day, one of which Li Xian had single-handedly vanquished using Uncle Gio's talismans, she was reluctant to lag behind him. Thus, she hastily presented the tea and proclaimed, Disciple Hermione pays her respects to Master. Uncle Gio nodded in satisfaction, saying, Apart from my 3 daughters, you are my 3rd female disciple. This binding spell shall be the first incantation I teach you. With diligent practice over time, its potency will undoubtedly increase. Understood, Master. Shortly after Hermione completed her formalities and departed, the classroom welcomed the 2nd member of the trio, Harry Potter. I heard you defeated a troll yesterday. Commendable indeed. You are the bravest among this year's first-year students, Uncle Gio remarked. Li Xian felt a sense of déjà vu upon hearing those words. Uncle Gio then turned to Harry, saying, I possess a method of talismanic magic that would suit you well. However, learning it requires formal initiation into my tutelage. Do you wish to proceed? Chapter 47. The Flawed Rules of Quidditch. As November approached, the weather turned frigid. The mountains surrounding Hogwarts were shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and unyielding. Each morning, frost coated the ground. From the dormitory window, Li Xian could see Hagrid's towering figure, wrapped in a long coat of mole fur, donning rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, as he cleared frost from the Quidditch pitch. It seemed that despite spending considerable time at Hogwarts, he had yet to greet the kind-hearted Hagrid. The anticipation of the upcoming match was palpable. In the Ravenclaw common room, members of the Quidditch team had gathered. The captain and chaser, Jack, along with chasers David Holmes and Li Xian, the newly appointed beater Bradley and beater Roger Davies, along with the newly promoted seeker, Daniel, were all present. Daniel, now in his 5th year, had finally advanced from the backup seeker position to the official seeker role, albeit due to the previous seeker's graduation and the inability to find a more suitable replacement. Roger Davies faced a similar predicament. His talent as a chaser was evident, yet the team was short on qualified beaters, resulting in his placement in that position. Typically, chasers require swift and agile flyers, which makes female players preferable. However, at present, the entire Ravenclaw Quidditch team, including substitutes, lacked a single female member. This disparity underscored the team's current predicament, leading Li Xian to suspect that Jack's recruitment of him was a desperate measure. Nevertheless, Ravenclaw's Quidditch team still held the 2nd position in the rankings, trailing only behind Slytherin. It is said that there are 700 types of fouls in Quidditch. As a newcomer to the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, Bradley was particularly exhilarated today, transforming a chaser into a skunk, attempting to decapitate the keeper with a machete, unleashing 100 blood-sucking bats from the robes of the captain of the Transylvanian team, setting fire to an opponent's broomstick, striking at an adversary's broom, and launching an axe attack on competitors. These were just a few of the audacious actions discussed. The rest of the team gasped in astonishment, while Li Xian felt a profound regret for having missed such an exhilarating match. An axe attack? Why did such antics remind Li Xian of the mechanic in Shaolin soccer, who kicked the ball while wielding a wrench? Everyone, do not be alarmed. I am a mechanic, and this wrench is merely for fastening screws. Quite reasonable, isn't it? He chuckled quietly to himself. At that moment, the rookie Bradley inquired once more, I have another question. As other players, like chasers or beaters, are we forbidden from seizing the golden snitch? Certainly not. The seeker is a unique entity. You must recognize this. Captain Jack reiterated the 10 fundamental fouls. 1. Prohibition of pulling, grasping an opponent's broom tail to hinder their speed or impede their progress, all players. 2. Prohibition of collisions, deliberately colliding with an opponent while flying, all players. 3. Prohibition of abrupt stops, suddenly halting the broom to divert an opponent's flight path, all players. 4. Prohibition of hitting the ball out, striking the quaffle towards the audience, only applicable to beaters. 5. Elbowing, improperly using the elbow to strike an opponent, all players. 6. Prohibition of ring crossing. Any part of the body passing through the hoop while hitting the quaffle. The keeper must block the hoop from in front, not behind it. Only applicable to keepers. 7. Prohibition of holding the ball in the hoop. The quaffle must be released when passing through the hoop. Only applicable to chasers. 8. Prohibition of tampering with the quaffle. Altering the quaffle, such as puncturing it to make it fall faster or zigzag. Only applicable to chasers. 9. Prohibition of touching the snitch. No player, except the seeker, may touch or grasp the golden snitch. 10. Prohibition of double chasing. More than one chaser entering the scoring area simultaneously. Aside from these, you may do as you please, Jack concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xian. Once the meeting adjourned, Jack pulled Li Xian aside. So, are you ready? Ready for what? Li Xian inquired, surveying Jack with curiosity. Jack cleared his throat. Although we Ravenclaws may not resort to cunning like Slytherins, we must be prepared. For instance, that kick you used on me last time could certainly come in handy. Are you sure? The rules state no elbowing or collisions. It does not mention kicking. Jack suddenly adopted a serious expression. Of course, the matter at hand largely depends on the opponent. Should we face the likes of Slytherin, who are known for their underhanded tactics, we shall reciprocate in kind. However, if it is the Hufflepuffs, those well-meaning simpletons, we will engage them in a fair contest, even to the point of overwhelming them, as their performance significantly influences the standings of our houses. Haha, why does Li Xian always have the impression that Jack's underlying message is to convey, as long as it affects our Ravenclaw scores, you should incapacitate them? Yet, regardless of the 10 common fouls or the 700 infractions detailed in Quidditch's rulebook, there remain numerous loopholes, and it is no challenge for Li Xian to exploit them. After parting ways with Jack, the ever-hungry Li Xian made his way to the Great Hall. Due to it being the weekend, mealtimes in the hall were extended by an additional 10 minutes. Typically, the mealtimes are as follows: breakfast from 8 to 9:30, lunch from 12 to 1300 hours, and dinner from 16:30 to 1900 hours. Just as Li Xian arrived and ordered a serving of noodles, accompanied by some raw garlic to savor in solitude, he fortuitously encountered Ron, Harry, and their newly joined companion, Hermione. The bond among the four had evolved beyond mere classmates or friends. They were all disciples of the esteemed Uncle Nine. By the order of their apprenticeship, Ron, Harry, and Hermione ought to address Li Xian as senior brother, though they had not adopted this practice. Do you truly have such a penchant for noodles? Ron inquired, gazing quizzically at Li Xian's dish. I see you devouring this almost every day. No, he does not particularly enjoy noodles, Hermione interjected. He simply craves garlic and requires the noodles as a compliment. My dear junior sister Hermione understands me well. Li Xian smiled slightly, then turned to the rather glum Harry. What troubles you, junior brother Harry? Why must you appear so despondent even during a meal? Ron chimed in, don't even mention it. Hermione lent Harry a book titled The Wonderful Quidditch Ball, and as fate would have it, Snape concocted a sudden decree stating that library books are not permitted to be taken outside the school. It was confiscated, and our Gryffindor house lost 5 points for good measure. Truly despicable. Li Xian expressed his sympathy and suggested, why not attempt to transform yourself into Harry again? It seemed to me that on the day you became Harry, Professor Snape's demeanor towards you was decidedly less severe. Consider it. Chapter 48. The unfortunate fate of Snape is about to begin. Harry's face was etched with resistance at Li Xian's suggestion. I suppose I shall ask for it once more. Hopefully, I will be fortunate enough to catch him in a good mood this time. Before departing, Harry cast a pleading glance toward Ron and Hermione. Would you care to join me? Not a chance. They both replied in unison. Harry's forlorn gaze turned to Li Xian, who replied with a mischievous grin. I will only accompany junior sister Harry. Make no mistake, it is junior sister Harry, not junior brother Harry. With gritted teeth, Harry ultimately set forth on his quest for the book alone. I hear that Ravenclaw is to compete against Hufflepuff in Quidditch tomorrow. Will you be participating? Ron inquired, while Hermione attentively eavesdropped. Indeed, it's left me with scarcely any time to complete my assignments, Li Xian lamented. At that moment, Ron leaned closer to Li Xian and whispered, no worries, you can copy mine. After Li Xian departed, Hermione scoffed, how can you be so brazen? Your own homework is merely a replication of mine. Oh, one cannot say it that way. You never allowed us to copy. Ron retorted, you merely assist us in verifying our answers, ensuring we arrive at the correct conclusions. Hermione glanced at Li Xian's retreating figure, her expression rife with skepticism. I do not believe this fellow has completed his assignments. Why? Just look at his calm demeanor. Does he appear to be someone who has finished his homework? What does unfinished homework look like? Ron queried, watching as Hermione produced a mirror and handed it to him. Here, this is what it looks like. Ron scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. Indeed, there is a distinction. The lad in the mirror appears considerably more dashing. Is there something amiss with your taste? Hermione shot Ron a withering glare, feeling a twinge of regret for befriending him, as it had led her to either breach school rules or tread perilously close to doing so. The most perplexing part was her inexplicable thrill at the prospect of breaking the rules. How utterly bizarre. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Due to Wood's orders, Harry was unable to witness the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. George and Fred jested that Wood was afraid Harry would be deterred from playing after witnessing the brutality of a Quidditch match firsthand. In truth, this was indeed the case. Hermione, witnessing Quidditch for the first time, spent the entirety of the match lamenting its madness and brutality, especially the rule against substituting players after injuries. However, Ron was more intrigued by her willingness to squander her study time to observe a match unrelated to Gryffindor. To this, Hermione explained, I merely wish to assess Li Xian's skill level. If his proficiency is high, it indicates that he has devoted considerable time and energy to Quidditch, which in turn provides me with more time to study, thereby enhancing my chances of securing the top spot in the end-of-year exams. Ron, exasperated, remarked, How fixated are you on achieving first place? As it turned out, Li Xian had indeed invested a significant amount of effort into Quidditch. Following this match, the already notable first-year student garnered a new moniker, Madcap Li Xian. Harry, can you imagine how wild Li Xian became once he hit the pitch? After the match, Ron animatedly recounted the events to Harry, gesturing dramatically. He soared on his broomstick from the clouds, diving almost vertically. That maneuver truly frightened referee Madam Hooch and made her break into a cold sweat. George and Fred declared him the most insane Quidditch player they had ever seen. I never anticipated that the usually refined Li Xian could exhibit such a wild side. Hermione interjected, I don't believe it's entirely fitting to describe Li Xian as refined. However, one must concede, Ron remarked, that Ravenclaw's victory in this match was largely attributed to Li Xian, who single-handedly amassed 200 points, compelling Hufflepuff to concede the game before they could locate the Golden Snitch. Fortunately, Ravenclaw's captain, Jack, was reasonable. Had he disagreed, the match would have continued, only resulting in further elevation of Ravenclaw's score. In the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts, as well as the Quidditch World Cup, the scoring system is based on total points rather than the number of matches won. Thus, rather than allowing Ravenclaw to run up the score, it was wiser for Hufflepuff to concede early. Moreover, Hufflepuff has always been rather indifferent to the pursuit of first place. Their primary concern lies with the quality of their evening meal. They are quite frankly a bunch of food enthusiasts. Observing the exuberant Ron, even though Hermione repeatedly emphasized that Li Xian had employed dubious tactics during the match, utilizing techniques for basketball, football, and even volleyball, none of which were familiar to those who only played Quidditch, Dean, Harry and Ron's roommate, was also astonished while watching the match. As a football fan, he immediately recognized one of Li Xian's scoring goals as a banana kick. Despite Dean's lengthy explanation of what a banana kick entailed, Ron remained bewildered. Yet, one cannot deny the sheer brilliance and audacity displayed by Li Xian as he scored while perched upon his flying broomstick. Following this match, the first-year student Li Xian, who had initially faced criticism, silenced all doubters with his prowess. Meanwhile, another first-year seeker, Harry Potter, who was about to take the stage next, garnered even more attention. Harry felt genuine joy for Li Xian's sudden acclaim, but he appeared preoccupied with more pressing concerns, casting a shadow of worry upon his youthful face. A child's countenance cannot conceal their thoughts, and even as Harry matures and learns the art of mental shielding, he remains unable to mask his inner turmoil. Not everyone possesses the innate talent for subterfuge like Professor Snape. Noticing Harry's distress, Hermione and Ron were inquiring when the Quidditch match concluded. And the first to dash to the Great Hall for sustenance was Li Xian, who was spotted by Hermione. That fellow should be in Hufflepuff. Upon seeing Li Xian, Harry seemed to find solace and hurried over to him, saying, Li Xian, do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something with you. Oh, you've addressed me with you, so it must be something significant, Li Xian replied, casually snatching a piece of bread from a passing house elf's tray, chewing it vigorously before mumbling. Speak up. What is troubling you? You look quite anxious. This pertains to Professor Snape. Just as Harry began to speak, Li Xian calmly interrupted. Are you referring to the incident involving Professor Snape's leg injury? Harry looked at Li Xian, astonished. At that moment, Hermione and Ron also gazed at Harry with curiosity. What leg injury? Li Xian inquired. I believe this topic is not suitable for discussion here. Do you have a more secure and private location? Harry and Ron exchanged glances and simultaneously nodded, yes. Hagrid's Hut. Chapter 49. Youngster, your Nimbus 2000 is about to be lost. In a small wooden cabin on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a crossbow and a pair of rubber boots stood before the entrance. Crafted to Hagrid's specifications, the items appeared quite normal in his hands, but seemed excessively large before Harry and his friends. The cabin contained a single room, with hams and wild chickens hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water over a hearth, and a large bed made from patchwork blankets in one corner. Initially, Harry worried that Li Xian might disdain Hagrid's living conditions. However, upon arriving, Li Xian was immediately captivated by Hagrid's black dog, Fong. "Hello." Li Xian greeted Fong with a cheerful smile, which for some reason made Harry, Ron, and Hermione feel slightly uneasy. "Hello, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Li Xian. It's a pleasure to see you all. Haha, I watched your matches through a telescope from here. They were truly spectacular." "Really?" Li Xian replied politely. "It is my honor. Seeing you ride a broomstick in Quidditch was quite unexpected and astonishing. That's called riding the wind, a traditional skill ingrained in our heritage. It is not surprising." Observing how Li Xian showed no disdain for Hagrid's lifestyle, Harry finally relaxed. "Now let us discuss something important. Hagrid, may we talk about a few matters here?" Harry asked. Hagrid, ever willing, replied, "Of course, no problem. I'll brew you some tea and prepare some rock cakes." Upon hearing the term rock cakes, Harry, Ron, and Hermione instinctively shifted their jaws. They worried whether their teeth could endure another round of attempting to chew the rock-hard delicacies. Convinced that rock cakes were exclusively Hagrid's culinary domain, they were taken aback when a loud crunch resembling a tooth breaking echoed through the cabin. To their disbelief, Li Xian was earnestly savoring the rock cake, exclaiming, "It has a hint of sweet rice cake." "What is sweet rice cake?" Hagrid inquired curiously. "A delicious yet expensive food item that can be quite taxing," Li Xian mused inwardly, "and it carries a somewhat unfortunate sentiment." "Thank you." Hagrid beamed with delight upon receiving Li Xian's compliment, and amid Hagrid's joy, Li Xian finished his piece of rock cake. Hermione was once again convinced that the Sorting Hat had undoubtedly, unequivocally misallocated this fellow to the wrong house. He should belong to Hufflepuff. As Li Xian finished the piece of rock cake in his hand, he rolled up his sleeves and declared, "It is quite rude to eat without lending a hand. It does not align with the customs of our people, and it just so happens to coincide with dinner time. Hagrid, may I borrow your kitchen?" "Of course, of course," Hagrid responded, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione directed their gazes towards Li Xian, who had made his way to the kitchen. The so-called kitchen was merely a cutting board and some ingredients placed by the window of the little wooden cabin. "Do you need any ingredients?" "Flour will suffice," Li Xian replied, already beginning to knead the dough with practiced skill. Hermione watched in astonishment. "Does Mao Shan even teach culinary arts?" "We do not teach it, but you must know how," Li Xian explained, "for it is an essential skill to please the master." While Harry and Ron remained puzzled, Hermione grasped the truth. It turned out that Uncle Nine was also quite the foodie. Before long, Li Xian had formed a good ball of dough, wielding Hagrid's fruit knife as if it were a chef's knife. At Li Xian's signal, Hagrid filled a pot with water, which was already boiling. "Today, I invite you all to savor our northern-style knife-cut noodles. With the first cut, may the deities gather at the gate. With the second cut, may disasters cease to appear. With the third cut, may the nation prosper and the people live in peace." As Li Xian recited these incantations, the slices of dough fell perfectly into the bubbling pot. "Is he not using magic?" Harry and Ron inquired of Hermione, who was equally astonished by this novel method of making noodles. "He is not. It is purely the skill of his knife work and technique." As a large pot of knife-cut noodles emerged, the aromatic scent wafted throughout the little wooden cabin. Experiencing this peculiar and delightful method of preparation for the first time, the three young ones and Hagrid wore expressions of disbelief as they began to devour the noodles hungrily. Even Hermione could not resist the allure of the knife-cut noodles. Observing their wide-eyed wonder, Li Xian kindly cautioned, "Eat slowly, be careful not to burn yourselves." Once they were satiated, Hagrid eagerly pressed Li Xian to teach him the incantation for making the knife-cut noodles. However, it was time to discuss Professor Snape. Li Xian spoke, casting a glance at the astonished Harry. "You indeed know something, don't you? After all, you fought the troll that night," Harry remarked. Li Xian smiled faintly. "Indeed, I know more than you can imagine. I even know that you will marry your good friend's sister and have 3 children together, while your dear friend Hermione will marry your good buddy and bear him children as well. But can such things be spoken of? No. What one sows, one shall reap." Just as if I were to reveal to Harry in advance that Quirrell is the antagonist, one can only fathom the resulting turmoil. Yet, Li Xian remains a devoted Harry Potter fan, harboring unresolved sentiments. If there were anything to be done under the law of causality, he would undoubtedly exert himself to the fullest. Hearing Harry's speculation, Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief. "No, he wouldn't. I know Professor Snape isn't the best, but he would never steal something that Dumbledore has safeguarded so diligently. To be honest, Hermione, you always seem to think of all teachers as saints, Ron interjected bluntly. I concur with Harry. I believe Snape is capable of anything. After all, he is a Slytherin, and many notorious villains have emerged from Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Hermione sighed in resignation, struggling to fathom that at this moment, Li Xian stood on the same side as herself. Yet, the typically eloquent Li Xian appeared to be playing mysterious, grinning as he said, "Bias can cloud one's judgment, and our discussion here will yield no conclusive results. How about we discuss the wager instead? Harry, you just mentioned betting your Nimbus 2000. To be fair, I will wager my clean sweep 7, betting that the troll was not released by Professor Snape." Harry asserted confidently, "All right, I'm willing to bet." Li Xian chuckled mischievously, "Little brat. Your Nimbus 2000 is as good as gone." Chapter 50. The man who brings comfort. As Li Xian departed, Hermione cautioned Harry, "Harry, you shouldn't bet with Li Xian. You don't trust my judgment?" "No. From what I know of Li Xian, he would never wager on something he isn't certain about. If he is willing to bet, it means he must already know something. But I truly saw Snape on the 4th floor, and when I went to ask him for a book this afternoon, I heard him say he had been bitten by a dog, and Filch was helping him with his medication." Hermione recalled a saying, "What is heard is not necessarily true, and what is seen may not reflect reality." In contrast to Hermione and Li Xian's position, Ron expressed his disagreement. "I stand with Harry. I don't believe a Slytherin can do anything good." Ultimately, Hermione could only retort, "Prejudice will only cloud your judgment," before departing. "Fine. If I lose the bet, I'll just have to race on the school's old broomstick in the future." He then slowly drifted off to sleep. Beneath his bed, a small paper figure emerged, crawling slowly to Harry's pillow, as if awaiting something. Meanwhile, in the Ravenclaw dormitory, Li Xian sighed in exasperation. Why isn't he talking in his sleep yet? "I'm waiting to learn Parseltongue." According to the original text, Ron had mentioned that Harry almost nightly experienced nightmares and spoke in his sleep, often in Parseltongue, to the extent that after 7 years of listening, Ron had learned quite a bit of it himself. Eventually, during the final battle, he opened the Chamber of Secrets to retrieve a basilisk fang to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux. At this moment, Li Xian seized the opportunity presented by the enchanted broomstick maintenance box, allowing him to discreetly place a small paper figure within, deftly bypassing the Gryffindor entrance restrictions. He nestled himself beside Harry's bed, poised to record Harry's murmurs in Parseltongue as he spoke in his sleep. As for his ulterior motives, they were as evident as the heart of Sima Zhao. After all, snakeskin is a prized medicinal material, and who knows, perhaps that sizable piece contained more than one. The following morning dawned bright, yet frigid. The aroma of sizzling sausages wafted through the dining hall as everyone eagerly anticipated the day's Quidditch match, their animated chatter filling the air. Especially after witnessing Li Xian's impressive performance, Harry Potter, as the Seeker, found himself under even greater scrutiny. "You must eat a few bites of breakfast." "I don't want anything. Just have a little toast," Hermione coaxed. "I'm not hungry," Harry stubbornly replied, his mood thoroughly dismal as the hour drew near for him to take to the pitch. Anxiety, fear, anticipation, excitement, and an inexplicable sense of pressure swirled within him, particularly when others remarked, "This year, as first-year students, seem formidable. Just look at Li Xian. Surely, Harry Potter will deliver an exhilarating match as well." Just when Harry felt as though his head might explode, a steady and serious voice drifted to his ears. "If you can't eat, at least drink some porridge." He looked up to see Uncle Gio seated across from him, who pushed a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee toward him. "I've seen your junior brother's match. Quidditch is a physically demanding sport, and you must eat. This congee is specially prepared for you by your junior brother." For reasons unknown, Uncle Gio always instilled in Harry a profound sense of security. His demeanor was stern, appearing even graver than Snape's, yet his seriousness was not intimidating. Rather, it radiated a nurturing affection akin to that of a caring elder. Harry felt an endearing familiarity, akin to being in the presence of a family member. "Yes, master." Harry picked up a spoon and took a tentative sip, finding it indeed delightful. "And I must thank your junior brother. I cannot cook." Uncle Gio, after speaking, tossed a talisman to Harry. "This is a safety talisman I drew overnight. Wear it." Having been specially instructed in the art of talisman making by Uncle Gio, Harry understood the significance of such a gift from an elder. As he rose to express his gratitude, Uncle Gio hastily waved him off. "No need for such formalities. Focus on your match and don't disgrace our school." "Understood, master. Now drink it while it's hot. I must head to the pitch, or I'll lose a good spot." Watching Uncle Gio depart, Harry was flooded with an indescribable sense of security. Hermione and Ron, observing that Harry seemed less tense, felt a measure of relief. However, Ron, fixated on the bowl of congee, finally mustered the courage to ask, Harry, may I have a taste? Just a small bite. This delicacy appears utterly delectable. Beside him, Hermione sharply tapped Ron on the head with her robe, exclaiming, You glutton! You're just like Li. Both of you ought to be sorted in a Hufflepuff. A short distance away, several Hufflepuff students curiously glanced over. Who was calling out from my Badger house? Before long, the clock struck 11 in the morning. After all, it was the debut match of the protagonist Harry Potter, and it seemed that the entire student body had gathered around the stands of the Quidditch pitch. Unlike the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, which attracted only a few Gryffindors and an unseen number of Slytherins apart from their own house students, this event drew a larger crowd. Many students came equipped with binoculars. Although the seating had risen high above the ground, it remained challenging to clearly observe the match. Ron and Hermione ascended to the highest row, joining Neville, Seamus, and a football enthusiast Dean. In order to surprise Harry, they crafted a massive banner from a bedsheet stained by the little rat Scabbers, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Dean, skilled in art, painted a large Gryffindor lion beneath the inscription. Soon after, Hermione cast a clever spell that made the colors of the banner shimmer in a variety of hues. Before long, the Gryffindor team, donned in vivid red Quidditch robes, and the Slytherin team, dressed in green, entered to a chorus of cheers. All right, gentlemen and ladies, this is the moment we have all been eagerly anticipating. I hope both teams display their skill and style. At that moment, floating in midair, Harry instinctively touched the protective charm hanging from his neck and silently closed his eyes. What is Harry doing with the charm? Ron asked, perplexed. At that instant, Li, who had appeared behind them unnoticed, chimed in. Naturally, he is praying. After all, that charm was personally drawn by Uncle, and with it, anyone attempting to harm Harry would think twice. Who would dare to harm Harry? Ron suddenly recalled something. Snape. However, the next moment, Li delivered a sharp tap to his head. Shout out Professor Snape? Mr. Weasley. Understood. Ron rubbed his sore head. You're even stricter than my mother. Our tradition at Malshan has always been for senior disciples to guide their juniors in place of the master. Li reminded him again. Therefore, you must remember the significance of respecting teachers and valuing the way. Ron nodded, resigned. Although Hermione disapproved of Li's somewhat punitive method, she recognized and generally adhered to the values he conveyed, albeit with occasional lapses, particularly regarding a select few professors. Before long, Hagrid arrived at the scene. Though he mentioned that he could see the match from his hut with a telescope, being present for Harry's game would undoubtedly provide a richer experience. At this moment, Harry Potter, having officially stepped onto the Quidditch pitch, resembled an invisible spectator, retreating to the sidelines as if merely a bystander observing the match. So engrossed was he in the game that he narrowly avoided being struck by the bludger, eliciting a wave of mockery from the Slytherin team. Yet, this was precisely the tactic devised by Wood for Harry, to feign the bewilderment of a novice, thereby lulling their opponents into a false sense of security. In truth, Wood was concerned that Harry's exuberance might draw undue attention, risking his being knocked off his broom and potentially instilling a psychological scar that could hinder his performance in future matches. In reality, Harry was indeed somewhat anxious. However, he soon acclimated. Prior to the match, Wood had insisted that all team members dedicate every moment to training, leaving Harry with scarcely any time to complete his homework. Thus, he felt immensely grateful for his friendship with Hermione. This year's Quidditch lineup was heralded by Wood as the finest in history. The goalkeeper and captain, Oliver Wood. The chasers, Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinett, and Katie Bell. The beaters, Fred and George Weasley. And the seeker, Harry Potter. As the match progressed, Gryffindor established a significant early advantage. Each time Gryffindor showcased their prowess, they were lavishly praised by Lee Jordan, the Quidditch commentator, while Slytherin's scoring was scarcely acknowledged, often glossed over with vague remarks. Even Uncle Vernon noticed the bias exhibited by this Jamaican-born Gryffindor student. Throughout the match, fairness was sorely lacking, prompting Professor McGonagall to sit beside him, personally supervising his commentary. With the appearance of the Golden Snitch, Harry, as the Seeker, became the focal point of the match. Just as he was about to make a vigorous attempt to seize the snitch, Uncle Vernon's attention was drawn to something amiss. The protective charm had been broken. Uncle Vernon fixed his cold gaze upon Harry in midair, and in the next instant, Harry began to sway violently, nearly being thrown from his broom. The Weasley twins attempted to intervene, but the out-of-control broom only soared higher, almost colliding with them as well. At this moment, all eyes were on Harry, causing the fact that Slytherin had scored 5 goals to be entirely overlooked. Even Jack, who had come to spectate, shook his head in exasperation and exclaimed, "The Seeker." It was then that Hermione seemed to have an epiphany. Indeed, it was Professor Snape who was up to no good. as Ron too turned his gaze towards Snape's direction. Lee Jordan, having already taken note, cautioned, "Pay close attention, Hermione. He is casting the counter curse." Upon hearing this, Hermione scrutinized Snape's lip movements and realized it truly appeared to be the case. The effects of the counter curse had to be executed in proximity to the caster, indicating that the culprit must be near Snape. Ron and Hermione glanced in that direction, struggling to discern who was behind the mischief. "What do we do now?" Ron inquired. But with no time left for analysis, Hermione volunteered to rescue Harry, declaring, "Watch me." After speaking, Hermione swiftly departed towards Professor Snape's location. Soon after, Uncle Gio glanced at Dumbledore, who was seated beside him, and remarked, "Isn't it evident? Aren't you going to intervene?" Dumbledore feigned ignorance and replied, "Intervene in what?" "Humph. If you won't, I shall." Uncle Gio retorted with a cold snort. "Who dares to be so audacious as to lay hands on my apprentice?" Suddenly, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed from the teacher's area in the audience, plunging the entire venue into silence. The nearby professors were left utterly stunned, as were the competitors in the area surrounding Professor Snape. The next moment, Ms. Hooch whistled at Uncle Gio, deliberately disrupting the Quidditch match. "Please escort Professor Lin from the premises." In a fit of expletives, Uncle Gio vacated his seat. At that instant, due to the roar, Harry Potter's broom regained some semblance of control, while simultaneously, Snape's robe unexpectedly caught fire, causing chaos among the audience in that section. Li Xian observed Harry, who had regained full control of his Firebolt 2000, and then glanced at Uncle Gio, who was leaving the stands in a huff. He shook his head in resignation. Defending one's own is indeed a noble trait. He then turned to Neville beside him and said, "Neville, you may continue watching." Throughout the preceding 5 minutes, Neville had been so frightened that he buried his face in Hagrid's jacket, weeping. "I caught the golden snitch." At that moment, Harry Potter, who had been spiraling towards the ground, fell from his broom and landed in the sand. Witnesses saw him cover his mouth as if he were about to vomit, followed by a cough, after which he raised a golden object triumphantly in his palm. Commentator Lee Jordan excitedly proclaimed, "Harry Potter has caught the golden snitch." An additional 150 points for Gryffindor, bringing the score to 170. 60. Gryffindor wins. He didn't catch the snitch. He nearly swallowed it. Flint, the captain of Slytherin, shouted in indignation. Yet referee Ms. Hooch asserted that this did not contravene any rules. Thus, Gryffindor's victory remained intact. "What was that about?" Li Xian remarked with a slight shake of his head. "Those 700 fouls are mere formalities. The rules of Quidditch are riddled with loopholes." Immediately following the match, Hermione and Ron sought out Harry, but at that moment, Harry was solely intent on finding Li Xian. Coincidentally, Li Xian approached nonchalantly with his hands clasped behind his back. "Brother Li Xian, look, this protective charm has a hole in it," Harry said, handing over the charm he wore around his neck for Li Xian to inspect. Li Xian examined the charred hole and remarked, "You were struck by a dark curse. It shielded you from a calamity." Hermione took the scorched charm from Li Xian and scrutinized it. So, initially, the dark curse targeted Harry, but because the charm deflected it, it redirected its attack to the broom. Upon hearing this, Ron inhaled sharply. Fortunately, the master had made adequate preparations. Otherwise, this time could have truly been disastrous. At this moment, neither Li Xian nor the trio of small ones noticed the shadow lurking in the corner, secretly observing the four. Damn that Eastern wizard. Suddenly, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, a piercing sensation stabbing deep within his chest. Ah, it hurts. The defensive rebound of this peace talisman is almost as powerful as the heart-piercing curse. Is this truly a legitimate wizard? Chapter 52. The training life of Malfoy begins not long after the Quidditch match concluded. Uncle Lin Jing stormed into the principal's office, visibly irate. He immediately exclaimed, "Did you not see someone attacking Harry?" However, during the Quidditch match, no one was permitted to intervene. Dumbledore explained, "This is the rule of Quidditch." Damn the rules. Are they flawed? Uncle Lin Zheng furrowed his brow. Must we wait for the children to encounter misfortune before taking action? Dumbledore merely smiled faintly. "I trust that prior to my intervention, there will be good professors, like you, who care for the students and will covertly protect them." Huh? Uncle Lin Zheng scoffed. "Are you, old Dumbledore, attempting to entrap us?" Dumbledore looked at Lin Zheng in confusion. "What do you mean by entrapment?" Lin Zheng only sneered, choosing not to respond. As he prepared to turn and exit the principal's office, he noticed the snowflakes drifting outside. "Look, it's snowing. Even the heavens deem your actions questionable." Regardless of whether they were Muggle students or Wizarding students, whether from the West or the East, all were eagerly anticipating the holiday. This sentiment directly contributed to the distractedness observed in the classroom over the following days, even during Professor Snape's potions class. As Malfoy spat out his venomous remarks, his gaze was fixed intently on Harry, with his lackeys Crabbe and Goyle grinning maliciously beside him. However, in the next moment, Seamus's cauldron inexplicably exploded, splattering its contents all over Malfoy. It reeks. Despite Malfoy's incessant outcry, classroom blunders are inevitable. Seamus merely received a verbal reprimand and was not penalized. This left Malfoy quite dissatisfied. Yet, Harry instinctively glanced at Li Xian, who was also brewing potions beside Seamus, and discreetly tucked away an empty potion bottle. "Thank you, senior brother." After class, Harry sought out Li Xian to express his gratitude. "Thank me for what?" Li Xian replied, puzzled. "Do not slander me. That explosion was entirely Seamus's doing. I had nothing to do with it." With that, Li Xian, appearing as if he were hastily departing the scene of the crime, quickly vanished. Just as Harry felt touched to have such a senior brother, Neville walked by, clutching his red memory ball. "What could I possibly have forgotten? This ball has been red the entire time. It has never changed. Is it broken?" Harry inquired, and then took the memory orb, which swiftly transformed into a transparent state. It appeared to be intact. "Neville, you ought to ponder this carefully, since it has been persistently reminding you. It must be of significant importance." Neville nodded earnestly. "I will certainly reflect on it." Due to the snowfall, even the Black Lake had frozen over with a thick layer of ice, allowing the students enrolled in the elective Mahjong class to finally enter the classroom, which was a rare privilege. His father, the astute Lucius Malfoy, upon learning of the matter, sternly reprimanded his son for his truancy and insisted that he attend the Mahjong class. Ever compliant with his father's commands, Draco Malfoy had to suppress his drowsiness to attend the 5 o'clock Mahjong lesson. Fortunately, he soon developed a fondness for the class, particularly when Master Li, acting as the substitute instructor in the absence of Master Gio, took the helm. In the Mahjong class, the initial half hour was dedicated to the recitation of scriptures, followed by physical training. Today, as usual, Master Li was filling in as the teacher, a routine to which the students had grown accustomed. Before Hermione even had the chance to raise her hand, Master Li had already selected Malfoy. The praise he received made Malfoy beam with delight. This was also one of the reasons he continued to attend the early morning classes. Other professors seldom commended him, including his own house head, Professor Snape, who could hardly find any merit in Malfoy's academic performance. After all, the Malfoy family was renowned throughout the wizarding world. Ron expressed his discontent regarding this favoritism. Just then, Master Li unexpectedly called out Ron's name. "A physical duel requires 2 participants. Aside from Malfoy, I need 1 more student to assist. It's you, Ron Weasley." Upon hearing his name, Ron quickly stood up. Malfoy looked at Ron with a joyful and expectant expression. "Very well. This will be a chance for you to face some hardship, and it's all above board, without any fear of point deductions or reprimand from the teachers." When they collected both of their wands, Hermione finally grasped the scheme Li was orchestrating. "What a brilliant ploy," she whispered with a mischievous smile. "What do you mean by that?" Harry inquired quietly. A brilliant ploy refers to excessive praise or flattery that leads the recipient to become arrogant, complacent, stagnant, or even to experience downfall or failure. "But what does this have to do with the present situation?" Harry asked, perplexed. Hermione continued, "My master taught me spells and charms." "But what did he teach Ron?" Harry shook his head. "Ron has never divulged that information. He said his master instructed him to keep it secret, even from us." "I suspect." Hermione leaned closer to Harry and whispered, "I believe his master taught Ron physical techniques." "Physical techniques?" Harry seemed to grasp something. At that moment, Malfoy and Ron had positioned themselves in the open space before the group, ready to commence under Master Li's direction. Li Xian first approached Malfoy and exclaimed, "Keep it up. I have faith in you." Malfoy flashed a series of smug smiles, then struck what he believed to be a perfectly executed pose, a gesture he had deemed the most stylish after much practice. Following that, Li Xian quietly leaned towards Ron, advising, "Be gentle. Such a clumsy sparring partner is hard to find. Don't frighten him too much, or who will practice with you in the future?" Understanding the implication, Ron responded with a mysterious smile and assumed a pose that left everyone perplexed. "Weasley, why does your stance resemble that of a girl?" Malfoy mocked. Ron, however, merely bent his knees slightly, fists raised, and coldly declared, "Wing Chun, Ron Weasley." Chapter 53. The school is also home. Though Malfoy was arrogant and domineering, he possessed a keen self-awareness, especially regarding combat. He never truly believed he would emerge victorious. This was precisely why he had initially avoided a duel with Harry at midnight. However, he never anticipated facing a humiliating defeat particularly at the hands of Ron Weasley, whom he had always underestimated. Prior to this, the school had sent letters to all families, notifying them that Professor Lin Zhengying's martial arts class might result in unintended injuries. Parents were advised to withdraw their children if they wished to avoid harm. Clearly, Malfoy attended the class and did not opt out, leaving him without grounds for complaint. Consequently, his declaration of wanting to inform his father was abruptly cut short. Enduring the pain of 2 black eyes, he suppressed his anger until class concluded. Afterward, he lamented that martial arts were a sham and vowed never to study again before fleeing the scene. Professor McGonagall, initially considering deducting points from him, looked at Malfoy as swollen eyes and decided against it. She then addressed the students. Is there anyone from Gryffindor who wishes to stay behind? Please let me know promptly. After speaking, she glanced at Li Xian, remarking, "What is it that you find inconvenient?" Li Xian replied, "He is probably afraid of me embarrassing him with my lack of skill." Skillless? With this level of talent? Professor McGonagall thought to herself, "If you were one of our Gryffindor students, I would be eager to showcase you as a prodigy in Transfiguration." Upon learning that Li Xian would also remain at school, Harry and Ron joyfully approached him. "That's fantastic. Now we can have fun together." "Yes, I have Harry, George, and Fred staying as well," Li Xian replied, observing their elation without wishing to dampen their spirits. They shared their secrets about their younger brother, Li Xian, and even attempted to draw him into their mischief. However, Li Xian was self-aware. Each time the trio convened to discuss their myriad ways of breaking school rules, he appeared eager to escape, only to be forcibly pulled into their plans by Harry and Ron, who inundated him with stories he already knew by heart, tales of the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor. It was revealed by Hagrid that the 3-headed dog was guarding the Philosopher's Stone, which was connected to Nicholas Flamel. Thus, they needed to seek clues about Flamel. Li Xian, feeling exasperated, quipped about Hagrid. "I genuinely suspect that Hagrid was raised on a potion of truth-telling. He can hardly keep a secret." Hermione, perceptively sensing something, asked, "Do you know something again? Can we bring along George and Fred?" Ron interjected, "Oh, and Percy too." "Of course," came the reply. Consequently, Ron and Harry set off to find George and Fred, just as Li Xian intended to slip away. Hermione called out to him once more, "You deliberately provoked Malfoy during class. He will inevitably find out. One should be preemptively educated about being foul-mouthed, or else they will suffer in society. I do this for his own good." Is it because Harry was taunted by Malfoy for lacking family? You want to stand up for him, don't you? Hermione shouted after Li Xian, who was hastily departing. "Who says he has no family?" The moment he became a disciple of Uncle Gio became his father. Ron and I are his brothers, and you are his sister. This illustrates the distinction between a master and a teacher, and between senior brothers and classmates in our respective cultures. While teachers merely impart knowledge, a master not only educates, but also serves as a father for life. Thus, the discipleship is akin to family. With that, Li Xian turned and left, leaving Hermione standing in silence for a long while, murmuring to herself, "The discipleship is indeed akin to family." In that moment, Hermione seemed to grasp something profound. As the countdown to vacation began, nearly all students found it difficult to focus on their studies, with the exception of Hermione, the diligent scholar. Harry and Ron, who initially hoped to relax, found themselves compelled by Li Xian to attend early morning classes. They thought that with their master gone, they would have a couple of easy days, only to forget that they still had an elder brother. "Oh, Merlin, please take our elder brother away for a few days." Hermione reminded them, "Li is doing this for your benefit." "Well, forget it. Our master is even more fearsome." Ron shuddered instinctively. "It's scarier than Li Xian making us jump into the Black Lake on such a cold day." "Jump into the Black Lake?" Hermione pondered. "Is that winter swimming? That could actually be a splendid form of exercise. But it really is quite dreadful." Ron, having grown up in a wizarding family, remarked, "I simply cannot comprehend swimming in a lake in such frigid weather. Isn't that courting death?" Although Harry was aware of the concept of winter swimming, it was his first time witnessing someone daring enough to do it. Hermione began to wonder why Li Xian engaged in winter swimming. He was not one to indulge in futile endeavors. Although winter swimming was not entirely without merit, it didn't significantly enhance magical prowess. Until Harry casually remarked, "Rather than winter swimming, I believe our elder brother prefers diving. Holding one's breath for nearly 10 minutes is truly impressive." Thus, they discovered yet another of Li Xian's remarkable secrets. Subsequently, Hermione eagerly addressed Harry and Ron, stating that extreme environments can better stimulate the inherent potential of the human body, thereby enhancing its adaptability. This was the very reason why Li Xian had taken them for a winter swim. However, Harry and Ron shook their heads in defiance, expressing that they would rather forego such potential and adaptability preferring instead to remain nestled in their warm beds a little longer. Observing the lackadaisical demeanor of these two, Hermione sternly admonished them, declaring that knowing them was the greatest folly of her life. If you two refuse to practice, do not expect to copy my assignments. Chapter 54. Christmas gifts. The holidays had finally arrived. Hermione was gone. The day after her departure, Ron jubilantly leaped out of bed, exclaiming his relief at no longer having to endure her incessant reminders about studying and examinations, which had nearly worn his ears raw. Harry, still groggy, added that they were also free from early classes, as Brother Li Xian had mentioned he had matters to attend to and would not be holding classes for the next few days. How wonderful that was. Sitting up, Harry shook his head, recalling that he had seen Li Xian in the kitchen the previous day, asking the house elf for a large jar of cauldron dregs, presumably for some potion research. Cauldron dregs? Ron queried with a puzzled expression. He is always so peculiar. With Hermione's nagging absent and Li Xian's restrictions lifted, the two began to indulge in their freedom. They spent the morning sampling various foods while devising schemes to get Malfoy expelled, though none of their plans were feasible. Discussing them brought them joy. The afternoon passed with Ron teaching Harry to play wizard's chess, revealing Ron's innate talent for the game. Just as he was basking in his triumph, Li Xian happened to pass by during dinner, effortlessly turning the tide of the game and securing the only victory of the afternoon for Harry. In the neighborhood lived Mr. Wong, Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhao. To his astonishment, Ron realized they were all grandfathers, and 4 of them at that. No wonder Li Xian's chess skills were so refined. Ron mused, lamenting that in his own abode, there were no grandfathers, only a ghoul. Soon, Christmas Eve arrived. As Harry climbed into bed, he could only hope for a grand feast the next day, anticipating a joyous day of play without giving a thought to receiving gifts. However, upon awakening the following morning, the first thing he noticed was a small pile of parcels at the foot of his bed. As he groped his way out of bed, a still sleepy Ron mumbled his own wishes for happiness. "Come quick, you must see the gifts I've received," Harry exclaimed. "What did you expect to receive? Cabbage?" After inspecting the gifts, Harry found a rather crudely made flute from Hagrid, evidently crafted by Hagrid himself. When he blew into it, the sound resembled that of an owl. Surprisingly, the second gift was a 50-penny coin from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Since Ron fancied it, Harry decided to pass it along to him. Subsequently, Harry discovered that he had also received a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, infused with the distinctive warmth of the Weasley family, along with a box of homemade fudge. This was all due to Ron's mention that Harry might not receive any gifts. Embracing the sweater, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of home. Additionally, Hermione had sent him a large box of chocolate frogs, and Uncle Vernon gifted him a new talisman for protection. Ron, in a rush, chimed in, "This talisman is truly effective. You should wear it right away." Harry nodded and adorned himself with the talisman, leaving only 2 parcels unopened. One was small and light, while the other was substantial. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to open the smaller one first, discovering merely a note inside. "Merry Christmas. Dear Harry, I plan to gift you a Nimbus 2000, but it will be closer to the holidays, so no need to rush. Your junior brother, Li Xian." Ron, glancing at the note, chuckled. "I bet he's referring to the bet you two made. You should write a similar note in return." As thoughts of gift-giving crossed Harry's mind, he suddenly realized he hadn't considered giving any gifts himself, which struck him as rather regrettable. At least Li Xian had remembered to wish him a Merry Christmas. Unexpectedly, Ron also received a parcel from Li Xian, which was particularly large, towering over them. Upon opening it, they found a sturdy cylindrical structure with several sticks protruding from it. "What is this?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "It's a wooden dummy, a training tool for martial arts." "How fantastic!" Ron exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I thought it was a coat rack." Harry laughed, but in the next moment, he glanced again at Li Xian's note. Receiving a Nimbus 2000 before the holidays, he was acutely aware that he already possessed one. Did Li Xian, as Hermione suggested, have absolute confidence in winning that bet? Although puzzled, his concerns were soon eclipsed by the joy brought on by the last gift. "Your father left this for me before he passed. It now rightfully belongs to you. Use it wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Harry stared at the unsigned note for an extended period, while Ron marveled at the invisibility cloak. As the two contemplated using the cloak to search for clues about Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section of the library, Fred and George burst in. Harry hurriedly concealed the cloak, and soon they all donned matching Weasley sweaters to venture out in jubilance. Meanwhile, as per tradition, he rose at 5 o'clock, even in the absence of Uncle Vernon's supervision, to diligently complete his morning exercises. By the edge of the Black Lake, he sat cross-legged on the icy surface, the chill stimulating every inch of his skin, gradually cultivating within him a remarkable capacity for adaptation to the cold, unlocking even greater potential. However, these endeavors seemed to bear little significance to him. Loneliness was destined to become a norm. Li Xian quietly mused to himself. It would be prudent to adapt sooner rather than later. What is happening? Even he was astonished. Are there truly so many people bestowing gifts upon me? Just as Li Xian began to speculate that these presents might be from his classmates or teachers, he gradually unwrapped them and discovered. Little junior brother, Merry Christmas. I am your senior brother Qiuxing. This golden sword is my own creation, which I have nurtured for 5 years. It easily dispatches ordinary demons. I present it to you as a Christmas gift. Little junior brother, Merry Christmas. I am your senior brother Wenkai. This century-old ginseng is your Christmas gift from me. Please take good care of yourself over there, as well as master. Little junior brother, greetings. I am your senior brother, A Xing. Little junior brother. I am your senior brother, A Fong. As each exceptional Christmas gift package was opened, familiar yet previously unencountered names appeared before him. Li Xian suddenly felt a twinge of emotion, his eyes moistening as he gazed at the room brimming with gifts, and he smiled wryly. Chapter 55, Christmas Gifts. After perusing the gifts sent by several senior brothers and sisters, Li Xian, deeply moved, noticed that his uncle Si Mu had also sent a present. It felt rather substantial. Could it be? Upon unwrapping it, he was elated to find something he had eagerly anticipated. Ah, the great health sword. In an instant, the classic line from the movie, spoken by Uncle Si Mu to Master Li Xian, resonated vividly in his mind. The sword measured 2 feet in length, seemingly tailored to his height at this age. The material appeared primarily to be copper, blended with other metallic substances. Holding the magnificent sword in his hands, Li Xian could not help but wonder how many similarly styled swords in various sizes his Uncle Si Mu possessed. Perhaps only he knew the answer to that. After stowing away the great health sword gifted by Uncle Si Mu, Li Xian also noticed that Uncle Gio had sent him a peace talisman, accompanied by a note. Regarding Uncle Gio's tough exterior but tender heart, he smiled once more, touched, and promptly donned the talisman. As he gathered his thoughts and prepared to venture out for a meal, another owl swooped in through his dormitory window. Li Xian received the gift delivered by the owl and opened it to find a card. Merry Christmas, Hermione Granger. That little girl. Happy Egg Day. When Hermione received the card, she wore a puzzled expression. Did she really make a mistake in writing? How careless. Nevertheless, Hermione cautiously tucked away the rudimentary hand-drawn card. As she sighed in contemplation, preparing to extend her blessings to her parents, yet another owl arrived. 13. Observing the round, shiny head of the owl, which Uncle Gio had fashioned, Hermione felt a twinge of confusion. Hadn't Uncle Gio already sent the peace talisman? However, upon opening it, she gasped as a bracelet fell out. I'm just joking. How could your senior brother be so stingy? This is a sandalwood bracelet, known for its protective properties. Worn upon the wrist, nourished by the body, particularly during the recitation of mantras, it absorbs mystical energy, potentially safeguarding one's life in critical moments. Observing the exorcism sandalwood bracelet, Hermione couldn't help but smile. The clan of wizards is indeed akin to family. You do possess the qualities of a true elder brother. After tucking away the bracelet, Hermione cheerfully descended the stairs in search of her parents. Evidently, she was not the only one in high spirits today. Apart from Severus Snape, Terry Boot chimed in, declaring, well deserved, who told him to incessantly deduct our points and occasionally subject us to corporal punishment. However, as they were about to exit the Ravenclaw common room, Li Xian could not resist interjecting, I must correct something. Professor Snape received a gift this year. What? Michael Corner and Terry Boot stared at Li Xian incredulously. How is that possible? Li Xian chuckled. Indeed, it was once deemed impossible, yet this world has taken a peculiar turn, allowing a script reader to exist. Corner and Boot looked on in confusion. Could you not pose more sophisticated questions? We are in Ravenclaw, the gathering place of scholars. What significance do trivial inquiries about the color of unicorns hold? Why not challenge us with a quadratic equation or calculus? We appear far from the academic elite. The bronze knocker was momentarily taken aback by Li Xian's remarks. Surely you do not lack understanding of such concepts? Li Xian retorted with a cold smirk. Oh, I sincerely hope you do. After Li Xian departed, the bronze knocker muttered to itself, what is a quadratic equation? And what on earth is calculus? Once outside the Ravenclaw Tower, Li Xian began searching for Peeves. Finally, in a boys' restroom, he spotted the poltergeist attempting to pour a bucket of water over an unsuspecting boy on the toilet. Startled by Li Xian's call, Peeves missed his target, and the nearly pranked boy hurriedly pulled up his trousers and scurried away, cursing. Peeves glared at the intruder who had interrupted his mischief, contemplating a lesson for the meddler. but realizing that avoiding retaliation was already a feat in itself. Just as Peeves prepared to flee, adhering to his principle of evasion when outmatched, Li Xian suddenly called out, "Are you truly so kind as to prepare a Christmas gift for me?" Of course, Li Xian smiled. "I've always had a rather good heart." Peeves scoffed. "Others may not know you, but I do. You and I are cut from the same cloth, both mischievous at heart." Li Xian paused momentarily before turning to leave. "Forget it. Stop. One does not refuse an offered gift. Moreover, though I was compelled to use it as a teaching tool, surely I deserve some remuneration." Peeves hastily called out to Li Xian, unaware that Li Xian, already turned away, revealed a sly grin and produced a small package he had prepared in advance. Upon unfolding the package, Peeves gazed incredulously at its contents. "What is this?" "These are garments specifically crafted for the spirits of the deceased," Li Xian replied. Li Xian spoke slowly. "I have heard that you have always found your clothes unsightly and wish to acquire a new, more flamboyant outfit. Thus, I have procured for you the most fashionable of the northeastern floral robes from our great Xia kingdom." Upon catching sight of the northeastern floral robe, Pai Pai Gui was instantly exhilarated. "It perfectly matches my taste. But I must ask, is this truly meant for spirits to wear?" he inquired excitedly. "How do I put on?" Unperturbed, Li Xian produced his wand and conjured a flame, igniting the ghostly garment. Meanwhile, Pai Pai Gui, watching anxiously, exclaimed, "Such a beautiful robe. Why would you burn it?" However, in the next moment, he sensed an odd transformation occurring within himself. Looking down, he discovered that the very northeastern floral robe Li Xian had set ablaze was now adorning his form. "I actually wore it." Pai Pai Gui jubilantly bounced about for several minutes, and once his excitement had slightly abated, he turned to Li Xian and said, "A favor for a favor. Speak up. What do you need my assistance with?" Li Xian scoffed, "Huh? Do you take me for a fool? You shall not receive any more gifts from me." Stunned by Li Xian's huffy departure, Pai Pai Gui stood frozen, pondering, "You give me a gift, yet you wish for me to assist you? Why are you not following the usual customs?" Chapter 56, Christmas Eve, the night of action, observing the ghostly attire originally intended for the female spirit, which had garnered high praise from Pai Pai Gui, Li Xian couldn't help but grumble again. "Humph, just look at Pai Pai Gui's impeccable taste. Unlike that female spirit, who has no discernment whatsoever, especially the bikini prepared for her by Brother Wenkai. How exquisite it was! Achoo, achoo, achoo." Feeling as though he had been suddenly rebuked, Li Xian hastily seized his inner grievances. As anticipated, the unappealing and unpopular Pai Gui soon strutted about in his new northeastern floral robe. "Li Xian gifted this to me. Yes, indeed, Li Xian bestowed this upon me. Ha ha," he proclaimed to anyone and everyone he encountered, including the spirits. When confronted by the doorman, Felky, the two adversaries naturally exchanged no pleasantries. "Hey, you mute," Pai Pai Gui brazenly uttered, invoking Felky's greatest taboo. The term mute referred to those born into wizarding families yet lacking magical talent, which was a significant reason for Felky's disdain towards students of the Magical Academy. Flaunting his northeastern floral robe before Felky, Pai Pai Gui declared, "Listen well, from now on, Li Xian is under my protection. Those who know better will cease to provoke him, or they shall experience the joys of the doorman throughout history." Felky shot a furious glare at this detestable Pai Pai Gui, yet felt powerless to respond and walked away. Just as Pai Pai Gui turned to continue his boasting elsewhere, an unexpected presence materialized before him, rendering him momentarily speechless. If there is anything within the confines of this castle that instills fear beyond the formidable figures of Dumbledore and the venerable Uncle Lin Zhengying, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful specter among the Hogwarts ghostly ensemble, the fearsome Bloodman Barrow. This Slytherin resident ghost is a terrifying apparition, characterized by hollow eyes and a gaunt visage, with his robe marred by silver stains of blood. He is often heard humming to himself atop the astronomy tower. His two most notorious abilities are invisibility and the ability to subdue Peeves the poltergeist. "Greetings, esteemed Lord Barrow." Peeves promptly bowed upon encountering the Bloodman. Barrow cast a discerning glance at Peeves' new attire. Although he was not particularly fond of the style, the peculiar ability to change a ghost's clothing piqued his interest. "Is this the garment sent by the Eastern student, Li Xian?" Barrow inquired coldly, to which Peeves eagerly nodded. "Indeed, Lord Barrow." Following a brief recounting of events by Peeves, Barrow silently departed, leaving the Headless Knight and other specters to speculate curiously about the typically icy Bloodman's sudden inclination to change his attire. However, Peeves appeared to harbor a different perspective as he quietly contemplated the direction in which Barrow had vanished. As night fell, the Hogwarts Christmas feast commenced in earnest. Featuring mountains of plump, roasted turkeys, heaps of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, and vast platters of delectable sausages, all amidst an array of colorful wizarding firecrackers. Compared to the Muggle world's fireworks, these enchanting crackers, which transformed into bizarre patterns, were far more spectacular. The hall echoed with the sounds of explosions, even launching a naval captain's hat and several lively white mice into the air, as Harry, Ron, George, and Fred playfully hoisted Li Xian between them. The appearance of Bloodman Barrow drew their attention, curious as they watched Li Xian follow the ghost away. Simultaneously, the little white mice had vanished, leading Harry to speculate that they had fallen prey to Filch's cat. A pang of sympathy struck him for the little creatures. Yet his concern shifted to himself when Li Xian unexpectedly produced a red cloth just before departing. Upon seeing the cloth, Harry instinctively tried to evade, but it was too late. "Merry Christmas, Harry," Li Xian mischievously called out as he dashed away, leaving Harry blushing, hands covering his face in a mixture of embarrassment and excitement. Nearby, Ron jested, "I genuinely think you would make a splendid Harry. At least Professor Snape treats Harry quite well. By the way, where's Professor Snape?" Meanwhile, Li Xian, having been summoned by Bloodman Barrow, found himself in a secluded corridor outside the Great Hall. Noticing Barrow's prolonged silence, Li Xian took the initiative to ask, "Shall I choose for you? Or would you prefer a custom design?" A flicker of surprise crossed Barrow's eyes before he conjured a pattern in the void, declaring custom. Li Xian glanced at the image before him, saying, "All right, but you'll need to wait a few days. Aren't you curious about what I intend to do with this?" Bloodman Barrow inquired. Li Xian chuckled softly. "It is a fundamental quality of a competent merchant to refrain from prying into a guest's privacy. Hee, as if I were unaware of your intentions. I simply find it unnecessary to engage in excessive chatter. I must step out for a moment." Just as Li Xian was about to leave, a thought struck him. "By the way, the materials for crafting garments for the underworld are rather troublesome. Should the school misinterpret my actions, I will require your assistance as a witness." "No problem. Let me think it over first." Li Xian waved his hand and departed. As Bloodman Barrow watched the peculiar young man leave, his centuries of wandering through the world granted him a keen intuition. It suggested that this lad seemed to possess knowledge beyond imagination. What could it be? At that moment, within a restroom on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts, Myrtle, the resident ghost, remained quietly seated by the window, gazing at the cold moon hanging in the night sky, humming a strange tune that no one had ever heard. Suddenly, her song ceased. With a vigilant gaze fixed upon the restroom entrance, she confirmed that no one was present, preparing to resume her humming when she sensed something amiss. Yet, still, no figure materialized within her line of sight. Feeling an unsettling peculiarity, Myrtle drifted towards the entrance to investigate whether some mischievous student had chosen to forego the feast to tease her. However, just as she stepped outside, a binding spell struck her. A strange force penetrated her soul, rendering her as motionless as wood, suspended at the restroom door. Then, something seemed to press against her ears, and she heard a voice declare, "Seal sound within, seal words out, seal sight upon the world." In the next moment, not only was she unable to move, but the surrounding sounds faded into silence, and her vision plunged into an abyss of darkness. She could only rely on her last sense of touch to perceive that someone was behind her, yet she remained oblivious to their actions. Once the individual completed their task, they carefully removed their cloak, from which dark ash continually fell. Soon after, Li Xian emerged from beneath the robe, clutching several small white mice. He glanced at Myrtle and lamented, "If only I had an invisibility cloak, I wouldn't have to ruin my robe with soot." Chapter 57. The Snake Skin Acquired. Whether we can gather materials for an invisibility cloak by next year lies in your hands. In Nocturne Alley, Li Xian, the manager of the Lin family apothecary's branch, cautiously approached the invisible beast with a cat brush. After a tentative stroke, he noticed that the creature not only did not resist, but seemed to relish the attention. "If I were to provide you with a soul extractor, you'd surely soar to the heavens." On the other side, after subduing the Myrtle, Li Xian promptly cast several yellow talismans at the entrance of the washroom and various spots on the walls. These served as alarm devices, ready to alert Li Xian to retreat at the slightest disturbance. Carefully setting aside his robe, Li Xian stepped into the washroom, approaching the basin situated at its center. The basin appeared quite ordinary, devoid of any apparent issues, with identical brass faucets. Yet, one of them was dry and bore a small engraving of a serpent on its side. This faucet was the entrance to the hidden chamber. Li Xian inspected his equipment once more, a peachwood sword, a golden money sword, and the formidable sword gifted by his master. He also carried a bagua mirror, yellow talisman paper, and a length of red string. For the little paper figurine he had stationed there for several months, he had accumulated a fair amount of serpent language vocabulary. However, which phrase constituted the key to the door remained a mystery to him. Thus, this endeavor inherently involved an element of fortune. As Li Xian took a deep breath and uttered a phrase in serpent tongue, one whose meaning eluded even him, the faucet sprang to life. A brilliant white light emanated from it. It began to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the basin itself shifted, slowly vanishing from view to reveal a large pipe, wide enough for a person to crawl through. Perhaps fortune favored him with the correct incantation, or perhaps any utterance in serpent language would trigger the mechanism. After all, apart from himself, the only others who spoke serpent tongue were Harry and Voldemort, along with Ron, who had covertly learned it by overhearing Harry sleep-talking. However, both Li Xian and Ron were clearly novices in this ancient tongue. Once the entrance to the secret chamber opened, Li Xian wasted no time. For Christmas Eve left him little opportunity. He first captured a few small white mice from the dining table and placed them inside, tethering them with strings to allow them to scout ahead. To seek the dragon and divide the gold, each entanglement is another barrier. As soon as Li Xian's feet touched the ground, he realized he had descended to a profound depth beneath the school, even deeper than the underground classrooms. Emerging from a now horizontal pipe, he stepped onto the damp floor. Before him lay a vast, dark stone tunnel, astonishing in its enormity. Although he was aware of what awaited him, Li Xian instinctively tightened his grip on the formidable sword strapped to his back while brandishing his wand in the other hand. A flicker of light, a lumos spell illuminated the surroundings. Before him lay a massive serpent skin, glistening in vibrant green hues, clearly the shed skin of a venomous snake. Coiled and resting upon the tunnel floor, Li Xian reached out to touch it. Though moist, it was not sticky, indicating that it had been shed long ago. According to the original text, the serpent skin encountered by Harry and Ron in their second year was freshly molted, while this ancient relic must have been shed decades prior. Perhaps during the time when Tom Riddle, the Hogwarts student who later became Voldemort, released it. It was also the incident that led to Hagrid's wrongful accusation and subsequent expulsion from Hogwarts. Li Xian did not delve deeper. Instead, he gazed at the snake skin before him, brandishing his wand to perform a shrinking charm. The standard spellbook, crafted by Miranda Goshawk for various subjects at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, comprises a total of 7 volumes, each corresponding to the 7 years of study at Hogwarts, encompassing a myriad of spells that students are required to master. The content from 1st to 6th grade covers the curriculum for the first 6 years, while the 7th year is notoriously challenging, with only a select few daring to explore its complexities, such as Hermione Granger. The shrinking charm is a topic of study within the standard spellbook, level 2, and while Li Xian claimed to have begun engaging with second-year materials, he had actually already read a third of the third-year texts. To avoid startling certain professors, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Though Uncle Gio was not particularly fond of subtlety, especially when it came to boasting about his apprentice's academic achievements. After reducing the snake's skin to the size of his palm, Li Xian carefully wrapped it in a handkerchief and placed it in his pocket. Subsequently, he cast a glance deeper into the tunnel. With a light chuckle, he mused, "Too much curiosity can be perilous." With that, he promptly turned to leave. Upon retracing his steps to the entrance he had originally come from, a rope awaited him. "Pull me up," he exclaimed as he grasped the rope, only to be yanked upward by an overwhelming force. "Ouch! Even if I were covered in soot, I wouldn't be as filthy as I am now." Li Xian complained to the little zombie Ahong. "I seriously suspect you are settling personal scores." However, at that moment, Ahong's full attention was fixated on the slowly closing entrance to the secret chamber. "Stop looking. There's a particularly formidable monster inside that we cannot defeat." Li Xian immediately rose, picking up his robe, not donning it but cradling it cautiously in his arms. "A spell is coming. Who is that little rascal causing mischief?" Meanwhile, Li Xian had already distanced himself, but the anticipated misfortune arrived nonetheless. It seemed that every student meandering alone within the castle had a significant chance of encountering the most irksome character, the caretaker, Filch. "Were you sneaking around here for at this late hour, instead of attending the feast?" The sudden appearance of Filch did not surprise Li Xian, yet he instinctively pretended to clutch his robe tighter. This subtle gesture did not escape Filch's notice. "Oof, what are you hiding in that robe? Hand it over for inspection." "Those dark, suspicious items are undoubtedly forbidden. Now, come with me to the headmaster's office, you wretched outsider. That S soot from the bottom of a pot. Filch." A chilling figure strode towards them. "It's a material used by those Easterners to concoct potions, and I believe no one knows it better than I, the potions professor. This is not contraband. It's a material for crafting garments for the underworld, Li Xian clarified. If you don't believe me, you can inquire with Bloodman Barlow or Peeves. Upon hearing the name Peeves, a flicker of anger ignited in Filch's eyes. He was acutely aware of the situation. The entire castle was abuzz with the news, all due to Peeves' incessant chattering. However, this revelation did little to quell his ire. In fact, it fueled his desire to obliterate the so-called materials, ensuring that Peeves and his ilk could not procure new garments. At that moment, Professor Snape made his entrance. With Snape stepping in to offer an explanation, Filch found himself devoid of any valid grounds for complaint, especially upon noticing that the robes appeared to contain nothing but soot from the bottom of a cauldron. After all, no one had anticipated that the boy had already accounted for the possibility of an inspection. Anyone would naturally focus on the robes cradled in his arms, thus neglecting to scrutinize his pockets. Even Peeves' deliberate provocation of Filch regarding the materials for the ghostly garments was part of a larger scheme designed to fortify their prior arrangements. Of course, there was one crucial element that lay right before them. Shortly thereafter, the arrival of the bloodied figure, Barrow, compelled Filch to hasten his departure from the scene. Once Filch had left, Snape prepared to turn away as well. At that moment, Li Xian called out to his retreating figure, "Merry Christmas, Professor Snape. Aren't you heading to the Great Hall? I just came from there." The origin of this remark stemmed from the young boy who had casually assisted him earlier. Snape was puzzled as to why this boy would present him with such a token, yet he knew that Professors McGonagall and Flitwick had also received similar charms, likely a tradition from their Easter heritage. After placing the charm into his drawer, Snape chose to disregard it, having already encountered more exquisite gifts that day. Meanwhile, Li Xian, after Barrow had verified Filch's departure multiple times, prepared to leave as well. When will the clothes arrive? Rest assured, Lady Greaves will have them ready shortly. Suddenly, Li Xian realized something, abruptly falling silent as he observed the astonished expression on Barrow's face. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, "I will expedite the process." With that, he left Barrow standing there, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, gazing out from the corridor's window toward the direction of Ravenclaw. There lay the burdens of guilt and admiration he had harbored for centuries. One letter was destined for his paper doppelganger, Li Xian, the other was meant for his senior. When Kai, observing the varying prices for the serpent skins in both locations, it was clear that the highest bidder would ultimately prevail. Subsequently, Li Xian ventured to the Ravenclaw restroom for a refreshing shower, and after completing his ablutions, he succumbed to slumber. By the following day, Li Xian received the samples from Diagon Alley, quickly deducing the pricing. The highest bid came from the proprietor of the Borgin and Burke's shop, Caractacus Burke, the preeminent merchant of the black market in Diagon Alley. The wares within his shop were irresistibly enticing, each item shrouded in an aura of unknown peril. A person capable of running such an establishment must possess considerable acumen. Indeed, it was said that Tom Riddle, later known as Voldemort, had chosen to work in Burke's shop rather than pursue a position within the Ministry of Magic following his graduation. The remarkable intellect of Voldemort speaks volumes about the value of this establishment. Consequently, Mr. Borgin must possess considerable insight into the young Voldemort. Even the aristocratic Lucius Malfoy addresses him with a measure of respect. As for the snakeskin sample, no larger than a palm, Mr. Borgin offered an astonishing price of 100 galleons. My goodness, he promptly decided to rear it, anticipating its shedding. In the face of this unexpected windfall, the paper figure, Li Xian, maintained his composure. He noticed Mr. Borgin's discerning gaze and remarked, "Indeed, Mr. Borgin has an eye for quality. After all, this is not our first encounter." Mr. Borgin replied, "Decades ago, I acquired a similar item from a boy who, after graduation, opted to work outside the Ministry of Magic. The rarity of the basilisk, nurtured by Slytherin, is among the most fearsome creatures of dark magic. In my understanding, it may well be invincible." Li Xian, still with a stoic expression, retorted, "Invincible? Where do you place Fawkes the Phoenix, the Sword of Gryffindor, and Harry's protagonist aura?" Of course, Mr. Borgin's notion of invincibility is contingent upon the absence of these three elements. He is indeed a competent black market merchant, asking no questions, merely facilitating the exchange of gold for goods. With a heavy bag of coins in hand, Li Xian exited Borgin and Burke's, mindful not to attract undue attention. It would be unwise to reveal all his assets at once, lest the proprietor decide to take unforeseen actions. Although the price of a snakeskin is rare, few recognize its true worth. Moreover, based on the venomous nature of the serpent, its gallbladder must be of immense value. Li Xian, however, was not inclined to exploit such a resource for immediate gain. If a method to rear the basilisk could be found, he would certainly prefer a sustainable approach. Having established the forthcoming selling channels and directions, Li Xian set aside his current affairs and glanced at the time. It was mealtime. In the great hall, Li Xian surveyed the same old dishes that had long since become tiresome and could not resist rushing to the kitchen to inquire of the house elf in charge. Could we not introduce a few new dishes? Even soy milk and fried dough would suffice. I could even tolerate some fermented bean juice. Yet, the head chef responded with an air of calm. Eat if you wish. I have been here for 500 years, and no one has ever complained about my culinary skills, except for you, with your peculiar tastes. Typically, house elves exhibit deference towards humans. But the chef in question belonged to the rare exception. This was likely due to the general consensus at Hogwarts regarding his culinary prowess. Hey, I refuse to be bested. Hand me a pot. Kitchen items are strictly prohibited from being taken outside. Fine. When I fail to find a pot, I shall learn from Chun Kaiyun. With that, Li Xian turned to exit the kitchen. The puzzled elf chef inquired, "Who is Chun Kaiyun?" Half an hour later, a house elf entered the kitchen carrying a bundle of ingredients destined for the Great Hall. Do you intend for the students to consume raw ingredients? What if they end up with an upset stomach? Who will take responsibility? You or I? The house elf, chastised by the chef, expressed his grievances. It was that first-year student from the East who specifically requested raw ingredients, claiming he wanted to prepare a hot pot for everyone to savor. A hot pot? He should first manage to produce an actual pot. Suddenly, the chef had a realization. It seems a cauldron is also a type of pot. Chapter 59. There is no problem a hot pot cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 hot pots will suffice. No one can resist the allure of a hot pot, especially the Hufflepuffs, the students of the Badger House that Li Xian so admired. How delightful! The expressions on their faces mirrored that of Jing Zhe, which further emboldened Li Xian to show off before the chef. However, what was even more unexpected was that he casually borrowed Neville's wand, using the 2 wands intertwined as chopsticks, claiming that one cannot truly appreciate the flavors of a hot pot without proper utensils. Thus, the first challenge presented to the eager foodies was how to wield chopsticks, which occupied them for quite some time. The heat is insufficient, Li Xian mumbled, prompting Simon to pull out his wand. I'll help you add some fire. No, Li Xian quickly interjected. I fear you might blow up the pot. This is your cauldron. Ah, no wonder it feels so familiar. Simon silently returned his wand, clearly aware of his explosive talents. 120 grams of beef tallow, 150 grams of rapeseed oil, 70 grams of dried chili, a pinch of rock sugar, 3 green onions, 4 slices of ginger, 4 cloves of garlic, 3-star anise, and 2 handfuls of Sichuan pepper. Upon hearing this familiar recipe, even Li Xian was momentarily taken aback. Brother, what is your name? No name. Just call me the eccentric old man. As the head chef of Hogwarts, he was not only independent, but also greatly respected by Dumbledore. A fact Li Xian had certainly heard about. Impressive. You discern the recipe for my hot pot base simply from a taste of the broth. You have won this round. As Li Xian prepared to display humility, the eccentric old man shook his head. No, it is you who has triumphed. After 500 years as a chef, I have never tasted such exquisite flavors. For that alone, I concede. Seeing this, Li Xian promptly took a pair of bowls and chopsticks. How about you try a few more bites? I have a new recipe to share another day. 2 individuals, both deeply invested in the art of culinary delights, naturally interacted in a straightforward manner. As the saying goes, there is nothing a hot pot cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 hot pots will suffice. Just as Li Xian and the eccentric old man had just reconciled, Harry and Ron rushed over. Brother, come here quickly. I need to tell you something. Hold on. I'm in the middle of eating. It's urgent. No matter how urgent it is, it cannot interrupt my meal. The 2 were well aware of Li Xian's fervent dedication to dining and his frequent complaints about the Sorting Hat not placing him in the Badger House. Reluctantly, I chose to pause and quietly await, only to be captivated by the allure of hot pot, indulging heartily until my belly was full. I will be waiting for you at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room at 10 o'clock tonight, Harry whispered. Li Xian immediately furrowed his brow, declaring, I will not engage in any activities that violate school regulations. Harry continued, Trust me, senior, you will not regret going. Li Xian scrutinized Harry, noting how, since his arrival at Hogwarts, the once lily-like Harry had begun to evolve toward the resemblance of James Potter. Alas, the formidable genetic legacy of James. Yet, upon arriving at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, they were met with a long queue of students from various years. This is excessive. Absolutely excessive. We inhabit a magical world. Why are we being presented with Muggle exam questions? Indeed, to present us with Muggle questions was one thing, but to include mathematics? Are we not aware that our Western numerical aptitude pales in comparison to that of our Eastern counterparts? Perhaps not. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor could indeed solve it. As I have heard, she excelled in her Muggle school prior to coming to Hogwarts. Enough already. Who are we? We are Ravenclaw. This is the bastion of scholars. Must we rely on the brutish students from other houses to assist us with our problems? As the discussions and arguments persisted, a voice from the back of the line chimed in. How about I, an Eastern individual, give a try? As a handsome face emerged from the crowd, girls from various years instinctively stole glances, thinking, although he is merely 11 now, his budding charisma suggests a promising future. Li Xian calmly approached the bronze knocker, contemplating whether this individual was truly prepared with a quadratic equation. It matters not. I can handle calculus, real analysis, functional analysis, and advanced mathematics. Absent a problem worthy of a Nobel-level mathematics prize. Oh wait, there's no Nobel Prize for mathematics. Please listen to the question. The bronze knocker coughed, drawing everyone's attention. What is the sum of all integers from 1234 to 10,000? WTF? Li Xian instinctively widened his eyes. Is that it? Given 3 more hours, we could sum from 1 to 3,300. At that moment, Li Xian noticed 10 Ravenclaw students nearby, each tackling a portion of the problem, fervently and laboriously calculating. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian was suddenly reminded of the many humorous critiques he had encountered in short videos about foreigner struggles with mathematics, humorously exaggerating that elementary students from the East Coast could rival high schoolers from their side. For instance, if one were to buy an item costing $6 at a convenience store, handing over a $10 bill, they would expect $4 and change. Yet if they mistakenly provided an extra dollar to receive a $5 bill, the cashier would be at a loss. Even Lin Aji mentioned this matter in her correspondence with herself. However, she realized that foreigners are not deficient in mathematics. Rather, they have a different approach to calculations. For instance, in the United Kingdom, there is indeed no multiplication table for 99, but there exists one for 1212. It can be quite challenging to memorize it. So when addressing this issue, it is prudent to distinguish between arithmetic and mathematics. After all, the West Coast has produced numerous mathematicians, and one should adopt a rational perspective. Yet, this arithmetic problem has evidently perplexed the so-called academic elite of Ravenclaw. Li Xian sighed resignedly, at which point a second-year student, Qiu Zhang, inquired, Li Xian, it's all right if you can't solve it. The upperclassmen will figure it out soon. The sum from 1 to 10, 000 equals 5, 000, 500. Before the others could react, the bronze door ring called out. Upon hearing this, those Ravenclaw scholars still immersed in calculations immediately rose, their faces filled with astonishment as they gazed at Li Xian. Li Xian maintained his expression of resignation. It's not that you Westerners are poor at mathematics. It's just that our Eastern upbringing has instilled in us a certain proficiency in arithmetic that may seem somewhat unfair. How on earth is that calculated? Could someone explain it? A throng of students followed Li Xian into the Ravenclaw common room, blocking both his forward and backward paths. Thus, he had no choice but to succinctly elucidate the principle. From 1 to 10, 000, there are 5, 000 such combinations, and then simply multiply them. If they couldn't solve such problems, then the concept of a binary equation would indeed be quite taxing for them. At this juncture, Harry was likely to come looking for him tonight regarding that matter. Chapter 60. The senior brother did not cry. He merely had sand his eyes at 10 o'clock at night. Li Xian stealthily slipped out of the Ravenclaw common room. Just as he reached the door, he heard the voices of Harry and Ron. Are we here? Yet it was only their voices. Li Xian feigned ignorance, glancing around, and only expressed a semblance of surprise when Ron and Harry emerged from beneath the invisibility cloak. However, having endured 11 years of a troubled childhood, Harry possessed keen observational skills. At least, in his current state, he had not fully awakened the bloodline of his father, James, making him easily aware that Li Xian's surprise seemed somewhat out of place. Subsequently, Li Xian and the two young boys slipped under the invisibility cloak and began to navigate the corridors unobstructedly. Li Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly wonderful. No longer do I have to worry about that old codger, Filch." Harry and Ron wholeheartedly agreed. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a seemingly abandoned classroom, cluttered with numerous desks and chairs heaped against the walls, casting a large, shadowy mass. Additionally, there was an overturned wastebasket. However, on the wall directly opposite lay an object that appeared to be out of place, as if someone had temporarily set it there due to a lack of storage. It was a magnificent mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, adorned with an opulent golden frame, supported at the base by 2 claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top was a line of text. Eristra eru oit ube kafru oit onwosi. What does this mean? Ron, staring at the inscription with curiosity, believed that the erudite Li Xian was more likely to know than Hermione. Reading it backwards, Li Xian hesitated before solemnly articulating, "The mirror reflects what the heart desires." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and then recounted to Li Xian how Harry had obtained the invisibility cloak and had almost been discovered while trying to sneak into the restricted section of the library, ultimately finding himself before this mirror. In its depths, Harry beheld visions of his family. Ron added, "I saw myself as the captain of the Quidditch team and the president of the student council." Li Xian understood the implication behind Harry's inquiry. He surely longed for his family. However, Li Xian felt compelled to impart a harsh reality. Indeed, Harry, this mirror does not reflect reality nor the future. It merely reveals the deepest longings of one's heart. After hearing this, Harry lowered his gaze, while the carefree Ron, not fully grasping the weight of the words, urged Li Xian to step forward and gaze into the mirror as well. For reasons unknown, Ron sensed that Li Xian was hesitant to confront the mirror, especially knowing it could unveil one's innermost desires. Facing one's true self is no small feat, particularly for someone like Li Xian. Yet, unable to withstand the insistence of Ron and Harry, he found himself positioned before the enigmatic mirror. The seemingly ordinary surface began to ripple, as if disturbed by unseen waters. And as the waves spread, a photograph emerged before his eyes, one that made his heart nearly stop. Instinctively, Li Xian leaned closer, gently raising his hand to touch the photograph, fearing that any contact might shatter the moment. Meanwhile, Ron and Harry, who had been observing, looked at Li Xian with curiosity, especially noting the redness in his eyes. "Brother, why are your eyes red? What did you see? Are you crying?" Li Xian quickly responded, "I am not crying. I merely have sand in my eyes." He instinctively averted the inquisitive gazes of Ron and Harry, turning his head to discreetly rub his slightly stinging eyes. The two pressed on, "So what did you see?" Li Xian then revealed a gentle smile. "It's nothing much. I simply saw a photograph." "What photograph could make you tear up?" "I beheld our jubilant selves 7 years hence." Attending the graduation ceremony at Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione, Fred, George, and Professor Dumbledore all gathered together in celebration of our academic triumph. "Oh, I thought it would be something else," Ron remarked, his disappointment palpable. Yet, Harry, ever perceptive, sensed an undercurrent of emotion as he observed Li Xian, whose gaze was fixed upon the mirror of Ariste, the redness around his eyes betraying his inner turmoil. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian felt words bubbling within him, yet they remained unspoken, destined to echo only in the solitude of his heart. Before the smoke-laden facade of Hogwarts Castle, a gathering of souls materialized. Cedric, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Mad-Eye, Moody, Snape, Dobby, and Hedwig, all captured in an eternal photograph. Though he lifted his chin, tears threatened to spill over, defying his attempts to contain them. Li Xian cast another glance at the image within the mirror, suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented sense of loneliness. No one else in the world understood the significance of that photograph. For the next 7 years, no one would comprehend its weight. In the next moment, Li Xian turned away, reminding Harry before departing. This artifact is called the Mirror of Ariste. It is a treasure. However, it only reveals illusions, and prolonged exposure can lead to addiction. Back in the dormitory, Li Xian gazed at the moon in the wintry sky. Then at the table strewn with ancient texts and tomes. He realized that perhaps he alone could bring that photograph to life, transforming it from mere reflection to reality. Without hesitation, he lay upon his bed and entered a meditative state. Lacking Harry's protagonist aura or the overwhelming powers often granted to heroes in other tales, he relied solely on the esoteric knowledge bestowed by his master, the ninth uncle, to effectuate the seemingly impossible. Simultaneously, in the paper shop of Nocturne Alley, his doppelganger, Li Xian, had also entered a state of deep meditation. They were set to confront Voldemort, a confrontation fraught with peril, where a single misstep could spell disaster. The way is formless, giving birth to heaven and earth. It is unfeeling, governing the sun and moon. It is nameless, nurturing all things. I know not its name, yet I dare call it the way. The way encompasses both clarity and murkiness, movement and stillness. The heavens are clear, while the earth is murky. The heavens move, while the earth remains still. Clarity is the source of murkiness, and movement is the foundation of stillness. If one can remain in constant clarity and tranquility, all of nature will converge. For reasons unknown, this moonlit night felt particularly serene, the scripture resonating deeply, instilling a profound calm. To prevent unresolved issues from weighing us down, we must strive with greater diligence. Chapter 61, discovered by Dumbledore. One cannot dwell in dreams, Harry, nor can I. After several nights of secretly slipping into that classroom to immerse himself before the mirror of Ariste, Harry was ultimately discovered by Dumbledore. Under Dumbledore's gentle persuasion, Harry chose to abandon his fantasies, and the Mirror of Ariste was subsequently removed. Harry relayed the outcome to Li Xian. Li Xian found himself unwittingly reminded of Dumbledore's encounter with a Mirror of Ariste, which revealed images of his adversary and former beloved, Grindelwald. With a sigh, he lamented, "Both my beloved and I have perished in the tower." Harry, observing Li Xian's sudden cryptic musings, wore a puzzled expression. Li Xian merely smiled, saying, "I was suddenly reminded of a tale. 2 months of tumultuous passion, a century of unspeakable truths. The world knows only that we are the greatest of foes, yet remains oblivious to the fact that you are my most clandestine lover." As Li Xian continued to dwell on his reflections, Harry interjected with another piece of information. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the Mirror of Ariste possesses a recording function, meaning that whatever we see, the owner can also perceive. He must have known about me long ago, allowing me to enjoy a few days with my family on purpose. After hearing this, Harry noticed a fleeting look of palpable tension cross Li Xian's face. "What's wrong, brother?" he inquired. "I even asked Dumbledore what he saw inside. He said he saw a pair of thick woolen socks." "He's deceiving you." "Undoubtedly," Li Xian blurted out, then added, "After all, it is an exceedingly private matter, especially for adults." Harry nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. Prior to this, Li Xian had seemingly vanished, only to regain his composure upon the return of Uncle Lin Jingying after the holiday. During this interval, Dumbledore had never approached Li Xian to inquire about the photograph revealed in the Mirror of Ariste. However, based on Li Xian's understanding of Dumbledore, the venerable gentleman was undoubtedly scheming something anew. The long-anticipated clash with Slytherin, which Jack had eagerly awaited, was now underway. Meanwhile, Harry's Gryffindor began preparing to face Hufflepuff. Wood declared, "If we win this match, we will triumph over Slytherin in the House Cup." Unable to restrain himself, Harry remarked, "You said the same last time." Wood retorted, "That was due to my miscalculation of points, but this time it's genuine. If we secure victory, it will be the first time in 7 years that we have bested Slytherin." 7 years? Upon learning that Gryffindor had not triumphed over Slytherin for such an extended period, Harry began to understand Wood's stringent, even harsh, training demands. In stark contrast to Wood's serious demeanor, Jack discreetly approached Li Xian. "Brother, have you devised a strategy for dealing with Slytherin? Of course, friendship comes first, competition second. Do you take me for Chun Kaiyun? Who is Chun Kaiyun? What does that imply?" After Li Xian explained the concept of acupuncture, Jack exclaimed, "That sounds splendid. Shouldn't you administer a few needles to those Slytherin fellows?" "That might not be appropriate." Li Xian feigned a troubled expression. "Of course, if we suffer injuries from malicious fouls by our opponents, I shall undoubtedly retaliate appropriately." "Very well, you have said it." Jack hastily departed, leaving Li Xian with an unsettling premonition. Days later, the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin commenced. As the reputation of the reckless Li Xian grew, the previously overlooked Ravenclaw team found itself basking in newfound attention. This time, Harry, one of the trio, finally arrived to witness the chaotic brilliance of his senior. "Might I request Professor Lin to elucidate my confusion?" Lin Zhengying deliberately lifted his chin. "What confusion?" Dumbledore inquired. "How does he manage to remain aloft on his broom without falling?" "It is Qi. It is magical prowess, a skill unique to Taoism." "Is a spell required?" "Qi flows with intention. No incantation is necessary." "Understood." Dumbledore glanced once more at Li Xian, perched elegantly on his broom, arms crossed in a display of pride. "Truly remarkable." Lin Zhengying beamed with pride. "Indeed. Who do you think trained him? If he lacked extraordinary abilities, would I have taken notice?" Dumbledore smiled enigmatically. "Indeed, his talents are quite exceptional." At that moment, the reason Li Xian assumed such a stance was due to the absence of pockets in his robes. How could one manage without pockets? Cursed garments, they conspire against us from the great Xia. Where am I to place my hands? The audience had largely gathered, and cheers erupted. Among them were the fervent supporters from Badger House, their enthusiastic shouts stirring a tumult of emotions within Li Xian. "Damn that sorting hat. An eternal grudge for denying my place in Badger House." With a resounding whistle from Madame Hooch, the match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin officially began. However, shortly after the commencement, Li Xian, employing his frenetic style, scored 10 consecutive goals against the opposing team. He exuded an air of invincibility, steadfast as a mountain, asserting his dominance. Yet, as fate would have it, an unexpected incident occurred. A sudden scream arose from the rear of Ravenclaw's formation. Jack Sparrow fell to the ground, while above him, Slytherin's captain, Flint, bore a bewildered expression. "What has happened?" "I did nothing." He gaped at Jack, who writhed in the sand, wailing, "Ah, I've been injured. It's a grave wound. I'm in excruciating pain." Li Xian cast a disdainful glance at his captain. Such woeful acting. Even a novice could perform better. Meanwhile, Jack, rolling on the ground in agony, barely managed to shout, "Xian, avenge me." Subsequently, Li Xian quietly retrieved a slender embroidery needle from beneath his robe. The keen-eyed Uncle Gio immediately noticed this. Frowning slightly, "This brat, could it be that he intends to?" Chapter 62, Master, we wish to learn acupuncture. Thus, a Quidditch match that would be etched in the annals of Hogwarts history came to fruition. The Slytherin Quidditch team, which had dominantly held the championship title for several consecutive years, faced an unprecedented defeat of catastrophic proportions. Ravenclaw triumphed with an undeniable score of 300-0, even amidst the unfortunate loss of a key player from the opposing team. Following the match, the entire Slytherin team retreated to the infirmary for treatment, where Madame Pomfrey extracted a staggering 49 embroidery needles from their bodies. This procedure was subsequently examined by Ms. Hawk, a professional Quidditch referee, and was deemed to fall under the realm of Professor Lin Xian's expertise in Eastern traditional medicine, specifically acupuncture, which boasts a history of several millennia. Since no substantial harm was inflicted upon the players, and certain acupoints even yielded benefits for physical and mental well-being, the actions were not classified as foul play. The day after this news broke, Hermione eagerly pulled Harry to seek out their mentor, Uncle Lin Xian. "Master, Harry and I wish to learn acupuncture." "You wish to study acupuncture, do you? Don't think I am unaware of your ulterior motives," Lin Xian remarked, observing Harry's fidgeting demeanor and Hermione's eager expression with a knowing scoff. It was evident that one was merely whimsically interested while the other was genuinely keen. "What? You aspire to learn how to jab your classmates with needles like your senior brother? Could you not aspire to something more virtuous? It seems necessary to extend your brother Li Xian's confinement for a few more days." However, before Hermione could complete her thought, Uncle Lin interjected. "If you do not wish to end up in the Forbidden Forest like your brother, I shall now demonstrate what acupuncture truly entails." Upon hearing Uncle Lin mention the Forbidden Forest and seeing the needles approach, both Hermione and Harry promptly abandoned their intentions. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Xian lamented, "Though you two are quite admirable, the art of traditional Chinese medicine must be preserved solely by my people from the Great Xia. This is a truth that shall never waver." Meanwhile, upon learning that the referee for the upcoming match between Gryffindor and Slytherin remained unchanged and would still be Severus Snape, Harry, who harbored profound biases against Snape, remained deeply troubled. The sole glimmer of hope was that Hermione had finally uncovered a lead on Nicholas Flamel. It turned out that the book containing the clues about Flamel had been in Hermione's possession all along, as she had been perusing it for leisure. "Leisure?" Ron remarked, gazing incredulously at the thick volume, unable to fathom the inner world of a scholarly individual. Through the revelations contained within, the trio discovered that Dumbledore was a friend of Nicholas Flamel, who was the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. This legendary stone was said to have the power to transmute any metal into gold and to concoct the elixir of life. The last remaining Philosopher's Stone belonged to its creator, who was now nearly 665 years old and lived in seclusion in Devon. It didn't take long for the trio to deduce that the three-headed dog guarding the third-floor trapdoor was likely protecting this very Philosopher's Stone, prompting a shift in Hermione's previously supportive stance regarding Snape's character. It is no wonder that Snape is drawn to that place. After all, no one can resist the allure of the Philosopher's Stone, especially for a potions master, as it is the key to crafting the elixir of immortality. One cannot help but worry for his safety. But fear not, for it is Li Xian, our esteemed senior. He has absorbed the most from our master's teachings, so he should be just fine. Let us hope so. As the competition approaches, Wood meticulously reviews the scoreboard and confirms that Ravenclaw has already shattered Slytherin's record of 7 consecutive victories in the House Cup. However, this does not deter Wood and his team from striving to become the second team in 7 years to defeat Slytherin, ensuring that Slytherin cannot regain its former glory. In contrast to the anxious Harry, who is apprehensive about facing Snape as the referee, Ron and Hermione encounter Li Xian in the stands. "Aren't you supposed to be in detention?" Hermione inquires. Li Xian nonchalantly replies, "Can one take leave from detention?" Ron expresses his usual bewilderment. Today's match draws nearly the entire student body. After all, it is the highly anticipated contest between the largest house, Hufflepuff, and the second largest, Gryffindor, with Ravenclaw joining in for the excitement, while Slytherin gathers to witness the potential downfall of their rivals. Particularly, Malfoy can be heard jeering from the stands. "I wager that Harry Potter will fall within 10 minutes. Is anyone willing to take that bet?" Ron, Hermione, and Neville are incensed by this taunt. Yet, Li Xian casually inquires, "Were we betting on?" The group looks at him in surprise, expecting him to support Harry. But instead, Li Xian states, I bet Harry Potter will not remain on his broom for more than 6 minutes. Drawing from memories of a past life. He recalls that Harry finished the match in under 5 minutes. Thus, wagering 6 minutes seems prudent. Ron and Hermione are left speechless. They are baffled by Li Xian's intentions, unaware of what he is truly up to, while Malfoy revels in his arrogance. Although he despises Harry, he must concede that Harry's flying skills are commendable. Yet this does not diminish his disdain. Consequently, Malfoy slyly alters his bet. Fine, I bet it will exceed 6 minutes. With a smirk, Li Xian observes the young scion, realizing he has inherited his father Lucius Malfoy's shrewd business acumen. How about we wager 10 sickles? Malfoy produces 10 sickles from his pocket, prompting envy from the others at his ample allowance. However, Li Xian dismissively glances at Malfoy's coins. Too little. You lack the standing to wager with me. 100 galleons is the minimum. What? Such a hefty wager? Everyone is taken aback, including Malfoy. Li Xian then calmly questions, do you dare to bet, young Malfoy? It is merely 100 galleons. Your family is wealthy. I accept, but we must draft a written agreement. I do not possess that much cash on hand. Agreed. Li Xian promptly inquired of the studious Hermione, who habitually carried her books and notes, to borrow a piece of parchment. After swiftly drafting the agreement, both parties affixed their signatures. Subsequently, Malfoy, in an attempt to appear astute, insisted that everyone around serve as witnesses to the signing, to prevent Li Xian from reneging. After all, it was a sum of 100 galleons. Li Xian hardly seemed to hail from a family capable of producing such wealth. However, scarcely 5 minutes after Malfoy and Li Xian had signed their wager, Mrs. Hooch's whistle pierced the air. Coming to his senses, Malfoy rubbed his eyes vigorously, staring at Harry Potter, who had just caught the golden snitch and was now on the ground. What was happening? Yet, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Goodness. Incredible. Harry Potter has shattered the record. The match ended in under 5 minutes. At that moment, Malfoy felt as if his heart were to cease beating. Did you know? Not far away, Professor McGonagall, who seemed to echo the phrase dull-witted, shot a fierce glare at Li Xian. That boy is boasting again. Despite his seething anger, Malfoy dared not unleash his fury upon Li Xian. Instead, he turned his ire towards Ron and Neville, venomously declaring, Damn Gryffindors. Surely Merlin took pity on them. Hence his favor. Harry is an orphan, Ron is impoverished, and Neville is dim-witted. Huh. No wonder Merlin feels sorry for you. As expected, an unforeseen incident occurred. Ron lunged at Malfoy, and a brawl ensued, with Neville taking on Malfoy's 2 lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, resulting in a chaotic scuffle. Oh dear, please cease fighting. Students should support and care for one another. You cannot truly harm each other. Li Xian shouted in protest, deftly flicking 3 embroidery needles that struck Malfoy, Goyle, and Crabbe in their acupoints, causing their movements to slow. The tide of the battle turned, with Ron and Neville gaining the upper hand. All the while, the astute Hermione Granger observed this unfold, shaking her head in resignation as she glanced at Li Xian, who was preparing to depart. He remarked, Chapter 63, The Detention Countdown. Professor, you must intervene. How can first-year students be left to face the Forbidden Forest alone, especially for such an extended period? Upon learning that Li Xian had been punished by Professor Lin for employing acupuncture on the Slytherin players during a Quidditch match, Professor McGonagall hurried to the headmaster's office to contest such disciplinary measures. However, Dumbledore appeared unfazed by the situation. Professor McGonagall, rest assured, Professor Lin has guaranteed that Li Xian will encounter no issues. But he is only 11 years old. What grave mischief could he possibly commit? Yet, he remains unharmed in the Forbidden Forest. Despite Dumbledore's assurances, Professor McGonagall's expression remained one of concern. Initially, she had not been particularly fond of this Eastern boy, who left a cunning impression. In contrast, Harry, whom she had previously favored, had certainly caused her no shortage of trouble. Upon their initial meeting, she mistakenly believed him to be Lily. However, he now unmistakably embodies a second incarnation of James. Consequently, Professor McGonagall's visage is etched with the unmistakable expression of having misjudged the situation. Just a few days prior, Draco Malfoy had approached her with grievances, claiming that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had ventured out of the castle late at night to visit Hagrid and study a baby dragon. Initially, Professor McGonagall was incredulous. She even penalized Malfoy with a deduction of 20 points and a confinement punishment. Yet, shortly thereafter, the unthinkable was revealed. Filch reported that they had indeed ascended to the astronomy tower. Let us not forget that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. The two were now left pondering how best to articulate the truth in a manner that would seem plausible. The events had transpired several days earlier when they discovered Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg from a mysterious stranger, which subsequently hatched into a baby dragon. Such a creature posed a significant danger, and Malfoy had stumbled upon their secret. In response, Ron had contacted his brother Charlie, who specializes in dragon studies. Aside from Ron sustaining a bite from the dragon that led to an infection requiring hospitalization, everything had initially unfolded without incident until Malfoy reported them. Their oversight in forgetting to don the invisibility cloak led to their capture by Filch. As for Neville, his actions were purely driven by friendship. Upon learning of Malfoy's report, he sought to warn Harry and Hermione to exercise caution, only to be apprehended himself. Harry cast a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate, clumsy yet valiant Neville, his eyes conveying gratitude. However, the more pressing concern was Professor McGonagall's wrath. Her fury had reached a crescendo, resulting in confinement for the trio and a direct deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor. 50 points? The moment Harry absorbed this figure, he felt utterly bewildered, but then, her next proclamation plunged him further into despair. Each of them was to lose 50 points. The following day, the students of Gryffindor soon realized that their house points had plummeted by a staggering 150. Confusion swiftly gave way to understanding. Harry, once one of the most admired and esteemed figures in the school, had suddenly become a target of derision. Even the students of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff offered him no sympathy, as they had long anticipated witnessing Slytherin's fall from grace in the House Cup. Consequently, wherever Harry went, he was met with pointed fingers and whispers. Thus, after the deduction of 150 points, life at Hogwarts became increasingly arduous, particularly for Harry. Each time they passed Slytherin students, they were met with raucous applause, thanking the trio for propelling the Serpent House to victory in the House Cup. Harry even found himself ostracized by the Quidditch team whenever he was mentioned. He was referred to simply as that seeker. This treatment led Harry to contemplate withdrawing from the Quidditch team, but he was met with a vehement rebuke from their captain. Would withdraw? Only a coward would consider that. If we fail to win the Quidditch matches, how can we possibly regain those points? Ron attempted to console him. In a few weeks, they would completely forget these matters. Since their enrollment, Fred and George had been losing points, yet everyone still adored them. Harry, with a touch of melancholy, retorted, "Have they ever lost 150 points all at once? Your blood is exceptional, imbued with a potent energy. Thus, remember to maintain its purity." Uncle Nine, using the simplest terms, hinted to Harry to preserve his innocence. Harry, with a naive expression, nodded and even inquired, "Do you require the same of your senior brother? He is a person dedicated to cultivation and will naturally maintain a measure of his inner essence without needing guidance." Uncle Nine spoke these words with a proud demeanor. The following Saturday morning, Harry, Hermione, and a certain individual who received a note at the breakfast table read, "Your detention begins tonight at 11. Seek Filch in the foyer. Professor McGonagall." He hurriedly dashed toward the Great Hall. Sure enough, at that moment, he found himself at the dining table, fervently indulging in hot pot. Although it was not mealtime, due to his connection with the eccentric elf chef, Li Xian was granted special treatment. The aroma of the hot pot wafted throughout the hall, evoking envy among those present, particularly the students of Badger House, who regrettably had yet to conquer the challenge of using chopsticks. "Can't you just give it a try? Or would you prefer to test it yourself?" Li Xian, having been confined in the Forbidden Forest for days, was clearly starved for indulgence. Paying no mind to anyone around him, even when Harry, Ron, and Hermione appeared before him, he scarcely spared them a glance until he heard about Harry's impending detention. His brows furrowed in sudden dismay, and he slammed his chopsticks on the table, lamenting, "Great! Just when I got out, I have to go back in. This is infuriating." Chapter 64. Are you engaging in wilderness survival in the Forbidden Forest? At 11 o'clock that night, after bidding farewell to Ron, Harry and Hermione descended with Neville to the foyer, where Filch awaited them, accompanied by Malfoy. "Follow me," Filch instructed, holding a lamp aloft, mockingly critiquing the Four's behavior along the way, suggesting that Dumbledore should revert to traditional punishment methods, which would allow him to oil the chains he used for disciplining students in his office. The moonlight outside the castle was bright, yet clouds frequently drifted by, shrouding the moon and casting them alternately into deep darkness and fleeting light. All four felt a sense of trepidation, being subjected to detention for the first time. They were uncertain about the nature of the punishment that awaited them. They traversed the grassy field until they arrived at Hagrid's hut. "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up. We need to get moving," came Hagrid's voice, causing Harry's heart to soar. If laboring alongside Hagrid was the task, it might not be too dreadful. However, the thought of venturing into the Forbidden Forest led him to suspect he might have overestimated the situation. Upon locating Hagrid, Harry finally understood why Hagrid referred to them as we. Awaiting them were not only Hagrid, but also Li Xian and the large black dog, Fong. How did another student appear? According to the rules of our order, when a junior makes a mistake, the senior must share the punishment. Upon hearing this regulation, Filch wore a mischievous grin and remarked, Professor Lin, this rule is indeed splendid. As he spoke, Filch glanced at Harry and his friends, who all lowered their heads in embarrassment, unable to face the unfortunate Li Xian, who was inadvertently implicated. Upon learning that they would venture deep into the Forbidden Forest next, Neville could not suppress a scoff, prompting Draco to come to an abrupt halt. The Forbidden Forest? We cannot enter at night. It is fraught with dangers. I have heard tales of werewolves. Li Xian sighed. Not only are there werewolves, but when you reach your third year, you will also have a werewolf teacher. Filch's expression was one of malicious glee, as he regarded both Draco and Harry with a sense of equitable justice regarding the punishment of students. Time is of the essence. Hagrid urged everyone to follow him. Despite Draco's incessant threats to inform his father and lodge a complaint against the school's outrageous actions, he hurriedly chased after them as they began to fade from his sight. It was evident that he understood the perils of being alone in this place. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground? The silvery one? That is unicorn blood. A unicorn in the Forbidden Forest has been gravely wounded. This is the second occurrence this week. I discovered it dead one last Wednesday. We must strive to find that poor unicorn and relieve it of its suffering. Under Hagrid's guidance, they traversed a narrow path deeper into the Forbidden Forest. What if the creature that harmed the unicorn finds us first? Draco's voice trembled with uncontrollable fear. As long as you are with me or Fong, no creature in the Forbidden Forest will harm you, Hagrid reassured him. Stay on the path. We will split into two groups and follow the trail of blood. I want Fong, Draco exclaimed, eyeing the dog's imposing teeth. In his mind, Fong appeared far more formidable, while Hagrid struck him as merely a large, bumbling servant. Very well, but I must warn you, he is a coward, Hagrid replied. So, Harry, Hermione, and I will take one path, while Draco, Neville, and Fong will take another. Just as they were about to part ways, Hermione suddenly inquired, what about Li Xian? It was at this moment that the four youngsters remembered that Li Xian had accompanied them to the Forbidden Forest, having just exited it less than 5 hours prior. Li Xian, ever calm, nonchalantly dug at his ear and pointed at Neville and Draco, saying, I'll stick with these two. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment at Li Xian's choice not to accompany them, but the next moment, Li Xian added, Fong is unreliable. A few days ago, that wretched dog abandoned me in the Forbidden Forest and ran off. After hearing this explanation, Harry felt a bit more reassured, though he harbored disdain for Draco. He recognized that Neville also required protection, especially since Neville was in detention due to Harry's actions. Unbeknownst to him, however, Li Xian simply wished to avoid joining Harry and Hermione in pursuing the main quest. Subsequently, Li Xian produced the makeshift dog leash he had crafted during those 5 hours and secured it around Yaya's neck. Let us see how you abandon me this time, he remarked. Hagrid, standing nearby, cautioned Li Xian to be gentle, as Yaya was somewhat sensitive to pain. Harry and Hermione observed as Li Xian led Yaya, guiding Neville and Malfoy along a different path ahead. Watching the trio and their canine companion depart, even Hagrid could not help but comment. It is my first time witnessing such a remarkable and courageous little creature, lingering alone in the Forbidden Forest for such an extended period, seemingly unfazed. I must say, children from the East are quite exceptional. Do you know how he has fared during his many days here? Hermione inquired eagerly. Hagrid shook his head. I'm not entirely certain. I encountered him twice. Both times he was engaged in hunting, and his skills appeared quite impressive. It seems he has even constructed a small camp within the forest, though I have yet to ascertain its exact location. However, the Centaur Forenza informed me that they discovered a little fellow chopping wood and had built a house, which they claim is quite sturdy. Unfortunately, it happens to be situated within a troll's territory, leading to a dispute over land. Initially, both parties asserted their claims by marking their territory. Hermione scrunched her face in distaste upon hearing this. Hagrid continued. Later, the troll, infuriated, charged forward, intent on demolishing his dwelling. As fate would have it, he stumbled into one of the traps set by the little one. Reflecting on how Li Xian had dealt with the giant, having laid traps, Hermione nodded. That is indeed Li Xian's style. I'm truly curious about what that camp looks like, Harry exclaimed. I am curious as well, Hagrid replied, but presently, I am more intrigued about the whereabouts of the unicorn's killer. With that, Hagrid set off with Harry and Hermione. Meanwhile, Li Xian, leading Neville and Malfoy, silently searched for traces of unicorn blood along the narrow path. Perhaps we should refrain from pursuing the unicorn, Malfoy strongly suggested. What if we truly encounter it? Indeed, if we do come across it, it could be quite troublesome, Li Xian remarked, wiping a smear of unicorn blood from the ground and sniffing it. The blood is fresh. It must have been left not long ago. Frustrated by Li Xian's insistence on seeking the unicorn, Malfoy felt a surge of anger, especially recalling how Li Xian had recently won a wager against him, earning himself 100 galleons. He pondered how to explain this to his father, Lucius Malfoy, a dilemma he had yet to resolve. What is this? As Malfoy followed Li Xian, he noticed something on the ground, but before he could pick it up, Li Xian swiftly snatched it away. It is a pair of scissors. Why do you carry scissors with you? Focus and control them with your energy. Huh, of course. They are for cutting hair, Li Xian replied, tucking the scissors away and gazing ahead at the approaching unicorn. But they are not solely for cutting my hair. Chapter 65, You Little Rascal. I shall ensure you experience the consequences of your actions. In this area, you need not worry. I've cleared out all the wild creatures. What this means is that it is quite safe here, so proceed confidently. Li Xian grabbed Malfoy and pushed him to the forefront. At this moment, Li Xian was not in the mood to engage in playful banter with this young lad. He had spent the better part of half a month here searching for the whereabouts of the unicorn. However, despite his prolonged stay, he had yet to gather any information regarding the unicorn. Could it be that he had failed to trigger the necessary plot? Observing Malfoy suddenly come to a halt, Li Xian, who was anxiously trying to locate the unicorn and gather materials, hurriedly urged him to move. The response, however, was a cascade of sounds emanating from the hem of Malfoy's trousers, where an unknown liquid trickled down onto the withered leaves below, creating a noise. Had he just wet himself? Witnessing this scene, Li Xian instinctively rushed forward to cover Malfoy's mouth before he could scream, while simultaneously pulling the oblivious Neville behind a large tree. Just as the three of them managed to hide, a figure clad in a black cloak appeared at the very spot they had just vacated. The cloaked figure reached down to touch the leaves dampened by Malfoy's mishap, still warm, indicating that something was near. Ugh! At this sight, Li Xian couldn't help but retch slightly. At that moment, he pressed Malfoy and Neville against the tree to prevent them from losing control. According to the narrative, this individual was supposed to encounter Harry. Why was he here? Had the events on Harry's side already transpired? Were they merely unfortunate enough to stumble upon the aftermath of those events? No, that couldn't be right. That is not how the story unfolds. Li Xian merely wished to gather some materials and seize an opportunity. After all, both the original work and the film depicted a unicorn being drained of its blood by this dark figure, allowing him to exploit it without suspicion. Yet now, the cloaked figure had arrived and was actively searching for them. Good grief, you've got the wrong target. While Li Xian pondered this, the searching figure spoke. Come out. I know you were here. You didn't knock. How would you know who was home? The castle was teeming with people protecting that savior boy, making it impossible for him to act. But you, only your master remains inside this castle, and he cannot possibly arrive in time to save you. The dark figure spoke coldly. Come out and follow me, or else. Or else what? Li Xian thought. Upon realizing that the figure was after him, he immediately began to analyze. Without the protagonist's aura, devoid of system assistance, and unlike other transmigrators who possessed unforgivable curses from the outset, how was he to confront a professor-level antagonist? The next moment, Li Xian commanded Malfoy and Neville in hushed tones. If you want to survive, do not make a sound. Follow my lead. At this critical juncture, both Malfoy and Neville understood that uttering a word would mean discovery, and discovery would invariably lead to death. The only path to survival now hinges on Li Xian. After Li Xian released his grip, he swiftly executed a seamless maneuver, flipping his robe inside out to transform it into a Taoist garment reminiscent of Uncle Gio's. Simultaneously, he commanded Malfoy to promptly remove his trousers. Malfoy stood there, momentarily stunned, until Li Xian delivered a sharp knock to his head, exclaiming, Do not dawdle. If you wish to perish, I shall cast you out at once. Though Malfoy suspected this action bore a personal vendetta, he complied and began to undress. Li Xian instructed Neville to bite through his own middle finger, demanding Malfoy do the same. Such an exercise had been covered in Uncle Gio's class, where initial resistance had led to complaints to the school. Yet, it was the parents who first rose in opposition, deeming it far more crucial for their children to acquire life-saving knowledge, even those like Lucius Malfoy. After the three of them had drawn blood from their middle fingers, Li Xian retrieved an inkstone from his supply bag, filled with vibrant vermilion. As their blood mingled with the red powder, it grew even more vivid. Just as Li Xian prepared to paint a talisman with a brush, he produced a small vial containing the black dog blood he had previously collected from Yi. It was precisely this black dog blood that had led Yi's miserly dog to abandon Li Xian in the Forbidden Forest days prior. Never mind that wretched dog, Li Xian thought. He began to inscribe the talisman with a mixture of 3 children's blood and black dog blood upon Malfoy's trousers. Soaked in youthful urine, divine might of the 5 mountains, a firestorm surges through the heavens. The Emperor's bell shatters Kunlun. With 8 arms, I manifest my form. 4-headed crimson-haired specters astonish, breaking nests, sealing souls, bringing peace. Pursuing spirits, manifesting human shapes, receiving heavenly virtue, yielding to the underworld. Swiftly, as the law commands. With the brush halted, the talisman complete, he declared, Wingardium Leviosa. Gradually, the trousers began to levitate, and he cautiously withdrew with Neville and Malfoy, scattering a handful of yellow talismans onto the ground before departing. Just as they had retreated, cloaked figures arrived, and upon spotting the trousers, one reached out eagerly, exclaiming, The little wizard from the east. Found you. However, the next moment a shriek pierced the air. Malfoy and Neville watched in astonishment as the cloaked figure's entire arm was engulfed in a violent explosion of sparks, the result of a mysterious and formidable force. The figure desperately attempted to rid himself of the trousers, yet they clung stubbornly, tormenting him with their foulness as he cried out in agony. Malfoy, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded. Is my urine truly that potent? Neville recalled words from Uncle Gio. Youthful urine dispels 100 evils. Blood from the middle finger embodies the utmost masculinity. Yet, when they glanced aside, Li Xian had vanished, leaving only Neville, trembling in fear upon the ground. At last, amidst the cacophony of screams, the cloaked figure managed to free himself from the trousers. Yet in the next instant, a lithe figure descended from the trees, brandishing a great sword, unhesitatingly aiming it at the injured arm of the cloaked figure. At this moment, still engulfed in pain, the figure clad in black was completely taken by surprise. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, yet the youth's speed was astonishingly swift. First came a flurry of ornate needles, piercing his arms, shoulders, and face, sealing his acupoints. First, I will immobilize you. Then, prepare to taste my severed arm swordplay. A blood-curdling scream echoed, followed by the foul stench of blood mingling with a putrid odor permeating the air. Li Xian cast a glance at the severed arm bleeding profusely on the ground. Evil runs deep, even if he is not a ghost. His attributes are perfectly countered by my great Maoshan. As the black-clad man attempted to retrieve his wand with his remaining hand, the youth seized the opportunity once more. A yo-yo emblazoned with the Taiji yin-yang symbol was hurled forth. The string spun like a line of fate, embodying the dance of yin and yang. This was a gift from one of Li Xian's senior brothers, Xiaohai, prized for its portability and element of surprise, making it an ever-present companion. The Taiji yo-yo whirled with fervor, crashing against the black figure's shoulder, sending sparks flying and delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. The black-clad man was forced to retreat several steps, his wand tumbling to the ground. To prevent the black figure from going berserk, Li Xian held his sword in one hand while shielding Malfoy and Neville with the other. Upon witnessing the wand's fall, he urgently shouted, What are you waiting for? Run now. Malfoy glanced at the first year who, despite his own youth, stood protectively like an older brother, shielding them from danger. A complex emotion flickered in his heart before he and Neville swiftly turned and fled. At this juncture, the black-clad man, thoroughly disheveled from Li Xian's ambush, was consumed by rage. I must kill you today to avenge my severed arm. However, as he pursued the fleeing trio, he suddenly felt something beneath his feet. You fool! You can't even distinguish between a Taoist and a wizard. You are even more foolish than a troll. The taunts from Li Xian, laden with mockery, were far more unbearable than the waves of assaults. Why did he specifically mention trolls? Did the boy know something? The derision from 11-year-old was evidently intolerable for an adult dark wizard. In the next instant, dozens of yellow talismans, previously scattered on the ground, surged upward, magnetically attaching themselves to the black figure. At that moment, he recalled the rumored method this youth employed against trolls. It's over. He has mistaken me for a troll. In the next heartbeat, the forbidden forest erupted in a cacophony of drums and firecrackers, accompanied by piercing screams. You little rascal. I will ensure you taste the bitterness of a great calamity. Chapter 66. The illness ruse fails. As the sounds of screams and barking dogs echoed in waves, Hagrid was the first to find Malfoy and Neville. Upon learning from them that Li Xian had encountered a terrifying figure clad in black, he gasped, My goodness. Are you both all right? Hagrid conducted a brief examination of them, and after confirming their well-being, he felt relieved. He then learned from their accounts how Li Xian had injured the cloaked figure. Nearby, Harry and Hermione were once again astonished by their young mentor, while Draco and Neville remained in a state of shock. But where was Li Xian? glancing in the direction from which the two had fled. He noticed Li Xian was nowhere to be seen. Hagrid quickly organized, Hermione, Neville, you will accompany me to search for Li Xian. Harry, Draco, you, and Peeves should find a safe place nearby to hide. Unbeknownst to Li Xian, fortunately, the Centaur Forenza had intervened just in time. Although he had sustained injuries from Li Xian's earlier surprise attack and had recently consumed unicorn blood, which had somewhat healed his wounds, he chose to retreat for safety's sake. With a handful of silvery mane in hand, Hagrid immediately recognized it as unicorn hair and tail. Li Xian explained the situation truthfully. You wish to acquire unicorn hair to craft a gift for Professor Lin? You ought to have told me. I possess a wealth of unicorn hair, and I've even fashioned a carpet from it. Hagrid stepped forward and patted Li Xian on the shoulder. Next time you require materials, please inform me. Do not venture out alone. While you are indeed formidable, the Forbidden Forest harbors great dangers. It is prudent to exercise caution. Thank you, Hagrid, Li Xian smiled. One day, I shall meticulously write out the incantation for knife-cut noodles for you. That would be immensely appreciated. Just as the two were laughing and sealing their agreement, Hermione suddenly noticed something and exclaimed, Li Xian, why are you bleeding so profusely? In the next moment, Li Xian collapsed into unconsciousness. Madame Pomfrey, what has happened to my mentor? He is unharmed, but he was covered in blood. That is not his blood. It belongs to another. Then why is he not awakened? His condition is peculiar. However, I assure you, he will awaken in due time. Madame Pomfrey then excused herself, muttering, this is the first time I have encountered such bizarre symptoms. He appears fine, yet remains unresponsive. How can this be? After Madame Pomfrey departed, Harry, Hermione, and Ron sat by the still unconscious Li Xian's bedside. What shall we do now? Dumbledore is absent, and our mentor has gone with him to the Ministry of Magic. Why must they leave at such a crucial moment? Ron lamented. Even our mentor is in a state of unconsciousness. Currently, Severus Snape had successfully gleaned a method to deal with the three-headed dog through a dragon egg. With both the headmaster and mentor unavailable, he was bound to take action. It seemed they would have to act on their own. Strictly speaking, Hermione was the most senior among the trio. At this moment, she had to take charge of the unfolding situation. Tonight, we shall convene in the common room. Remember to bring the invisibility cloak, as well as the protective charms our mentor provided. Having settled such matters, the trio turned to leave. Just before departing, Hermione suddenly recalled something. Please wait a moment. Upon confirming that the trio had indeed departed, Li Xian, who had been in a state of unconsciousness, gradually opened his eyes and removed a needle that had been embedded in his shoulder. Its presence had rendered even Lady Pendred perplexed by the circumstances. It seemed she might benefit from further study in the art of traditional Chinese medicine. Li Xian then unfolded the note that Hermione had discreetly placed in his hand before her departure, which read, If you awaken, seek us at the trapdoor. The way to subdue the three-headed dog is to play to tune. At this moment, the only one capable of halting Snape is your senior brother. Upon reading the final line, Li Xian let out a heavy sigh. He understood profoundly the difficulty Hermione must have faced in uttering such words, given her typically proud demeanor. Yet, dear girl, I truly wish to remain uninvolved in the affairs of you native folk. As anticipated, during the time he feigned illness, Quirrell paid a visit. Observing Li Xian's vigorous state, one would hardly suspect he had sustained any injuries. Even the arm that Li Xian had severed appeared to have mended. After all, for Voldemort, restoring a limb was hardly a challenge, as evidenced during the climactic battle at the end of the Goblet of Fire. However, this realization only deepened Li Xian's awareness of the chasm between himself and Quirrell, who was, after all, a professor. His dark curses could not be countered even by Snape's counterspells. Furthermore, could Li Xian's victory, attained through ambushes, traps, and the advantage of surprise, lead him to foolishly believe he was on par with such power? Certainly not. Even though he had learned that Quirrell's rapid recovery was due to his ambush leading him to an injured unicorn, from which he had drawn blood to swiftly regain his strength, the inherent fear of inadequacy as a citizen of the great Xia kingdom constantly reminded him. If one's adversary possesses a combat power of 1,000, one must not engage unless one wields at least 2,000. If the opponent's might stands at 10,000, one should refrain from confrontation unless one possesses 30,000. Moreover, Li Xian was unaware of these details, as Harry had not the chance to relay them before Li Xian had succumbed to his act of fainting. Thus, after Li Xian evaded Quirrell's scrutiny by pretending to be ill, the narrative swiftly progressed to the conflict over the Philosopher's Stone while he lay in a hospital bed. In truth, there was no cause for concern. As long as the trio followed the original storyline, there would undoubtedly be no issues, especially with Harry Potter. Blessed by the aura of a protagonist and the protective love that his mother, Lily, had purchased with her life. Additionally, there was the safety talisman bestowed by Uncle Gio. However, a story devoid of unexpected twists would hardly be worthy of its title. Just as Li Xian prepared to incinerate the note, he discovered another line inscribed on its reverse. Just in case, we have temporarily borrowed the little zombie, Ahong. What on earth are you doing? Li Xian gazed at the words on the back of the note, recalling how Uncle Gio had discreetly assured the trio during their clandestine lessons that the little zombie, Ahong, was a being they could fully trust. He even told them, your senior brother was able to defeat the giant monster thanks to this little zombie's assistance. Haha, clearly, the three little ones have truly taken Uncle Gio's words to heart. Li Xian was not concerned about how the little zombie, Ahong, managed to descend from Ravenclaw Tower. Jumping down from the tower wouldn't harm him. However, the question lingered. Would Ahong's involvement in the battle lead to unforeseen complications? With this thought, Li Xian sprang from his sickbed, hastily donning his robe without time to change, and rushed to the Miao Mountain inscription classroom, where he promptly offered 3 sticks of incense. Grandmaster, please enlighten your disciple. Will my 3 troublesome junior brothers and sisters face any danger tonight? He then knelt respectfully, bowing until the incense burned out. Upon lifting his gaze to the extinguished sticks in the incense burner, he pondered. The greatest fear lies in unexpected outcomes. And the incense's greatest taboo is 2 short and 1 long. Chapter 67. If you can't win, call for help. He gazed at the assortment of treasures on the shelf in his dormitory. A money sword, a century-old ginseng, a Taiji Bawa yo-yo, an evil warding seal, and a great sword. These were gifts from his seniors, imbued with their hopes and blessings for their younger disciple. Indeed, he was also the senior brother of these 3 little rascals. Li Xian sighed, ultimately resolving, since the variables have emerged, I shall take it upon myself to alter the course. He immediately gathered all his gear and prepared ample yellow talismans, ready for departure at a moment's notice. However, he needed to ensure that his timeline diverged from the 3 little ones to prevent any significant disruptions in the main storyline. As night descended, when Li Xian arrived at the trapdoor guarded by the 3-headed dog, it was eerily quiet within, devoid of any sound. He slightly opened the door, peering at the 3-headed dog, affectionately named Fluffy by Hagrid, who was feigning sleep. As Li Xian approached, the creature bared its sharp teeth in a grin. Yet, in the next moment, a whistle pierced the silence. Though devoid of lyrics, the melody was unmistakably. Her gaze, shines like the stars. I see, my heart races. The 3-headed dog stared blankly at Li Xian, likely pondering why there were so many visitors today. First, a professor cast a spell on the harp with his wand, producing a melody. Then, 3 little children played a discordant tune on the handmade flute crafted by Hagrid. Now, another little fellow was whistling. Surprisingly, the tune was rather delightful and soothing. The 3-headed dog soon succumbed to slumber, while Li Xian opened the trapdoor and leaped down. Prior to this, he contemplated whether to summon Snape, considering that the variables had already unfolded. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, for by sheer coincidence, Snape was not at the school. Even if he were present, Li Xian would likely prefer that he remain uninvolved, as he had a far more significant covert mission. Soon, it was time to confront a series of formidable challenges. The first obstacle was the herbology class, overseen by Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, who had devised the treacherous Devil's Snare. The more one struggled, the tighter its grasp would become, ultimately leading to suffocation. Hence, relaxation was the key to survival. Of course, it also had a vulnerability. It feared light and fire. Besides the 3-headed dog and the Devil's Snare, there were also the winged keys, wizard chess, and trolls. For a top-tier wizard, overcoming these challenges was a matter of sheer skill. However, the true difficulties lay in Snape's potion riddle and Dumbledore's mirror of Ares trap. Yet, if one were to reconsider, these so-called protective mechanisms for the Philosopher's Stone were not merely safeguards against theft. Rather, they served as trials to strengthen Harry, a trap designed to lure Voldemort. This perspective rendered many seemingly illogical elements far more sensible. Since these trials were tailored for Harry, the difficulty level was neither excessively high nor low. It was calibrated to allow Harry and his companions to succeed, just barely. Dumbledore, having long been aware of the prophecy and firmly believing in its authenticity, kept a watchful eye on Harry, hoping for his growth and development. It was only by facing Voldemort that Harry would be adequately prepared for the destiny that awaited him. Naturally, navigating the mirror of Ares trap, which was specifically aimed at Voldemort, would be advantageous if it could fortuitously ensnare him, despite the slim odds of such an occurrence. The design of the trap stipulated that only those who sought the stone without the intent to exploit it could claim it, a feat beyond Voldemort and Quirrell. Yet one that Harry, the protagonist, evidently accomplished, thereby passing the final test. Before long, Harry had successfully navigated the initial challenges and arrived at the wizard's chessboard. It appeared that once a challenger departed, the obstacles would reset automatically. Harry speculated as he approached Ron, promptly taking his pulse. "You've sustained some internal injuries, but it's nothing serious." He quickly retrieved a thermos resembling those used by neighborhood grandfathers from his equipment bag. "What is this?" Ron inquired. "It's ginseng soup," Harry replied. "Freshly brewed." He then administered a sip to Ron and instructed Hermione to accompany him to the infirmary. "I'll handle the rest." Hermione nodded, informing Harry that the potion challenge would reset once she left. Following Hermione's guidance, Harry soon approached the penultimate challenge, which was evidently a dead-end set by Quirrell. The destruction of this challenge had been orchestrated by him as well, leading to the spacious chamber housing the Mirror of Ariste. At that moment, Harry finally recognized the true antagonist of his first year, the source of all his troubles, Professor Quirrell. Having always believed Quirrell to be benign, Harry was taken aback, gasping, "How could it be you? Why you? Not Snape?" Quirrell let out a hearty laugh, shedding his usual timid demeanor to reveal the quintessential villain, declaring, "Indeed, it is precisely because of a character like Snape, who seems far from being virtuous, that no one would suspect me." It was only through Quirrell that Harry ultimately uncovered the whole truth. Snape's presence on the third floor during the troll incident was intended to thwart Quirrell, who had deliberately released the troll. In the Quidditch match, had it not been for Snape casting the counterspell, Quirrell would have been able to directly harm Harry. Even during the match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, Snape officiated as the referee to ensure Harry's safety on the field. He had done so much for me, and I had remained utterly oblivious. Discovering that the person you loathe the most has been safeguarding you all along leaves one in a state of bewilderment and guilt. Alas, Professor Snape's sincere intentions were thus misdirected. Li Xian, hidden at the entrance, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Subsequently, Quirrell bound Harry with ropes, hoping to seize the Sorcerer's Stone through him. Although Harry feigned lies, he was nonetheless seen through by Voldemort, who was concealed within Quirrell. "Let me speak to him face to face," Quirrell commanded. "Master, your strength has yet to be restored." "I still possess some measure of strength," Quirrell replied. He then removed the large scarf that had been wrapped around his head, revealing a small, bare skull. Slowly, he turned to expose the back of his head, which bore a grotesque face, chalky white with glowing red eyes, and elongated nostrils resembling those of a serpent. At that moment, Harry finally understood why Quirrell always wore a turban and perpetually reeked of garlic. "Harry Potter, the hideous visage hissed, now we may converse face to face. But before we proceed, should not some bothersome individuals reveal themselves?" "Hello, are you referring to me?" Li Xian inquired politely as he stepped forth. In an instant, Quirrell cast a disarming spell, causing an array of equipment to clatter to the ground, including a thermos. "How rude," Li Xian remarked, glancing at the scattered gear with a smirk. "How discourteous now. Little one, tell me." Voldemort's repugnant visage croaked. "Without your spells and artifacts, and having lost the advantage, how do you intend to launch a surprise attack? How will you set a trap?" Voldemort's expression was one of mockery, yet he noticed Li Xian wore an air of disdain, seemingly regarding him as a petty and vindictive creature. "Am I afraid of you? Huh! I am a disciple of the ninth uncle," Li Xian proclaimed, his hands forming a seal. "What if I have no weapons? What if I cannot defeat you? If you grant me but a moment, I shall summon my allies in an instant, pummel you thoroughly, and then use your own filth against you, reducing you to a mere shadow of your former self." At that moment, both Harry and Quirrell stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Harry, Quirrell, the unseen Voldemort, and the filth. Chapter 68. Apologies. The esteemed master you summoned is currently unavailable. Please hold. My lord, this young man is unpredictable. Even Professor McGonagall has declared him cunning and treacherous. Allow me to eliminate him now to prevent further complications. Chilo, he is merely a child. Can you not manage a mere boy? Certainly not, my lord. I merely harbor concerns. Your worry should be directed towards that Professor Lin Xian. A mentor capable of producing such an apprentice must possess formidable skills himself. Moreover, our knowledge of Eastern Maoshan techniques is scant. This presents an opportunity to delve into the veracity of Eastern Maoshan methods through this young lad. Understood, my lord. Yet, Chilo felt an instinctive tension. Although the individual before him was merely 11 years of age, an inexplicable fear gripped him, particularly since the boy was now devoid of any equipment. It is worth noting that Chilo had meticulously calculated Li Xian's inevitable appearance, rehearsing countless times to ensure a decisive victory by disarming him. However, this feeling of dread seemed to have emerged after that fateful day when he was repelled by the protective charm Harry Potter bore. Even after Li Xian had been stripped of his talismans and artifacts, the sense of unease intensified in the face of his calm demeanor. Perhaps he had succumbed to a psychological shadow cast by Maoshan techniques, and he needed to devise a method to overcome this fear. The most effective means of conquering one's shadow is to confront it. Chilo tightened his grip on the wand in his hand. This object had not originally been part of the confrontation and had always been a point of contention. How could a distinguished defense against the dark arts professor be without a wand? Or was it that Chilo, overconfident in facing Harry, had deemed it unnecessary to wield his wand, thus falling victim to his own arrogance? Yet now, Li Xian faced Chilo, who possessed a wand. The circumstances had undeniably shifted. Although he obeyed Voldemort's orders and refrained from immediate action, several minutes passed in the room, which had fallen into a silence as profound as death. Li Xian continued to form seals, chanting incantations. Chilo grew increasingly perplexed. Harry shared in this confusion, along with Voldemort. Boy, you've kept me waiting far too long. What's the rush? My esteemed master just declared that you are unworthy of his intervention, so let me send a junior to face you instead. I assure you, he will leave you so unrecognizable that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Observing Chilo's disdainful expression, his anxiety heightened. Little did he know at that very moment, Li Xian was inwardly cursing his luck. Li Xian silently lamented his misfortune. It was as if he could hear the voice of customer service from 10086. We apologize. The esteemed master you have summoned is currently occupied. Please hold. Damn it. Who the hell summoned the master away at this critical moment? I am in dire need of assistance. Yet he must maintain an outward facade of composure, casting a cold glance at Harry. Where's Ahong? He fled upon encountering the three-headed dog. Li Xian replied nonchalantly. Most likely he is mocking your decision to seek my help against such trifles. He is off to enjoy a meal. Upon hearing these words, Quirrell's face was a tumult of anger and panic. He yearned to act, but found himself paralyzed by indecision. Yet once a person becomes ensnared in such a state of hesitation, they are easily manipulated. At that moment, Voldemort resumed his narration. Harry Potter, behold my current form. I am but a shadow, sustained solely by my will. I can only assume a physical presence when I share a body with another. Yet, there are those who willingly allow me into their minds and hearts. In recent weeks, the blood of unicorns has restored some of my strength. You witnessed Quirrell quenching my thirst for blood in the Forbidden Forest that day. The mention of the Forbidden Forest triggered Quirrell's recollection of the treachery he had faced there, where Li Xian had orchestrated his downfall, leaving him with a lingering ache in his shoulder that cast a long shadow over him. He grew increasingly anxious about what might happen if Lin Zhengying discovered him. His apprentice was formidable. What hope did he have? However, Voldemort had little interest in Quirrell's trepidation. He pressed on, attempting to brainwash Harry. Once I acquire the elixir of life, I shall recreate my own body. Why not hand over the Philosopher's Stone from your pocket? Harry, feeling utterly exposed, staggered back a few steps. Don't be foolish. Voldemort hissed menacingly. You would do well to preserve your own life, align yourself with me, or face the same fate as your parents, who beg for mercy in their final moments. That's a lie, Harry shouted vehemently. Quirrell, retreating yet advancing towards Harry, ensured that Voldemort's malevolent grin remained fixed on him. Meanwhile, Li Xian was engaged in a ritual to summon spirits. He glanced at Harry. This was Harry's trial to face. The challenge lay in overcoming the uncertainties introduced by the wand in Quirrell's grasp. Was it possible that his inability to summon spirits stemmed from a lack of innate talent? Suddenly, the voice of Uncle Gio seemed to penetrate his mind. It was before the school year began when Li Xian had attempted to perform the summoning technique without success, just as he was now. Uncle Gio had advised, the summoning technique requires a certain physical aptitude. Your master Si Mu possesses the most suitable constitution among our peers for this skill, though yours is also commendable. Yet, why can I not summon? The inability indicates that the opportunity has not yet arrived. What kind of opportunity? He pondered. Life and death dilemmas, critical moments. Once achieved, the contract is for life. This is entirely contrary to my style of survival. Impudent child, what do you mean by survival? Uncle Gio reprimanded, suddenly recalling something vital. He cautioned, furthermore, the summoning technique has significant aftereffects, which is why your master Si Mu is among the weakest in our brotherhood. This is due to the residual powers left by the summoned spirit. Moreover, a fundamental principle of the summoning technique is that the summoned spirit must align in attributes, meaning one must summon within the same faction. Eastern spirits must be called from the east and Western spirits from the west. It is akin to the notion that your peachwood sword cannot be directly employed as a wand. First, one must adhere to the wand crafting process, followed by the incorporation of a core. Only then can the amalgamation of two attributes be achieved. Just as Harry, if utilizing divination, might summon Merlin, yet Li Xian would be unable to do so. This mirrors the age-old adage often recounted by the elders. A person's ancestral origins dictate that upon their demise, their spirit returns to the city god of that place, with the land deity overseeing the matter. This is why in ancient times, those who ventured afar to seek their fortunes placed such importance on the notion of returning to one's roots. Otherwise, they would perish as strangers in a foreign land. Moreover, a crucial point remains. The art of summoning does not necessarily entail invoking a deity. Uncle Nine's words serve as a poignant reminder to Li Xian. Since the venerable ancestor is preoccupied, I shall seek a more adept alternative. Li Xian silently closed his eyes, murmuring, I summon the divine to make choices for you. You must not choose for me. As Li Xian embarked on his final endeavor, Voldemort had already lost his patience. Since he refused to yield, Quirrell unleashed the Cruciatus curse upon him. Quirrell slowly raised his wand, a piercing curse hurling toward Harry with unrestrained ferocity. Yet at that moment, a figure with long hair and a distinctive Taoist hairstyle descended gracefully before Harry Potter. The individual presented their hands in an enigmatic yet gentle manner. Tai Chi, an invisible barrier instantly obstructed the entirety of Quirrell's curse, followed by the command, Entwine. The curse's energy curiously circled around him in accordance with his gestures. Adhere. Subsequently, the magical force of the curse was deftly grasped in his hands. Draw the energy began to swirl at a visible speed, coalescing into a sphere of power, accompanied by the final utterance, Tension. Move to strike. Chapter 69, Thief's Son. You certainly know how to play. A languid and unfamiliar voice resonated from the long-haired Taoist figure. How could this be? I am equally intrigued about who is utilizing summoning to call upon the true Zhang. Alas, the Venerable One is otherwise occupied and has specifically dispatched me, a junior disciple, to engage with you. However, Quirrell was acutely aware that further probing would only lead to his own disadvantage. Thus, in the absence of Voldemort's intervention, Quirrell launched another attack toward the suddenly transformed Li Xian, whose hair had morphed into a Taoist style, embodying an entirely different demeanor. I have mentioned before, I shall ensure you experience the full force of the Avada Kedavra, the eye-dazzling technique, a myriad of blooms. Li Xian, unperturbed, struck a pose with his sword finger, and in the next instant, several identical figures of Li Xian emerged from behind him. My Merlin! Quirrell was utterly bewildered, unsure of which Li Xian to aim his wand at, ultimately casting a random killing curse. However, the Li Xian he struck instantly transformed into an illusory shadow. Is it a mirage? By the time Quirrell realized this, one of the Li Xians had already surged to his side, delivering a Tai Chi strike. Enduring the pain, Quirrell prepared to launch another assault. A spirit resides within you. How fortuitous, for I possess a means to confront such entities. With that, Li Xian unleashed his assault once more. The incantation of Sun, the fragrant sandalwood of virtue, a mysterious substance akin to sandalwood, was summoned from the void, emanating a potent aura of exorcism and toxin resistance. The incantation of Kuin, the earthly river vehicle, faced with the dual onslaught. Even the spirit of Voldemort felt a sense of peril. Let me take over. Master, you cannot. You are far too weakened. Allow me. You worthless fool. In the next moment, Chilo's head spun a full 180 degrees, his grotesque visage glaring fiercely at Li Xian. With a flick of his wand, he exclaimed, Fiend fire! The flames erupting from his wand rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal fire serpent that lunged towards him. The Fiend Fire Curse, a sophisticated form of dark magic, summoned an ever-strengthening magical flame that could morph into monstrous shapes, relentlessly pursuing anything combustible, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Conventional water attributes were powerless against it. Li Xian, hearing the voice within, was taken aback. Ah, little friend, you possess quite the skill. Despite summoning a spirit, you maintain your consciousness. Your soul's strength is commendable. I am Wang Yi of Wudong, dispatched by my ancestor, Zhang Zhenren, to assist you. May I inquire as to your identity? Gratitude to Zhang Zhenren for his assistance. I am Li Xian, a disciple of Lin Zhengying of Maoshan. Lin Zhengying, the master of the multiverse? You are the disciple of your ninth uncle? Indeed, this is a realm where both your ninth uncle and magic exist. By fortune, I have arrived here. Upon hearing Li Xian's explanation, Wang Yi chuckled softly. You certainly know how to choose your battleground. At that moment, the fiery serpent summoned by the Fiend Fire Curse had reached Li Xian, who was now possessed by Wang Yi. Wang Yi invoked again the incantation of Sun, the fragrant sandalwood of virtue, Li Xian hastily cautioned. That is of the wood attribute. Yet Wang Yi remained unfazed. The mysterious door of wind, ignoring the elemental opposition, as the wooden incantation disregarded the elemental conflict and withstood the ferocious fire serpent. Even Voldemort's eyes reflected incredulity. Such formidable Eastern magic. The Taoists of the East are indeed not to be underestimated. This was merely a minor disciple. Should the renowned Lin Zhengying himself appear, one would be utterly incapable of contending with him in his current weakened state. Contemplating this, Voldemort intensified his magical output, while Chilo sensed that the essence of his life was rapidly depleting. Master, I feel my body. Silence. Thus, in Li Xian's eyes, the current Dark Lord Voldemort was far less dignified in his actions than the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald. At this juncture, Wang Yi, summoned by Li Xian's invocation, distinctly perceived an anomaly. Li Xian, something is amiss. According to the divination, he should not perish at our hands. And what if he were to die at our hands? I understand. Li Xian glanced at the terrified Harry not far away, then shifted his gaze to his own equipment nearby, and suddenly a thought struck him. Although Uncle Gio seemed absent, he was ever present. With a swift motion of his hand, a yellow talisman from the scattered weapons flew towards Harry. As a flash of yellow light crossed before Harry, who was stunned by the peculiar state of Li Xian confronting Voldemort, he noticed his senior, Li Xian, drenched in sweat, struggling to hold on. I must do something. I must do something. But what can I do? I am no match for them. Suddenly, a warmth radiated from the protective talisman at his chest, and Uncle Gio's voice echoed in his ears. Harry recalled his master mentioning that his blood was unique, making it particularly suited for learning talismans. With this thought, he instinctively reached for a pen to draw a talisman, but only pulled out his wand. Damn it, why do I only have a wand at this moment? In a moment of desperation, Harry Potter bit his finger, and as blood flowed onto the blank talisman paper, he swiftly began to inscribe an exorcism talisman. Supreme Laojun, with my divine formula, summon the Jade Maiden to capture the ominous. Crowned with a splendid canopy, stepping on the celestial path. Left aids a sixth Jia. Right guards the sixth Ding. Divine master of slaughter, unafraid of the mighty. First slay the evil spirits, then sever the night's light. Which God does not bow, which ghost dares to stand. Hasten, as the law commands. With the talisman completed, infused with Harry's blood, he unhesitatingly hurled it towards Quirrell, pressing it directly onto his face. In the next moment, Quirrell, unable to cast another spell due to the excruciating pain, screamed in terror as he transformed into ashes at a visible speed, a cloud of humanoid gas erupting from the remnants and rushing towards Harry Potter. Believing his fate was sealed, Harry was suddenly enveloped in a golden light from the protective talisman. The next instant, he felt himself plunging into an abyss of darkness, falling deeper and deeper. In that darkness, he seemed to hear his senior's voice. Little one, congratulations on successfully completing your trial. He was rambling on about those peculiar things again. He thought he also heard Uncle Gio's voice, seemingly complaining. I don't care what your intentions are. In any case, he is my disciple now. Consider carefully what you wish to do to him. He also heard a woman's voice calling out, Harry, Harry, Harry. Chapter 70, The End-of-Year Feast. In the blink of an eye, it was the first week of June. The annual final examinations had commenced, and Hermione was exhilarated. However, upon discovering that Li Xian had missed the exam, she felt an emptiness inside, or rather, an overwhelming displeasure. Ron remarked that this meant no one would compete with her for the top spot, which was a good thing, right? Harry believed Hermione had worked diligently throughout the year, aiming to surpass Li Xian in the exams. But now that Li Xian had not shown up, it meant she had lost even the chance to defeat him. But where had Li Xian gone? The first sight to greet the eyes was the beaming face of Dumbledore, surrounded by an array of gifts at the bedside. Harry also noticed that his neighbor, Li, lay in a similarly slumberous state. What has happened to my senior? He inquired. Professor Lin explained that Li had exhausted his magical energy and had temporarily succumbed to slumber, but there was no cause for alarm. Dumbledore elaborated. After wielding such a powerful spell, it is a considerable trial for a child under 12. I sincerely apologize, Harry, for my negligence that placed you in peril. Subsequently, Harry and Dumbledore finally engaged in their first profound conversation since the beginning of their first year. Beyond the troubles stemming from Dumbledore's oversight, Harry learned that the Philosopher's Stone had been destroyed, alleviating his concerns about Voldemort's potential pursuit. Additionally, Harry's blood had been protected by a spell wrought from his mother's sacrifice, which ultimately enabled them to vanquish Voldemort with the incantation inscribed in Harry's blood. Most importantly, however, Voldemort had not been defeated. He was undoubtedly lurking in some dark corner, biding his time for a resurgence. During his unconsciousness, Harry had missed the final Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. In Ron's words, without Harry, Gryffindor had nearly suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Ravenclaw. Yet Hermione interjected. Lee from Ravenclaw did not play either. Harry and Ron discerned that. Following that fateful night, Hermione's demeanor towards Lee had significantly softened, particularly after learning from Harry about Lee's brave confrontation with Voldemort to protect him. Although she still regarded defeating Lee as a goal, it had become customary for her to append the title Senior to Lee's name. This development brought joy to Harry and Ron, relieving them of the burden of their friend-strained relationship. Once the examinations concluded, the trio hastened to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey informed them that Lee had awakened. Despite Madame Pomfrey's insistence that Lee rest and be observed for a few days, he stubbornly insisted on returning to his studies. Madame Pomfrey quipped that she had never encountered a student so obstinate. As for Lee's notion of studying, it was evidently not aligned with Hermione's pursuit of academic excellence. Had Lee truly valued academic accolades, he would have awakened the day before the exams. Ron even exaggeratedly remarked, if it had been Hermione, she would have forced herself to wake up the day before the exams. Consequently, Lee was subjected to a leg-locking spell from Hermione, rendering him unable to move except in a manner akin to a small zombie. This prompted Harry to reflect on his own impulsiveness. He had indeed acted rashly, failing to prepare adequately and forgetting to bring even the necessary incantations, resorting instead to drawing symbols on sight. Had Quirrell noticed him sooner, it would have likely resulted in dire consequences. It was astonishing that his sense of safety was even inferior to that of a mere zombie. Perhaps the fear of insufficient magical power was not solely Lee's affliction. Little zombie Ahong likely shared this experience as well. As for the outcome of their quarrel, it was evident that Uncle Nine had emerged victorious. Due to the mirror that hung upon the gates of Hogwarts, Uncle Nine proclaimed it to be a mirror of revelation. Should a malevolent spirit akin to Voldemort attempt to breach the premises, their true form would be instantly unveiled. In addition to being positioned at the entrance, a mirror was naturally placed at the doorway of the Great Hall, a location frequented by the entire school. Initially, everyone was quite curious about this mirror, and they spent several days studying it. However, when no conclusions were reached, their interest waned. It was not until the audacious Peeves attempted to play a prank by poking the mirror that he suffered a first-degree burn as a consequence. Fortunately, he was discovered in time, and thus did not completely vanish. Instead, he was confined in a ceramic jar by Uncle Nine for nurturing in hopes of recovery. On the day the exam results were released in the second week of June, Hermione, without the presence of Lee, undoubtedly secured the top score in her year. Malfoy, observing the results, snorted dismissively, remarking, "What is there to boast about? It's only because Lee didn't participate in the exam." Hermione, unfazed, calmly replied, "Sooner or later, I will prove that even if Brother Lee had taken part, I would still achieve first place." Upon learning of their scores that afternoon, they decided to share the news with Hagrid, from whom they discovered that he had found traces of Lee in the Forbidden Forest. Ordinarily, students were forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, but Dumbledore had granted Lee permission to wander freely, as if an unspoken agreement had been forged between them. Until the final banquet, Lee remained absent. According to the scoring of each house, Gryffindor placed fourth with 312 points, Hufflepuff third with 352 points, Ravenclaw second with 426 points, and Slytherin first with 472 points. The trio felt a twinge of guilt as they watched Gryffindor's score dwindle due to their actions. Just as it seemed that Slytherin would once again claim the House Cup, Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor 4 additional points. The first was given to Ron for his exceptional skill in wizard's chess, adding 50 points. The second was awarded to Hermione for her calm logical reasoning in the face of flames, also adding 50 points. The third was granted to Harry for demonstrating remarkable bravery and courage, adding 60 points. The final bonus went to the unassuming Neville, as courage takes many forms. Facing an enemy requires extraordinary bravery, while standing firm in one's beliefs before friends demands equal valor. Thus, he received an additional 10 points. With Dumbledore's intervention, Gryffindor shattered Slytherin's long-standing winning streak and triumphantly claimed the House Cup. Initially, Harry was elated that he had helped Gryffindor win, but soon he realized Brother Lee should have been awarded points as well. After all, he is the one who contributed the most. At this moment, Hermione reminded Harry, "Brother Lee is different from us. He is a true practitioner of the path. He does not even care about exams, let alone the House Cup. He must have exchange points for the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Forest at will. Why is he so eager to venture into such a perilous place?" Ron expressed his bewilderment, stating that it was dangerous. "Only for you," Hermione remarked, suddenly struck by a thought, her face lighting up with surprise. "Harry, it seems your Christmas gift from your brother has arrived." "What Christmas gift?" He instinctively glanced towards Professor Snape, who had been unjustly labeled as a villain throughout the school year. At that moment, Professor Snape wore an expression of fury and, noticing Harry's gaze, unceremoniously rolled his eyes. Harry helplessly shook his head. "Nevertheless, I feel that my relationship with Professor Snape is unlikely to change in the near future. However, I must still thank him for his repeated assistance." Later, after Gryffindor had secured the House Cup, Dumbledore added, just as Dumbledore finished announcing this. The Great Hall doors suddenly swung open. The next moment, a disheveled Lee Jordan appeared, looking as if he had just emerged from a battle. Who knows what he had encountered, as his robes and undergarments were in tatters, and his hair was matted with various weeds and twigs. "Why does he always look so unkempt?" Hermione commented with disdain, while Ron excitedly gazed at Lee. "Not at all. I think he looks rather dashing, like a knight returning from a victorious battle." Lee, standing at the doorway, held up a toad. "I just found this toad at the entrance." "Whose is it? If no one claims it, I might just stew it up as a bullfrog." Laughter and applause erupted in an instant as Harry, Hermione, and Ron, along with the other students, rose to applaud Lee, the recipient of the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award. Even the detestable Malfoy did not withhold his applause at that moment. Harry even thought he caught a glimpse of Professor Snape giving a couple of claps, though he wasn't sure if he had imagined it. However, Harry was certain about the toad in Lee's hand and quickly alerted Neville. "That seems to be your Trevor." Chapter 71, Residual Magic. As the feast was nearing its conclusion, unlike the silent acceptance of Hermione, Harry, and Ron as his disciples, the slightly tipsy Uncle Lin Zhenging publicly announced that Neville Longbottom had become the fourth foreign disciple he accepted at Hogwarts. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to the boy, often mocked for his clumsiness. "Congratulations, Neville. Congratulations, Longbottom. You have also become a disciple of Uncle Lin." Neville, taken aback, exclaimed, "I never expected Uncle Lin would choose me. But what will he teach me? He hasn't decided yet." Regardless of what it may be, everyone is certain that every disciple chosen by Uncle Lin possesses a unique significance. In the eyes of Neville, he is the bravest first-year student in all of Gryffindor, surpassing even the protagonist, Harry, in courage in certain respects. After all, a timid and foolish individual would never dare to risk breaking the rules by sneaking into the castle at night to warn classmates. Nor would any coward step forward to prevent a friend from making a mistake, fearing that it might incur the friend's disdain. By these measures alone, he is more than qualified to wield the sword of Gryffindor 7 years hence, earning the title of the Sword Saint of Gryffindor. The feast concluded in an atmosphere of tranquility. Suddenly, the students found their wardrobes empty, their belongings packed into suitcases, and Neville's toad had vanished once more, leaving him anxious about whether his senior, Li Xian, might consume it. A notice from the school reached each student, warning them against the use of magic during the holiday. The Weasley twins grumbled, while Hermione proudly remarked, "Fortunately, I can still perform Muggle magic." Harry added, "My charms are exempt from this rule." Ron chimed in, "My fists are not magic." The Weasley twins protested angrily. "Isn't it impressive to be a disciple of Uncle Joe? Just wait, he will surely recognize my talents." Hagrid, who had ferried them to Hogwarts, was now tasked with guiding them back across the lake. However, there was one exception. Li Xian had not traveled by boat upon their arrival. Instead, he had ridden in a carriage, and now he returned without one, relying solely on magic to traverse the Black Lake. How unfortunate for him. Indeed, Uncle Geo, in a bid to discipline him for his lack of skill, had compelled him across the lake purely through spells, until he nearly fainted from exhaustion. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and the newly inducted Neville watched sympathetically as Li Xian employed a peculiar spell to navigate the lake. Fortunately, he had no luggage, or the challenge would have intensified. After Ron remarked this, he glanced at Neville, who appeared visibly distressed, as if burdened by worry. "Do not fret, Neville. Uncle Geo is simply strict with Li Xian," he reassured. Hermione then gave him a sharp jab. "You should not harbor such misplaced optimism. I actually hope our master will be as rigorous with me as he is with our senior." As they observed Li Xian crossing the lake using his spell, it was indeed a remarkable display. Each incantation conjured wooden planks that formed a bridge, allowing him to run across. However, just as he stepped onto a new plank, the previous one vanished, a testament to his remarkable skill in timing. Were he to falter, he would surely plummet into the depths. Moreover, he had to constantly gauge his magical reserves. Just then, Li Xian fell into the water. Hagrid, having been forewarned by Uncle Geo, hastily maneuvered his boat to rescue him. In the distance, Slytherin students began to mock, but when Crabbe and Goyle attempted to join in the laughter, they were met with a fierce glare from Malfoy. Well done. Li Xian, Hagrid praised as he pulled Li Xian from the water. This is the first time in many years someone has attempted to traverse the Black Lake in such a manner. You are truly remarkable. Gasping for breath, Li Xian struggled to regain his strength as he gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of the lake. No, I still have a long way to go. He attempted to move again but found himself utterly spent. Fortunately, the remnants of magical energy that Wang Yi had left within him had stabilized. Along with it, his flowing hair was preserved. You've turned misfortune into fortune, my boy. On the Hogwarts Express, in the compartment occupied by Li Xian and Uncle Gio, the latter offered a thermos filled with ginseng soup he had prepared before their departure. Li Xian took a small sip and remarked, "Indeed, what a fortunate coincidence. Since the ancestral master ignored me, I had no choice but to seek assistance from other fellow practitioners, which led me to this Wang Yi." Uncle Gio refrained from explaining why the ancestral master had neglected Li Xian, as if burdened by an unspeakable secret, and instead redirected the conversation. "I must say, the techniques that Wang Yi possesses are quite formidable," he inquired. "What is it called again? The strange arts? That SY master insisted you delve into deep cultivation in the forbidden forest right after your discharge. Once those magical remnants dissipate, you will have no chance of comprehending them again. Then I shall invoke the spirit once more. You are overthinking it. If you summon him again, the effects will not be as potent. Is it akin to the concept of antibodies? My initial exposure elicited a strong reaction, but with repeated encounters, I naturally adapted." "Quite similar indeed." Uncle Gio mused internally. What kind of constitution does this brat possess? His prowess in the paperman technique is astonishing, and now he can learn the summoning techniques from the remnants of magical energy? It is well known that such remnants are usually a side effect, yet he transmutes this side effect into a benefit. This is truly unprecedented. While Uncle Gio was lost in thought, Li Xian seemed to hear some commotion from a suitcase. "Is Ah Hong feeling cramped in there? Should we let him out for some fresh air? Let us draw the curtains," he suggested as he prepared to open the suitcase. "It's that fellow, what's his name, Voldemort?" Uncle Gio interjected. "Voldemort?" Li Xian's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Uncle Gio. "When did you? It's merely a remnant of his soul, not his true form, so there is no need for alarm." "But how did you know old Dumbledore said that you children need to learn to fend for yourselves? So he forbade me from intervening." I agreed. "Yet knowing you were in danger, I still accompanied him to the meeting." Uncle Gio explained with calm composure. "However, an agreement is one thing. I must take responsibility for my children. Thus, I arranged for Ah Hong to intervene when necessary." Thus, Ah Hong intentionally fled while Harry and the others were navigating their challenges. Li Xian remarked, "I knew it. What you claimed was merely equipment was likely a treasure you left for Ah Hong." Indeed, as they spoke, Li Xian had already opened the suitcase, revealing Ah Hong nestled within, cradling a clay pot adorned with yellow talismans. Uncle Gio fixed his gaze on the pot and said, "Otherwise, given my temperament, I would have surely struck him down on the spot. Why must it be so troublesome?" Chapter 72. The man who only competes in peak matches is coming. Li Xian cautiously extracted the clay pot, which sealed a fragment of Voldemort's lingering soul. Uncle Gio scoffed. "I have investigated this fellow's past. Does he deserve my absolution? A mere frying would be merciful. Yet before that, I must study this closely. Old Dumbledore, despite his prowess, why did he not act directly? This scoundrel must possess some peculiar trait. Understanding the Western context will be beneficial to us." "Indeed," Li Xian replied, shaking the pot and murmuring. "The formidable second-generation Dark Lord has come to this." Meanwhile, Hermione approached Uncle Gio's private room to seek answers, and he addressed her inquiries one by one. As Hermione's questions grew increasingly numerous and complex, Uncle Gio interjected, "Child, how about this? If your parents do not mind, I could tutor you for a month during the summer break. It's quite popular where I am. After all, with a 3-month holiday, 2 months are sufficient for leisure." In truth, Hermione would likely continue her reading and studies during the remaining 2 months, as her current passion for learning far surpassed her enjoyment of games. Just as Hermione excitedly exclaimed, "That sounds wonderful." "Yes." Uncle Gio suddenly grinned mischievously. "The precondition is that you must first learn Chinese." "Chinese?" Hermione paused. "Do I need to learn Chinese for the Maoshan lessons? Is that not obvious?" Uncle Gio replied, "Especially in the next semester, the material will become increasingly profound. Without knowledge of Chinese, you will grasp only the surface, missing its true essence. I have already self-studied some Chinese this semester. I should be able to keep pace with your teaching, Master." Observing Hermione's determined eagerness to attend the summer class, Uncle Gio instinctively glanced at Li Xian, who immediately understood. "Then I shall pose a simple Chinese question for you to pass, and you may join the summer class." "All right, but please don't make it too difficult. especially with obscure characters. Rest assured, the words and phrases I use will be familiar to you. If there's one you do not recognize, it won't count. With that, Hermione straightened up, her face brimming with confidence as she attentively listened to Li Xian's question. Please listen carefully. How much is tofu? 2 pieces. Is it 2 pieces each? 1 piece. 1 piece is 2 pieces? 2 pieces. Is it 1 piece or 2 pieces or 2 pieces each? 2 pieces each. That's 50 cents per piece. Are you buying or not? Please tell me. How much is tofu per piece? Li Xian observed, with visible astonishment, as the so-called academic prodigy Hermione stood there, momentarily transformed into an utterly bewildered fool. In that instant, Hermione began to question whether she truly understood Chinese. After all, she recognized each character and word. Yet the moment Li Xian spoke, she found herself unable to comprehend a single phrase. Look at that. There are no unfamiliar characters, yet you cannot solve such a simple problem. Uncle Gio, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Xianzi, provide your junior sister with a simpler question. Very well. Let me think for a moment, Li Xian replied, pausing before continuing. Please listen to the second question. This is a conversation that takes place on a train. How many classes of seats do you require? How many classes are available? Special class, first class, second class, and you must wait a bit longer for the second class. Let me see, just a moment. Do not wait any longer, or you will miss out. Then I want to wait. I'll take this one. May I ask, how many classes of seats were ultimately purchased? Hermione lowered her head, and after a considerable pause, she still did not lift it. Eventually, she left the compartment with a despondent demeanor, muttering, I suppose I should take extra lessons in Chinese during the summer break. Li Xian leaned out to remind her. Make sure to discuss it with the others in class. Take the opportunity during the 3-month summer break to improve your Chinese. It will be essential next semester. With a playful grin, he shut the compartment door. Watching Hermione's rejection, Uncle Gio sighed in relief. In truth, Hermione's aptitude is quite commendable, but her temperament is too impatient. We must first temper her disposition. He then lamented, besides, during the summer, I have no time to offer you supplementary lessons. I'm quite busy. That's good. What a delightful fantasy. Even a deity would be worn out by the demands placed upon them. Qianhe Shirshu, Li Xian, initially inclined to complain, was suddenly filled with excitement upon hearing that name. After all, it belonged to the esteemed Taoist Qianhe, a man renowned for only engaging in peak-level competitions. At last, the train came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station. To avoid drawing the attention of muggles, they hastily shed their wizarding robes and donned ordinary clothing. Stop the thief. Several children instinctively reached for their wands, but Li Xian calmly cautioned, think carefully. You cannot use magic. Just as he intended to step forward to intervene, someone else had already acted more swiftly. A striking figure caught Li Xian's eye, and he could not help but smile. No one could rival her beauty, and though she was capable of defending herself, she was undeniably more enchanting. In a matter of moments, she had dispatched a thief nearly twice her size, who now lay on the ground, howling in pain. Wow, that was impressive. Even Hermione, who typically eschewed violent resolutions, could not suppress her admiration. However, they were even more astonished when the valiant young woman strode directly towards them. Dad, little Xianzi, I'm here. Hello, senior sister. Lin Aji greeted them with enthusiasm. I am your senior sister, Lin Aji. You may address me as sister or Jijia. Hermione was the first to step forward and greet me. Hello, sister. My name is Hermione Granger. In that very moment, Hermione, who had always perceived martial arts as rather crude, found her perspective transformed upon witnessing Lin Aji's graceful figure. Next semester, I too shall diligently practice martial arts. Chapter 73. Attending Master Qianhe's summer training camp. The craftsmanship of this duster made from unicorn hair is truly exquisite and visually appealing. Lin Aji could hardly refrain from caressing the duster crafted from unicorn hair, which Li Xian had toiled for in the Forbidden Forest. Its texture was smooth and soft, imbued with a touch of warmth, as if holding it within her hands purified her very soul. Yet Uncle Gio maintained a serious demeanor. If you venture inside and show no improvement in your skills, producing such a trinket is a sheer waste of time. In the midst of his words, he snatched the duster from Lin Aji's grasp and swiftly tucked it away, muttering, do refrain from overindulging, or you will have stripped it bare. Feigning silence, Uncle Gio quietly entered the apothecary, observing that it had been reasonably well managed by Wen Kai, to which he nodded in satisfaction. So, when do you plan to retire? Lin Aji inquired cheerfully. This way, you would not have to toil on both fronts. What are you saying? You are not yet married. Lin Jingying responded. If you wait until your wedding day, and your partner learns that your father is an unemployed wanderer, they will surely gossip. That sentiment held merit. Li Xian, trailing behind Lin Jingying, let out a resigned sigh. Alas, the hearts of parents are burdened with worry. Even Uncle Gio, this venerable father, frets over his daughter. Li Xian turned to see that Wen Kai had finally noticed them. Junior brother. Greetings, senior brother. Their enthusiastic greetings were so fervent that after a cough from Uncle Gio, Wen Kai finally acknowledged the presence of his master. Greetings, master. Uncle Gio replied with a stern expression. The apothecary is managed quite well. Wen Kai nodded with a smile, but unexpectedly, Uncle Gio followed up with, continue this next year. Wen Kai stepped forward, this apothecary is exceedingly exhausting. I scarcely have a moment for myself. Impudent lad, with such minimal skills. What else would you do if not run the apothecary? If I sent you out to exorcise spirits, would you be capable? Uncle Gio scoffed as he approached the counter and opened the ledger, his eyes widening in surprise. Wondrous heavens, this lad is indeed a prodigy for running an apothecary. His business this year surpasses my 10 years combined. Stealing a glance at the reluctant Wen Kai, who was disinclined to continue managing the apothecary, Uncle Gio felt a mix of anger and exasperation. Why must my disciples be so troublesome, unaware of the blessings they possess? Brother Wen Kai, I believe there is nothing wrong with running an apothecary. Look at Brother Chiu Sheng and the others. Their work is arduous, fraught with danger, Lin Aji remarked. But her words did not sway Wen Kai, who still believed. Exorcising spirits is far more impressive, embodying true masculinity. In response, Lin Aji expressed her shared sense of helplessness with Uncle Gio. As for Li Xian, he chose to remain silent. After resting at home for a few days, Li Xian received a compulsory order from Uncle Gio, instructing him to prepare for his journey to the cultivation site of Taoist Qianhe in the outskirts of the Qing Mountain. It was evident that once Taoist Qianhe made his appearance, Li Xian's impending tribulation would not be far behind. However, it remained uncertain whether this trial would align with the narrative he was familiar with or if it would take an unforeseen turn. Before departing, Li Xian noticed Uncle Gio placing several jars containing fragments of Voldemort's soul on the altar behind the apothecary. A fleeting smirk crossed his face upon seeing one of the jars. Now that he was here, how could he not allow himself to experience the warm hospitality of the local spirits? Considering the bustling activity around, coupled with the protective presence of the Lin family's deity, it would surely suffice to offer Voldemort a taste of his own medicine. Not to mention, the neighbors nearby were also eager for a demonstration. Did he not wish to comprehend the might of an Eastern Taoist? This time, he would have the opportunity to immerse himself fully. After secretly indulging in his mischief, Li Xian simply packed a few changes of clothes and his broomstick before setting off. Although he worried that flying on his broomstick might attract attention, even in the desolate countryside, Uncle Gio had assured him that the broomstick would be of assistance. Nonetheless, Li Xian suspected that Uncle Gio was merely aiming to showcase his broomstick to Taoist Qianhe, much like the way he had shown off the flying powder to Uncle Simu. Once he boarded the vehicle, Li Xian departed from the Lin family apothecary. Gazing at the towering skyscrapers of the Greater Bay Area and contemplating the soaring property prices, he hesitated for a moment before ultimately instructing the driver to stop at a real estate office. The saleswoman, noticing only a child, paid him little heed. But this child attentively absorbed the plethora of property information she presented. Regrettably, each property he found appealing would nearly deplete his savings. It seemed he would need to persuade Xian Gu to handle a bit more snakeskin. While snakeskin could potentially lead to overnight wealth, the risks associated with such rapid fortune were equally unpredictable, especially given his current lack of strength. Caution was imperative. He needed to remain low-key, steady, and adhere to his philosophy of survival. Thus, upon receiving the order, Li Xian promptly visited Boijing Boj, where, under the watchful eye of the shopkeeper, he managed to process 2 palm-sized pieces of snakeskin. After acquiring 200 galleons, he turned and headed to the Olary. Over the past year, his business in potion supplements had amassed him nearly 10,000 galleons, largely thanks to the referrals from loyal customers like Ollivander and Madame Moak. Consequently, Li Xian's business transitioned from offline to online, necessitating the purchase of 3 owls specifically for delivery. To better safeguard his interests, he even applied for a patent. For legal awareness was crucial, particularly in a place like the United States, which had historically appropriated treasures from the Great Xia. In total, the snakeskin trade spanned 5 transactions. 3 portions were sold to the proprietor of the Bojenbog store, while 2 were acquired by the notorious black market middleman, Montongus, who managed to sell them for a staggering 150 gold gallon. However, Li Xian harbored doubts regarding Montongus's character, particularly after his betrayal of the deranged Moody. Although Mr. Boijin, as a black market merchant, was not much better The former's credibility and deterrent presence were evidently superior. This was especially crucial for Li Xian, who needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with him to pave the way for more substantial future transactions. According to the current Gringotts currency exchange rate, 1 gold gallon equates to 260 Daxia coins, which has increased by 5 coins from last year's rate of 255. The official exchange rates fluctuate continuously based on market conditions. At present, Li Xian's deposits in Gringotts have accumulated to 15,500 gold gallons, equivalent to 4,030,000 Daxia coins at the current rate. This sum is ample enough for purchasing a decent and spacious residence for Uncle Gio in the Greater Bay Area. However, what excuse could he possibly use to make such a purchase for Uncle Gio? This posed a significant dilemma for Li Xian. He decided to seek out Uncle Qianhe first and ponder the matter further later on. Chapter 74. Is the peak match about to begin? As Li Xian traveled towards the suburban Qingshan district, the beleaguered Voldemort, having endured a bumpy journey, began to regain a semblance of his senses at the altar of the Lin family pharmacy. The little creature awaited at the door, seemingly on the verge of dozing off. To his surprise, the moment Voldemort emerged, the little one sprang to attention, wearing a mischievous grin reminiscent of Li Xian's own. Before Voldemort could react, he was swiftly enveloped in the embrace of the ceramic jar. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in a foreign land. It was imperative to escape before Lin Xian could refine him. Yet, the seemingly fragile ceramic jar had transformed into an impenetrable prison, unyielding to all his struggles. Exhausted and weary, he suddenly heard a voice. "Newcomer? No more wriggling. If you keep it up, you'll disturb my sleep. This place isn't T1 you can escape from at will. Do you think Lin Xian is someone you can just break free from?" The voice belonged to a woman, likely fierce, yet presumably attractive. Though spoken in Chinese, it posed no difficulty for Voldemort, even if he had long forgotten who had taught him the language. He then heard Voldemort, with a distinctly foreign accent, retort, "What are you? Do you know who this Dark Lord is? In my prime, I would teabat an eye at 10 Lin Xian's." His haughty tone instantly provoked her wrath. Well, you foreign devil, quite the tough talker. I ought to slap you a couple of times. You think you're king? If you're a king, then I'm a queen." Suddenly, Voldemort felt a searing heat on his face, as if he had been struck twice in midair. The woman coldly declared, "I have traversed the realms of the underworld for centuries, yet I have never encountered a king as pathetic as you." With that, she delivered 2 sharp slaps. Voldemort, taken aback, exclaimed, "But you were supposed to be sealed. How can you strike me?" Just as her hand was poised to continue, a chilling voice interjected. "Who has torn a corner of the seal on the red-robed spectre? What if her spirit escapes?" There stood Master Gio before the altar, having noticed that the seal on the pot containing the red-robed spectre had been slightly torn. This small tear allowed a fraction of her spiritual energy to seep out, precisely enough to envelop Voldemort's pot. "You little rascal, your technique is indeed remarkably precise." Once Master Gio had resealed the red-robed spectre, he addressed the pot imprisoning Voldemort, saying, "I do not care how you wielded your power as a sorcerer. This is the Great Xia, and around you are formidable spirits capable of reigning in the ghost realm. Do not challenge their temper with your foreign arrogance. They are far less merciful than I." With that, after finishing his incense offering, he turned and departed the room, leaving Voldemort's fragmented soul to tremble alone within the pot, surrounded by a host of fierce spirits. No one could have imagined that the Dark Lord would find himself in such a predicament. He secretly vowed that should he ever rise again, he would wreak havoc in this place, eradicating all the red-robed specters. As Voldemort's tormented days began, an unexpected figure appeared in the kitchen of Master Gio's home. While Wen Kai was busy cooking, a loud bang echoed through the room. Master Gio was about to scold the boy for possibly igniting the flames too fiercely and causing an explosion when a small girl, singed and soot-covered, dashed out behind Wen Kai. "Greetings, Master. Greetings, senior sister. You must be senior brother. Greetings, senior brother." The proud girl, Hermione, tilted her chin and announced, "I already know the answers to those 2 questions. The tofu costs $2 per piece, not 2 pieces for $1, and he ultimately needs to take a first-class seat." Lin Aji and Wen Kai exchanged puzzled glances, chuckling softly, while Master Gio thought to himself, "Damn it. That ghostly brat Li Xian posed such bizarre questions that I don't even know the answers. Why are you asking me?" Master Gio found himself somewhat troubled by the little girl before him. After all, the summer tutoring sessions he spoke of were not merely casual classes in a school setting, easily comparable to friendly competitions among classmates. At that moment, Lin Aji, understanding her father's thoughts, approached Master Gio and whispered, "Father." Shinzi mentioned that although Hermione is a top student, her personality is somewhat eccentric and competitive, leaving her with few friends. With that, Master Gio grasped the situation. For some children, holidays may not necessarily bring joy. For at school, they have companions, while at home, they are left with nothing but books. Evidently, Hermione exemplifies this plight. Despite her excellent academic performance, she is perceived as an oddity and isolated by her peers. Nevertheless, as she is one of my disciples, the old saying among the people of Daxia holds true. Since you have come, let it be as it is. This is the address. Once you arrive, heed the counsel of your Uncle Qianhe and your senior brother. After handing Hermione the address, Uncle Gio earnestly advised her, though a sense of unease lingered within him. Although Hermione, Harry, Ron, and even the novice Neville are all his pupils, Uncle Gio harbored a particular fondness for Li Xian, a sentiment that was self-evident. Yet, as a mentor, he bore a responsibility for all his disciples. After all, the title of master is not bestowed lightly. I possess a jade pendant. Wear for now, and return it to me once you've completed your task. Uncle Gio personally adorned Hermione with the precious gem he had removed from around his neck. To ensure Hermione's safety, Lin Xian personally accompanied her to the Qingshan district to meet up with Li Xian. However, they were unaware that Li Xian's summer tutoring classes had commenced ahead of schedule, taking place in a rural area of Qingshan. I am now issuing you a ticket for reckless driving, a midnight joyride. Here is the citation. At that moment, a man resembling Brother Went-Sai's twin brother, seated in the driver's seat, presented his identification. We are currently conducting an investigation. Do not obstruct our work. Seeing the official's badge, Hermione was taken aback to discover he was a law enforcement officer dealing with criminal cases, prompting 2 traffic officers to hastily retract their citation. Hey, are you investigating something? What is going on? Just as the driver was about to speak, a woman in the back seat covered his mouth. Meanwhile, another man in the front passenger seat, who bore a striking resemblance to the renowned singer, quickly interjected, "There's a little vixen wandering the streets without clothes." Upon hearing this, the 2 traffic officers became visibly excited. A naked woman wandering the streets? We'll help you find her. In that moment, Li Xian, observing this spectacle, cast a cold glance at the trio in the vehicle. What a calamity! I didn't expect to leap into a peak competition right upon arrival. Chapter 75. Uncle Qianhe's inept allies are online. Follow the car ahead. The classic Hong Kong dialogue left the taxi driver perplexed as he glanced at Li Xian, who pointed again at the vehicle. By tailing them, I am certain to uncover my destination. As he spoke, Li Xian retrieved a small Taoist cap from his pocket and placed it upon his head. In an instant, the taxi driver seemed to comprehend. Oh, so you're a Taoist priest. If only you had mentioned it earlier. The taxi diligently followed the preceding vehicle until it reached a secluded roadside, where the 3 passengers presumably disembarked. Li Xian promptly exited the car, yet was halted by the taxi driver. Little priest, when do you think I will strike it rich? I may not predict fortune accurately, but I am particularly adept at foreseeing misfortune. Li Xian deliberately lowered his voice, declaring, there are malevolent spirits at play here. I have come to vanquish these demons. You must leave at once to avoid endangering your life. In the next moment, the taxi driver unhesitatingly slammed on the accelerator and sped away. Indeed, matters that threaten one's life are the most effective in stirring the depths of the human heart. Watching the direction in which the taxi driver fled, Li Xian sighed. This is the conduct befitting a good person, not deceiving others by portraying a female ghost as a wanton woman, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. At this thought, Li Xian suddenly felt a surge of righteousness. Why then did the Sorting Hat deem him unworthy of entering Hufflepuff? How absurd! He promptly turned and began searching for the nearest grocery store. The aura of malevolence emanating from the house was unmistakable. It was clearly a haunted dwelling. At that moment, one of the 3 individuals who had ventured ahead, a police officer named Jean Meiji, resembling his friend He Sheng, remarked. Accompanying him were another named Meng Chao, who bore a striking resemblance to his senior Wen Kai, along with a female inspector surnamed Hong. The 3 of them, exchanging cautious nudges, entered the grocery store, nearly succumbing to fright at the sight of a portrait of Zhong Kuei hanging inside. Fear not. With me, Taoist Zhong Fa by present. The ghosts within a 20-mile radius have long since relocated. Such bravado. I am not here to frighten you. I began my training at the age of 5, gained fame at 16, and opened this grocery store at 20. Why, you ask? Because with no ghosts left to exorcise, I must earn a living. Upon learning of the trio's origins, the long unengaged Zhong Fa was instantly invigorated and expressed his eagerness to accompany them in their ghost-hunting endeavors. Initially, he was quite enthusiastic. However, upon stepping outside, he encountered the 2 traffic enforcement officers from before. After a brief encounter, Taoist Zhong Fa quickly discerned that the 2 had already transformed into spirits. Although the confrontation was straightforward, he realized that the situation was amiss. These new apparitions were neither fully ghosts nor zombies. His instincts urged him to proceed with caution, prompting him to prepare a ritual. He first instructed Meng Chao to procure a rooster and collect its blood. He then assigned Inspector Hong to light the Seven Stars lantern and guard it, thereby providing him with magical support. Subsequently, he directed Jean Meiji to affix yellow talismans throughout the premises. Meng Chao and Jean Meiji were easily comprehensible, but the rationale for having Inspector Hong oversee the lantern stemmed from Zhong Fa Bai's recognition that she was their superior. It is well known that those of higher rank are less likely to encounter misfortune, even from spirits. Logically, this arrangement seems sound. However, the critical oversight was that Taoist Zhong Fa Bai was unaware that during the day, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao had deliberately schemed to bring misfortune upon Inspector Hong, intending for her to encounter ghosts. They had deceived her into consuming dog meat, thereby undermining her fortunate standing. This ultimately laid the groundwork for Taoist Zhong Fa Bai's impending failure. Had he taken a moment to consider how a person of such auspicious fortune could encounter a spirit, he might have unraveled the truth. Alas, after years of inactivity in exorcising evil, he was thrust into a pinnacle challenge, leading to his oversight. In addition to these three cowardly companions, it is not merely a matter of failing to provide assistance. Avoiding a treacherous stab in the back is already commendable. The female specter was quickly pursuing the trio, and Meng Chao was utterly incapable of even handling a mere hen. Taoist Qianhe Zhong Fabai was left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands, instructing Jean Meiji to temporarily hold the line. Armed with a peach wood sword, Jean Meiji attempted a flamboyant display of swordplay, but upon seeing the ghostly figure lunging towards him, he launched a surprise attack, sending the specter tumbling backward. However, he soon found himself overwhelmed and hastily retreated to Zhong Fabai's side. In a moment of desperation, Zhong Fabai was compelled to sever the neck of the hen, thereby empowering the peach wood sword with its blood, and engaged in combat with the specter, initially gaining the upper hand. Yet, as Zhong Fabai fought valiantly, Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Inspector Hong not only refrained from assisting, but also foolishly caused the Seven Stars lamp to topple, significantly diminishing Zhong Fabai's magical strength. By the time the Seven Stars lamp was reignited and Zhong Fabai managed to suppress the female specter once more, a figure clad in a black cloak, with a ghastly visage, burst through the door. Just as Zhong Fabai had finished battling the specter and was unprepared, he swung his sword at this malevolent spirit. However, that single strike was firmly caught in the spirit's grasp, and no amount of effort from Zhong Fabai could free it. Such formidable strength! Realizing the spirit was no ordinary foe, Zhong Fabai felt his arm being forcefully strained, blood beginning to spurt forth when suddenly, freeze spell, collapsing to the ground. He beheld a young figure emerge from behind the malevolent spirit, casting a freeze spell with one hand while wielding a wand in the other. Even the ferocious spirit was momentarily taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, Zhong Fabai kicked away and narrowly escaped. Alas, his right arm was severely injured, significantly impairing his combat ability. Even in such dire circumstances, he remained concerned for the safety of Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Inspector Hong, shouting at them to flee. Why did that freeze spell resemble my brother Jio's technique? Zhong Fabai hastily bandaged his wounds with a piece of yellow cloth, preparing to assist the unfamiliar youth. Just then, he witnessed the malevolent spirit open its jaws, revealing its fangs, ready to bite into the boy's neck, when an utterly inexplicable scene unfolded. The boy opened his mouth and spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the spirit's face. In an instant, the spirit's visage appeared as if corroded by sulfuric acid, searing with pain, forcing it to release its grip. What manner of sorcery is this? Zhong Fabai gazed incredulously at the liberated youth, asking, "What is in your spit?" Chapter 76, The Hybrid Vampire. All petrified. Just then, Hermione arrived in time to see her younger brother on the brink of attack, and without a moment's hesitation to ponder the prohibition against underage students casting spells in public, she brandished her wand to unleash a petrification spell. Although it resulted in merely 3 seconds of stiffness, during that fleeting moment, the agile Lin Xian had already launched a powerful kick with both feet. Simultaneously, Li Xian spat a thick phlegm directly onto the face of the malevolent spirit. "Sister Xian, Sister Hermione, what brings you here?" The appearance of Hermione, in particular, was unexpectedly astonishing. However, there was no time to elaborate, as the ghastly figure, with its green face and sharp fangs, rose once more, seemingly intent on launching another attack. Yet, upon observing Li Xian slightly parting his lips, It appeared to be somewhat intimidated by the prospect of his phlegm. Additionally, the young woman who had just delivered 2 powerful kicks and the other girl brandishing a peculiar little stick did not seem trivial either. At this moment, perhaps due to Li Xian's presence, along with the support of her senior sister and an injured but evidently formidable uncle, Hermione, though small, felt little fear. Clearly, the matter of phlegm piqued not only Hermione's curiosity, but also that of Lin Aji and the Taoist Master Lin. Zhongfabai. Li Xian chuckled. Impressive, right? This is the result of my year-round garlic consumption. Upon hearing this, Hermione felt a deep resonance. Having lived together in school for so long, she was acutely aware of Li Xian's profound love for garlic. He often exclaimed, "I eat this hot pot just for the garlic." Yet, a question arose. Was it true that his excessive garlic consumption led to a higher concentration of garlic in his saliva, which in turn frightened this creature? Hermione gazed at the ghastly spirit, its fearsome visage prompting her to wonder, could it be a vampire? Indeed, Li Xian affirmed. Moreover, it is a hybrid vampire. Neither here nor there, imbued with malevolent energy. A hybrid vampire? Taoist Master Lin, Zhongfabai, looked at Li Xian in astonishment. Li Xian turned and bowed his head slightly, expressing respect to his uncle. A hybrid vampire is. Just then, the hybrid vampire, realizing its identity had been unveiled, attempted to flee. In unison, Li Xian and Hermione acted, brandishing their wands. 3 mystical flames. The flames blazed fiercely. Their combined magical forces struck the creature's back, scorching a large hole in its cloak, yet failing to prevent its escape. As Hermione instinctively sought to pursue the fleeing hybrid vampire, embodying the relentless nature of her Uncle Gio, who eradicated evil, Li Xian called out, "Don't chase after it. We are not its match." At this moment, the priority was not to engage with that creature, as a more pressing matter awaited. Disciple Li Xian pays his respects to Uncle Lin. "Ah, so you're Li Xian." After watching the vampire flee, Taoist Master Lin, Zhongfabai, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon as Lin Aji assisted him into the room. "I was careless. I never expected that after so many years without encountering an opponent, I would immediately face such a formidable foe. I regret not heeding your master's advice to venture out more often, lest I fall behind the times." Li Xian thought to himself, "My master hasn't advanced much further than the times, has he? Yet, at least by taking a position at Hogwarts, he has certainly taken a historic step forward." Observing the frail and nearly fainting figure of Taoist Lin due to his injuries, Li Xian hastily drew his wand and began to cast, healing as before. Simultaneously, he gestured for Hermione to quickly retrieve the white fragrant essence from her equipment bag. The white fragrant essence? That is a high-grade healing potion. It can almost instantly heal cuts, lacerations, and other external injuries. But how on earth did you acquire the white fragrant essence? Hermione asked incredulously, but then suddenly recalled something. So your exchange with Professor Dumbledore was for this? And this? As Hermione opened the equipment bag Li Xian mentioned, she discovered it to be a pouch enhanced with an advanced undetectable extension charm. Its interior space seemingly vast enough for Li Xian to store numerous items. Clearly, this was not something Li Xian could possess at his current level. Moreover, haphazardly applying the undetectable extension charm to items is against the law, indicating that Li Xian must have obtained it from a professor at school, or directly from Professor Dumbledore himself. When Hermione approached Li Xian with the white fragrant essence, she was astonished to see that her senior's healing magic had progressed to the point of being able to restore a severed limb. Although Taoist Lin's arm was not completely severed, for a student just past their first year to achieve such results was nothing short of extraordinary. It should be noted that during the annual examinations, the healing task was merely to reattach a mouse's tail. Hermione scarcely had time to recover from her astonishment when Li Xian, with a mischievous grin, reminded her, "Instead of pondering how my healing magic is so remarkable, perhaps you should consider what you'll do after being expelled." Expelled? The thought sent Hermione into a panic. "Oh no, I have violated the rule against underage magic used outside of school. What should I do? Am I about to be expelled? What will I do if I leave Hogwarts?" Seeing Hermione's anxious demeanor, Li Xian's smirk grew more pronounced. Lin Aji, who saw through Li Xian's teasing, gave him a sharp rap on the head. "You little rascal. Why are you messing with her?" Lin Aji turned to Hermione and said, "Silly girl, your senior is just playing with you. Think about it. If that rule were as strict as you think, would your brother Xian be so relaxed right now?" Hermione observed Li Xian continuing to cast healing spells with his wand, pouring the white fragrant essence over the wound to aid in the healing process. And she quickly pulled herself out of her panic. "So, That rule is just a ruse from the school? It doesn't exist at all? Do you think Hogwarts is the Ministry of Magic? Or a prank-loving pair like the Weasley twins? Hogwarts is not the sort of place that makes jokes in official school notices. Li Xian, finishing the final touches on Taoist Qian's wound, explained, "It's merely that this rule has loopholes, and I happen to be someone who enjoys exploiting them." Chapter 77. Another form of summoning magic. Observing the wound healing at a visibly rapid pace, Master Qianhe couldn't help but marvel. Is this the magic you learned in the West? According to Master Qianhe, Jiushu had nearly written to inform everyone of his new role as a professor in the West, as well as the remarkable admission of his newly taken apprentice in Hogwarts due to exceptional grades. Upon hearing this, Lin, Aziz, and Li Xian, who were privy to the backstory, exchanged awkward smiles. "Master truly is quite the eccentric," they remarked. "Indeed, there are certain elements from their side that merit our study and emulation," Li Xian diplomatically noted. Thus, Master has recognized this and ventured there to explore Western magic, which would undoubtedly aid in the future development and breakthroughs of our Taoist sect. Lin Aziz, standing nearby, felt a measure of admiration for the eloquent rhetoric being employed. Master Qianhe nodded in agreement. "Jyoga speaks the truth. We have indeed fallen behind and grown rather complacent. Had we maintained a vigilant mindset and diligently practiced, I would not have been injured by this hybrid vampire." Speaking of this hybrid vampire, what exactly is it? The so-called hybrid vampire is, in my view, a fusion of Eastern and Western elements, Li Xian elucidated. "On my way here, I encountered 3 individuals who are officers from the Qingshan District Security Bureau. They mentioned that their bureau is situated on the site of a military camp established decades ago during an invasion by the Sakura Nation against our great Xia. Following their defeat, the Sakura officers committed collective seppuku within. It is said their restless souls linger, periodically causing disturbances. Somehow, someone has released the notorious ghostly General Miyazaki. After recounting the origins of this ghostly general, the reasons behind his transformation into a hybrid vampire became evident. To become a vampire, one must undoubtedly have been bitten by a vampire. Master Qianhe quickly analyzed the situation based on General Miyazaki's background. His aura of malevolence likely stems from decades spent alongside these lingering souls of the Sakura Nation, compounded by the Qingshan area, which is traditionally surrounded by mountains and water, serving as an ideal resting place for the dead. If the location of the Qingshan Security Bureau is indeed a burial ground, then the emergence of such a hybrid vampire is understandable. Having unraveled the origins of the ghostly general, the next step was to devise a strategy to combat him. Drawing from his extensive experience and the perilous encounter he had just faced, Master Qianhe concluded, ordinary talismans and peach-wood swords will surely prove inadequate against him. However, whether it be Western vampires or our Eastern zombies, both are susceptible to sunlight. Yet, relying solely on sunlight is too passive. It is best to have a method that transcends both Eastern and Western practices. We must seek 7 coffin nails, which must not be buried for more than 49 days. "Master, why must it not exceed 49 days? A disciple inquired. Master Qianhe explained, "In the cycle of life, 7 days mark a period of mourning, while 7 days also signify a time of remembrance for the deceased. With each mourning, a soul is formed. With each remembrance, a soul dissipates. Thus, a person's soul remains intact for 49 days after death, while their spirit dissipates after the same period. Consequently, the efficacy of the coffin nails will naturally wane after the 49 days. Hermione, listening intently, nodded in partial comprehension to many unfamiliar terms, as Li Xian elaborated. First, we secure the limbs, then the air gate, and finally, we drive the last nail straight into the heart. Observing Li Xian's immediate grasp of his meaning, Taoist Qianhe nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "No wonder Brother Gio always claims you are extraordinarily intelligent. It truly is the case." Preparations to vanquish the malevolent ghost general commenced thereafter. Finding 7 coffin nails that meet the criteria was not arduous. The challenge lay in the aftermath. Once the nails were removed, what would become of the souls within the coffin? Kind-hearted Taoist Qianhe naturally chose to remain behind to perform a rite of passage for the departed souls, substituting the function of the coffin nails. More importantly, he was still recovering from his injuries, and Li Xian was acutely aware that this was a trial for Taoist Qianhe. He must not allow Taoist Qianhe to engage while wounded, lest unforeseen complications arise. Initially, Taoist Qianhe was reluctant, but upon witnessing Hermione and Li Xian demonstrate several spells they had learned at Hogwarts, he felt a measure of reassurance. These 2 youngsters were renowned academic achievers from Hogwarts. Their aptitude for spells far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In this regard, even Hermione alone rendered Harry and Ron mere accessories. If danger arises, we shall flee. Li Xian produced his flying broomstick, and upon witnessing it, Taoist Qianhe was first taken aback, then a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes before he suddenly recalled something. How is your proficiency in the summoning technique? Observing Taoist Qianhe's expression, it was evident that he had previously discussed this with him. The fainting due to overexertion of magical energy is a common occurrence. Taoist Qianhe remarked, I possess a method that consumes relatively less magical energy, or rather, an alternative approach to summoning. An alternative approach to summoning? Li Xian was utterly astonished, rifling through all his past memories. Subsequently, Taoist Qianhe briefly explained the distinctions between his summoning technique and that of Taoist Simu. The summoning technique, mastered by Taoist Simu, summons the spirit to oneself, while Taoist Qianhe's expertise allows him to summon the spirit to the target. Ghosts combating ghosts? Li Xian's mind immediately conjured vivid scenes from the classic confrontations in ghost combat. In comparison, your Uncle Simu's summoning technique is the most capable of unleashing its full potential. Taoist Qianhe stated, but due to physical constitution, not everyone can achieve this. At this moment, a vivid recollection surged in Li Xian's mind regarding Taoist Qianhe's recent tribulation. The malevolent ghost general had brutally torn off Taoist Qianhe's unsuspecting arm. After losing his limb, Taoist Qianhe fought valiantly, crying out, Master, save me. He was attempting to perform the summoning technique, but alas, time was fleeting, which ultimately led to his failure to summon successfully, resulting in a chaotic and tragic demise. Li Xian respectfully bowed to Master Qianhe and implored, Please, Master Uncle, teach me. In Chapter 78, the realization dawned upon him. One must resolutely avoid incompetent allies. Why will we seek out 7 coffin nails? What purpose does a visit to the police station serve? Let others attend to the grave digging. Our role is merely to play the bystander. Thus, he understood that there was no need for extensive preparation. He merely needed to follow the protagonists, Jean Meiji and Meng Chao, to the lair of the malevolent colonel. He could even refrain from intervening, simply observing as they executed their tasks. However, it was prudent to remain vigilant, ready to act should unexpected circumstances arise. Once he had ensured the injured Master Qianhe was comfortably settled, Lin Aji drove Master Qianhe's vehicle, following Li Xian's directions, and brought him and Hermione to await near the police station in the Qingshan district. During their journey, Lin Aji could not help but comment, Even Master Qianhe has a car, while my father cannot even provide a flying broom. Senior sister, are you hinting at me, your disciple? What have I hinted at? Li Xian chuckled, yet silently took note of her words. Hermione, curious, inquired, Are you certain they will seek out the malevolent colonel? Indeed, Li Xian affirmed. Master Qianhe briefed me before his arrival, and I have faith in his wisdom. Seeing no further questions were forthcoming from Lin Aji, Hermione seized the opportunity to ask Li Xian how he dared to disregard the regulation prohibiting underage students from using magic off school grounds. Oh, my foolish junior. You are an academic prodigy. Why not apply your intellect to discern the loopholes in this regulation? Li Xian then elaborated first. What is the purpose of a trace on underage wizards? To prevent the use of magic? No, its primary function is to ascertain location. Only by establishing a position can subsequent judgments be made. For instance, if someone in the vicinity of Harry's residence on Privet Drive were to cast a Patronus charm, hypothetically speaking. Of course, should such an event occur, do not assume I am a prophet. The Ministry of Magic would discover that Harry is the sole wizard in that area and would attribute the charms used to him. Yet, Harry cannot cast a Patronus. Hermione interjected, That is an exceedingly advanced charm. Even I cannot perform it. Ah, forgive me, but while Harry may not excel in many areas, he possesses a natural talent for this one. Li Xian continued. This is the very basis upon which the Ministry of Magic makes its judgments. Do not inquire how I know these things. Simply know that Dumbledore imparted this knowledge to me. Furthermore, a little secret. If you were to use magic in Diagon Alley, even if the Ministry received warnings regarding underage wizards casting spells there, they would not intervene. Why is that? Hermione, taken aback, listened intently as Lin Aji, possessing a broader understanding of the world, proceeded to explain to her inexperienced junior. As Diagon Alley belongs to the realm of wizards, even if underage witches and wizards were to use magic, it would bear little consequence. However, if you were to wield magic in the presence of muggles, where no other wizards existed, the gravity of the situation would differ immensely. After listening, Hermione finally comprehended the matter. The primary purpose of prohibiting underage wizards from using magic is to prevent the revelation of their identities. Thus, The trace serves as a means of monitoring the inherent instability of underage wizards, and it also provides an objective criterion by which the wizarding world determines the threshold of adulthood at 17. Li Xian and Lin Xian nodded in agreement. But they soon noticed a mischievous glint flicker in Hermione's eyes, which stirred an inexplicable concern within them. What does this have to do with our ability to use magic here? They pondered aloud, for this area seemed to be solely inhabited by a student from Hogwarts. It's quite simple. International affairs can be quite cumbersome. To put in our own words, one should tend to their own backyard. If you commit a crime abroad, what relevance does it have to your homeland? Do you understand? Moreover, it does not imply that the Ministry of Magic prohibits underage wizards from wielding magic in every region. For instance, institutions like Durmstrang in Northern Europe and Beauxbatons in France do not impose such restrictions. There are also nations like the United States, where the regulations regarding underage magic use are rather ambiguous and strictly limit rather than outright ban it. As for our great nation, you may use magic, but the sole caution you must heed is to be wary of your peers discovering your dueling. What does dueling entail? Hermione inquired, to which Lin Xian explained. It refers to a one-sided PK, or can be understood as sparring or challenging. Here in our great nation, individuals who possess magical abilities do not incite fear. In fact, they are often welcomed. Thus, we do not refer to them as muggles, as you do in the United Kingdom, nor do we call them muggles as they do in the United States. Although they may lack magical talent and knowledge of spells, their prowess in technology is by no means inferior to that of wizards. Therefore, we uphold the principle of equality among all beings. Unlike your nation, which professes democracy and freedom while secretly judging individuals based on their lineage, here in our land, only pets are classified by bloodlines. In any household, if you trace back a few generations, you will find that many have produced nobles and dignitaries. Hence, we have never concerned ourselves with matters of bloodlines. Through this exchange, Hermione's understanding of the two worlds deepened significantly. This perspective was partly shaped by her Muggle upbringing, which made it easier for her to empathize with such concepts. In contrast, a pure-blood wizard like Malfoy would likely perceive things quite differently. Even Ron would struggle to grasp these ideas. They're coming. Li Xian alerted the two, prompting them to cease their idle chatter. Lin Xian immediately started the vehicle, following closely behind Jean Meiji and Meng Chao. They traveled together to a place known as the Three Saints House. Gazing at the ominous structure from a distance, Hermione remarked, "This place is rife with malevolent energy. It is evident that spirits dwell here." Lin Xian glanced at her increasingly perceptive junior and then inquired of Li Xian, "What shall we do next?" "We wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait for them to call for help." Li Xian let out a sinister chuckle. Just as he spoke, another vehicle approached, from which emerged an elderly man wearing glasses. This man was none other than Inspector Hu, the superior of Jean Meiji and Meng Chao, misled by their seemingly clandestine actions. Inspector Hu had followed them here. However, upon witnessing Meng Chao disembark towards the cemetery while Jean Meiji entered the Three Saints house alone, Hermione shook her head in resignation. "If it were me, I would wait until dawn when the yang energy is strong, thus increasing our chances of success." As she spoke, Meng Chao rushed into the Three Saints house with 7 coffin nails freshly dug from a grave. Almost immediately, cries for help echoed from within. With a commanding shout, Li Xian proclaimed, "Action! Hermione, senior sister, once inside, I will distract the malevolent spirit. You seize the opportunity to obtain those 7 coffin nails. Together, we shall pierce him. Most importantly, do not allow those 2 policemen to assist us." "Absolutely not." Recalling the tragic fate of Taoist Master Lin, Xian and Hermione nodded in unison. "Understood. We must avoid having incompetent allies." Chapter 79. Senior brother, your caution is excessive. Inside the house, Jean Meiji and Inspector Hu found themselves ensnared by the malevolent spirit, unable to move, their lives hanging by a thread. At that moment, Meng Chao, clutching the 7 coffin nails, hesitated to charge in, paralyzed by fear of the spirit's formidable power. Particularly as flames surged within the house, he instinctively took a step back. Unbeknownst to him, someone forcefully kicked him from behind, propelling him into the fray. "Who the hell just kicked me?" At this juncture, the malevolent spirit, previously ambushed by Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Inspector Hong, was now severely weakened, having been exposed to the rays of the new sun following the solar eclipse. This was precisely why Li Xian, a steadfast proponent of cautious strategies, chose to intervene. Observing the battle between Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, Inspector Hu, and the spirit from his hidden vantage point, Li Xian became increasingly convinced that the spirit's abilities paled in comparison to its encounter with Taoist Master Lin. One could only marvel at the protagonist's aura. Li Xian had experienced this phenomenon through Harry on numerous occasions. Thus, despite standing at the threshold, he refrained from hasty action until Meng Chao, by sheer accident, drove 2 coffin nails into the spirit's arms. The ghostly flames emitted by the malevolent spirit gradually extinguished, indicating its inability to cast even the most basic spells. Subsequently, through sheer luck, Jean Meiji, an inspector who managed to pin 2 more coffin nails into the spirit's limbs. Consequently, the malevolent spirit was reduced to a state of near defeat, even gasping for breath after chasing Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, an inspector who were around. Thus, the moment to seize the kill had arrived. Suddenly, the trio of Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, an inspector who had been frantically fleeing, heard a tremendous crash behind them. Turning around, they were astounded to find that the malevolent spirit had vanished. Where did it go? Although the youth attempted to explain the consumption of excessive garlic, only those who have truly experienced the formidable saliva of the malevolent demon general could comprehend the complexity of the situation. Consequently, the severely injured demon general, no longer a match for the youth, decided to flee. How could he possibly allow such a chance to escape after working so hard to weaken him? As he spoke, Li Xian waved his wand, casting a leg-locking curse that struck the demon general, causing his legs to snap together. The momentum of his accelerated run sent him tumbling headfirst to the ground. Watching the demon general attempt to rise again, ready to leap away, Li Xian smirked, knowing that the creature was now too weak even to dispel a basic leg-locking spell. How splendid! Within a mere 10 seconds, Li Xian unleashed a barrage of 10 spells, including the stunning spell, petrification, and fire incantations. Seizing the rare opportunity to practice on such a resilient target with a minimal risk factor, Li Xian was determined not to let this chance slip away. He then practiced the Earth River Cart and the fragrant merit spells he had learned from Wang Yi. When Hermione and Lin Xian arrived, brandishing 3 remaining coffin nails, Li Xian hurriedly called out to Hermione, urging her to practice, as this was an excellent target for spell work. I have a spell I've long wished to experiment with. Hermione, undeterred, promptly responded, ridiculous. In an instant, the demon general, still clad in a vampire-style cloak, found his attire transformed into a short nurse's uniform. If memory serves me right, this is a 3rd-year spell, Li Xian remarked curiously at Hermione's whimsical incantation. What? You're allowed to preview the 2nd-year curriculum while I am not? He teased. Oomph. Don't think Professor McGonagall hasn't informed me that you've already studied up to 2nd-year material. Hermione replied with a hint of pride, observing Li Xian and Hermione, 2 little prodigies, treating the demon general as a practice target to hone their skills. Lin Xian could hardly contain her amusement. At last, my father has found a satisfactory apprentice. At least I needn't worry about these children regarding their studies. They even take the opportunity to practice while battling evil. Even Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Officer who had hurried over, stood in stunned silence at the scene before them. Pardon me, esteemed ones, but I remember this little fellow from the grocery store. Meng Chao, initially intending to inquire about their identities, suddenly recalled his encounter with Li Xian at the shop. As he mentioned it, Hermione swiftly cast a binding spell upon them. After casting the spell, Hermione turned to Li Xian, saying, "This is your doing. If Master asks why I cast a binding spell on muggles, I shall say it was your instruction." "Sister, you are always right," Li Xian replied with a faint smile, waving his wand once more, causing the 3 coffin nails in Lin Xian's grasp to soar into his hand. To be prudent and avoid the demon general's sudden outburst, they prepared for a tactical confrontation. Li Xian immediately approached and drove a nail into the enemy, further depleting his combat strength. He then drew his magnificent sword and without hesitation severed the 2 arms of the malevolent colonel. With this action, even if he had the intent to fight back like a cornered beast, he would be powerless to resist. Observing Li Xian's cautious and steady demeanor, Hermione, who was typically drawn to adventure, remarked, "Senior brother, you are being excessively cautious." Li Xian gazed at this girl, whose intellect was evidently of Ravenclaw caliber, yet was sorted into Gryffindor. Her adventurous spirit clearly surpassed her academic prowess, which must have been a significant reason for her sorting. However, Li Xian could not afford any mistakes in his endeavors. The more prudent I am, the more peacefully I can sleep. In light of this, Hermione, as a member of Gryffindor, chose not to argue further with the Ravenclaw Li Xian. Following this, Hermione unleashed a flurry of binding spells and palm lightning upon the malevolent colonel. All right, today's practice ends here. Further exertion would be excessive. Maintaining his cautious approach, Li Xian signaled Hermione to reserve half of her strength. He then inserted the last 2 coffin nails into the colonel. who let out a scream before meeting his demise before dawn. I could have practiced a dozen more spells, Hermione complained. Better safe than sorry, Li Xian reiterated. After thoroughly ensuring that the colonel was indeed vanquished, he instructed Hermione to release the binding spells on the trio of Jean Magi. Hermione, still somewhat disgruntled, remarked, such caution. No wonder you weren't sorted into Gryffindor. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, do I yearn for Gryffindor? What I truly desire is Hufflepuff. Silly child. As Hermione released Jean Magi and Meng Chao from their bindings, they were about to depart when Officer, who hurriedly called out to thank them. Eradicating evil is the duty of those who cultivate the path. However, Li Xian felt little fondness for these bumbling companions and replied, dismissively, by the way, there's a woman trapped inside that coffin. She is likely your companion. You should hurry to rescue her. Only then did the three remember the Inspector Hong, who had been captured by the malevolent colonel, and they rushed to her aid. So, you only brought the flying broomstick to show off, right? Master. The hint was quite obvious. As a disciple, I should make some gesture. What gesture? I plan to procure a flying broomstick from Master before the school year begins for him to enjoy. What do you think? Lin Aji chuckled. He will surely claim that he does not covet such trifles, but deep down. At that moment, Hermione curiously inquired of Li Xian. What did you mean by those who cultivate the path? Why do they all look at you with such reverence after you said that? Lin Aji smiled, and Li Xian replied to Hermione, you must remember this phrase. In the future, should you perform similar feats before ordinary people, this single line will suffice. You need not worry about revealing your identity. Not only will they keep your secret, but they will also regard you with awe. Hermione nodded earnestly, I understand. Chapter 80. An Invitation from the Humble Abode. Although the unfortunate incident that led to Taoist China's injury could not be averted, fortunately, this tribulation was ultimately overcome. However, Li Xian dared not let his guard down, for this fellow was fated to encounter calamities and was perpetually surrounded by inept companions. Who could predict what further troubles awaited him upon the next encounter? In the month that followed, Taoist Qianhe, while recuperating, guided Li Xian and Hermione in their studies at the summer remedial class he hosted. Hermione, eager to learn the art of summoning, soon discovered that such a skill indeed required inherent talent, much like her dismal prowess with the flying broomstick. Under Taoist Qianhe's tutelage, Li Xian finally mastered a form of summoning distinct from that of Taoist Simu. However, if that were all, this month would have been unduly squandered. With a penchant for innovation that Li Xian prided himself on, he resolved to embark on a creative endeavor. Master Uncle, I have an idea. Li Xian first demonstrated the Qianzi illusion technique he had learned from the remnants of Wang Yi's magical prowess, exclaiming, a dazzling array. He proceeded to analyze. The clones produced by this spell manifest as mere illusions. Thus, each clone is incorporeal. If I were to combine this technique with the paper doll art, incorporating Western transformation magic to morph the paper doll into my likeness, could it not render the incorporeal clones tangible through the paper figures? Taoist Qianhe, hearing this innovative concept for the first time, was intrigued. With Taoist Qianhe's endorsement, Li Xian felt emboldened to delve deeper into this direction. After all, having already previewed the fourth-year curriculum, he had ample time in his second year at Hogwarts to explore his improved version of the dazzling array. As for Hermione, she too benefited greatly from Taoist Qianhe's teachings, at least coming to the realization that mastering the art of Maoshan required a solid grasp of the Chinese language. Unlike Jiushu, who had consumed the translation herb, Taoist Qianhe's explanations taxed her mental faculties considerably, not to mention the subsequent memorization. Additionally, she experienced firsthand the friendliness of local muggles towards their Taoist practitioners. Initially, Jean Meiji, Meng Chao, and Inspector Hong, who represented the police, presented a banner to Taoist Qianhe in gratitude for his assistance in eradicating the malevolent ghost. Although Taoist Qianhe declined the honor, the relationship left Hermione astonished. It was well known that in the Western magical community, wizards went to great lengths to evade muggles, desperately attempting to conceal their existence. How is it that in the Daxia Kingdom, the rapport between ordinary folk and wizards was so amicable? It was not merely a matter of goodwill. Villagers often brought fruits and eggs to express their gratitude for Taoist Qianhe's benevolence. How peculiar indeed. Why was the relationship between muggles and wizards so fraught in the West? Upon concluding the month-long summer remedial class, Taoist Qianhe, Zhong Fabai, closed his general store, candidly stating that he had become too complacent over the years and that it was time to embark on a journey and once again engage with the world. Indeed, had it not been for the comfort of a leisurely life, I might have carelessly lost my arm. It seems this girl not only utilizes her summer vacation to self-study magic, but also takes the opportunity to brush up on her knowledge of the Muggle world. Indeed, a top student is a top student. As fellow protagonists, her ability to overshadow the other two is not without reason. As for Li Xian, he understands that cultivating one's skills requires a balance of work and rest. For the next 2 months, you may take a break. Really? Li Xian sighed in relief. Finally, I can indulge in some late mornings. Yet, before he could fully rejoice, Uncle Gio reminded him, but you must still persist with the morning classes. I knew it. Ah, Lin A.G., ever the diligent senior, exclaimed. Let us go. I'll take you shopping. Splendid. I'm curious to see what the wizarding shops here are like. When we say shopping, we merely mean strolling about. Child, we must not forget that we have another life outside the wizarding world. Even if we VE lingered here for too long. Hermione smiled awkwardly. Lin Zhengying interjected. We do have shops here like the ones Hermione mentioned. Li Xian immediately grasped the implication. Indeed, we do. He then led Hermione to a paper crafting shop called Laojia, located on the next street beside the Lin family's apothecary. Is this what shops in the Great Xia Kingdom look like? Hermione observed the bustling crowd of ordinary people. Why are they here to buy such things? As they spoke, Li Xian selected a few paper crafts and paid for them, proceeding to burn them in the incinerator across the street. An iron? Who is this iron for? Hermione inquired as she watched the iron gradually succumb to flames. For the poltergeist. That troublemaker keeps wrinkling my clothes every now and then, so I thought it best to burn iron for him. Saves hassle. At the moment the iron turned to ashes, the poltergeist, wandering around the now-empty Hogwarts, suddenly stumbled over something at his feet. As he turned to curse, he discovered it was an iron that had tripped him. He instantly recognized it as a gift from Li Xian, for only he could accomplish such a feat well. This kid really got me an iron. The poltergeist picked it up, grinning mischievously as he dashed away. Meanwhile, Hermione pondered for quite some time, unsure of what to purchase in the paper crafting shop. Prompted by Li Xian, she recalled, you often sneak over to Myrtle's for research. What if one day she spills the beans? With that thought in mind, Hermione promptly bought a new pair of shoes and, following Li Xian's example, burned them for Myrtle. Will she know they were for me? Hermione asked curiously. Subsequently, Li Xian and Hermione, under Lin A.G.'s guidance, began a true shopping expedition. However, just as they reached the food street, Hermione's plans to return that day were postponed by a full week before they finally departed. Looking at Hermione, who had gained 10 pounds over the week, Li Xian seized the opportunity to quip. At this rate, you would be more suited for Badger House than I. If the culinary offerings at school could rival even half the richness and delectability of the gastronomic streets in the Greater Bay Area, I would not hesitate to forsake Gryffindor. This was also Hermione's first encounter with the joy that food enthusiasts like Ron and Li Xian derive from their culinary experiences. Just after Li Xian had escorted Hermione back, a somewhat lethargic owl, clutching a letter, collided with the window of his home. This owl seems rather familiar, doesn't it? Accompanying the letter was a message from my father, who eagerly anticipates your visit, though Ron appears somewhat apprehensive about your arrival. After reading the letter, Li Xian turned his gaze back to the aging owl, which seemed quite dispirited. So, you must be Errol? Furthermore, my resources have been completely depleted, and my grades have begun to plummet. Today's ratings have also declined. I shall persist for a few more days, but if the situation does not improve, I will regrettably have to reduce my updates to twice a day. Please accept my apologies and understanding. Chapter 81. The day Li Xian arrives marks the end of Ron's summer. When visiting another's home, one should refrain from being overly presumptuous. It is essential to exhibit manners and adhere to decorum. Just before Li Xian's departure, Lin Zhengying repeatedly admonished him, and make sure to bring these local specialties. We cannot arrive empty-handed to partake in their hospitality. As Li Xian gazed at the array of local delicacies, he reflected on how, since Uncle Gio began teaching at Hogwarts, his salary had afforded him a somewhat more comfortable financial situation. Although he was an elective course instructor, his remuneration was comparable to that of core subject teachers, and in fact was somewhat higher, approximately 300,000 daxia coins annually. With improved financial circumstances, one naturally becomes more generous. Yet soon enough, funds ran low. Lin Aji, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, "Is it so difficult to keep a little money on hand? Is it so difficult?" As the sole woman in the household, Lin Aji invariably managed the expenses. Thus, despite being his daughter, she held a certain authority in this regard. Even Uncle Gio, at this moment, resembled a chastened child. Stammering an explanation, "I never anticipated that 300,000 would vanish so quickly. I contributed some to help when the daughter of the Afu family fell ill, and I offer little to Elder Zhang, who is quite advanced in years. I also gave a modest gift for your esteemed Uncle Gui's son's wedding." It hardly amounted to much. How could all be gone? Of course, it doesn't seem like much when viewed piecemeal. Why don't you tally it all up? Lin Aji reproached him. Observing this exchange, Brother Wenkai discreetly helped Li Xian pack the local specialties into his satchel. Don't wait around. Who knows how long these two will argue? Li Xian nodded, choosing to emulate Brother Wenkai and refrain from involving himself in the dispute between Lin Aji and Uncle Gio. He turned and made his way to the kitchen. With a sprinkle of flue powder over the gas stove, a flash of green light enveloped Li Xian, and he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself before an unfamiliar fireplace. Noticing the decor and furnishings that were nearly identical to those depicted in the films, along with a family portrait featuring several members, Li Xian realized he had arrived at the burrow. The letter had mentioned that the Weasley family's Flynn network would be available to him all day long. The temporarily open Flynn network merely requires a request to the Ministry of Magic to become operational promptly, provided that specific times and locations are indicated. Much like when Ron's family utilized the Flynn network to visit Harry's home. This is precisely why Li Xian was able to access it directly. Otherwise, anyone could use the Flynn network to visit whomever they desired. Perhaps due to the holiday, at such an early hour, Li Xian glanced around and saw no one. Not even the familiar figure of Mrs. Weasley was in sight. He hesitated for a moment, gazing at the kitchen, then rolled up his sleeves, donned an apron, and proceeded, accompanied by the delightful sounds of pots and pans clattering. Arthur Weasley, having toiled through the night, flopped onto the sofa as soon as he arrived home, instinctively assuming that it was his wife, Molly, who was busy preparing a meal in the kitchen. He complained, "My dear, this night has nearly exhausted me. Could you pour me a glass of beer? I'm utterly fatigued. After a night like this, I could truly use a bowl of our famous Chaozhou shrimp porridge." Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Arthur Weasley instinctively tensed. However, he was taken aback to find a young boy before him. The boy was clad in a blue robe, with long hair styled like a Taoist, possessing an exquisite countenance and an indescribable air of elegance. "You are Li Xian?" Arthur inquired, pointing at Li Xian's hairstyle. "Ron has described your appearance to me." After a brief exchange of introductions, Li Xian pushed the bowl of Chaozhou shrimp porridge towards Arthur Weasley. "Would you care to try?" "I must," Arthur replied. After tasting a spoonful of the porridge, his face immediately lit up with satisfaction. "This is absolutely marvelous." Just as Molly was about to say something, Li Xian approached her with a bowl of shrimp porridge. "You must be Mrs. Weasley." "Greetings, I am Li Xian, Ron Sr. This is the shrimp porridge I prepared for you. Please enjoy." As the bowl was placed before Mrs. Weasley, her initial jealousy transformed into curiosity, which then blossomed into excitement. "Is it truly possible to prepare a meal like this?" she exclaimed, looking at Li Xian in astonishment. At that moment, Li Xian retrieved a recipe book from his bag. "This is a special gift for you, containing numerous recipes from our great Xia kingdom. To facilitate your reading, I have provided translations." Mrs. Weasley's face lit up with anticipation as she received the recipe book. "Thank you so much, dear child. This is simply wonderful. You cannot imagine how worn out my recipe book has become. It has no fresh dishes left. At last, I have a new recipe to try. Please, take your time and enjoy," Li Xian said as he set down the entire pot of shrimp porridge. "I will go wake Ron and the others for their morning lessons." Yes, yes, Molly Weasley quickly added, "And don't forget to call George and Fred as well. Those boys have been sleeping in since the holiday began, wasting their precious youth." For someone well-versed in the script, winning the favor of Molly Weasley was not a daunting task. As the plan for the porridge succeeded, Li Xian turned around, revealing a mischievous grin, and ascended the winding staircase of the humble abode. He first arrived at the 3rd floor, recalling from memory that the twins' room was located there. However, there were 3 rooms on this floor. Which one could it be? Li Xian twitched his nose and sniffed. The scent of gunpowder? This must be the one. He promptly knocked on the central door, which was met with the harmonious sound of snores. The twins were conducting magical experiments in their room, with peculiar explosions and noises continuously emanating from within. The small pops were considered entirely normal, as they invented many intriguing, albeit somewhat perilous, magical gadgets. Thus, rather than a mere room, it was more accurate to describe it as the temporary warehouse of the Weasley twins. He then proceeded to the top of the house, recalling that Ron's room was situated at the end of the narrow staircase leading to the 5th platform, directly beneath the ghoul's attic. The walls and slanted ceiling of the room were adorned with orange and yellow posters of the Chudley cannons. A plaque declaring Ron's room hung on the door. At that moment, Ron was lost in a dream, envisioning himself riding the newly purchased Nimbus 2000, competing against Slytherin and triumphantly kicking Malfoy off his broom, all while remaining undetected by the referee. Just as Ron reveled in the cheers of his fellow Gryffindors, a familiar voice broke through, causing him to tense up instantly. Ron. It's time to get up for your early class." In the next moment, Ron bolted upright in bed, his eyes wide with terror as he confirmed that the voice had indeed come from the door. At that moment, one thought consumed him. He had to rush downstairs and give George and Fred a thorough thrashing. Was this how his summer vacation was to end? Chapter 82. The Bloodline Awakens Again. The infrastructure maniac is about to launch, although George and Fred genuinely intended to invite Li Xian over as a guest. Torturing their younger brother Ron was also one of their primary objectives. However, they had not anticipated that with Li Xian's arrival. Not only would Ron's summer vacation come to an abrupt end, but Ginny would also suffer the consequences, not to mention themselves. This was particularly true when Molly Weasley heard that Ginny could start her classes in Muggle studies early. Her excitement knew no bounds. After all, during the first year, the achievements of Professor Lin Xiang and his apprentice Li Xian in Muggle studies were well documented. Not everyone gets the chance to receive the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award in their first year. While many had forgotten that the last impressive recipient of this award was none other than Voldemort himself. Moreover, Li Xian, as Professor Lin's teaching assistant, was akin to having half a Muggle studies instructor present. How could their parents, Arthur and Molly, not be elated? Especially since once classes commenced, it would significantly reduce the time the Weasley twins had for their pranks, which was the crux of the matter. Fortunately, Li Xian strictly adhered to the school's standards, and there was only one early class per week. In his perspective, it was already quite a remarkable achievement for Ron and his companions to gather once a week, considering the significant differences in habits between Eastern and Western students. Consequently, Molly's fondness for Li Xian grew considerably, especially upon learning that he was an orphan. Devoid of both parents, her maternal instincts surged, leading to a notable shift in her demeanor towards him. When she discovered Li Xian's desire to establish a home in a magical world, she generously recommended several suitable locations for him to settle down. This, indeed, was one of Li Xian's objectives for his journey. The dilapidated house, intended to serve as one of his primary bases in the future, inevitably evoked memories of the devastating fire that had consumed everything there. Naturally, preventing such occurrences was no simple task. However, Li Xian resolved to take some action. While he may not be able to avert the destruction of the dilapidated house, he aspired to ensure that a kind family could find refuge nearby. The dilapidated house was situated in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, alongside the River Otter in Devon. Nestled to the south of the village, it was concealed among a cluster of hills and trees. Most Muggles had never even realized that a house existed there. On the opposite side of the village, a breathtaking mountain known as Weasel Mountain loomed in the distance, visible from the dilapidated house. The estate encompassed not merely a single dwelling, but rather a substantial, rickety house. A garage, a garden with a small lake, and a yard enclosed by hedges. Additionally, Cedric Diggory's residence was roughly located several miles away from Ottery St. Catchpole. Other wizarding families in the vicinity, such as the Fawcett family and the Lovegood family, home to Luna, one of the future protagonists, also resided on a nearby hill. Thus, the establishment of a sanctuary in this locale held significant meaning. Li Xian had yet another purpose. Upon learning of his desire to settle in the area, Arthur and Molly enthusiastically recommended several prime locations to him. However, Li Xian expressed a wish to be neighbors with the Weasley family, seeing the pitiable child without parents. Molly persuaded Arthur to agree to sell him a plot of land. Given their circumstances, Arthur intended to charge only 10 galleons, as it was merely an empty lot, and they had no shortage of such land in the vicinity, with little demand for it. To their astonishment, Li Xian produced the sum of 1,000 galleons. His unexpected display of wealth left Molly and Arthur taken aback. Li Xian explained, "The 10 galleons are for the land, while the remaining 990 galleons are intended to cover the expenses of my family in my absence, should Mrs. Molly be willing to look after them." "Oh, dear child, it is but a small favor. You need not pay," Molly protested, reluctant to accept, as she viewed this lonely child's future would require considerable financial support, and she could not bear to take advantage of him. Nevertheless, she found herself unable to refuse Li Xian's earnest offer. Addressing the Weasley family's financial concerns was, of course, one of Li Xian's aims, albeit he hoped to approach this matter with delicacy. Thus, having successfully acquired a plot of land adjacent to the Weasley family's dilapidated house, Li Xian embarked on his journey of establishing a foundation for his future endeavors. Prior to this, his paper avatar, Li Xian, had inquired about numerous properties within the magical realm. However, it became evident that these medieval edifices left behind by the Westerners, even those grandly referred to as castles, possessed a significant flaw. They were utterly incapable of withstanding the ravages of fire. On the very day he acquired the land, Li Xian commenced his endeavors, striving to complete his first abode in the magical world before the conclusion of summer vacation. To be precise, it should be termed his second dwelling, as the first, nestled within the Forbidden Forest, had been sullied by a bear and had suffered a considerable breach, which remains unaddressed to this day. After delineating the area designated for construction upon the land, Li Xian set to work. The Weasley twins and Ron hastened over to lend their assistance, as they perceived that as long as it did not involve attending early classes with Li Xian, joining him in the construction of a house was an amusing venture. After all, how many boys could resist the allure of excavation? Before long, the plot was cleared, and Li Xian began to produce an array of building materials from his enchanted bag: cement, sand, and even rebar. These materials had been procured during a trip to the hardware market, while Hermione was indulging in culinary delights on Food Street for a week. Hermione, initially intrigued, had soon regretted her decision, declaring it her most regrettable experience, given that not everyone could plunge headfirst into cement and emerge only after a prolonged struggle. When the twins and Ron beheld the architectural blueprints Li Xian had devised for his house, they were momentarily taken aback. Thankfully, they managed to comprehend the overall structure. "You intend to construct a 3-story building? That is quite an undertaking, mate." "Fear not, for I have assistance," Li Xian assured them, adding with a smirk, "though it may not necessarily be human." He folded the blueprints, suddenly reminded of a crucial task. The Weasley twins and Ron curiously inquired if he had forgotten something. "I must summon a Taoist stone." "A Taoist stone?" The three exchanged puzzled glances as Li Xian's figure receded, only to hear him call back, "I also require the Taoist Stone Guardian." At the utterance of Taoist Stone Guardian, the very ground around Ron, George, and Fred seemed to tremble inexplicably. Taoist Stone Guardian? Chapter 83. The unfurnished house, brimming with security in the span of a single night, I found myself transformed. No, it was the land that had assumed an entirely new visage. When Li Xian first began his excavation for the house, Arthur and Molly were unable to assist due to work commitments and family visits, respectively. However, upon their hurried arrival the following day to aid this solitary child, they were astonished to find that not only had construction commenced, but the structure had already taken the form of a bare shell. What transpired here? Arthur, astounded, pointed at the house and questioned, what magic did Li Xian employ to erect a house overnight? Molly interjected, No. It is against your school's regulations for minors to use magic off campus." Ron cast a disdainful glance at his parents, whose expressions betrayed their lack of worldly experience, and remarked, "Does my senior brother only wield magic? He possesses an array of spells. Besides, does he truly need magic to construct a house?" At that moment, Arthur and Molly were struck by the realization that Li Xian was indeed a young Taoist from the East, and they began to marvel at the extraordinary prowess of Eastern sorcery, which had accomplished such a monumental task overnight. Just as Arthur and Molly pondered the remarkable capabilities represented by Li Xian's Eastern magic, Ron's subsequent words left them further astonished. "Did you say he summoned spirits for assistance? This house was built with the help of spirits?" Observing Ron's calm demeanor, it was evident that such phenomena were not new to him. "Indeed, my senior brother and master have a good rapport with the spirits. Strictly speaking, it is my senior brother who maintains that connection. They would never refuse a small favor like helping to construct a house," Ron clarified. "In fact, there's a local legend associated with this matter. In the central plains of the Great Xia Kingdom, there exists a palace known colloquially as the Ghost Repair City. It is said that during an ancient rebellion against the Great Xia, the treacherous Wang Mang pursued the insurrectionist leader Li Xian relentlessly, forcing Li Xian and his 100 cavalry to flee for 3 days and nights without rest. One evening, weary and exhausted, they reached the vicinity of Nandun near Xiangqing and could go no further, collapsing onto the ground and falling into a deep slumber. A scout reported this development to Wang Mang, who hastily urged his forces to close in, ordering them to capture Li Xian before dawn. However, the Venus Star, alerted by the rooster's crow at the 4th watch, discovered that it was still early and, upon surveying the city, noted that the walls were not yet fully constructed. Understanding the situation, he kicked the earth 5 miles away and sat down there. Henceforth, there were no land temples within 5 miles of Nandun. Ironically, the city, despite appearing dilapidated and not resembling a newly built fortress, led the suspicious Wang Mang to genuinely believe he had lost his way, allowing the future Emperor Li Xian to escape successfully. Had it truly been a new city, it would have raised suspicions. After hearing this tale, Arthur's eyes sparkled with admiration for that ancient Eastern kingdom. Look at their profound historical legacy, and then consider our own situation, where for centuries, We have been embroiled in familial conflicts. Consequently, Arthur and Molly ceased to question how the house had been constructed, for the traditions of the great Xia people were well established. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xian had indeed contemplated employing such a method, but regrettably his magical powers and status were insufficient, and the distance was too great. If it had been Uncle Gio, he would likely have succeeded, albeit at the cost of considerable merit, for summoning spirits for work is a taboo. Furthermore, it seemed that Li Xian possessed an extraordinary talent in this area, astonishing even himself, as his mastery of paper figure technique was advancing rapidly. Perhaps this was heaven's way of compensating him for lacking a system like other transmigrators and the inability to cast unforgivable curses. It was precisely through the concerted efforts of the little paper figures, united in thought and purpose, that their work efficiency soared to remarkable heights. As Ron skillfully diverted attention from the mysterious circumstances surrounding the house's sudden appearance, Arthur and Molly, while exploring its exterior, stumbled upon an oddly placed stone tablet embedded in the wall. Its presence seemed to disrupt the overall layout, yet inexplicably imparted a sense of security. Ron enlightened them that the Chinese characters inscribed on the tablet read Taishan, Stone Guardian. What does Taishan Stone Guardian signify? Arthur inquired with curiosity. Ron replied, I cannot explain it fully. However, my senior apprentice mentioned that bringing it here ensures safety and wards off malevolent spirits. He also intends to place another Taishan stone inside the house. At that moment, Ron gestured towards the rooftop, where his senior had also commissioned a plaque. As Arthur and Molly approached to take a closer look, a profound sense of reverence surged within them, compelling them to cast aside all trivial thoughts. Although they were unaware of the 8 Chinese characters inscribed above, they instinctively felt the urge to bow in respect. The inscription read, The Grand Duke resides here. All deities retreat. Despite their lack of knowledge regarding the tale behind this Grand Duke or his esteemed status, Arthur discerned from the mere surface meaning of the words that this Grand Duke must be an extraordinary figure. For who would dare to proclaim such audacious words commanding the deities to retreat? In that moment, gazing upon the raw structure of the house before them, Arthur and Molly were enveloped by a profound sense of safety. In the following days, Li Xian busied himself with the invocation of divine spirits and the arrangement of feng shui. Nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye, and upon witnessing the near completion of the second house, a faint smile of satisfaction flickered across Li Xian's face. Now, not even Voldemort, let alone Merlin, would dare to approach without paying homage. Chapter 84. The Rescue of Sister Harry. For instance, the goblins, whom Molly found most irksome, faced a rather novel approach upon Li Xian's arrival. He neither employed magic nor traditional methods. Instead, he utilized a contraption known as a glue trap. However, Li Xian claimed to have enhanced it, rendering it significantly larger and stickier. Initially, the Weasley family was skeptical of its efficacy, until the following day when they beheld the oversized glue trap ensnaring dozens of goblins, leaving them utterly astonished. Yet, this was merely an appetizer. Subsequently, Li Xian arranged for an electric motor from the Greater Bay Area, setting up an electric fence. Just as the goblins were about to cross the wire, Arthur, who had generally been lenient towards them, swiftly intervened to halt Li Xian. Consequently, the Weasley twins dubbed Li Xian the man even goblins fear. They called upon George and Fred, preparing to rescue Harry. Although they initially intended to include Li Xian in their plan, he declined. The reckless antics of the Gryffindor house were vividly displayed in their minds. Nevertheless, who could fault him for being the senior apprentice? However, when faced with a crisis, one should not panic. First, light 3 incense sticks and consult the ancestral masters. Oh, ancestor above, please enlighten me regarding my junior apprentice. After the passage of a single incense stick, Li Xian beheld once more the familiar warning of 2 short and 1 long signal. Harry, oh Harry, you truly are a savior beset by calamities. In the next moment, Li Xian, situated in the alley of Upside Down, sprang into action. Adorned with a gentleman's hat, a 3-piece suit, an overcoat, leather gloves, and an Eton collar complemented by a pocket watch chain, he cut a figure that, were he not in the alley of Upside Down, but rather on the streets of London, would surely be recognized as a quintessentially vintage gangster attire. Before long, Li Xian departed the alley of Upside Down and made his way to Diagon Alley. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, he seamlessly transitioned to the streets of London. Even with George and Fred putting forth their utmost effort, they could not hope to match Li Xian's swiftness. Subsequently, Li Xian, in a manner most ordinary for a muggle, hailed a taxi and, employing the London accent he had learned from Uncle Nine, conveyed his destination. During the journey, with an air of calm, Li Xian conjured a handgun and a walkie-talkie from his wand. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the doorstep of the Dursleys as night enveloped the city. Li Xian did not rush inside, but instead sat quietly on a bench in the vicinity, waiting until a peculiar, flying car soared across the night sky. He adjusted the brim of his hat and then strode directly towards the Dursley's door. With a flick of his wrist, he uttered, "The Chi character divides." A myriad of flowers in a flurry. Moments later, several identical figures clad in black emerged behind him, solid and real. This was the culmination of a month of study under Master Qianhe. The black-clad figures stood silently at the entrance, just conspicuous enough for the occupants within to notice their presence, though their faces remained obscured. "Who goes there? What is the purpose of your presence at this hour?" A corpulent man, visibly irate, flung open the door, scrutinizing the remarkably handsome young man before him, though his fury remained unabated. However, when a young man produced his identification, the rotund man was left utterly flabbergasted, especially upon noticing the several similarly attired figures standing at his doorstep, causing his nerves to tense. "May I inquire if this is Mr. Dursley?" "Yes, I am Dursley. May I ask who you are?" "MI6, the Secret Intelligence Service. We suspect you are closely connected to a smuggling case. If you would be so kind as to accompany us for a brief inquiry." No. There must be some mistake. I am a law-abiding citizen. Please remain quiet. Mr. Dursley, whether you are indeed a good citizen will need to be determined through our questioning. Vernon's face was a portrait of anxiety and distress. Having lived an ordinary life, he had never encountered such an intimidating scenario. As he saw his wife, Petunia, descend the stairs, Vernon hastily sought her assistance. "Dear, what should we do now?" Petunia, upon learning of the situation, was equally astonished and fervently endeavored to defend her husband. Li Xian displayed an air of impatience. "I have stated that this is merely an inquiry. If you have no issues, we shall swiftly restore your personal freedom." However, rather than alleviating Vernon's tension, Li Xian's words only intensified his resistance. At this moment, a colleague of Li Xian approached with the brim of his hat lowered, suggesting, "Boss, how about we conduct a brief inquiry at their residence? If any issues arise, we can return later for further questioning." Yes, I'm willing to cooperate. I will answer any questions at my home." Li Xian, clearly aware of this dynamic, maintained his aloof demeanor. "In that case, you must ensure that you can assist me in conducting this inquiry." Before entering the house, Li Xian instructed the others to secure the surroundings. This heightened the anxiety of Vernon and Petunia, who feared that any misstep in their words could lead to dire consequences. After all, anyone in the United Kingdom understands that being questioned by MI6 signifies something significant. After a brief identity verification, Li Xian prompted Vernon to recount his activities over the past week, emphasizing the details. Petunia, noticing Li Xian's gaze upon her, quickly introduced herself. "I am Petunia Dursley." Li Xian nodded, maintaining a gentlemanly courtesy despite the interrogation. "Could you kindly fetch me a cup of coffee?" "Thank you." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. Li Xian sprang up from the couch, swiftly taking cover behind the wall, and grabbed his walkie-talkie to announce, "Attention all units. We have encountered a sudden situation. Please remain vigilant." Chapter 85. Why does that handsome man seem so familiar? As Li Xian brandished his firearm, Petunia and Vernon were already terrified, crouching on the floor. Li Xian gestured for them to take cover behind the sofa and instructed them to remain still, observing their fright as they buried their heads in the cushions. He cautiously approached the staircase, gun in hand. He first reached the storage room at the bottom of the stairs and uttered a soft incantation. Alohamra. The door swung open, revealing Harry's large trunk. He hoisted the trunk and ascended the stairs, deliberately stepping on the lower steps to produce a creaking sound. He recalled the original story where Harry had warned George and Fred to be cautious on those very steps. As a newcomer, it was essential for him to appear composed. As Li Xian brought the trunk into the upstairs corridor, he fortuitously encountered George and Fred, who had just picked the lock with a hairpin, followed closely by Harry. The three stared in astonishment at this unfamiliar figure, uncertain of how to proceed. Unexpectedly, the young man made a shushing gesture, gently placed the trunk down, and Harry immediately recognized it as his own. "Take the trunk and leave quickly. And keep quiet. We mustn't let Hedwig make a sound." The three exchanged puzzled glances as Li Xian descended the stairs. "Do you find that man strikingly familiar?" "Yes, he does seem quite familiar." "I think so too." However, at this moment, assisting Harry in his escape seemed of paramount importance. They had no time to ascertain the identity of the handsome stranger. Hastily, with their luggage and Hedwig in tow, they boarded the enchanted Ford car, a magical vehicle imbued with the ability to become invisible and to fly, courtesy of Arthur, the Muggle enthusiast. Following the man's instructions, Harry consistently reminded Hedwig to remain silent until the flying car gradually departed from Privet Drive, vanishing into the night sky. Thus, Harry's summer of confinement under Uncle Vernon's oppressive rule came to an end. Observing Harry's safe departure, Li Xian, as an elder brother, finally felt a sense of relief. After hastily concluding Vernon's interrogation and advising him to refrain from venturing anywhere aside from work, promising to contact him should any further issues arise, Li Xian left. It was only after his departure that Vernon and Petunia breathed a sigh of relief. After a night of turmoil, they were exhausted. The following day, they discovered Harry's room was empty. Yet, they could not fathom how Harry's escape was connected to Li Xian, an MI6 agent. The only clue they found in Harry's room was a note that read, "See you next summer." In truth, Molly was fervently wishing that their household could acquire a house elf to assist her with the chores. Unfortunately, house elves came at a considerable price. As a subservient race in the wizarding world, house elves were bound to serve their masters. Undertaking all domestic duties and disobedience would lead to punishment. Though endowed with considerable magical abilities, they could not wield their powers freely, willingly accepting servitude without resistance. Most house elves were oblivious to their rights to equality, finding solace in their subjugation, with the notable exception of Dobby, who later achieved self-awareness. Throughout centuries, regardless of whether they hailed from wizarding or muggle families, no student at Hogwarts had ever advocated for the liberation of house elves, save for Hermione. In Li Xian's view, this represented a fundamental issue within the wizarding world, and indeed, the broader Western society. They professed a lofty pursuit of freedom and equality, yet harbored an inherent prejudice rooted in a sense of noble lineage. The original texts and related materials do not explicitly detail how to acquire house elves or from where to procure them, yet it is evident that they are not easily attainable. However, certain fragments of the original narrative suggest that acquiring a house elf may indeed be possible. Moreover, the wizarding community remains perplexed regarding the reproductive methods of house elves. Is it akin to that of humans or other animals, or does it involve some other form of magical power? Currently, these matters remain speculative and unresolved. After an extensive discussion, the flying car successfully landed before the Dursleys' residence. Upon entering the house, Harry, experiencing the wizarding family environment for the first time, was utterly captivated by everything around him. Initially, Ron feared that Harry might disdain his home, prompting him to say, though it may not seem grand, it is nonetheless a home. I find this place truly marvelous. With a sigh of relief, Ron managed to smile. The trio, consisting of Ron, George, and Fred, initially believed their rescue plan to be flawless as they munched on the leftover bread at the table, strategizing how to pretend that Harry had arrived on his own. However, to their surprise, Molly had been waiting for them all along. She chastised them with evident frustration before warmly welcoming Harry, showering him with a motherly affection. At that moment, Li Xian, who had just arrived, chanced upon this scene. He couldn't help but recall the saying, "While Molly cares for Harry in this world, Lily watches over her Fred from above." Upon first meeting her, she radiated maternal love, nurturing the emotions of all the children, particularly Harry, who had suffered a tragic fate due to the Dark Lord. In Molly's eyes, Harry was simply Harry, a pitiable child who lost his parents to a malevolent force, not the so-called savior that others perceived. Later, when he saw her again, she was a fierce mother, vanquishing Bellatrix with a silent curse. How can anyone perceive Mrs. Weasley as merely a simple homemaker? The silent curse, without incantation or cooldown, is not something just anyone can achieve. Her very existence teaches us that one need not resort to the killing curse to take a life. Li Xian instinctively glanced at the wand in his grasp. Indeed, the killing curse is merely a trivial matter, as if mastering it would render one invincible. "Mrs. Molly," Li Xian spoke up, "these little rascals are being utterly unruly. They show no regard for your words. If you don't mind, may I, as their senior, discipline them a bit?" "That would be splendid," Molly eagerly responded. "It would be best if they recited 1,000 verses and practiced 1,000 punches." "Mother, that would exhaust us." Ron, George, and Fred pleaded. "That is far better than you driving out and causing harm," Mrs. Molly said sternly, yet she turned to Harry with a tender expression. "You need not worry, dear. If you're hungry, feel free to have something to eat. If you're tired, you may rest in your room." Chapter 86. That is my long-lost brother. In just a few days, Harry had acclimated to life in the modest abode, save for the early lessons that accompanied Li Xian. During this time, a lingering question resurfaced. After Molly's temper had softened over a few days, George curiously asked Li Xian, "That night, when we helped Harry escape, we encountered a remarkably handsome man who assisted us." Fred chimed in, "Moreover, that man looked almost exactly like you. He was like a larger version of you." Upon mentioning that night, a flicker of Molly's remaining anger dissipated, replaced by curiosity. Li Xian, however, replied lightly, That is my long-lost brother. Ever since my parents passed away, it has just been as siblings relying on one another. Wait a moment. Harry seemed to catch on to something and inquired with intrigue. When you mention your remaining siblings, does that imply, aside from this long-lost brother of yours, you have others as well? Yes. After the passing of my parents, my 5 siblings and I became scattered, and it was only recently that I re-established contact with them, excluding my elder brother, Li Xian. Li Xian calmly spun a tale as he said, I have a younger brother named Li Xian, an elder sister named Li Xian, and a younger sister named Li Xian. At that moment, everyone at the dining table was taken aback. Even Percy, who was also an academic achiever, was momentarily stunned. What was the situation with the Chinese language? Why did such similar phonetics convey 4, if not 5, distinct meanings? Observing the bewildered expressions of those around him, even Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at the vastness and profundity of his native tongue. In light of such intricate characters, Molly posed a question. Have you all been learning such a difficult script since childhood? Why not switch to a simpler one? This inquiry reminded Li Xian of Qian Xuantong's suggestion during the New Culture movement to abolish Chinese characters in favor of Latinization for the sake of knowledge dissemination. He first recited an excerpt from the record of Gigi striking the chicken. They were flabbergasted. It seemed that all the sounds were identical. The entire text appeared to be pronounced as G. What was the distinction? G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G G Gigi. The poetic scholar sure had a penchant for lions and vowed to consume 10 lions. He frequently ventured into the market to observe them. At one point, he encountered 10 lions in the market. It was then that Sure, amidst the market, beheld the 10 lions and, relying on his prowess, caused the demise of these 10 lions. He subsequently collected the carcasses and entered the stone chamber. The stone chamber was damp, and Sure took it upon himself to wipe it down. As the stone chamber was cleaned, Sure began to attempt to consume the remains of the 10 lions. In his endeavors, he came to recognize that it was indeed the remains of 10 stone lions. This was a peculiar affair. At this point, Ron, George, Fred, Harry, Ginny, and even Molly began to question what kind of childhood experiences students from the Great Xia Kingdom endured to master such a challenging script. However, Li Xian merely smiled. If the difficulty ultimately yields the result of beauty, then all this toil is indeed worthwhile. Regarding this notion of beauty, Molly expressed her confusion, while the younger children were even less likely to comprehend. How could one deem language beautiful? What is there to find beautiful in writing? Li Xian presented a quintessential example. Take the phrase "the evening glow." It's absurd. Yet, when translated into our Chinese, it becomes something extraordinary. Relying on his perfect score in the IELTS from his previous life, he provided precise translations that allowed them to thoroughly appreciate the grandeur of Chinese characters. It was not just Ron, George, Fred, and Harry. Even the more traditional Molly and the younger Ginny found themselves captivated by the allure of the Chinese language at that very moment. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, everyone in the Western magical community might speak Chinese as well. Of course, at present, this remains a rather optimistic aspiration. How did you locate your brother? Molly inquired curiously. Have you met him? Not yet, but we have already begun corresponding, Li Xian replied. He then produced a copy of the Prophet from a fortnight ago, which he had borrowed from Molly. He pointed out a particular section, prompting an exclamation from Molly. I remember this news. I thought I had misread it. The article featured the Most Handsome Wizard of the Year award, which had caught Molly's attention because her eldest son, Bill, who works as a curse breaker in Gringotts, was a nominee, though ultimately he did not win. The award went to none other than Li Xian's long-lost brother, Li Xian. The article described Li Xian as a mysterious wizard from the East who runs a potion business in the wizarding world and currently resides in Nocturne Alley. Li Xian explained that it was through this article that he discovered his brother's whereabouts and initiated contact, intending to reunite before the start of the school year. There were no doubts among the group regarding his explanation. Li Xian had already instilled in them the significance of auspicious dates when they broke ground on the new house, and they understood his reverence for such matters. Furthermore, the Most Handsome Wizard of the Year award is often accompanied by an array of quirky and peculiar accolades in the magical community. This year, the Most Promising Newcomer award for today's Transfiguration was awarded to Li Xian, recommended by Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration Master from Hogwarts. After elucidating these points, the group grasped the situation. Li Xian voluntarily admitted, I invited my brother to assist at that event because I was concerned something might go awry, and you all are aware of what transpired afterward. Molly expressed her profound appreciation for Li Xian's thoughtfulness while approaching Ron, George, and Fred once more. She warmly invited Li Xian to bring his brother over for a visit, as she wished to personally thank Mr. Li Xian for his assistance. All right, I will make the arrangements. Li Xian quietly lifted a cup of coffee, taking a sip, his demeanor seemingly calm, yet his mind was preoccupied, pondering when the other accounts would be activated now that Li Xian had officially settled in. Chapter 87. The minor account feared nothing. The major account faced consequences. Can anyone tell me where this Eastern wizard, Li Xian, has emerged from? That cursed fellow. So close. Just a step away. This year I could have won the Most Handsome Wizard award. My popularity would soar, and my book sales would shatter all historical records. Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a lavender-hued robe, roared in fury within his study at his villa. Most importantly, he had the audacity to refuse my offer to be the spokesperson for his Eastern remedy potions. The nerve. Countless merchants and brands in the wizarding community are eager for me to endorse their products. Surrounding him were photographs of himself adorned in forget-me-not blue robes, emerald green robes, deep-sea chestnut robes, and golden robes. After a moment of roaring fury, he managed to calm his tumultuous emotions. His gaze fell upon the article celebrating the Most Charming Smile award from the Wizard Weekly, a recognition he had now attained for the 5th time. With a smile, he remarked, the most effective way to resolve an issue is to address the individual who causes it. As anticipated, this young man was bound to receive accolades once again next year. However, for him, the passage of time was a relentless blade, particularly for a wizard entering middle age. Gideon had little time left. In Turnover Alley, the night seemed to descend earlier than the neighboring Diagon Alley. Li Xian surveyed the increasingly bustling Turnover Alley. Unlike its counterpart, this was the moment when the black market truly came to life. Typically at this hour, Li Xian would close his shop, not out of lack of business, but rather because a stroll through the black market often yielded unexpected treasures. Before heading out, he secured 3 palm-sized snakeskin belts to fend off potential high-bidding buyers. For instance, unscrupulous middlemen like Montongus frequently emerged in the black market after dusk. As usual, after grooming the invisible beasts and collecting their tufts of fur, Li Xian prepared to close his shop and explore the market. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered into a secluded alley, a common venue for underground trades conducted by the likes of Montongus. However, today felt different. Upon Li Xian's arrival, the alley appeared to have been cleared. Unperturbed, he strolled to the center of the alley and halted. Don't be coy. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. But once you're done, don't hinder my treasure hunt. As he spoke, a silent curse flew toward him from above. Li Xian countered with a deft wave of his hand, redirecting the spell. Just then, another incantation was cast from behind, yet he remained composed. swiftly launching a yellow talisman from his sleeve toward the incoming spell. In the next moment, with a resounding echo, no fewer than 10 wizards emerged from various corners of the alley, all advancing towards Li Xian. Ah, so you've brought 10 at once. What a grand display. Their former perch on the rooftops was now occupied by multiple versions of Li Xian, encircling them from all sides. I care not who your mastermind is. To dare conduct business in Turnover Alley, I am always prepared for treachery. Tonight is your reckoning, and your lives shall be forfeit. Even Merlin cannot save you now. In an instant, the Li Xians on the rooftops, each equipped with their gear, leapt down. Binding chains, exorcism cloth, paralysis spell, heart palm, thunder. The alley erupted with a cacophony of sparks and clashes. Eventually, only one figure remained standing, unhurriedly collecting the remnants of the 9 defeated paper figures, then surveying the lifeless bodies of the 10 wizards who had attacked him. Wand can be sold. Materials can be sold. Oh, and look, here is a broom from Uncle Gio, conveniently ready for use. Li was currently gathering his spoils when a figure, having witnessed everything, swiftly retreated. By the time Jadello learned the final outcome, all he received was a single phrase: that mysterious sorcerer from the east is utterly reckless. In terms of direct confrontation, he certainly could not compare to us. But one cannot withstand someone who fights without regard for their life. I refuse to believe that anyone in this day and age would be so reckless. Jadello exclaimed angrily. Every life is singular, and we sorcerers are no exception. Unless he is mad, only then would he disregard his own life. Yet, the reality is indeed as such. The returning sorcerer spoke with certainty. If you truly do not believe me, you may use the soul reading spell upon me to see for yourself whether my words ring true. Jadello regarded the hired muscle before him, observing the unwavering determination in his eyes. A fleeting hesitation crossed his face before he instantly donned his signature smile. Very well, I shall take your word for it. At this moment, he had no alternative. After all, he truly did not possess the mastery of such advanced spells like soul reading. It appeared that the plan to disfigure Li through hired thugs was unfeasible. Was there another way? Poison? Yes, poison. If he could not kill him, merely ruining his remarkably competitive visage should not pose much of a challenge. Who would he entrust with this task? Jadello glanced at the sorcerer muscle before him. Ultimately, he resolved to undertake the task himself. After all, he was an expert in memory erasure. At that moment, the sorcerer muscle inquired, now, may I claim the compensation for myself and my brothers? A peculiar smile flickered across Jadello's face. Rest assured, am I the sort to lack a few coins? Accompanied by a sudden incantation, he declared, eternal oblivion. The bustling alleyways of the day were far from the lively chaos of the night. With no business at hand, Li, feeling rather idle, began to sort through his spoils from yesterday. These 10 wands were rather mediocre. They wouldn't fetch much. However, they would suffice for the little paper dolls, 10 paper dolls wielding 10 wands. Envisioning that scene was quite exhilarating. Then there was this outdated Firebolt 1000 broomstick. I wonder if Adam would take it? If there is an opportunity for an exchange, I wouldn't mind adding a bit of cash for the new model. The Firebolt 2001. I could buy it for Uncle Gio as a toy. As for these materials, just as he was contemplating how to dispose of his spoils, Officer Delis, the local Orer, entered the shop. Is there a problem, Mr. Orer? Don't even mention it. Last night, in your street alone, 10 sorcerers were taken down in one go. We are currently investigating every household for the culprit. We've been at it all night with no leads. Oh, you've been at it all night. You must be exhausted. Here, freshly brewed goji berry tea. Just a thing to perk you up. Thank you, Boss Li. However, you must first hand over your wand. You know how it is. Ah, I thought something serious had happened. Li readily produced his wand and handed it to Delis. Collaborating with the Orers is a duty that we, as citizens of the magical world, ought to fulfill. Delirious took over Li Xian's wand and chuckled. Among all in Nocturne Alley, only Boss Li demonstrates true understanding. Chapter 88. Impossible. This is absolutely implausible. The last incantation you employed was Alohamra. Pray tell, what is the purpose of this spell? Goodness, such gravity. Do share. Orer Delirious inquired with a curious expression. Li Xian then recounted the entire sequence of events, naturally omitting the matter of the flying car. Upon finishing, Orer Delirious expressed profound sympathy for Harry Potter's plight, and after sipping his goji berry tea, he departed to continue his investigation into the heinous murder that transpired in Nocturne Alley the previous night. Once Orer Delirious had taken his leave, only one unresolved issue lingered. Soon after, the students of Hogwarts received correspondence from a school. It was once again that time of year to venture to Diagon Alley for new textbooks and equipment. The following Wednesday arrived swiftly and thanks to the 1,000 galleons from Li Xian's land acquisition, Ginny no longer needed to purchase second-hand robes and various used supplies. Before long, everyone gathered at the leaky cauldron. Particularly astute, he immediately recognized Harry Potter and eagerly pulled him in for a photograph, reminding him to smile, as this was intended for the cover of the Daily Prophet. However, he was under the impression that this was a mutual publicity stunt between two celebrities. Despite Harry's evident disdain for such attention, outsiders perceived him as relishing the spotlight. Just as Gilderoy reveled in securing the headline, the arrival of Li Xian sent his spirits plummeting. Gilderoy gazed at Li Xian, who was queuing to receive his autograph. Despite his efforts to mask his anxiety with a smile, his hand trembled slightly as he prepared to sign. "Do not be nervous, Mr. Lockhart. I have 10 more books awaiting your signature." Li Xian's demeanor was decidedly more composed. 10? Why does he mention 10? Could he possibly know? Gilderoy quickly steadied himself. After all, he was accustomed to grand spectacles. "Oh, it is evident that you are a dedicated fan of mine." "Indeed, I have always cherished my fans." "Certainly. As a token of my gratitude, I intend to keep these 10 books as a memento and exchange them for a complete set of my works. What do you think?" "I will be most grateful." Their conversation concluded in harmonious exchange. After Li Xian's departure, Gilderoy seized the opportunity to retreat and swiftly opened the 10 books left behind by Li Xian. Indeed, within was a note, inscribed with a message to meet at 10 o'clock in the designated location. The book signing event continued, and one could not help but admire Gilderoy's theatrical prowess. However, once the performance concluded, he could no longer contain himself and began to unravel. Prior to his departure, Gilderoy feverishly practiced the Obliviate charm, which he was already quite proficient in. The meeting was set for 10 o'clock, and he had positioned himself in ambush by 8 near a small river outside Diagon Alley. Due to its proximity to the abandoned alley, the area fell silent as night descended. Gidro waited patiently and attentively. At last, Li Xian arrived, striding in with an air of nonchalance. Gidro sneered inwardly, deeming him a fool unaware of his peril. He dashed forward, casting a forgetfulness charm upon Li Xian's unsuspecting back. Yet it proved utterly futile. Impossible. This cannot be. Gidro's face displayed sheer astonishment as he beheld Li Xian slowly turning around. A mocking smile plastered across his face. The hand that wielded his wand began to tremble uncontrollably. "My forgetfulness charm has never failed. Never." His roar became the sole means of concealing his growing panic. "Nothing is absolute, Mr. Lockhart. It is precisely this belief that fuels my reckless nature, both in minor and major confrontations." Gidro was baffled by Li Xian's references to minor and major confrontations. Nevertheless, as Li Xian approached with deliberate slowness, Gidro frantically unleashed a barrage of spells, all of which Li Xian deftly evaded with his uncanny agility. The moment the ghostly blade was drawn, movement became imperceptible, observing the repeated failures of his spells. Gidro suddenly grasped a critical realization. Li Xian's agility could not evade the spells he cast, not even those delivered in stealth. Thus, he had intentionally allowed himself to be struck by the forgetfulness charm. This signified his awareness of its ineffectiveness against him, perhaps even a deliberate display for Gidro's benefit. How could this be? How could anyone be immune to the forgetfulness charm? I present you with 2 choices. By now, Li Xian stood before Gidro, effortlessly extracting the wand from the utterly defeated and resigned Gidro, snapping it with ease. "Choose. Either pay up or forfeit your life." I will pay." Gidro stammered in despair, gazing at the broken wand in Li Xian's hand. "How much do you want?" At that moment, Li Xian waved his hand, conjuring a contract that materialized before Gidro. As Gidro read it, he was left dumbfounded. "You demand 100,000 galleons, in addition to 50% of all the copyrights of my books. What is it? Do you believe your life is worth less than 100,000 galleons? Or that 50% equity is insignificant? That's 50%, and 100,000 galleons. Then add another 10,000 galleons." Li Xian replied with a smile. "I cannot allow Mr. Gidro Lockhart to undervalue his own life." Observing Gidro's conflicted and hesitant demeanor, Li Xian snapped his fingers, and a flame materialized in his palm. "This is the 3 mystical flames. I trust Professor Gidro is familiar with it. Is this the Eastern magic mastered by Professor Lin Zhengying of Hogwarts?" Li Xian nodded with a smile. "With just this one technique, Professor Lin easily vanquished 3 notorious Death Eaters. In your opinion, how do you compare to them, given your sole expertise in the forgetfulness charm? Or is there truly any comparison to be made?" Li Xian's words pierced Gidro's heart like daggers. He could hardly bear it. As he bowed his head, Li Xian revealed a satisfied smile, patted his shoulder, and handed him the broken wand. Is this not how it should be? Business ought to be conducted in such a manner. Mutual consent, amicable negotiations, and harmony brings wealth. Why resort to violence? Li Xian gently nudged, causing a contract, accompanied by a quill, to float before Gedro. Come, sign it, my friend. In Chapter 89, regarding the invitation to the Hogwarts choir, had it not been for your remaining narrative significance, you would likely have met your end by now. After acquiring the contract, Li Xian released Gedro, observing his hasty retreat. Li Xian was not concerned about betrayal. The deterrent power of the magical contract assured that even Voldemort would struggle to break it. As for how Li Xian deduced that Gedro was the culprit, a simple soul extraction sufficed, of course using a wand other than his own, one belonging to one of the 10 assailants. Had they not been frantically attempting to kill him, Li Xian would have refrained from a fierce confrontation. However, it must be said that the local Auror Rod Lys displayed questionable competency. Judging the culprit solely by wand usage was rather unwise. This was due to their excessive faith in the wand's specific properties. After all, how could they have anticipated that the wielder was a paper dummy? Even the forgetfulness charm was ineffective against him, let alone the so-called wand attributes. Even if struck by the killing curse, creating another body would be trivial. This is the essence of lesser avatars not needing life, while the primary must. Soon after, Gedro's 11,000 galleons were transferred to Li Xian's account. Observing his compliance, Li Xian suddenly felt he might have underplayed his hand. As for the 50% of the copyright earnings, it took several days of protracted negotiation to finalize. Clearly, this was the more substantial income. Nevertheless, once this fellow's narrative task was accomplished, managing his remaining assets would not be out of the question. In the ensuing time, Harry and Ron continued their leisure, while the summer homework was directly copied from Li Xian's work. In this regard, Li Xian was decidedly more accommodating than Hermione. Copy away. It doesn't matter. What can be learned is already etched in your minds, and futile assignments won't help with what cannot be grasped. As Harry and Ron busied themselves with their homework, Li Xian continued to arrange his new home. He adorned the entrance with 2 peculiar paintings, depicting imposing figures that appeared quite fearsome. Harry and Ron learned from him that these were the door gods of Easter tradition. Inside the house, numerous magical artifacts were placed for protection. Rather than merely serving as guardians, Li Xian preferred to think of them as caretakers. What does nurturing mean? Harry and Ron inquired, puzzled. Let me give you an example. Do you know why masters often carry a piece of jade? In addition to jade itself, possessing the ability to ward off evil and ensure safety. The primary significance lies in the practice of nurturing jade, as demonstrated by the master. Li Xian explicated the essence of nurturing in the simplest terms to the 2 fellows, likening it to the protective charms they carried. Over time, the effects of such nurturing naturally intensify. Furthermore, placing ritual implements within the dwelling can also serve a nurturing purpose. Under the auspices of these implements, the house itself gradually absorbs their power. Despite the lengthy explanation, the 2 young lads grasped but a single notion. The longer the house is nurtured, the stronger its defenses become. Understood. Harry and Ron nodded in unison, then proposed. Shall we go play Quidditch? If we don't, school will commence soon. Certainly. May I take a ride on your broomstick, dear senior brother? Of course. If you're not afraid of peril. What? My broomstick is cursed. Only I can ride it. Previous owners who sought to mount it either suffered grievous fates or perished. Upon hearing this, Ron comprehended the dreadfulness of Li Xian's clean sweep 7 and instinctively dodged Li Xian and his broom while playing Quidditch with an apple. As summer vacation drew to a close, at that juncture, a letter arrived, delivered by 13, the owl, addressed to Li Xian. It was from Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. The letter proclaimed, "Good heavens, brother, you have been officially selected for the Hogwarts choir?" Ron, having caught a glimpse of the letter's content, exclaimed loudly, prompting the entire family to gather around, intrigued by the astonishing news. Li Xian elucidated that the invitation to join the Hogwarts choir had arrived while he was receiving tutoring from Master Qianhe at the onset of summer vacation. The letter not only suggested a modification of the choir's performance style at the opening banquet, but also included a musical score of a song Li Xian had casually composed. Although Professor McGonagall expressed concerns regarding the boldness of altering the traditional style, Headmaster Dumbledore favors a more diverse Hogwarts. Surprisingly, even Professor Snape, who seldom engages in such artistic endeavors, cast his vote in favor. If Professor Snape supports this change, I believe it is worth the risk. I have already written to the remaining students you requested to join you in the performance. I eagerly anticipate a splendid presentation from you and your companions at the opening banquet. Phileas Flitwick. Once they opened the letter, they gazed at Li Xian in disbelief. What? We are to perform at the opening banquet? but I can't sing at all. What nonsense is this? I am tone deaf, unable to reach high notes or descend to low ones. What do you want me to do? Perform acrobatics? In a frenzy, he even contemplated writing to Dumbledore to request permission to attend Hogwarts merely to witness the performance. Despite their reluctance, Ron and Harry ultimately acquiesced to avoid disappointing Molly. Fortunately, Li Xian entrusted the matter entirely to himself, which allowed the two little ones to relax. Subsequently, they cast the issue from their minds and indulged in a few days of unrestrained merriment. The final vestiges of summer vacation swiftly came to an end. On the last evening before their departure, Mrs. Morley and Li Xian simultaneously took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous dinner. The distinction lay in Mrs. Morley's reliance on magic, while Li Xian preferred the hands-on approach, asserting that this was the only way to truly appreciate the joy of cooking. Harry and Ron exchanged resigned glances. Our senior brother truly embodies the spirit of Hufflepuff at all times. Chapter 90. The second year commences. As for Ron and Harry, they were not on the train. What? Where have they gone? Could they be in danger? Fear not, for I consulted the ancestors earlier, and they assured me that they would not meet their demise. Hermione cast an exasperated glare at Li Xian, who had been consuming food from the moment he boarded, nearly monopolizing an entire trolley of snacks. Honestly, a born Hufflepuff. With a worried expression, Hermione departed Li Xian's compartment in search of Uncle Gio. As for Li Xian, after finishing the last sandwich prepared by Mrs. Morley, he brushed the crumbs from his hands, rose, and opened the window, poking his head outside to observe a flying car closely trailing the train. A modicum of common sense would reveal that being late would at most incur a deduction of points. Expulsion was out of the question. However, our protagonists Harry and Ron, unexpectedly obstructed outside Platform 9, instinctively decided to chase after the Hogwarts Express in a flying car. At that moment, Neville happened to stroll past the compartment door. Engrossed in a divination pamphlet, 2 long and 1 short is ominous. 2 short and 1 long is auspicious. Hearing this, Uncle Gio coughed, startling Neville enough that the pamphlet slipped from his grasp, leaving him pale and wide-eyed. Am I truly that terrifying? No, Master, you are not frightening. Uncle Gio sighed, approached Neville, retrieved the fallen pamphlet, and patiently instructed him. 2 long and 1 short can signify both fortune and misfortune. For instance, high on both sides and low in the middle is called lotus fragrance, attracting wealth. If the left side has 2 high and the right side 1 low, it's called amplification fragrance, symbolizing good fortune. Yet, there are exceptions. For instance, the death fragrance also has 2 high on the left and 1 low on the right. But the differing lengths carry different meanings. However, 2 short and 1 long signifies that even the ancestors would reject your offering. There's no room for discussion. And this must be clearly understood to avoid confusion. Understood, Master. Neville took the pamphlet and promptly made his exit. Observing the boy's retreating figure, Uncle Gio's expression grew complex. The child was indeed good-hearted, yet still unaware of his potential. How does one awaken such potential? Li Xian inquired. It depends on individual opportunity, Uncle Gio replied, turning to glare at Li Xian. For instance, you clearly awakened far too early. The expression on your face, if seen by outsiders, would lead them to believe you harbor disdain for your own disciple. In an effort to amuse Uncle Gio, Li Xian promptly extracted an unopened flying Nimbus 2001 from his pocket. Where did you acquire the funds for such a broom? Uncle Gio inquired incredulously. It was a gift from my brother, Li Xian replied. Your long-lost sibling? Indeed, Li Xian, not in a hurry to divulge the true nature of his secret identity, found solace in the existence of this alter ego, as it allowed him to navigate various troubles effectively. My brother is quite adept at earning money now, he continued, elaborating on how, after reconnecting with his brother Li Xian, the latter had embarked on a soup business. Learning that his brother's financial success was partly due to his own efforts, Uncle Gio accepted the broom with a sense of satisfaction. However, he expressed concern. But is this broom not to your liking? Should I have my brother exchange it? No, Uncle Gio replied, lowering his voice. Is it stable when ridden? I find it quite satisfactory, akin to skiing. I am from the south, Uncle Gio remarked. So, it's similar to snowboarding then? But that seems to be beyond your expertise. Observing Li Xian deep in thought about a solution, Uncle Gio suddenly remembered his role as a master and waved dismissively. Forget it. A mere broom is no challenge for me. I shall study it further when I have the time. Just then, as if sensing an approaching danger, he urged Li Xian to secure the broom and hastily donned his robe, feigning sleep. In the next moment, Hermione appeared at the door of the private room, clutching a notebook filled with questions. When did you fall asleep, Master? Just now, he replied. When might you awaken? That may not be until the evening. Hermione, hearing this, shook her head in resignation and took a seat beside Li Xian, You must be awake. Surely you can assist me with these questions. I am eager to serve. Thus, their discussion stretched from day into night. After disembarking from the train, they witnessed Hagrid leading this year as first-year students in the exclusive boat ceremony, with Ginny among them. Waving at the young girl to reassure her, Li Xian turned to board the carriage drawn by a thestral to Hogwarts. Before long, they arrived at this year's sorting ceremony, presided over once again by Professor McGonagall. For decades, she had welcomed each new cohort of students, only to bid them farewell later. Just as the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor McGonagall was summoned by Filch, visibly agitated and distressed. Unbeknownst to him, Flitwick gestured for Li Xian to prepare backstage for his performance, only to soon realize that the students were nowhere to be found. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall returned with news of Harry and Ron arriving at school in a flying car, having crashed into the Whomping Willow. At the banquet, she sternly reprimanded them for their flagrant disregard of school rules, only for Harry to feign innocence, asking, "Since school hasn't officially started, Gryffindor shouldn't lose points, right?" Upon hearing these words, Professor McGonagall's brow relaxed slightly, as she originally intended to prohibit Harry and Ron from attending the banquet. However, Professor Flitwick approached her, stating, "This performance is of utmost importance. It represents a pivotal attempt at redefining the future style of the Hogwarts choir. I implore you, Professor McGonagall, to permit me to take these two lads." For the host of the performance, Li Xian, has declared that without them, the show cannot proceed. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall acquiesced. As Harry and Ron made their way backstage to meet Li Xian, they speculated, "Surely, our senior brother intentionally sought out Professor Flitwick to rescue us. We are immensely grateful to him. Without his intervention, I would have missed this year's opening banquet." Yet when they arrived backstage, their faces brimming with gratitude, and found Li Xian clutching a large red cloth, their appreciation evaporated, replaced by a singular thought: "I want to escape." Li Xian's expression, however, conveyed that there was no chance of evasion. "Now, let's welcome the Hogwarts co-ed choir to the stage," Li Xian announced. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, noting that besides themselves, there was also Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, often referred to by Li Xian as the heir to the Iron Throne, a title whose origin remained a mystery. Additionally, there was Jack, the captain from Ravenclaw, who was dubbed as such because he incessantly proclaimed his desire to purchase a ship and sail around the world after graduation. To Harry and Ron's astonishment, the presence of Draco Malfoy from Slytherin added an unexpected twist to the gathering. What was going on? Was it a matter of fairness, with one representative from each house? Jack protested. "What do you mean bringing along a bunch of little ones?" Harry and Ron were bewildered, questioning, "How could Malfoy be here? Why is he here?" Malfoy huffed. If it weren't for Li Xian's influence, standing alongside you would be beneath my dignity." Hannah Abbott lamented, "Why am I the only girl?" As the five of them pondered these perplexing circumstances, Li Xian's voice rang out once more. "All right, everyone. I need each of you to provide me with a strand of hair." To which Ron promptly reminded, "But we haven't even learned that song yet." Li Xian, brimming with confidence, replied, "I assured you that there's no need for you to learn it. I guarantee that once you take the stage, you will perform." As he spoke, each of the five produced a strand of hair for Li Xian. He enveloped the strands in a yellow talisman while explaining, "This technique was taught to me by his senior brother Wenkai. Originally, it did not include spoken words. However, I modified the structure of the listening talisman, and now it can achieve the same phonetic effects." As he swallowed the 5 strands wrapped in a yellow talisman, Hannah Abbott cautioned, "That could lead to indigestion." To which Li Xian cheerfully responded, "Fear not. As the heir to the Iron Throne, I have consumed far more indigestible things than this." As Li Xian prepared to cast the necessary hand signs, he suddenly recalled, "I almost forgot the most crucial step, the binding spell." In the next moment, Harry, Ron, Malfoy, and Captain Jack were immobilized by Li Xian's binding spell. Although Hannah Abbott was not restrained, she felt a surge of anxiety at that moment. Li Xian then retrieved a large red handkerchief that he seemed to carry everywhere. Apart from the senior Captain Jack, the other 4, Harry, Ron, Malfoy, and Hannah, understood the implications of this gesture. After the vibrant red handkerchief passed over the heads of the 4 individuals, excluding Hannah, Li Xian swiftly completed his hand signs, declaring, "Binding spell released. It is now your time to take the stage." In unison, the 5 of them exclaimed, "It is now your time to take the stage." Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart at the front was still performing his meticulously rehearsed act, Warrior vs. Dark Lord, which excited a group of female students, including the studious Hermione. However, Professor McGonagall and others could only roll their eyes, wishing for this spectacle to conclude swiftly. Next, Professor McGonagall announced the newly formed Hogwarts Male Ensemble to present a new song for everyone's enjoyment, though she hesitated to utter the title. Following a sparse round of applause, the Hogwarts Male Ensemble made their entrance. Yet in the next moment, the boys erupted in cheers, with Fred and George jumping up and whistling, wildly applauding the young ladies about to perform. "What happened to the male ensemble?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the 5 girls on stage. Thus, the performance of the Hogwarts Female Ensemble commenced. The bright moon sheds its light. The ominous wind rustles through the willow lane. A ghostly maiden seeks her beloved, who would wish to love a wretched bride. The spectre finds company, stealthily worshipping the moonlight in the dead of night. The bright moon sheds its light. The vengeful spirits sway in the wind. The night grows deeper and the fog colder as wandering souls traverse the serene paths in search of a substitute, chilled by the moonlight's cold embrace. If Huatuo were to be reborn, even the arrogant would be healed. Foreigners come to learn our characters, igniting a sense of national identity. From the seeds of strictness, cassia, and other herbs, I seek dignity. However, this seemed only the beginning. Once the restraints were cast off, the momentum became uncontrollable. Initially, the 5 girls on stage were under Li Xian's influence through his talisman. Yet as the audience's excitement grew, even the aloof Malfoy began to lose himself amidst the applause and cheers. Li Xian sensed the conflicting emotions of the 5, gradually dissipating until they vanished entirely. The most liberated among them was clearly Captain Jack Sparrow, and even Harry found himself lost in the persona of Harry. It seems that Snape had cast his vote for Li Xian, having seen Harry Potter's name on the proposed performance list. Indeed, the intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. As the audience erupted in cheers for an encore, the 5 members of the girl group took their positions once more, this time adorned in vibrant northeast floral coats reminiscent of the playful spirit of the season. Under the guidance of the host, Li Xian, they commenced yet another exuberant performance. Singing, in the first month of the new year, every household decorates with couplets. Children gather around us in delight. Hurry and give us some lucky money. In the first month of the new year, every household decorates with couplets. Honor your parents with a peaceful heart. Good fortune will multiply endlessly. Even the venerable Jiu, often regarded as a relic of the past, nearly spat out the drink he had just swallowed upon witnessing the performance of his disciples. Although he struggled to grasp the lyrics of the previous song, the sight of a group of foreign students earnestly learning Chinese filled this patriotic Taoist with immense pride, particularly when they sang this anthem of cultural heritage. Such is the grandeur of our Chinese civilization. It is our culture that deserves to be embraced internationally. The audience erupted in fervent applause, waves of appreciation cascading through the hall. Professor Dumbledore smiled as he turned to Professor McGonagall, remarking, "Hogwarts has not witnessed such liveliness in ages." With a look of pride, Flitwick felt reassured in his choice of performers. Professor McGonagall herself was thoroughly entertained by the duo's comedic performance. However, at that moment, the one most agitated was neither Severus Snape nor the quietly proud Jiu, nor even the audience, but rather the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. Though he wore a facade of a smile, internally, he seethed with resentment towards these upstart performers who had overshadowed him. As they concluded their performance, Li Xian, the orchestrator, emerged from behind the scenes. Upon seeing him, Lockhart nearly stumbled into a table. The boy looked strikingly familiar. Instantly, the figures of 110,000 galleons and a 50% royalty fee flashed before his mind. On stage, Li Xian, along with the other 5 performers, took their bows. As he passed by Professor McGonagall and the Sorting Hat, he cast a meaningful glance. "Look how fair I am. One from each house. Even if it's Hufflepuff, I brought in a Hannah for a cameo. Such fairness. And yet I am deemed unworthy of Hufflepuff. Truly, this hat must be blind." In that moment, the Sorting Hat felt an overwhelming surge of resentment, quivering inexplicably as it sensed the profound discontent that might linger for years. As for the evening's performance, it would soon fade from the students' lively discussions, especially for Harry, Ron, and their peers who had just moved up to second year, confronted with an overwhelming increase in their coursework. Heavens, is this hell? Why must we endure so many hours of classes in a single day? We shall be utterly exhausted. Faced with the complaints of the second-grade students, Uncle Gio cast a stern glare at them. "Shall I send you to the great Xia Kingdom to experience the joy of students over there?"